Chapter 1, The Day of Awakening, Nationwide Profession Transition. Moonlight City. Moonlight No. 2 High School, Awakening Plaza. Rows of youthful-faced students formed long queues, guided by their teachers as they marched toward a central platform. Outside the square, a surging crowd of parents waited with eager anticipation shining in their eyes. Today marked the annual Awakening Day of the Star Dragon Empire. Hundreds of senior high school students from No. 2 High School would undergo unified profession transitions. Not only parents but even some social elites came to witness the ceremony, hoping to spot promising talents. Su Kunkai, job change successful, profession poultry farmer. Yang Shulin, job change successful, profession gunfighter. Zhang Liang, job change successful, profession hypnotist. As the profession-changing magic circle activated, a curtain of light enveloped the platform, with specks of starlight continuously merging into the students' bodies. One after another, the students completed their profession transitions. Finally, the Profession Awakening Day has arrived. Whether we soar like dragons or crawl like insects depends on how our professions manifest. At this very moment, standing in the center of Class 6 formation, Lin Han took a deep breath, his eyes filled with anticipation. It had been 10 years since he crossed over to this world, and he had long since gained a clear understanding of everything here. This world was originally also called Blue Star. Hundreds of years ago, the gaming world descended and merged with reality, not only causing Blue Star's landmass to expand 1,000-fold but also drastically altering the rules of the world. Along with it came endless invasions of monsters. With all thermal weapons rendered ineffective, humanity was forced onto the path of the extraordinary. After several centuries of development, humanity developed a vocational path with a 100% awakening rate. Every Blue Star citizen undergoes a profession awakening at the age of 18, gaining unique supernatural abilities. This world is filled with countless dungeons, forbidden zones, and secret realms, where monstrous creatures run rampant. These close combat-focused professions rely on their extraordinary vitality and considerable damage output. Can transform into a frenzied warrior or become an ironclad wall. It is truly a profession of slaughter. Lin Han once read a theory in a book. Although profession awakening is largely related to talent, it's also influenced by one's own willpower to some extent. Therefore, starting from the second year after crossing over, Lin Han began an insanely intense training regimen. 9 years later, he had successfully transformed into a muscle-bound monster. Now, he stands at 2.16 meters tall, weighs 190 kilograms, possesses immense strength, and his muscles are even more exaggeratedly defined than the bodybuilders of his previous life. Even the principal of Huiyuai No. 2 High School once said that Lin Han was a born warrior profession prospect. It's almost our class's turn for the awakening ceremony. Everyone must remember, don't resist the guidance of the formation's power. While awakening as a combat or support class promises boundless prospects, even life-oriented professions hold potential. See Su Kunkai from Class 5? That student truly has a wealth of prospects. In front of the high platform, their homeroom teacher, Yang Shuewei, dressed in professional attire, with exquisite features and a stunning figure, was enthusiastically motivating the students. And the Su Kunkai that Yang Shuewei mentioned comes from a family whose profession for generations has been chicken farmers. The Su family's Kandaiji fast food chain has been popular in the Star Dragon Empire for over a century, amassing a large number of loyal customers. Before Su Kunkai had even completed his career transition, he became an overnight sensation across the entire empire and rose to the top of the social ladder with just one advertising slogan: "Chicken, you're too beautiful," is a renowned representative among life-oriented professions. Truly exemplifies a profession's remarkable comeback. Yang Shuewei often uses Su Kunkai and their family's deeds to motivate students. At this moment, Lin Han smiled. Over these 9 years, he had compiled statistics on awakening data, the rate at which combat-oriented professions manifested among 100 people. Only 15%. And Wang Chang can become a cardmaster. That's already pretty good. Nyo Guli. Ma Dandan. Soon, most of the students from Class 6 had undergone their profession transitions. However, apart from a few more auxiliary professions appearing, most classmates awakened to life-oriented professions like farmers and miners. Sigh. There aren't many promising talents in this year's Class 6. At the front of the platform, Wang Jin sighed. Class 6 was considered an advanced class, and by this point in previous years, there should have been at least 5 combat-oriented professions already. Ahem. Director, Lin Han is next. Yang Shuawei coughed twice, then pointed at Lin Han. She had taught everything she could. If the student wasn't up to it, there was really nothing she could do. Oh? Is he the natural-born warrior the principal mentioned? Looked towards Lin Han. A flicker of anticipation crossed Wang Jian's face. He had heard about it. Lin Han had already completed courses in combat technique analysis, close quarters combat, rage meditation, and human anatomy. Ranked first in his grade, he was known as the top prodigy of number 2 high school. Of this graduating class, the student most likely to awaken a rare profession. Chapter 2, The Awakening Ceremony, one of the most useless professions? Lin Han, once you become a warrior, we brothers can slay monsters and level up together. Wang Chang patted Lin Han on the shoulder and said, "All right. Wait for my triumphant return." With a faint smile, Lin Han stepped onto the platform as the awakening array began to activate. The next second. Boom! In the sky, with a deafening roar, countless dark clouds gathered, turning the heavens pitch black. Simultaneously, fierce winds began to blow from all directions. The people below the platform could barely keep their footing. Darkness engulfed the howling winds, as if the apocalypse had descended. This situation had never occurred among the hundreds of previously awakened students. Was unprecedented. What's going on here? In an instant, the once noisy square fell into complete silence, leaving everyone stunned. Director Wang, could this situation mean a hidden profession? Yang Shuawei slightly parted her cherry lips, voicing an idea from her heart. Excellent. This is indeed the unique phenomenon of a hidden profession's job change. Wang Jian spoke calmly. In this world, apart from the 3 major categories of professions, there exists a special type of profession. They are rarer than uncommon professions, even scarcer than some legendary ones. They are called hidden professions. Every time a hidden profession appears, will always attract extraordinary phenomena. This is the heavens and earth's unique tribute to hidden professions. Hiss. Doesn't that mean Lin Han is destined to become a top-tier powerhouse? Having such a genius in her own class, Yang Shuawei's face flushed with excitement, her body trembling uncontrollably. Not necessarily. Although hidden professions are rare, their biggest drawback is the extreme unpredictability they bring. Wang Jian's expression remained calm as ever. In history, there have indeed been cases where, after celestial phenomena, the awakened profession turned out to be quite weak, ultimately leading to an ordinary life. And the very next moment after Wang Jian finished speaking, suddenly, a pillar of light rose from the awakening array, obscuring Lin Han's figure, dazzling and brilliant, shooting straight into the sky. In an instant, light and darkness became the main theme between heaven and earth. Pillar of starlight. Everyone was shocked once again. Generally speaking, when an awakener steps onto the awakening array, the array only emits faint starlight to trigger the emergence of a profession. The denser the starlight, the stronger the profession obtained. But for a student like Lin Han, whose starlight condensed into a pillar, in the entire history of Moonlight High School, no, even in the entire history of the Star Dragon Empire, it is extremely rare. And shortly after the appearance of the pillar of starlight, on the high platform, 4 beams of green, black, blue, and purple appeared. Elemental halos radiating an incredibly intense aura circled the pillar of starlight, slowly rising upward. Holy crap! Just how powerful of a profession is this awakening? Lin Han's talent is simply terrifying. At this moment, every student, teacher, and parent couldn't help but look at the profession-changing array with envious eyes. Finally, guided by the pillar of starlight, 4 rings of light surged into the sky, scattering the dark clouds that covered the heavens. The world returned to clarity. At the same time, the light of the profession-changing magic array faded out. Lin Han's figure reappeared on the high platform. Unique hidden profession, Life Priest. A line of text appeared on the light screen above Lin Han's head. Looking at the profession he had awakened, Lin Han was dumbfounded. He wanted to be a warrior, so how did he become a priest? And it's the only hidden profession. Which means, in this world, this profession is his and his alone. The one and only hidden profession. Lin Han's luck is just too good. Our number 2 high school has really made a name for itself across the entire Star Dragon Empire this time. After the profession information appeared, some teachers from number 2 high school sighed with emotion. After all, the Ministry of Education of the Star Dragon Empire. Every year, schools are rated accordingly. And number 2 high school has produced a hidden profession. Maybe it can be rated as a key school, bringing glory to everyone. Sigh. How did he end up as a priest? What a pity for this child. But what no one expected was, next to the high platform, grade director Wang Jian sighed, and then an expression of utter disappointment appeared on his face. In an instant, the chattering crowd quickly fell silent. Some didn't understand why. Lin Han's anomaly was so powerful, clearly indicating a strong profession, so why say it's a pity? Priests are an anomaly among magic-based professions. Unlike most magic professions that control the 10 elemental systems, they assist allies by chanting battle hymns. Different battle hymns provide various buffs, making it an exceptionally powerful support profession. But every job change for the priest profession. In addition to reaching the corresponding level, one must also absorb a unique elemental source to fully complete the job change awakening. And the elemental source represents the fundamental power of a world. The easiest way to obtain the source of elements is to enter the heart of a natural disaster and search for the elemental core. Just think. Even a level 60 king tier powerhouse wouldn't dare venture deep into the disaster's core. How could this condition possibly be met? Therefore, every sacrificial profession in history has never exceeded level 10, making it one of the most useless professions. Facing the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Wang Jian added, "What a calamity! That's a formidable natural power comparable to forbidden spell level magic." Actually, he understated it. Even a level 70 supreme tier professional might not escape unscathed when facing a natural disaster. Therefore, when Wang Jiankai saw Lin Han's profession information, he was utterly disappointed. Even if it were Lin Han, transitioning into an ordinary mage would have been far better than the current situation. Lin Han, don't lose heart. At least you've got a hidden profession. Even at level 10, it's comparable to some level 20 life class professions. At the very least, you won't have to worry about your daily life in the future. Perhaps you'll have a chance to pursue an elemental origin and become a true powerhouse. With a sigh, homeroom teacher Yang Shuawei comforted Lin Han. However, Yang Shuawei's voice grew softer as she spoke. Actually, she understood it too. This is nothing but a fool's delusion. Even to enter the lowest tier cataclysm, you'd need at least a supreme tier expert to lead the team just to reach the outskirts. Otherwise, death is the only outcome. You could say that. Upon learning of Lin Han's potential, maybe no one would even want to level up with him, destined to be mediocre for life. After all it takes is enough time and resources. You could easily train several archmages. There's absolutely no need to risk your life to cultivate a priest profession. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. Even though I was somewhat prepared. A look of disappointment appeared on Lin Han's face. At this moment, he already understood that his future held little hope. However, 2 lifetimes as a human, his mental fortitude is much stronger than that of an average student. He didn't break down on the spot. You should know. Some life class professionals never even reach level 20 in their entire lives. Today, although I didn't transform into a dragon and soar to the skies, I'm not exactly a worm either. I can still take on some basic jobs in the future. Next, Lin Han stepped down from the platform, returned to the class lineup where the awakening had been completed. At this moment, some classmates were looking at Lin Han. Their eyes carried a certain expression. It was a look of pity, though mixed with more than a little schadenfreude. After all, compared to witnessing the rise of a genius, people prefer to watch the fall of a genius. Chapter 3, Basic Skills, All Freaking Healing Types? After returning to the lineup and standing in position, Lin Han instinctively turned his gaze to the profession panel that appeared after the job assignment was completed. The profession panel is divided into attributes and skills. Name, Lin Han. Profession, Life Priest. Next stage at level 10, job change requirement, absorb an elemental source. Level, first job level 1. Stamina, 100. Agility, 30. Magic power, 50. Stamina, 110. Strength, 120. After checking the attribute panel, Lin Han remained silent. Among the 5 attributes, 3 exceeded 100. To be honest, his basic attributes are far stronger than an average person's. If he awakened as a warrior, these starting stats would be ridiculously overpowered. Too bad he's a magic-based class. He can't engage in close-quarters combat. Lin Han turned his gaze to the skill panel again. Magic suppression, exclusive talent, capable of suppressing magical elements within a 50-meter range, converting them into personal magical power. Healing him, chant the hymn of the goddess of life, releasing a healing aura that infuses allies with renewed vitality, capable of curing certain injuries. Soul summoning him, recite the hymn of the god of death, unleashing a deathly aura that weakens enemies, with a chance to randomly summon an undead creature from the underworld. Charm song, chant hymns to the fallen goddess, releasing a hypnotic aura that randomly inflicts negative effects such as blindness, hypnosis, madness, or illusions. Blessing song, chant hymns to the god of chaos, releasing a blessing aura that grants allies a random buff. A unique innate ability. For initial skill inheritances, the life priest truly lives up to being a hidden profession. It grants 4 initial skills right from the start. You should know. Ordinary professions typically only receive 2 skills upon their first advancement. However, why are all the skills healing-based? Lin Han let out a deep sigh. I thought there might still be some hope, but now it seems, without teammates to coordinate with. Even leveling up is a challenge for me. Lin Han. Don't lose heart. In a few days, various academies will come to number 2 high school for admissions. Your usual grades are good. Put in some effort, and you might even get accepted by an academy. Once you graduate, you can still make a living by assisting others in hunting monsters. At this moment, perhaps afraid that Lin Han smiled helplessly and responded. Wang Chang made a good point. When monsters in this world are defeated, they drop materials, equipment, or skill books, and assisting monster hunters is indeed a decent job. What a pity. I'll never be able to advance to the 2nd class in this lifetime. After all, reaching level 10 requires finding an elemental source. It's practically asking for my life. Deep inside, Lin Han sighed silently. Indeed, as grade director Wang Jian had said, the place with the densest elemental source was the core area during the calamity. But at only level 10, I might not even last a second before being obliterated by the calamity's power. There's absolutely no way to advance to the 2nd transformation. This path of profession transformation, it's practically a hellish level of difficulty. Others get golden fingers right after transmigrating. Why haven't I even seen a single strand of golden finger hair in 10 years? Finally awaken a profession, only to get a useless healer class no one wants. Others who time travel start with divine pets, top-tier family backgrounds, beauties throwing themselves at them, and invincible gear automatically recognizing them as masters. But when it comes to him, not only is his family poor, he's also destined to never surpass the 1st rank in this lifetime. Lin Han was truly unconvinced. A deep sense of resentment welled up in his heart. He hated himself for why? To awaken such a useless hidden healing class. It's even worse than that. Becoming an ordinary life class would be better. Ding. Detected that the host is facing confusion. The system mentor is now officially online. 10,000-fold amplification system activated. System. Lin Han's body trembled violently. As a seasoned novel enthusiast, he understood all too well about this kind of limitless bug like golden finger system. Calm down. Lin Han carefully studied it. 10,000-fold amplification system. The host can select any object related to themselves for a one-time 10,000-fold amplification. No restrictions, no conditions, everything amplified 10,000 times. 10,000 times? Lin Han's face lit up with joy. The previous feeling of disappointment was swept away in an instant. Just by reading the introduction. You can tell this system of mine is pretty awesome. You know what? In his previous life, he read extensively and could be said to have encountered all kinds of systems. But generally speaking, to obtain the system's rewards, those hosts either become a task monster or turn into a puppet satisfying the system's selfish desires. In short, In the end, they're all just tools arranged by the system. But this system of mine, unconditionally, without any restrictions, this is a bit overpowered. System. Can you amplify my profession panel 10,000 times? Lin Han cautiously asked. Ding. Of course. The profession panel belongs to the host, there's no reason not to enhance it. Will you immediately choose the 10,000-fold amplification? Hearing the system's response. Yes. Lin Han couldn't help but swallow hard. Ding. Profession panel 10,000x amplification successful. Host, please check immediately. Less than a second. The system's delightful voice rang out. Lin Han turned his gaze to the attribute panel. Name, Lin Han. Profession, Life Priest. Level, First Transition Level 1 Elemental Source Requirement not met, unable to enhance. Stamina, 1 million. Agility, 300,000. Magic Power, 500,000. Endurance, 1.1 million. Strength, 1.2 million. Lin Han quickly opened the skills panel again. Magic Suppression, Exclusive Talent, capable of suppressing magical elements within a 500-kilometer radius and converting them into personal magical power. Guardian Angel, Forbidden Spell, chant the hymn of the Goddess of Life to automatically resurrect a portion of fallen creatures. Mechanical, elemental, and undead creatures cannot be resurrected. Undead Resurrection, Forbidden Spell, recite the hymn of the God of Death to summon demonic creatures without fail. After winning a battle, 30% of the slain enemy creatures excluding lifeless units like mechanical, elemental, and undead creatures will be converted into undead and join your forces. Corrupt Intervention, Forbidden Spell, chant the hymn of the fallen goddess to inflict 2 negative status effects without fail. You can accept enemy surrenders without their consent at a 15% rate. Chaos Domain, Forbidden Spell, recite the hymn of the God of Chaos to summon a domain. Your side gains 2 buffs, and 1 random forbidden spell like Exploding Ice Arrows, Chain Lightning, Meteor Shard, or Doomsday Judgment will be unleashed. This rubbed his eyes. Lin Han suspected he was hallucinating. But after looking several times, the profession panel has genuinely changed. Holy cow! As a first-tier mage, I've mastered 4 forbidden level spells, and my base attributes have increased 10,000-fold. With these, I have a real chance to infiltrate the heart of a calamity. Career change is no longer just a dream. Clenched his fist. Lin Han could already feel it, the infinitely bright future ahead. Once the subsequent job change is completed. In the future. Who the hell would dare say this profession is useless? Ha ha ha. Wang Chang, are you kidding? Lin Han awakened the most useless profession and still wants to enter a university college? To go in and do odd jobs for others? Suddenly, a burst of mocking laughter rang out. Lin Han looked up and noticed a group of people staring at him, all dressed in luxury brand names. They appeared quite extravagant. It was a small clique within the class, formed by several students from well-off families. And at the forefront, it was Gao Chong, who had just transitioned into the thief class. All along, Lin Han had always outperformed Gao Chong academically. So, Gao Chong was extremely jealous of his exceptional talent. Lin Han, I told you so long ago. Good grades don't mean everything. Someone born in the slums like you is destined to be trash. No amount of personal effort can change that fate. Gao Chang's eyes gleamed with mischief. Initially, he had been awed by Lin Han's extraordinary phenomenon. He even wanted to compete fiercely with Lin Han during the enrollment exam. But now it seemed, there's no need to consider this poor wretch as your opponent. Gao Chong, just shut up already. So what if you awakened a combat profession? What's so great about that? If you're not convinced, then fight me one-on-one. Seeing his own brother being targeted, Wang Chang immediately stood in front of Lin Han and shouted at Gao Chong. After awakening as a card master. Among the opponents, apart from Gao Chong, who could pose a slight threat to him, the others were nothing to worry about. It's nothing. Don't bother with this loser. At that moment, Lin Han stopped Wang Chang. After glancing at Gao Chong, he gently shook his head. The feeling it gave to those around. Lin Han looked at him as if he were a barking dog. Now, Lin Han was in a genuinely good mood and couldn't be bothered with this clown. Lin Han, stop pretending. Still think you're the top genius at number 2 high school? With your trash tier profession, I could beat you one-handed, you know? In an instant. Gao Chang's face twisted with fury. Throughout high school, what he hated most was Lin Han's arrogant attitude. Ha! Beat me single-handedly? Gao Chang, are you so sure I can't deal with you right now? Lin Han glanced at Gao Chang's ferocious expression. He clenched his fist and said. The muscles on his body bulged, thick and knotted, extremely terrifying. His strength value was as high as 1.2 million. If they really came to blows, one punch would probably blast Gao Chang into bloody pulp. If it weren't for the group of second high teachers standing guard nearby, he wouldn't mind at all. Letting Gao Chang die at the very beginning of his career path. You. Humph. I won't stoop to argue with someone who got a trash profession like yours. Let's see which unlucky school would be foolish enough to admit you in a few days. Gao Chang snorted coldly. After profession awakening but before leveling begins, individual strength remains the most crucial factor. That is to say, before level 10. The gap between him and Lin Han hasn't widened yet. Very likely to suffer a loss. However, his family had already arranged a dungeon for him to level up. And enough money to buy skill books. All I can say is, hopefully in a few days. By the time I reach level 10 or even complete my second class advancement, Lin Han could still utter such bold words. Lin Han, during the upcoming enrollment exam, I'll specifically request the proctor to let me face you in battle. When that time comes, I'd love to see you kneeling on the ground begging me for mercy. Let's go. With that said, Gao Chang left with a gloomy look in his eyes, taking a few close friends to level up. Chapter 4, Legendary Mage Gear, Call Me the Melee Healer. Lin Han. Don't take Gao Chang's nonsense to heart. You've still got me, bro. As long as I have food, you'll never go hungry. After Gao Chang and his group left, Wang Chang puffed out his chest and assured Lin Han. Just mindless barking. I wouldn't even take it to heart. Lin Han responded with a smile. At this moment, as the last classmate stepped out of the magic circle, the awakening ceremony for Class 6 came to an end. Adjusting her wind-tousled hair, Yang Shuawei smiled and walked up to the students of Class 6. Classmates, the awakening ceremony has concluded. Congratulations to everyone on graduating and embarking on your professional paths. Students who awaken life-oriented professions can now integrate into society. As for combat and support professions, I've emphasized this many times. You can head to the beginner zones to train independently. In 7 days, we'll gather at the central city square for the college entrance exams, where various vocational universities and factions will conduct their admissions. Please remember, the strength of a profession is only part of life. Your own brilliance is what you create. As the words fell, the expressions of Class 6 students varied. In any world, the joys and sorrows of people are never truly shared. Combat and support class professionals cheered with excitement. The life class professionals, however, looked disheartened and left the school gate one after another to go home. Lin Han's parents didn't have prestigious professions. His father was a cook, and his mother was a blacksmith. Even on the day of awakening, they couldn't find time to attend. Thus, Lin Han and Wang Chang parted ways at the school gate. Lin Han's family was in the eastern district of Huiyu City. It was an urban area in Huiyu City with the oldest and largest number of life class professionals. This area was congested, with outdated infrastructure and chaotic management. It was commonly known as the slum area. Junha District, Block 4, 504, a cramped 2-room apartment. Lin Han had thought that the house would be empty. But did not think. Just opened the door. Just smelled a smell of rice. Lin Han is back? Today is your awakening day. The boss let us leave work an hour early to celebrate your awakening profession. The kitchen door opened. A woman dressed simply, with a gentle face and in her 30s, walked out with a bowl of rice. She was 163 centimeters tall, with shiny black hair and a dark, healthy complexion. But her hands were covered in calluses. Obviously doing laborious work all year round. It was none other than Lin Han's blacksmith mom, Shen Mei. It smells so good. Dad is showing off his cooking skills today. Lin Han entered and changed his shoes. Immediately picking up a piece of meat from the dining table and putting it in his mouth to eat, then, throwing his school bag on the sofa, he made his way to the kitchen. Hey, you child, wash your hands before eating all graduated from high school, still so hairy? Shun Mei ranted. Got it, Mom. Entering the kitchen, Lin Han saw his dad, Lin Zhongtian, frying vegetables. The spatula in his hand was constantly flipping, his face was thin, with a pair of brown glasses on the bridge of his nose, there were a few obvious wrinkles on the corner of his forehead, and his hair was interspersed with some white hair. Lin Han, your homeroom teacher has already informed us of the results of your awakening. Although it's not the warrior of your dreams. But life sacrifice is at least a support profession of the French system. Don't be discouraged. Lin Zhongtian turned his head towards Lin Han as he stir-fried the vegetables. Aya, don't worry, Dad, I don't have an average mental capacity. Besides, don't I still get to level 10 with this life sacrifice? The materials on a low-level monster are enough to pay you and Mom half a month's salary, I won't be discouraged. Lin Han did not intend to tell his parents the truth about himself. After all, in this world, it was simply too outrageous that one could increase by 10,000 times. If it was brought to attention, parents who knew the relevant situation could be in great danger. Wash your hands and eat. The last dish was poured into a bowl, and Lin Zhongtian greeted Lin Han for dinner. Today's meal was very rich, because Lin Han had graduated, all kinds of meat and vegetables filled the table. Lin Han had a great meal. After dinner, Lin Han was preparing to go back to his room and skill up the enhanced various attributes some more. Lin Han, wait. Your mom and we have a gift for you. At this moment, Lin Zhongtian called out to Lin Han. Lin Han was a bit puzzled. His own family's financial condition wasn't very good, and most of his parents' salary was used for daily expenses. How did they also prepare a gift for themselves? Only to see Lin Zhongtian walked towards the family's second bedroom. Not long after, he then held a long, dusty, and rather old box and walked out. Dad! This is? It was the first time that Lin Han knew that there was such a thing in his home. This is your Lin family, handed down from your ancestors. Taking out a rag, Shinmei wiped the dust off the top of the long box and said, Ancestrally handed down? Lin Han was taken aback. Lin Zhongtian opened the long box. Only to see two things were neatly placed in it, a brownish blue staff along with a white mage robe. Hiss! Mage equipment. Lin Han sucked in a breath of cool air. He hadn't expected it at all. He still had this kind of goodies at home. It's gold mage equipment. Kid, don't look at our family's current poverty, but counting upwards for 10 or 8 generations, before it was defeated, it was also the golden family of Huiyu City. It's been over 100 years. But our ancestors never had a suitable professional, so it was left unused. Now that you've become a law system, it's just the right fit. Lin Zhongtian handed the long box to Lin Han. Sniffing, Lin Han took the long robe and staff in his hands. He was so excited to know the cultivation system of professionals in this world. It was divided into 9 realms: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, king, supreme, holy rank, and divine rank. Every 10th level is a rank 1 turn. The gold level mage set, which already belongs to the middle order equipment, has a certain additive effect. In the market, that was worth millions of Star Dragon coins, which was an unexpected blessing. Thank you, Dad and Mom. Lin Han bowed and saluted. His parents were able to give such an expensive ancestral equipment to himself. The emotion in his heart was simply beyond words. What are you thanking this child for? Take them with you tomorrow to practice leveling. Even though it's not a set yet, it's enough to speed up your leveling. Shinmei tenderly rubbed Lin Han's head and said, Aha! Nodded his head. Lin Han couldn't wait to enter his room. As soon as he entered the room, Lin Han put on his mage robe and took his staff in his hands. After awakening, Lin Han was already able to imperialize a bit of magic. This was the benefit of being professional. There was no need for tedious cultivation, just upgrading and gaining some abilities that corresponded to the profession. As the magic power was injected into the 2 pieces of equipment, their information appeared in Lin Han's mind. Name, Magic Shelter. Although one was a mage, it was completely possible to take a staff and go into a physical fight. This is not melee mage Gandalf style of action? Chapter 5, Opening Up the Area, out of the blue is a milkban spell. Ha ha. Clad in white robes with a staff in hand, since ancient times, mages have had many melee battles. From now on, please call me a melee milkman. Shaking the staff a bit. The smile at the corner of Lin Han's mouth grew more and more reckless. The name of melee milkman. It was a perfect match for his body type and personality. It was really a good match. He was really looking forward to how fast he would upgrade tomorrow. Putting the robe and staff away, Lin Han inquired about some natural disaster-related information before lying down on his bed and slowly falling asleep. The next day, Lin Zhongtian and Shen Mei had already left for work early. Lin Han warmed up his own meal. After eating, Lin Han put on his mage white robe and picked up his staff, then he was ready to go. A diarrhea no paper for him, he has no head to go to Canada. I wash seaweed yo. The cell phone rang. Lin Han. Want to team up and practice together? Pick up the phone. It was Wang Chang calling. No way. In the face of Wang Chang's invitation, Lin Han refused in one breath. Why? On the other end of the phone, Wang Chang was first stunned. Following that, he exclaimed. Holy! Are you looking down on a brother? My family found me a good copy, don't worry, the monsters inside are all LV1 LV5, weak as hell. Facing Wang Chang's questioning, Lin Han smiled and shook his head. I'm not looking down on you. It's that group upgrades are too slow. Moreover, the one you awakened is a main combat profession, and you have a great chance of entering a first-class college. It's not like you don't understand the reasoning behind the high efficiency and fast upgrades of solo brushing. On the other side of the phone, Wang Chang was silent for a while. He knew what Lin Han said was justified. The experience of brushing monsters in a group had to be shared equally, and moreover, the copy brushing time was fixed. Therefore, it was indeed not as fast as brushing solo. Don't worry. Although this sacrifice profession of mine can't surpass the first turn, it's absolutely no problem to single brush a copy before level 10. After you turn 2, if you take me to brush intermediate monsters, I'm completely fine with it. Lin Han added after thinking about it. Level 11-20 were silver rank monsters, which already belonged to the intermediate level monsters. The experience value gained from killing them would be greatly increased. Alright. Then let's make a deal, huh? After the second turn, I'll take you. Eventually. Seeing Lin Han repeatedly insisting, Wang Chang could only hang up the phone. After putting the phone into his pocket, Lin Han smiled. Actually, he really wanted to team up with Wang Chang. After all, with his current attribute panel, soloing some novice copies was a breeze. However, after he reached level 10, he was required to break through to the first turn, and he was bound to be looking for an elemental source to absorb. Therefore, the best place for him to brush monsters. It belonged to the open area near the Forbidden Land. There was a high probability of a natural disaster occurring there. It was just too dangerous. Lin Han didn't want to bring Wang Chang there as well. It was absolutely fine for him to defend himself. But Wang Chang, who was only level 1, might risk his life, which was something Lin Han definitely didn't. The area of the oceans also expanded by hundreds of times. There were many monsters born from the oceans. It was only after hundreds of years of fighting that some saint-ranked powerhouses of the Star Dragon Empire established an ocean defense line along the coast of the empire, to suppress the onslaught of some ocean monsters on the interior of the empire. Huiyu City was a human stronghold along the coast. Several hundred years had passed. The path of professionalization had made a big splash. The human race has also started to open up the oceans, developing many areas dedicated to strong people to enter, remove monsters, pass through secret realms, copies, and so on. The Hazel Kingdom was the closest sea area to Huiyu City. The coast of the ocean here was filled with monsters. Moreover, above the ocean, a large number of storms gathered, often resulting in natural disasters beyond imagination. With a flash of light, Lin Han appeared on a lushly forested island. Brush monsters need to be careful, loved ones 2 lines of tears, silver ice poison frog copy, the second turn below do not enter. On the left side of the teleportation array, there was a signboard. Seeing this, Lin Han smiled, and then, walked inside the forest. The current him. There was no need to care about these hints. According to the information he had inquired about last night, the central part of this island would have a volcanic eruption within the last year. In turn, it would cause one volcanic eruption and tsunami parallel top-level natural disaster. Yes. Lin Han had made up his mind to obtain the two elemental sources this time. And he wasn't going to passively wait for the volcano to erupt. He was going to actively detonate it. Following the path opened up by his predecessors, Lin Han headed towards the central location. Soon, he saw a monster shaped like a frog. The reason why he said shaped like it was because the monster in front of him was more than a meter long, had wings, and was covered in a sharp-edged ice armor. And the back is full of large and small poisonous spikes. LV-10, Ice Poison Frog. Whoa whoa whoa. The next second he saw Lin Han, the ice poison frog, spread its wings and let out a baby's cry, which was bizarre and incomparable. What's the cry? Lin Han's brows were locked. In addition to the two types of ice and poison attacks, the ice poison frog chemical had a sonic attack that could affect the enemy's mental power. Magic power was injected into the robe. A brown shield appeared around Lin Han. The corners of Lin Han's mouth rose. Smilingly, he walked towards the ice poison frog. Wow! Seeing Lin Han approaching him, the ice poison frog opened its mouth and dots of icy blue elements gathered in its mouth. And then, a long icy blue arrow shot out, and at the same time, the ice poison frog's back spewed out a lot of black venom. ZZ. The venom spilled over Lin Han's location, the ground was corroded, and the grass and trees were instantly withered in yellow. However, when the venom as well as the ice arrows landed on Lin Han's shield, the shield merely glowed brightly. At the same time, Lin Han's brain displayed a shield value of 800. No wonder don't enter under level 10, with just this one attack, even a bronze level 9 novice would have their hands full. Lin Han continued onward and arrived in front of the ice poison frog. At this moment, whoa whoa whoa. The ice poison frog was a bit puzzled. How did this human look like it wasn't injured? It didn't wait for it to react. It then saw a brownish blue staff that smashed down on itself. Of course. This was the last thing the methamphetamine frog could see. Killed the ice poison frog, gained 100 experience points. Above the attribute panel, a message quickly flashed by. And after this ice blue frog died. Whoa whoa whoa. Instantly, many baby cries appeared in the woods around Lin Han. Soon, 8 ice blue frogs appeared in Lin Han's field of vision. Seeing this, a smile appeared at the corner of Lin Chen's mouth. Afterwards, he raised his staff and closed his eyes. A wave of magic power began to surge around him, gradually converging towards his location. Magic suppression. An exclusive talent of the life sacrifice, it could suppress magical elements within a range of 500 kilometers and turn them into its own magical power. At this moment, the magic power value on Lin Han's attribute panel was constantly jumping. 500,000. 1 million. 5 million. Troubled wandering dust, bewildered traveler. The roar of the gods, the call of the stars. Evil intent, order reborn. O great God of chaos, I am your most devout believer. Forbidden spell domain of chaos. Lin Han chanted the God of chaos hymn. Soon, after sensing that the magic power value had reached the threshold for the release of a forbidden spell level spell, Lin Han slowly swung the staff in his hand down. Only to see the sky instantly darkened. A domain spread out from Lin Han's side. Rumble. Suddenly, a rumbling sound appeared above the entire island. Only to be seen. An incomparably huge meteorite star was descending rapidly. Chapter 6, The Higher Levels Shake, Get the Grace of the Gods. So terrifying? Lin Han was dumbfounded. Looking into the air, at an extremely fast speed, the meteorite fell downwards. A face of disbelief. Although it was said that after a 10,000-fold increase, the effect of the forbidden spell could certainly reach an extremely terrifying level. But now he saw it with his own eyes. He felt that it was a completely different scene. At this time, the entire sky, spreading the breath of death, but anyone who saw the scene with their own eyes will make people feel the end of the world has come. The meteorite friction atmosphere induced fire around the meteorite. It's like a red light. Rushing towards the direction of the trial where Lin Han was, an extremely terrifying pressure gradually forced its way into this place of trial. Phaeton City's Detection Department. Head, it's no good, the entire magic fluctuation in Huiyu City, the alert value has spiked all over the place. These words came out. The entire detection department was plunged into a situation of silence. For a moment, everyone quieted down. When Sun Hu, who was originally leisurely drinking his coffee, heard these words, his entire body directly bounced up from his chair, and he threw the mug in his hand aside to come before the detection equipment. He had been managing the detection department of Huiyu City for more than 10 years. It was still the first time he had seen such a situation. What the hell is happening? Observing the changes in the values on the screen, Sun Hu had a solemn expression on his face. At this moment, the entire detection department was turned into a red alert state because the values had peaked. On the side, a young man who had just entered the department kept drying his throat, his eyes filled with fear as he trembled. Head, could it be an enemy attack? This kind of fluctuation is just too terrifying. Sun Hu swung his fist over. He cursed. Can you be a little bit out of your league? Huiyu City is located in the middle part of the entire coastline. We are surrounded by countless large cities. If the enemy attack can hit here, then you don't have the life to be able to run. Hurry up and get me through to the higher-ups, the situation is now dangerous. Soon. Hey, this is Lu Chanlong, what happened in Huiyu City? The phone was then brought over. Sir Lu, this is Sun Hu, the head of the testing department of Huiyu City. Now the testing department of Huiyu City has discovered the appearance of an extremely strong magical power fluctuation. The value is comparable to a forbidden spell. So I would like to ask sir, nowadays, are there any human powerhouses capable of operating forbidden spells, flowing around my Huiyu City? Sun Hu said anxiously as he grabbed the phone. Forbidden spells? Hearing Sun Hu's words, the other side of the phone obviously froze, a little shocked at the answer. Yes. The magic fluctuations in Huiyu City have reached an all-time peak. This level of magic fluctuation must be a forbidden spell to be able to cast. There must be a mage in Huiyu City that can cast a forbidden spell today. Sun Hu said with repeated certainty. Minister Sun, you have to be responsible for what you say. A forbidden spell is at least a 70-level Supreme Realm mage that can release it. And there are only a handful of Supreme Realm mages in the entire Blue Star. Facing the pressure from the upper peak. I'll take responsibility for what I said, and as far as I can observe, the fluctuation of this magic power value is extremely strong. It's possible that it's already exceeded the strength of a 70-level Supreme Realm, and there's a high probability that it's an 80-level Saint stage. Sun Hu gritted his teeth and said, Minister Sun, I received your message. I declare the entire Huiyu City to enter a state of emergency preparedness. Quickly locate the direction of the magic power's appearance, and wait for the next part of the action. Eventually, the person on the other end of the phone responded after a moment of contemplation. Roger. Sun Hu wanted this result. He had to rush to the scene to see what had happened. If it was a mage on his side, then it was still acceptable. As long as people didn't have evil deeds, then it wouldn't be a big problem. But if it was an enemy, then as the minister of this area, he always had to do something for the people as well. Boom! The meteorite slowly embedded itself above the ground. Unending light. Instantly filling the entire trial site, Lin Han subconsciously blocked his eyes. Firelight instantly swept through the entire trial site. Countless living beings were turned into ashes at this moment, and as the explosions became more and more intense, the entire island collapsed at this moment. The entire island instantly collapsed and split apart at this moment. Countless secret realms started to collapse because of the fall of the meteorite. Even on the island, the topmost platinum-level secret realms could not escape destruction. And for Lin Han, it was just a matter of lifting his hand. Slowly removing his hand, what met Lin Han's eyes was countless experience values pouring into his body. In just an instant, his level had reached the watershed of level 10. And after reaching level 10, the experience also stopped increasing and seemed to stay here. It's true that after reaching level 10, the experience value will no longer increase. It should require a second turn to be able to break through the level barrier again. Lin Han also corroborated what he had learned in the textbooks. He who had once been a schoolmaster. This knowledge, it couldn't be easier for him. Nowadays, It was just a gradual corroboration of it. At this time, Lin Han was also too lazy to bother about being able to upgrade. In front of his eyes, there were countless equipment and skill books scattered about. There was also a shared ability in this world. That was that the monsters that were beheaded would gather the equipment and skill books that were dropped in front of the slayer. This saved Lin Han a lot of trouble. Otherwise, under this island destruction, just trying to pick up equipment would be a very troublesome thing. Lin Han didn't pick. He took in all of the countless pieces of equipment, and there was also a skill book mixed in. This was something that made him happy. Originally, he thought that being able to explode equipment was a very good thing, and it was surprising that a skill book had dropped in it. To know. This skill book can be really counted as something that cannot be found. In the market, it was absolutely priceless. Even the weakest skill book could be exchanged for a few $1,000,000. Lin Han looked at the attribute panel of the skill book, and a message came out. Name, Silent Chanting. Type, Skill Book. Level, Intermediate. Description: after the user learns it, releasing any skill can be chanted in the mind without the need to make a sound. No need to make a sound? Lin Han was still satisfied. This type of auxiliary class skill book was a very useful thing in itself. The price in the market was also quite high. There wasn't much use for warriors. But for mages and assassins it had a very crucial role. Especially some of the assassin skills, which required chanting, but learning this, one could completely avoid the weakest point. The chances of assassination. All of them were able to increase drastically. System, help me increase it. Ding. The 10,000-fold increase of the skill book has been completed, please have a quick look at it, host. Lin Han once again looked at the attributes of this skill book. Name, Grace of the Gods, no chanting required. Type, Skill Book. Level, Forbidden Spell. Description: user uses any skill that requires chanting, all forward motion can be cancelled, and can be released directly, the grace bestowed by the gods, no need to be pious to anyone. This. So crazy. After 10,000 times increase. The effects of this skill book made Lin Han's entire eyes flutter. Just by reading the description. It was already proof of the uniqueness of this skill book. Chapter 7: Fire Elemental Source, Tsunami Burst. Canceling the movement forward swing. This kind of thing though, on the surface it didn't look useful. But in the middle of a battle. But it was able to show a great role. For example. He had used the Chaos Domain before. It required chanting a hymn to the god of chaos. But the next time he used it, all Lin Han needed to do was to stand here without doing anything, and perhaps a meteorite would arrive from thin air. It wouldn't even be too late for the opponent to discover when he had used this move. From this alone, one would be able to see the powerful effect of this skill book. Although only auxiliary skills. But after 10,000 times increase. No matter what, this is also a forbidden spell level skill book. Suddenly, the entire island shook violently. Lin Han hurriedly stood up and stabilized his pace. Before he could react, the entire island shook even more violently, and the volcano in the distance had already begun to have magma burst out. Sure enough, the landing of the meteorite just now blew the entire island's ground veins apart. Lin Han, who was a learner, at the first moment, right away, he judged what had happened. And just above the sea in the distance, the impact of the falling meteorite swept over the sea in a burst. Countless waves were swept up and rushed to a height of 10,000 meters, a burst of hurricane winds coalesced above the sea surface, and in an instant, the entire island, as well as the surrounding area, was completely reduced to a disaster. Lin Han's eyes stared. It worked! The eruption of the volcano had triggered the hurricane to descend. This was why the reason for coming to this forbidden area of the Hazel Kingdom. It was at this same time. The volcano erupted instantly. And paired with it, there was also a super large tsunami instantly sweeping through. Right at this moment, the buffs of the field of chaos had completely unfolded. Buff bonus, 30% immunity to damage, 50% increase in movement speed. Seeing this, Lin Han also no longer hesitated to go on. Although something like a tsunami, it was true that it would bring some trouble to Huiyu City. But nowadays, he had to obtain the elemental source and couldn't care about that much at all. while dodging the attacks of the natural disaster. Lin Han pocketed all of his equipment while doing so. Afterwards, he rushed into the interior of the volcano in a rush. Although there were dangers. But at this point, with his blood bar and shield, plus the buffs that had been added this time, he wasn't afraid at all. This was the only place. It was able to allow him to obtain the elemental source he needed. Lin Han entered the volcano and realized that here, there were no longer any monsters. Lin Han slowly came to the depths, and the sizzling sensation gradually deepened, but for Lin Han, whose shield value was bursting at the seams. This feeling. It wasn't too far off from going to a bath and soaking in a sauna. Suddenly, there was a dazzling light in front that attracted Lin Han's attention. The source of the fire element. Lin Han recognized this thing at a glance. He had learned about it in his textbooks. So it was easy to recognize it based on a few characteristics. Lin Han slowly approached over. Without the slightest hesitation, he pocketed the source of fire elemental. Even if he had anticipated it before, Lin Han didn't expect that he would actually harvest the materials needed for the second turn so easily. Next, as long as he completed the second turn quest, he would be able to incarnate into the second turn and continue upgrading. Lin Han didn't stay. Instead, at the first moment, he left the volcano. His purpose was not just these. Above the sea, there was still a wind elemental source waiting for him there. The so-called elemental source. The so-called elemental source is a source of natural disasters. The volcano eruption and the tsunami were two of the major natural disasters. They were also right in Lin Han's heart. Lin Han needed one source of natural disaster for his second turn, while his third turn required two sources of natural disaster. In itself, the source of a natural disaster was an extremely rare thing. So even with Lin Han's current stature, wanting to obtain a source of heavenly calamity at any time was not a simple matter. He had to take as much as he could out of the crater. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Han's whole body speed was pulled to the maximum, and he rushed towards the tsunami in a headlong rush. In the face of this super large tsunami, Lin Han did not have the slightest fear. If he wanted to obtain the source of heavenly tribulation, these were the things he had to go through. Feeling the flow of the tsunami, Lin Han was the first to look for where the windfall of the tsunami's origin was. It was said in the textbook that the location where the origin of the heavenly calamity appeared was the deepest part of a heavenly calamity, which was precisely the most dangerous place. However, with the increase in buffs on his body, Lin Han was quite comfortable in the midst of the tsunami, not to mention that his current blood bar plus shield was able to reach 2.4 million. This was also a breath of fresh air for him. The bottom line of getting two types of heavenly calamity sources. It didn't take much time. Lin Han then locked onto the location of the wind elemental source. At the same time, Minister, it's bad, near the border of the Hazel Kingdom, a huge tsunami has occurred over there. It won't be long before it comes to Huiyu City. The entire Huiyu City was already in chaos. What on earth are these people up to, and who on earth are they, fighting in the vicinity of Huiyu City? Sun Hu pounded on the table, his brows furrowed as he said. Minister, the terror of this person's strength has already reached the saint rank. We definitely can't afford to mess with them. The scout spoke with some trembling. A great man of this level. For them it only survived in myths, and they had never seen such a strong person. Nonsense, doesn't Lao Tzu know that? Sun Hu was a little depressed. It's not good to fight where you want to fight, but you have to fight in the surroundings of Huiyu City. This level of natural disaster is also not a small blow to Huiyu City. Just the cost of repair in the future is also a lot of expenses. And the thing that made him the most angry was that a big shot of that level, even if he knew who it was, he couldn't possibly go and bother people for money. This kind of dumb loss. They could only swallow it themselves in Huiyu City. Head, Officer Lu's call. At this moment, a scout ran over in a panic and respectfully handed the phone in his hand to Sun Hu's hand. Officer Lu, this is Sun Hu. Sun Hu said as he took the phone. Minister Sun, what exactly is the situation in Huiyu City right now? What does your detection bureau do for food? Why is it that you don't have any news about a tsunami natural disaster of this level? Over the phone, Lu Changlong's strong voice was heard. Do you really think that our detection department is omnipotent? The annual funding is just that much a year, but the requirements are quite a lot. If you have the ability to come down and be this minister yourself, I still don't want to be it. Sun Hu rolled his eyes and thought. Of course. On the surface, Sun Hu still respectfully said, Sir Lu, this natural disaster is not naturally occurring, it's man-made. Lu Changlong was a bit puzzled. Man-made? Sun Hu explained. According to our observations, the location of this tsunami should be leaning on the side of the Hazel Kingdom. This is similar to the location of the powerful magical power release felt before, so I suspect that this natural disaster was most likely generated by the battle of that mysterious powerhouse. And the most reasonable explanation at the moment is that above the sea near the Hazel Kingdom side, there is a human strongman who is facing a monster of a very strong level. Lu Changlong smothered for a long time before slowly saying, What are you guys going to do next? Sun Hu said decisively. Now our detection department has already contacted the one-time powerhouses of Huiyu City to go above the front line and jointly resist this tsunami. As for that human powerhouse, we are also unable to travel to help. Huiyu City can no longer withstand such tossing and turning. Chapter 8, Wall of Life, Guardian of Phaeton. Good, this suggestion of yours is in effect. Although we have already predicted the movements of this human powerhouse, all safety and security is based on protecting the city of Terumo as the highest order. This time the great tsunami is raging. Minister Sun, guard the safety of Huiyu City at all costs. Lu Changlong gave his final order. Don't worry, sir, if the city is there, the people will be there, if the city is gone, the people will be gone. Sun Hu said solemnly. Said. A hang-up tone came from the other side of the phone. Throwing the phone aside, Sun Hu said firmly. You all heard what Officer Lu said just now. This human powerhouse is fighting against the monsters up front, while the logistics will be left to us. All cheer up, all those above level 20 follow me. At this moment, outside the city of Huiyu City, countless human powerhouses gathered on the shore. Have you guys heard about this? It is said that this tsunami was caused by a human powerhouse and a monster. It's rumored that the monster's strength reached the level of a supreme being. Among the crowd, a 24th level warrior said, Supreme? So terrifying? No wonder it was able to cause a tsunami of such a level. Wouldn't that human powerhouse have already reached the saint rank? At this time, a mage said with some contempt. What else? To trigger this kind of natural disaster, it is at least a forbidden spell, and to be able to continue fighting even after using a forbidden spell, it is evident that that strong person has already reached the saint rank. If not, you warriors are born brainless, you can't even think of something so simple. Although warriors were recognized as the profession with the strongest offense, but they would also suffer from sarcasm from other professions. And the most. It was said that warriors only fought and had no brains. There are even some. They say that all the warriors in the world share the same brain. That warrior heard this. He immediately carried his large sword and was about to rush over and cut that magician in half. Alright, let's all calm down, it's this time of the day, you guys actually still have the mood to joke around here. At this time, a voice rang out. It was Sun Hu, the head of the detection department. Sun Hu's profession was that of a mage. A solid 43 level mage. Even in this Huiyu City, it was still a real top expert, and the people were all respectful and settled down after seeing Sun Hu's arrival. As the saying goes, people don't fight with officials, not to mention that Sun Hu's reputation in Huiyu City is quite good. Now that Huiyu City has gone through such a big event, many officials have retreated to their own homes and don't want to come over to stir up this matter. And Sun Hu can come forward to work with them. This already proved his vigor. Sun Hu operated the magic power to leap to the wall of life above. This wall is to resist the tide of beasts in the sea built, for many years every year to repair. For many years, the wall has been repaired every year. The wall of life has resisted, large and small, countless sea beast tide has never collapsed. But today's super large tsunami, but let Sun Hu heart some scruples. This scale of tsunami is really too big. Seeing that the tsunami was getting closer and closer, Sun Hu hurriedly jumped off the wall of life and stood together with the crowd. He shouted. If the wall of life can't support us, we'll power up the boundary together. If we fail, the Huiyu City behind us will suffer a devastating disaster. Sun Hu's androgynous tones were infectious, and the people present were agitated. After all, this kind of thing was also realistically related to them. After all, once it failed, they would be the first batch of dead souls under the tsunami. Boom! Suddenly, the tsunami slammed heavily into the wall of life. In that instant, Countless cracks spread out on top of the wall, and countless seawater flowed out along the cracks. Seeing this, Sun Hu hurriedly shouted, "All give me your strength, this wall of life is going to be unable to support it." In that instant, the many strong people present contributed their strength, and a force formed a barrier attached to the back of the wall of life, supporting the wall to continue holding on and preventing it from collapsing completely. Sun Hu could clearly feel it. At this moment, as long as they withdrew their power, then the wall of life would collapse away in an instant. It wasn't that he hadn't thought that the wall of life wouldn't be able to hold on and collapse. He just didn't expect it to be so fast. From the time the tsunami touched the wall of life, it was only about 10 seconds. The wall of life that had resisted countless waves of beasts hadn't lasted more than 10 seconds in front of the tsunami. It was already on the verge of breaking. What kind of demon is that strong person fighting in front of him? In the middle of the boundary, people were slowly starting to collapse from exhaustion, and no one dared to spare any strength in front of this kind of natural disaster. Even Sun Hu, who was standing at the very front, was already covered in beads of sweat. "Hold on a little longer, we're about to win," Sun Hu said. He injected more magic power, and slowly, the power of the tsunami impacting the boundary was gradually weakening. After a long time again, Sun Hu could already feel that the power of the tsunami impact had disappeared. "Everyone, in a moment, when I count to 3, we will recover the power together," Sun Hu shouted. 1, 2, 3. The moment they shouted 3, everyone withdrew their power. The boundary also disappeared at that instant. The wall of life collapsed without its support. The wall that had guarded Kaguya City for hundreds of years had not survived this tsunami, but there was no regret in everyone's eyes. Because the tsunami did not come crashing in again. This battle, it was theirs to win. Seeing this scene, Sun Hu was also relieved. At this time, there were not many people who could stand up. If the impact of the tsunami was a bit bigger, Huiyu City might have really lost its defense. And at this moment, Lin Han had already arrived at the teleportation array. He was oblivious to what was happening in the outside world. He had successfully gotten his hands on the source of the wind elemental in the middle of the tsunami. He was also relatively satisfied with the results of this line of work. Not only had he harvested 2 elemental sources from the natural disaster, and also harvested countless equipment. Even if he put it on the exchange, it was also able to gain a good amount of revenue. Now, Lin Han also had a goal. Next, he would be able to pick up the second turn quest. Lin Han had an inexplicable sense of urgency in his heart. The secret in his body was just too big, and in order to be able to protect himself, he had to quickly increase his strength nowadays. After all, even if he possessed, at this time, 5 forbidden spell level magic. But if he really bumped into those top powerhouses, the heart is still relatively weak. Thinking of this, Lin Han immediately teleported back to the middle of Huiyu City. When he arrived on the street, the pedestrians were all talking about something. "What kind of profession did you guys say that strong man had, that he was able to cause a tsunami of that level, and it took so many strong men from Phaeton City to barely withstand it? Even the wall of life that has guarded us for hundreds of years collapsed. Who knows? I'm afraid that a powerhouse of that level can no longer be considered a human being, right? We're just a bunch of ants in their eyes." Chapter 9 Transfer Hall, Second Turn Quest. The wall of life gave way to destruction? Lin Han listened to the discussion on the street with some trepidation. The wall of life was already a landmark in Huiyu City, and even their textbooks would explain it. He also did not expect the tsunami he had triggered had directly destroyed it. Wouldn't he be exposed? But very quickly, Lin Han wasn't worried anymore. He heard from the crowd. The official judgment was that it was triggered by a battle between a human powerhouse and a supreme-level monster. This was no more to think about. It definitely couldn't be held against him, a first-turn milk profession. At this time, it was nearly evening, and Lin Han was honestly returning home. "Little Chill, you're back. Your mom just wanted to call the sheriff's department. This big tsunami was too scary. I don't know which human powerhouse made the move that caused it, but it's good that you're okay." Lin Zhongtian was carrying a plate of food and was walking towards the kitchen table. Seeing Lin Han return, his face was filled with joy. Sniffing, Lin Han was a little embarrassed. Wasn't this human powerhouse himself He hurriedly said. Don't worry, Dad, how could this unlucky thing be my turn? At this time, Shinmei walked out from the bedroom and said in an unfavorable manner. These strong people fight which still care about the death of us ordinary people, this period of time to go out or pay some attention to it. Well, Mom, you can rest assured. Lin Han changed into slippers and then he entered the dining table, picked up chopsticks and stuffed a mouthful of food. He hurriedly changed the topic and said, Dad, your craftsmanship is really getting better and better. Lin Zhongtian said with a pleased face. That's for sure, don't look at who your dad is, you eat slowly, no one will steal from you. After dinner time was over, Lin Han then returned to his room to rest. Waiting for the next day. Early in the morning he went out and went to the transfer hall. Now that he had gained the power of the elements, his level had also come to the limit of 10 levels for the first turn. All that was needed was to go to the transfer hall and accept the transfer quest. After completing it, then he could reach the second turn. By the time Lin Han arrived at the specialization hall, it was already stacked with people one after another. The recent period of time was the peak time for awakening. It was also the peak time for the second turn. So there were quite a lot of people. Lin Han hurriedly found an unused window and dug in. Warrior? The front desk girl looked at Lin Han's tall and lanky figure and subconsciously assumed that his profession was a warrior. Life sacrifice. Milk profession. Lin Han replied. Sacrifice? The receptionist girl was slightly stunned. She immediately felt a little pity for Lin Han, such physical qualities if he was a warrior. He would have been a dragon amongst men. The future was unlimited. But yet, it's a milk profession as sacrifice. It's a shame. But even so, the little girl at the front desk still pulled out a sheet from the side and handed it to Lin Han. Fill out this occupation information sheet. Receiving the sheet, Lin Han realized that it was some attribute values. He quickly filled out his information. Of course, the specific values. It was also written slightly more according to when he had just awakened at that time. If he really filled in those 1.5 million values of his own, I'm afraid that it would really lead to a lot of trouble. Sacrificial profession, may I ask if you have already obtained the elemental source? The little sister at the front desk took Lin Han's information sheet and started flipping through it. However, when she saw that Lin Han's awakening time was actually the day before yesterday, there was some surprise. It had only taken 1 day to upgrade to level 10. Is this a monster? And then when she saw Lin Han's body values, they weren't the values that a normal sacrifice should have. For a moment, there was some heartache for Lin Han. Just this numerical value. I'm afraid that some gifted warriors wouldn't even be able to reach it. Already obtained the elemental source. Lin Han responded. The receptionist girl nodded, thinking. I'm afraid this is the young master of some big family. In 1 day's time he's risen to level 10 and acquired the elemental source again. She wasn't surprised to be able to rise to level 10, the big families with a slight background were almost always able to do so, but a prized treasure like the elemental source wasn't something that could just be attained. For a moment, she was instead much more curious about Lin Han's identity. Excuse me, can I obtain the second turn quest now? Seeing that the young sister at the front desk was hesitant to speak, Lin Han asked tentatively. The little sister at the front desk hurriedly pulled her thoughts back and said with a smile on her face. Of course you can, but there are some prerequisites I need to explain to you. You have 2 choices for the transfer quests, one is the designated quest, which is your own choice, and the other is the system's random quests. The grade of the designated tasks are usually between B and A, there may also be C grade tasks, of course it depends on the system popping up, it's not something we can change. Random quests are then all randomized by the system, there may be quests lower than C grade, or there may be S grade quests, it all depends on luck. Of course, since your profession is a milk profession, my side would recommend you to choose the designated quests, so that the passing rate would be higher. Listening to the words of the receptionist girl, Lin Han also said without thinking. Random mission. Hearing this reply, the receptionist's little sister was also stunned as she confirmed again and again. Are you sure you want to choose a random mission? After Lin Han's affirmative answer, the receptionist girl was also helpless as she took out an energy ball and said. Please place your hand on it and just inject the energy. According to the front desk little sister's guidance, Lin Han began to operate it gradually. Slowly the energy was injected into the crystal ball, which was connected to a line behind it to the display above the back of the receptionist girl. Name, Lin Han. Profession, life sacrifice. Level 10, first turn. Transition mission: go to the dungeon, search and hunt the Abyssal Apostle, and obtain the Heart of the Abyss. Mission level S-class mission. Is it a lottery? Lin Han was somewhat helpless. This face of his own was a little too dark. If it wasn't for the 10,000 times increase system, I'm afraid that it would be impossible to pass the second turn mission. But now that he was carrying a forbidden spell, he didn't have to worry about such things. When he arrived at the dungeon, he could just use the forbidden spell to scrub the dungeon directly. There was no pressure on him at all. Hello, I'm going to accept the S-rank quest Abyssal Apostle, Lin Han said decisively. The front desk girl's eyes stared into the garden. She had already built up in her mind that this priest would waste this opportunity and then choose the designated quest. Unexpectedly, he actually wanted to take it? What was the difference between this behavior and sending someone to their death? This, sir, please still consider it. Your profession is a life sacrifice. Participating in this level of mission will have a very low clearance rate for you. This side does not recommend you to choose this level of mission. You still have one more chance to choose a designated mission. Lin Han was also aware of this receptionist girl's good intentions, but still shook his head and said, "No need, this mission is fine." Chapter 10 Mercenaries, 3 Serpents Society. Then I'll collect the mission for you. The receptionist girl wanted to say something else. But when she saw how determined Lin Han's eyes were, she held back all the things she wanted to say. If he was a warrior, I'm afraid it would really be possible to pass. But unfortunately, it was just a life sacrifice professional. Okay. Subsequently, the little sister at the front desk began to operate in front of her, filling in Lin Han's information, and in no time at all, the entire transfer hall's display screen appeared on the mission collection prompt. Mission name, Apostle of the Abyss. Mission requirement, go to the dungeon to search for and hunt down the Abyssal Apostle, and to take away the Heart of the Abyss. Mission level, S-class. Recipient, Lin Han. Occupation life sacrifice. Level 10, turn 1. Who is this kid, and why is he so insouciant that he dares to collect such a dangerous quest? I haven't heard that there's such a person in Huiyu City. Life sacrifice, haven't heard of this profession. Could it be some new sacrifice hidden profession? At this time, the people who had gathered in the transfer hall looked at this screen. Che, what do you care if it's hidden or not? In the end it's still just a sacrifice. A milk profession dares to take on an S-rank transfer mission. He's crazy, right? Young people, there must be some insouciance. When he is frustrated, he will know what is called the sky and the earth. Frustrated, I'm afraid that he will directly account for himself here. Soon, the entire transfer hall burst into laughter. Everyone was dismayed that Lin Han had taken on an S-ranked mission. As a milk profession, challenging such a transfer mission was no different from playing with your life. It's fine, don't care what they say more, maybe you're lucky enough? Seeing this, the little sister at the front desk also hastened to comfort him. Lin Han didn't care. Just let these people say whatever they like. I'll go first then. After saying that, Lin Han then bid farewell to the receptionist and left the transfer hall amidst the laughter of the crowd. And as the receptionist girl looked at Lin Han's figure, she felt a little uncomfortable in her heart, but when she thought about it, this kid had risen to level 10 in a day's time. Maybe the big family behind him could find a way to help him set up a mission, or maybe. Without waiting for Lin Han to leave the transfer hall, a group of people suddenly appeared to stop him. Who are you guys? Lin Han observed the clothing of a few people. They all had a badge with a snake design pinned to their left chest. We're from the 3 Serpents Society. At this moment, a bald man at the head of the group said coldly. The 3 Snakes Society? Lin Han had some knowledge of the 3 Snakes Society. It was one of the 3 major guilds in Huiyu City. In addition to some of the official people in a city, there were also some large and small guilds that maintained law and order in various places. In times of crisis in the city, these guilds would also come forward to take on their own. Quite a few things related to cultivation were run by these guilds, even some of the trial grounds. Even there would be teams of mercenaries in the guilds. It was possible to spend materials or coins to make hires to help do anything. This was also the guild's main source of income. Even though he knew the identity of the other party, Lin Han didn't understand how these people could stop him. Since you know about us, things will be fine. The bald man said with a big grin. With this premise in mind, how could Lin Han possibly let it go? He had wasted so much effort to harvest 2 elemental sources, asking him to temporarily give up his transformation was something he couldn't even think about. Sorry, not interested, I still prefer to be on my own. Lin Han refused very decisively, lifting his leg and about to walk outside. Kid, don't you dare refuse to drink, you know how powerful our Three Serpents Society is in Huiyu City, if you offend us, you won't have a good time in the future. The bald man stepped forward to stop and intimidated. Scare me? Lin Han was really too familiar with this kind of routine. Always wanting to show himself off in front of newcomers like them. With these few stinky fish and shrimps, you want to represent a guild? I'm afraid that the other guild master didn't even know that there were such a few characters. You. Lin Han's words caused the bald man to freeze. Usually this move was very good for newcomers. Now that this kid wasn't afraid in the slightest, it was a bit of a surprise to him. Alright, make way, this is the official family's territory after all, if you guys want to make a move on me here, it's better to save your breath. Lin Han waved his hand, with an old-fashioned look. Good boy, you did surprise me a little, but I can tell you that you have pissed me off, the consequences should be clear to you. Get out of the way. With the bald man roaring angrily. The crowd of the mercenary corps also made way for Lin Han. Indeed, just as Lin Han had said, this transfer hall was the official family's territory, so they couldn't possibly make a move against Lin Han here and could only let him go. Lin Han didn't care about them, and walked out with large strides. Chief, are we just going to let this kid go? The bald man snorted coldly, let go? If we just let him go, how can we still mix in the guild in the future, and who can hire us in the future? We have to get this face back today. Since being honorable won't work, let's play a little dirty and not be afraid to make this kid regret going against us. Looking at Lin Han's departing back, the bald man's eyes narrowed and he said viciously. Chapter 11, Trading Market, Selling Equipment. After getting the quest, Lin Han didn't rush into the dungeon. Instead, he went to the trading market first. Yesterday, he had harvested a large amount of equipment from the trial grounds. Stacked in his hands. He was prepared to simply deal with the equipment in his hands before going to the dungeon. To the middle of the trading market. At this moment, a brilliant building caught Lin Han's eyes. The entire building towered over the clouds. From a distance, the entire tower looked like a 6-petaled flower, exquisite, and above the main door, there were 4 large guild characters. Trading market. Compared to the simple simplicity of the transfer hall, the trading market displayed an air of luxury. Lin Han entered the trading market, there were many stalls inside, people coming and going, it was bustling. The operator of the trading market was said to be one of the most powerful in the world today. It was said to be one of the most powerful guilds in the world today, not a local gang guild like the Three Serpents Guild that could be compared. And it was also because the guild was huge and had a good reputation in the industry. That's why it was able to set up trading markets in various places without being harassed. But anyone with some brains wouldn't provoke such a behemoth. Heard. This kind of big guild that really stood proudly in the world, even the official personnel would give a few points. After finding a stall, he sat down. Lin Han pulled the curtain of the room closed. In this kind of trading market, in order to respect the privacy of the customers, most of them had set up individual rooms to handle transactions. Otherwise, if a customer had any treasures, it was very likely that they would then be targeted. This is also where people were willing to come to this kind of trading market set up by a big guild. Hello sir, I'm customer service number 0458, I'm glad to serve you. Customer service was very polite, this was their job, they wouldn't care about the identity of the customer, but anyone who came here was a guest. Of course, if you are in trouble. They didn't mince words when they moved. Hello, I want to sell some equipment. Lin Han said simply. The customer service heard that his eyes were glowing, he liked this kind of customer who sold equipment, he could get a lot of commission on a piece of equipment. And his performance at this time was quite a bit worse. It could only be pinned on this kind of person. Lin Han waved his hand, and in an instant, the entire table was piled up with mountains of equipment. These are all for sale? Customer service's eyes were going straight at this moment. He had never seen so much equipment in his life. Originally, he thought that the person in front of him was a student-like person and wouldn't have too much, but now it really hit him hard in the face. That's right, these are the ones I'm selling. You count these first, as well as the 2 pieces of legendary grade equipment. Lin Han nodded and said. Good. Wait, what did you just say? There are 2 more pieces of legendary grade equipment. The customer service was a little speechless for a moment. Although the grades of these equipments on the table were not high, this amount was already considered terrifying, and the one in front of him actually said that there were 2 more pieces of legendary grade equipment. In his life, he had never even seen what legendary grade equipment looked like. With a bland face, he took out a long sword and armor. Lin Han said. These are the 2 pieces, what's the problem? Customer service couldn't help but dry swallow twice, his eyes staring blankly at the equipment in Lin Han's hands, feeling the aura emanating from the surface alone had already made him a little excited. This was definitely a solid legendary grade equipment. I don't know your name, sir? Lin Han replied. Lin. Customer service hurriedly stood up and said. Mr. Lin, I don't have experience in trading legendary grade equipment. No, none of the customer service agents sitting here have experience in trading legendary grade equipment. Please also wait here for a moment. I'm going to contact our manager now, and the manager will be docking with you the entire time next. Lin Han didn't refuse, but told him to go and return quickly. Please wait a moment, Mr. Lin. The customer service ran all the way then left through the back door. Picking up such a big customer service made him not excited enough, even if the manager would be the one to dock next. But none of the performance that should be his could escape. This one alone. It was enough for him to eat for years. Lin Han waited boredly for 2 minutes before a man in a suit walked in. Mr. Lin, right? Lin Han nodded, and the man in the suit extended his hand to shake Lin Han's, saying, Introduce yourself, I'm the manager of the Huiyu City branch, my name is Lu. My humble self, a level 46 treasure appreciation master, I will personally accompany Mr. Lin in all his transactions next. 46 level treasure appreciation master? Lin Han was a little surprised. He didn't expect the manager of the Huiyu City branch to be a level 46 treasure appraisal master. He had heard of the profession of treasure appraiser, which belonged to the auxiliary class of professions, and was able to better hunt for treasures in the midst of the copies, so some people liked to bring one with them in their team. However, this kind of career transfer is more troublesome. Most of them were stuck in the first and second turns, and the difficulty of transferring was no less than that of his life sacrifice. After all, most people wouldn't waste resources to train a treasure appraisal profession. Hello, Manager Lu. Lin Han also politely exchanged pleasantries. Manager Lu briefly swept the table's upper equipment and said with a smile. Mr. Lin is really out of the ordinary. Surprisingly, he can get so much equipment at once. Just now my humble servant swept a glance. These equipments can probably give Mr. Lin a price of 23 million. So much? Lin Han had also investigated the market. Most of these equipments were below the gold stage, although the quantity was predominant. $20 million was already his ideal price. However, Lin Han could also guess what the other party meant. To put it bluntly, he didn't want to let him, a big customer, run away. Deal. Manager Lu said with a smile. Mr. Lin is really decisive. Since this side of the deal is over, can we take a look at those 2 pieces of legendary equipment? Yes. Lin Han knew the purpose of this old fox and was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, placing the 2 pieces of equipment on the table. Huh? Manager Lu was a bit surprised. Originally, he thought that Lin Han's legendary equipment was this one he was wearing, but he didn't expect that he would turn out 2 more pieces for him. In an instant, he felt that this person in front of him was a bit uncomplicated, and that he might be able to become a big client of his in the future. Lin Han smiled and said, Manager Lu, these 2 pieces are both more suitable equipment for warriors in my opinion, and they are useless to me, so I'm going to sell them to you. These 2 pieces of equipment. They were both equipment that had been increased 10,000 times by Lin Han, and the type was also picked on the profession of warrior. It was true that he was able to increase all of his equipments 10,000 times, but that would be easily exposed, which was why he just picked 2 pieces of equipment. And the warrior's equipment was the most expensive, able to maximize his benefits. This was also one of Lin Han's steadiness. After all, he wasn't very strong right now and still needed to hide his identity. Please wait a moment, Mr. Lin, let me take a good look at it so that I don't make any mistakes problems. Manager Lu could tell at a glance that it wasn't true that these 2 pieces of equipment were legendary grade, but the specific efficacy attributes still needed further observation. Chapter 12 Nodding the Karma, Black Card. After you. Lin Han said simply. Hearing the response, Manager Lu took out a monocle from his chest pocket and put on 2 snow-white gloves to show the extent of his professionalism. Honorable God of Treasure Appraisal, please grant me the ability to inspect all things. I will be 10,000 times more devout to you. Please also bless your devotees with the ability to see through all things. As Manager Lu chanted, his eyes were tinted with a faint golden color at that moment, and it was as if his eyes were able to see through all things at that moment. Is this the ability of a treasure appraisal master? Lin Han said in his heart. This kind of special profession was the first time Lin Han had seen it. Even for all the people in his term, it seemed as if there had never been a treasure appreciation profession. After all, this kind of profession was special. Even if it was cultivated by a big family, it would require quite a lot of resources. Therefore, even if a civilian awakens such an ability, level 10 is his limit. And once the big families cultivate their own treasure appreciation professional experts, they will also protect him like a treasure. After all, a truly powerful treasure appreciation profession can give a big family. The profit brought is quite considerable. That's why the treasure appraisal profession is very polarized. Manager Lu picked up the large knife. Closing one eye, he began to scrutinize it. Lin Han looked over and the details of that single eye appeared in his eyes as well. Name, Eye of Prying. Location, jewelry. Grade, high grade. Description: when worn, it can see through all strengths within the king rank, and see through the attributes of any props. The user's strength cannot be lower than platinum. Seeing this, Lin Han was a little surprised that the functionality of this eye was so high. If it was combined with Manager Lu's own abilities, I'm afraid that it would be able to wield an even more terrifying effect. Although it was true that the high rank was much weaker compared to the legend rank, if it was sold, it could be exchanged for a few $1,000,000, or maybe even up to 10 million. In itself, this type of magic treasure was rare. That's why the value also varies awesome. A manager of an auction house of this small size in Huiyu City actually had the strength of a 4th turn, and was armed with this kind of terrifying treasure identification magic treasure. No matter how Lin Han thought about it, he found it a bit unbelievable. Manager Lu seemed to notice Lin Han's observation, but didn't take it to heart and instead began to state the attributes of this long knife. Name, Blood Slaughter Great Knife. Position, Long Knife. Rank, Legendary. Description: comes with a berserk effect, the user will strengthen the force by 30%, comes with a bloodthirsty effect, the user can own raw sacrifices to obtain a 50% strengthening of their own physical. What a terrifying attribute! Manager Lu was a bit surprised. The specifications of this long knife could definitely be considered the top of the line in the warrior legendary outfit. The first one alone, strengthening force by 30%, was already a terrifying attribute. This attribute alone, it was enough to make this long knife rank amongst the $50 million price tag. The second attribute was even more terrifying. If the user was caught in a crisis, they could exchange their life value for combat power. Although on the surface, it's a waste of life. But the combat power exchanged was also quite considerable. The attributes also seemed to be just as Lin Han had said. This was the most suitable equipment for a warrior. If a warrior wore it, there were almost no opponents within the same level. Manager Lu put this long knife down. He began to look closely at the piece of armor. Name, Thick Earth Armor. Location, Armor. Rank, Legendary. Description: comes with a defense effect, the wearer will gain a 30% defense bonus. If the user sacrifices their life value, the defense value increases to 50%. Hiss. Manager Lu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. It was truly terrifying as hell. Judging from the configuration of these two pieces of equipment, they should belong to matching equipment, and the attributes of the equipment had both reached an extremely terrifying level. It was even able to directly force a holy equipment. The value of this kind of equipment definitely belonged to the very, very top, legendary level equipment. Mr. Lin, I've finished reading the attributes of these two pieces of equipment. Manager Lu smiled and said, these two pieces of equipment should belong to a series of sets. If we were able to get all of these pieces together, I'm afraid that the value generated would be even more valuable than some of the unusual holy suit sets. But don't be discouraged, Mr. Lin, just these two pieces of equipment alone already have a very high value. Lin Han spread his hands and said, it's true that I don't have any of the sets here, only these. Manager Lu wasn't surprised by this answer. This kind of set would be very difficult to put together without a strong background, I'm afraid. The market for both of these sets is very good, they are both extremely fitting sets for warriors. If Mr. Lin is willing to sell them to us, I can offer up to 140 million. Relatively speaking, the Blood Slaughter Greatsword should be valued at $60 million, while the Thick Earth Battle Armor I can offer $70 million. After all, the Blood Slaughter Greatsword Warrior use is the best, while the rest of the combat class professions are afraid that the Thick Earth Battle Armor will all be more interested in the Thick Earth Battle Armor, so the Thick Earth Battle Armor's functionality will be a bit higher. Lin Han wasn't surprised, this price was already quite a bit higher than his original expected price, and this manager Lu in front of him hadn't gone and screwed him over. Then let's go with this price. At this time, Manager Lu added, but I have another option here. Mr. Lin can consign these two pieces of equipment to us first, there will be an auction house running shortly next. If they are placed on the auction house, the value of these two pieces of equipment may double. Considering that Mr. Lin might have a use for the money, our auction house can pay 100 million in advance, and we'll take a partial commission from the price of the next auction. At this moment, Lin Han became quite interested in Manager Lu's words. What he said was quite right. This amount of equipment, the trading house is certainly not short of selling. Just knowing the specific attributes will certainly there will be countless strong people, in order to get them even if they dump their money. However, Lin Han also understood. As long as Manager Lu's side to buy, can be hung above the auction house, so the gain will be higher. So it wasn't hard to guess. This Manager Lu must want to make a good relationship with him. In the future, if there is anything, he can continue to send it to his side. Since Manager Lu has said so, then let's follow Manager Lu's wishes. I believe in you. Lin Han nodded and said. Hearing this, Manager Lu also smiled as he took out a contract. If that's the case, Mr. Lin will fill out this contract, and will consider the deal done. After briefly looking at the contract and making sure that there was nothing wrong with it, Lin Han also signed his name on it with a big wave of his hand. Manager Lu put the contract away. At this time, he took out another black card from his body and handed it to Lin Han's hand. Mr. Lin, there's exactly 12 million in this card. This card is also our auction house's VIP black card. No matter which city's auction house you're in, you can enjoy the highest level of treatment. Chapter 13, Wild Collection, Skill Books. Receiving the black card, the number on it was 086. Lin Han put the black card away, and this transaction was considered to be the end of a perfect transaction. Whether it was the price or the attitude, Lin Han was considered to be more satisfied. Then Mr. Lin, I'll see you off? Manager Lu said politely. For this kind of mysterious big customer, he was still willing to maintain the relationship. Lin Han on the other hand said, there's no rush, I still want to buy something. Huh? Manager Lu's eyes lit up and he hurriedly said, I can help you select what Mr. Lin wants to buy. Skill books as well as magic scrolls. Lin Han's purpose was very precise. Right now only skill books were the most substantial help to him, and the fastest way to obtain skill books was to buy them in this kind of trading market. And magic scrolls contain some magic that could be released at any time. It was also quite convenient. Mr. Lin, wait a moment. Manager Lu left this room as soon as the words left his mouth, and in an instant's time, he walked in with a book. Mr. Lin, the current skill books in our trading market, as well as magic scrolls are all here, see what you want? Lin Han took the catalog and started flipping through it. Most of the skill books here were within the advanced level, and that was just what he wanted. He would just be wasting his money even if he purchased higher specification skill books. Do you still have backups of this catalog? Hearing Lin Han's words, Manager Lu didn't figure out what he wanted to do for a moment and just replied, there are quite a few left. That's good. Lin Han got the answer, then began to tear up page by page. The side of the Lu manager watched and could not figure out. After all, people are big customers, do what he needs to put up with a little. Not long, the skill book will be torn to rags. Lin Han will tear down a thick pile of paper in his hands and hand it over to Manager Lu, saying, I'll take all of these that I tore down. Mr. Lin, wait a moment, I'll ask someone to fetch them now. Manager Lu was a little confused, but still reacted at the first opportunity and said, only to see Manager Lu pick up the phone. After shining the catalog in, he said in the employee group, now put down all your work at hand and summarize all these skill books as well as magic scrolls, I need them right away. Not long after, a man pushed a cart and walked in, respectfully saying, Manager, this is all the magic scrolls you want. Make sure there are no oversights. Absolutely not. Manager Lu waved his hand, signaling that he could go down. Mr. Lin, do you want to take an inventory? Lin Han waved his hand, indicating that there was absolutely no need. There was really no need to do such a thing in a trading market of this size. That's good, Mr. Lin. The total value of these skill books is at 120 million, you belong to our big customers after all, just charge you 100 million. Good. Lin Han took out the black card that Manager Lu had just given him, and soon $100 million was swiped back. And Lin Han put the magic scroll away and prepared to leave the place. And Manager Lu hurriedly followed him out when he saw this. As he passed outside, Lin Han could still hear noisy voices in some of the rooms, and even some of the halls, starting to get restless in the middle of. Mind, an apology is able to waste our time? Even though the trading market's customer service pulled their status posture to the lowest level, these people didn't buy it at all. Be quiet, all of you. At this time, Manager Lu, who was standing beside Lin Han, suddenly shouted. Hearing Manager Lu's voice, those customer services cast their eyes as if they had found a savior. What are you doing? What? Is this how people in this trading market talk to your customers? Numerous customers also did not give the slightest bit of thin face. In their opinion, this matter is obviously in as the trading market people are at fault first, so they are completely unafraid. Our family's customer service has already explained to you guys very clearly, since someone made the first move, then no goods is no goods, there's no need for you guys to go on even if you make a scene here. Manager Lu said while his body's aura secretly emanated out, saying, I have made my words very clear, if any of you want to cause trouble here, then don't blame me for being impolite to you. As the saying goes, harmony breeds wealth. If you guys want to continue causing trouble, it depends on whether or not you guys have the certainty to dispose of me. A fourth turn treasure appraisal master? The crowd had recognized Manager Lu's strength, although he was a treasure appraisal master by profession, he was after all a fourth turn powerhouse. This wasn't a gap in occupation at all. Rather, it was the gap of true hard power. All the troublemakers also quieted down at this moment, while Manager Lu looked at Lin Han and said smilingly, Mr. Lin, don't suggest it, there are more people causing trouble in this kind of place every day. So a proper threat is still needed. Lin Han didn't care. The two of them were also slowly walking out of the trading market. I'll send it here then, if Mr. Lin has anything he wants to sell or buy, please contact me, the price is definitely the most fair place in the country. This is your black card, Mr. Lin. After Lin Han received the black card and said goodbye to Manager Lu when he saw him, he left in the middle of the trading market. Boss, I followed that kid Lin Han to the middle of the trading market, it's not clear what that kid bought, but in the end, it was Manager Lu of the trading market who personally sent him out. And Manager Lu was all rather polite to Lin Han, and the most important thing is that Manager Lu gave Lin Han one of their black cards. That black card, and our chairman's black card should be similar, so it's obvious that Lin Han's wealth should be extremely high. Dusan elaborated in detail what he had seen when he followed Lin Han. And the person in front. When we enter the dungeon, who cares what background he has behind him, kill him in the middle of the dungeon and seize the treasure, then we'll really be flying high. When the several mercenaries heard these words, a look of anticipation appeared in their eyes. They were merely the bottom tier of the Three Serpents Society. Their wages. It was also nothing more than taking on missions to gain some wealth. But it was just a drop in the bucket for their small group. They also needed a large amount of wealth to help them improve their lives. At this moment, Lin Han found a place to land and took out the skill books he had just purchased. Among them was an induction art that interested him greatly. Name, Induction Art. Type, Skill Book. Level, Intermediate. Description: active skill, can sense everything within a 3-kilometer radius, but it will cause great consumption to the user's body, and may even cause devastating harm to the user's body, please use it wisely. Without thinking, Lin Han faintly said, System, help me increase it 10,000 times. Skill book 10,000 times increased successfully, please host check the details quickly. Name, Eye of Heaven. Type, Skill Book. Level, Forbidden Spell. Description: passive skill, permanently have malicious perception, once there is danger coming will notify the host at the first time. Active skill, gives the user God's perspective. Lin Han was delighted in his heart. This effect had simply reached a heaven-defying level for him. It was simply impossible for all dangers to get close, and once he sensed a danger, he could turn on the active skill to scout the location of everyone nearby. As opposed to the previous sensing skill. This Eye of Heaven had no loss to itself. It was a complete qualitative leap. After briefly familiarizing himself with the skill, Lin Han didn't waste any more time and instead found a nearby teleportation array and headed in the direction of the underground city. Dungeon. After arriving at the dungeon, there were official personnel collecting entrance fees on the archway. Lin Han now can really count not bad money, after paying the entrance fee, then came to the dungeon. Originally Lin Han thought that the underground city was a very barren place, but now after personally coming to the underground city, he found that the underground city, even prosperous so that he could not believe. Little brother, it looks like it's your first time here, only 50 star dragon coins are needed and I can give you a good explanation. At this time, a man came up, and between his words, he had the appearance of an old greaseball. Good. Lin Han flung out 50 star dragon coins. Coming to the middle of a dungeon for the first time, he also did need to find a guide to help him, which would also save him some unnecessary trouble. The tour guide counted the star dragon coins and after confirming that it was correct, he smiled and said, "Boss Atmosphere, my name is Lu Wei. Anything the boss wants to know, all can be asked of me." Lin Han said as he walked, "Dungeon should be filled with monsters, why does this place look so prosperous with merchants moving in?" Lu Wei explained, the dungeon did start out with a concentration of monsters, even near the entrance there were all sorts of dangerous creatures, but as mankind slowly became stronger, the monsters in the neighborhood have all been cleared out. Now it's not just the dungeon, but any location will have a safe zone with formations set up by the best mages, as well as quite a few armies and guilds guarding the area. This is so that there can be a place to replenish one's status and information to be conveyed after coming to the dungeon. Looking at the boss's appearance, he should be here for the second turn quest. Lin Han raised an eyebrow and said curiously, "How do you know?" Lu Wei looked like he had it all under control and said with a smile, "One look at the boss's appearance, it's the first time he's come to a large-scale replica like a dungeon, and a novice wouldn't even choose such a dangerous place to brush monsters and upgrade. So it's not hard to see that the boss, right now, should start preparing for the second turn mission." "That's right," Lin Han graciously admitted, saying, "My second turn quest this time is the Abyssal Apostle." Abyssal? Abyssal Apostle? Lu Wei stuttered for a moment and marveled, seeing how majestic the boss is. "I didn't realize that the boss is a milk system? Where did this come from?" Lu Wei continued, "The Abyssal Apostle quest is an S-ranked quest in the second turn, and is also one of the quests with the highest failure rate and mortality rate in the second turn quests, and the most crucial thing is that this quest will be randomized to most of the milk system professions. So most of the milk profession can basically declare the mission a failure once they get this mission. Of course if you have the money you can contact some mercenaries to help you obtain the heart of the abyss. I see that the boss is also a master who is not poor in money. Do you need to help you contact some mercenaries with a good reputation? I have contact information for the mercenaries of the 3 major guilds." For this kind, Lu Wei has long been familiar with the road, helping some newcomers to contact mercenaries. He was also able to get a lot of intermediary fees, is also something he loves to do more. "No need," Lin Han rebuffed. Knowing that he had just offended a mercenary from the 3 Serpents Society, although he wasn't afraid, an ant was still a nuisance even if it was small. "Lu Wei, do you recognize anyone who collects intelligence? I need to know where and when the Abyssal Apostles refresh." "Boss, it's not that I'm looking down on you, do you really want to single-handedly brush the Abyssal Apostle by yourself?" Lu Wei couldn't believe it. A level 10 first-turn milk system solo brushing this kind of copy was completely sending death. He looked at Lin Han as quite intelligent. How could he be so thoughtless? "That's right," Lin Han simply said, "Don't worry about how I'm going to brush it, just tell me if there are any intelligence officers." Lu Wei also realized that he couldn't argue with her and could only say helplessly, "I happen to know one, I'll take." "Thanks." Lin Han smiled, "But my mind is made up, give me the information." After saying that, Lin Han flung out a bag of star dragon coins. "I naturally have my ways to be able to solve this. You being an intelligence merchant, it's not good to have money and not earn it." It was also the first time Lu Jian had encountered such an oily person. Although selling intelligence was his profession, he was still willing to kindly remind him when he encountered such a person. "All right." He also knew that he couldn't be persuaded and wasn't willing to say anymore, taking out a scroll from the side and throwing it into Lin Han's hands. "You've almost had enough of these star dragon coins. In this scroll is the news about the Abyssal Apostles," Lin Han said. "Good, Lu Wei, you don't need to follow me either." After saying that, Lin Han left this place. According to the information on the intelligence, the Abyssal Apostles' main place of activity was the southwestern part of the underground city. At this moment in time, it was almost time for the Abyssal Apostles to emerge. Suddenly, a fierce light flashed through Lin Han's mind. There was danger. This feeling was none other than the Heaven's Eye's passive danger perception. As long as there was danger approaching, the Heaven's Eye would alert the host at the first opportunity. Targeted? Lin Han hastily released the active skill of the Eye of Heaven, and instantly every dead end of the entire dungeon was reflected in Lin Han's eyes. Based on the danger perception, Lin Han quickly locked onto an area. Three Serpents Society Mercenary Corps? Lin Han couldn't help but sneer in his heart. These people really don't die, they've even tracked into the middle of the dungeon, it looks like they're trying to do away with me here. But now that Lin Han had discovered their whereabouts after all, it was naturally impossible for him to get rid of them hastily. In the future, if it was some critical moment, these people would be equivalent to a nuisance. Since they had been tracked in, Lin Han had also made a note in his mind that no one would care about this kind of thing in the dungeon. Today, it's going to be the other way around, maybe it's just a matter of who's done away with who. Today, these people will be killed in the dungeon. Even though Lin Han had discovered their whereabouts, he had been following the directions on the intelligence and had continued on without revealing a single trace. Slowly, he then arrived in an underground abyss. Looking at the map in his hands, he muttered, according to the information on the requisition, this is where the Abyssal Apostles mainly hang out, and counting the time, it's almost time for the Abyssal Apostles to refresh. Lin Han had previously been in the trading market. Some of the magic scrolls that he had purchased were prepared. As the name implied, magic scrolls were able to store some magical skills in them, which were very useful when fighting. After all, Lin Han's abilities were all forbidden spells, and if there was someone next to him, using a forbidden spell would definitely expose himself, so the magic scrolls would be able to cover it all up. Even if other people saw it, they could completely pretend that Lin Han was a dirtbag. Lin Han has stopped. The Three Serpents Society mercenary group stopped and covered themselves as they began to observe. He just purchased information on the Abyssal Apostle, this should be the Abyssal Apostle, refreshing spot, let's just wait here for now, we'll go up and strike when Lin Han can't support himself anymore. I want both Lin Han and the Apostle's heart this time. The bald man had an excited look on his face, from Lin Han's outbursts along the way, he could tell that Lin Han was a big dog, and that he definitely had a lot of good stuff on him. As long as this battle was successful, then in the future, their mercenary group would surely rise in splendor. Boss, look, the Abyssal Apostle is refreshed. A member on the side suddenly exclaimed as a humanoid monster walked out from the darkness, with slime still flowing down from its mouth full of fangs. The red-colored pupils seemed to be able to see everything in the night. Lin Han noticed this thing at first. LV-12 level, Abyssal Apostle. Compared to the ice poison frog that he had encountered before, the aura exhibited by this Abyssal Apostle was quite a bit more terrifying, and although it was only 2 levels higher, the two were completely 2 states. If the previous one was a small monster, but this one was completely at the level of a mini-boss. It was hard to imagine that if it wasn't for the system, then a milk profession wanting to solo this level would be a complete mantis, and even if Lin Han was a warrior, wanting to solo the Abyssal Apostle at level 10 turn 1 was by no means an easy task. This kind of quest. It was completely a major loophole. Otherwise, it couldn't be recognized as one of the most difficult levels. At the first moment, the Abyssal Apostle's gaze was locked onto Lin Han, his legs running madly in a bizarre position as the slime in his mouth began to scatter in all directions. How ugly! Lin Han snorted coldly, the magic scroll in his hand was directly thrown out, a thunderbolt attacked from the air and countless flames spread out in an instant. This kid. The bald head was watching from the sidelines and was very shocked. He didn't expect Lin Han to have so many magic scrolls in his hands, and from that, he could also see the wealth that he had on him. But in fact, it was more of a heartache. These magic scrolls are all good things, any one of them can be exchanged for nearly dozens or even millions of dollars. In this kid's hands, he even casually discarded them like toys. Waste. Completely a waste. But the bald man's reasoning was telling him that now was not the best time to strike, for the sake of those riches the bald man was still able to hold back some. The Abyssal Apostle is starting to storm the state. Chapter 16, Mantis catching the cicada, yellow bird in the back. At this time, the effect of the magic scroll gradually disappeared, the Abyssal Apostle's eyes gradually became more red, many spikes grew above his arms, and a faint white mist rose from his entire body. This time the hatred is considered to be completely drawn out. The magic scroll that Lin Han was using. It wasn't any high-level goods. It was just enough to deal with monsters within level 10, after all, his goal was not just to be able to kill the Abyssal Apostle. If he were to use those magic scrolls worth tens of millions of dollars, he was really afraid. Directly blasting the Abyssal Apostle to death. At that time, trying to hang the mercenary group that was following him. That would be too much trouble. At this moment, as if he had gone mad, the Abyssal Apostle madly rushed towards Lin Han's location, not caring about the injuries on his body. Even when facing Lin Han next, the magic scrolls that were thrown out were also all as if they were ignored. Come on, Lin Han said silently in his heart. It was only a matter of moments. The abyssal apostle had already arrived in front of Lin Han and blasted out with a fist. Lin Han made a move to dodge, but was still solidly smashed aside. Facing this blow, Lin Han didn't even cast a shield, but instead resisted it with his life value. At the same time, Lin Han's mind prompted a life value of 1800. Terrifying. One had to know that the level 10 ice poison frog at that time had only caused him to drop 800 life points. This abyssal apostle's heavy punch. Surprisingly, it had dropped 1800 life points. Of course, the reason why Lin Han hadn't turned on his shield was because he was afraid that the mercenary corps would be able to tell the difference. After all, there would be a shield on display when the actual shield was on. So, everything was better to be cautious. Strike! Seeing that Lin Han was heavily injured, the bald man could no longer sit still. This was the best time to take Lin Han and the abyssal apostle as far as they could go. In a flash, the crowd of the mercenary corps shot out, and the bald man arrived in front of Lin Han and kicked him away. Lin Han, wouldn't have thought it, this is what happens when you don't cooperate with us. The bald man was greedy, staring in Lin Han's direction. At this point, he had been able to determine that Lin Han, as a level 10 milk system, was now incapable of any action. Especially after this kick strike of his. Lin Han had completely broken the possibility of resistance. You're despicable. Lin Han feigned a look of resentment and planted himself on the side covering the part where he was kicked. Despicable? The bald man laughed out loud. You don't seem to have understood the situation. Under this kind of world, the one who can stand until the end is the king. Blame it on you, kid, you don't know how to hide your wealth. Lin Han said blandly. Aren't you afraid that if you kill me off, the forces behind me won't let you go? TSK TSK TSK. The bald man laughed contemptuously. Young Master Lin, what a time to be talking such nonsense. Our current location is a dungeon. Even if we kill you, who would be able to know? Don't dream about it. When we take your wealth and leave here, who cares what your identity is? Even if the forces behind you are monstrous, they will just think that you didn't pass the dungeon as an abyssal apostle. So many people have seen you taking quests in the transfer hall. You're nothing more than a milk profession that doesn't know the heights of heaven and fails to die in the middle of a dungeon. Lin Han didn't bother to say anything further when he saw this, but his purpose had already been accomplished at this point. The reason why he was waiting for the bald man to make a move to take the lead instead of taking the initiative to find the bald man's trouble, that was because as long as the other party made a move, then Lin Han would be recognized as a legitimate counterattack. All of this. It was all to avoid the red name tracking. That was Lin Han's purpose. If not, then there would be red name warnings in public areas, which would be full of inconveniences for Lin Han's future actions. And a few people from the other side were clearly overwhelmed by Lin Han's wealth. They didn't care about these things at all. Boss, this kid is no longer able to act. Let's leave him alone and do away with the abyssal apostle first. One of the thieves said in a hurry. The rest of the mercenary corps members had already gone to contain the abyssal apostle. At this moment, the hatred on the abyssal apostle had gradually shifted from Lin Han to the mercenary corps members. Good. The bald man didn't hesitate either. Understanding Lin Han's state, there was already no need to bother with him. After all, by bringing back the heart of the abyss he would still be able to obtain a considerable amount of wealth. Although Lin Han, the big dog, was already in their pocket. But even the smallest fly was meat. The weakest of the entire mercenary corps was also a second turn strength, and even if it was an abyssal apostle that had fallen into a berserk rage, they would be able to deal with it with ease. Get out of the way. The bald man roared and blasted out with a fist, killing all of his second turn warrior strength. The abyssal apostle suffered a heavy blow and even flew out directly backwards, smashing heavily into an abyss. A 12th level abyssal apostle dares to be so arrogant. The bald man said disdainfully, let's go give the abyssal apostle one last blow. Worthy of being the boss, a single punch can nullify the abyssal apostle. That's not for sure. Boss is a warrior, dealing with the abyssal apostle is not a breeze. This time, we've returned home fully loaded. The bald man who was complimented by the mercenary corps members was also happy. And a few people didn't notice Lin Han behind them, who had slowly stood up, a bright smile on the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, Lin Han had a flash in his eyes. No need to chant Grace of the Gods was unleashed. Forbidden spell, fallen intervention. Just as several people were talking and laughing, preparing to go and end the abyssal apostle. The people from the mercenary corps suddenly stopped in their tracks. and the words they had been saying were held in their mouths. The bald man realized something was wrong and turned his head to look at them. "What are you thinking about? Let's hurry to the end." But the few people just stood there with their heads bowed, delaying their reply to the bald man. Suddenly, a thief professional, holding a dagger, killed out. The bald man reacted quickly, hastily sidestepped to avoid it, and said angrily, "What are you going to do, revolt?" Immediately following, the rest of the people all shot out to surround the bald man. The bald man's heart was filled with fear. Even though he was a warrior, he faced so many second-turn powerhouses for a moment. "I've treated you all well on weekdays. After this order, we'll be able to live in affluence." Even as he went on saying this, the few people remained unmoved. "If you guys aren't happy, how about we split it equally? I won't take the lion's share, okay?" The bald man retreated backwards, but the several people did not pause for a second, killing out madly, not giving him the slightest chance. "Since you guys are like this, then don't blame me for not giving you a chance," the bald man said viciously. He wasn't sure why why would they rebel at this time, but now if he didn't fight to the death, he might really be left here. Chapter 17 Underground City, to be destroyed. Lin Han slowly walked to the side not far from a few people. Now the bald man was in a trapped position, facing the joint stranglehold of several second-turn powerhouses. There was already little room for resistance. And just now a few people didn't even realize that it was him who was doing it in the dark. This was also the benefit of not needing to chant, only needing to think of the make in his mind and use whatever was perfectly fine. "How about it? This big gift I gave you isn't bad, right?" Lin Han suddenly said. The bald man was being pressed underneath the crowd at this time. His eyes were already filled with despair, and when he saw Lin Han walking over unharmed, his expression turned even more twisted. "It's you. It's all you're doing. When exactly did you bribe them?" "Don't speak so harshly." Lin Han sat on top of a rock to the side and laughed. "Didn't you ever think that I had them all under control? From the very beginning you guys have fallen into my trap. Every step you guys have been following my plan, except for one thing that has gone beyond my expectations. Your IQ is really too low." Listening to Lin Han's words, the bald man didn't dare to imagine it, but it was obvious from underneath the state of these people that they had lost their minds, as if they were controlled by something. It was him. The bald man just couldn't believe it. This person in front of him was clearly a level 10 first-turn life sacrifice. How could he do this? "Forget it, you're already a dead man. I won't interfere with letting you see more of the power of forbidden spells." Lin Han stood up and stretched. Forbidden spell? Even though the bald man was being hit by the combined attacks of the crowd at this moment, he had already forgotten about the pain and stared unblinkingly in Lin Han's direction. Field of chaos. Lin Chen thought in his mind. Suddenly countless thunderbolts surged out of the ground. Instantly the entire earth abyss. It was plunged into a frenzy. The bald man's entire body went limp when he saw this. Forbidden spell. This was definitely a forbidden spell. How is this possible? What exactly are you? Before the bald man could finish his sentence, several lightning bolts instantly surged out from underneath several people, directly blasting all the mercenaries away. Boring. Lin Han said indifferently, "With this amount of IQ strength you're still learning to be a bandit." Slowly the power of thunder and lightning, in the middle of the Earth's abyss, began to bombard up. Even because of the power of thunder and lightning, the entire Earth's abyss, have not been able to withstand the baptism, began to slowly collapse up. And the collapse of the Earth abyss was only the beginning. Just where Lin Han didn't know, the entire underground city had begun to collapse. Phaeton City Detection Center. "Head, it's not good. There's a problem over there in the dungeon." Hearing this, Sun, who came to the front of the machine at the first opportunity, after what happened last time, the word "something went wrong" had been deeply imprinted in his mind. What the hell is wrong with it again? Sun, who stared at the energy detection on the display screen that had spiked to red, and in his heart, he already wanted to start cursing. The Wall of Life had been destroyed 2 days ago, and in the past 2 days, preparations were being made to repair the Wall of Life, and work had only just begun on that side, and then this side unexpectedly had another problem. "Head, according to the landmark's detection, I'm afraid that the dungeon is now in chaos. This energy is just too powerful. It's very likely that the dungeon will collapse directly." The detectors gave their judgment at the very first moment. The underground city is going to collapse? Sun, who was a bit surprised, this dungeon was one of the more popular industries in Huiyu City, and the number of professionals inside was. Soon, a phone was brought over, and Sun, who dialed it as soon as he ripped it off. "Hello, this is the mayor." Sun Hu hurriedly said respectfully, "Mayor, I'm Sun Hu, the Minister of the Detection Department." "Little Tiger what's up?" Hearing that it was Sun Hu's call, the mayor also mildly got up. Sun Hu, this junior he still preferred, since taking up the position of the detection department of Huiyu City was also working hard. The achievements of guarding Huiyu City 2 days ago also made him more pleased. "Mayor, it's not good. Right now there are people in the middle of the underground city of Huiyu City who are destroying the entire thing, and based on the judgment of the energy in it, I have determined that its strength is at least a supreme powerhouse. Now the underground city is shaking and may collapse at any time." The originally gentle mayor suddenly paused, his tone became much more serious and said, "The underground city is going to collapse?" Sun Hu hurriedly said, "That's right, there are very many professionals in the dungeon today. If the dungeon really collapses, then the deaths and injuries are estimated to reach a terrifying figure. It will be a horrifying blow to our Phaeton city. The professionals who can go to the dungeon to do quests and cultivate are at least second turn to be sure. And a strong person of the second turn has a crucial role in the future of our Huiyu city. We can't afford to damage it." The mayor said solemnly, "Minister Sun, please lead the manpower of the detection department to set off immediately to rescue the underground city." "Mayor, we have limited manpower in the detection department." Sun Hu continued, "I also asked the mayor to give me a permission. I need to go to another department to mobilize manpower." "Granted." The mayor said simply, "Make sure to ensure the safety of the professionals. The future of Huiyu City is in your hands." "Good." Sun Hu simply responded, and then listened to the call from the mayor's side hang up. "Assemble and set out for the dungeon." At this moment, the mayor hung up the phone and shouted, "Little Lee, come in for a moment." Hearing the mayor's words, the secretary also walked in and said, "Mayor, what are your orders?" "Go and notify all the people at the top for me. Just tell them that there's a big problem in Huiyu City, and have them arrive at the Huiyu City Conference Center the first time they receive the news." The mayor's secretary froze. It was the first time he had seen the mayor's expression so grim, and asked in disbelief, "Mayor, what exactly is going on?" "The underground city is going to collapse." Hearing this, the mayor's secretary's entire body froze in place and hurriedly ran out to notify the other executives. The mayor blandly lit a cigarette, and a coldness rose in his eyes. Just who has their eyes on Huiyu City, to the extent that they have been saving up near Huiyu City several times, and just don't put us in their eyes? Chapter 18 Huiyu City, Emergency Meeting. Huiyu City Conference Center. At this time, the Huiyu City Conference Center was filled with all of Huiyu City's senior personnel, but only one of the positions was absent. What is this guy Sun Hu doing? A meeting of this level even has to be absent. Could it be that the last incident has made him feel able to disobey the Empire? A bald man sitting on the side lit a cigar to express the annoyance in his heart. Minister Sun is leading people to the dungeon to rescue them at this time. There is no need for Minister Sun to attend this meeting. People should all be here by now. Let's begin. The mayor suddenly spoke up, dispelling everyone's concerns. "I believe the general situation is understood by everyone." The mayor continued, "According to the latest news from the detection department, the entire underground city has begun to collapse in the middle of the city, and at this rate, the entire underground city will fall into ruins in less than an hour." "Mayor, what exactly is happening? Why is the dungeon collapsing? Could it be that some unrecorded monster has appeared?" The Minister of Education asked at that moment. No, there was no unrecorded monster. According to Minister Sun's speculation, a supreme powerhouse appeared in the dungeon and used a forbidden spell level move, and the entire dungeon couldn't withstand the forbidden spell, which is why it fell into collapse. Listening to the mayor's words, everyone instantly quieted down. The bald man threw his cigar into the ashtray and heavily slammed the table. "Supreme level powerhouse, another damn supreme level powerhouse. Are these people idly doing nothing? Always pretending what in our Huiyu City, have the ability to go to the imperial capital to clamor just because of the last incident. The loss caused to us is already quite huge. Just repairing the wall of life alone, our financial department is already a bit lackluster." That's right. This bald man was the minister of the finance department of Huiyu City, who was in charge of financial power. If one were to say who had the hardest time with this situation in Huiyu City, I'm afraid no one would be more troubled than him. That's right, these two incidents alone have already brought about quite a bit of trouble for Huiyu City, and since it's still the peak time for students to awaken their professions lately, I suspect it's very likely that someone is causing trouble. The Minister of Education said in a deep voice. The mayor was also feeling a headache at this time. These powerful people who didn't cause trouble anywhere had to come to Huiyu City to cause trouble. It was an extremely deep blow to the overall development of Huiyu City. The Minister of Law and Order said, "Mayor, after these two incidents, the panic among the citizens has now built up to a great extent. We must take this matter seriously. If we continue to allow these supreme-level powerhouses to do whatever they want, the citizens of Huiyu City will no longer trust us." "You have a nice way of saying that." The Minister of Finance rolled his eyes and said, "That's a supreme-level powerhouse. Right now the strongest on record in Huiyu City seems to be a 58-level diamond powerhouse. I know your determination as the head of the security department to try to stop them, but there's always a need to plan according to our reality. I'm afraid that our people will let them be cleansed by a forbidden spell before they even meet them. You've realistically seen what happened these two times. Last time, the Wall of Life was directly destroyed, and this time, the entire dungeon was blown up. That's a supreme-level powerhouse. Be realistic." Facing the finance minister's words, the security minister angrily said, "Are we just going to sit back and do nothing? You think that just your finance ministry is under a lot of public pressure right now. Our law and order ministry doesn't have to be worse than you. If we don't organize it, Huiyu City will experience an unprecedented brain drain." Listening to the words of the two ministers, the Minister of Education also said, "Mayor, we definitely can't sit back and do nothing in this situation today. If this time is the last, then it's fine. What if that supreme powerhouse continues to cause trouble in our Huiyu City next? If we let it go, he will definitely think that we are easy to bully and will definitely strike again and again next. Huiyu City can no longer afford to let them toss and turn like this." The mayor was also having trouble deciding in the face of pressure from all walks of life and said, We have to pipe in this kind of thing, or else the citizens will still think that we're not helping the citizens by collecting their taxes. Although we don't have any strong people in Huiyu City, we must not let him go on doing whatever he wants. Let's do it this way. I'll contact the Empire and react with the Empire to see if the Empire has any solutions. It can only be this way. The crowd sighed. In this situation. Subsequently, the phone was then hung up. The mayor waved his hand at this time and said, "All departments, start preparing for the disaster statistics this time, but any personnel who are free to go forward at the first opportunity to support the rescue of the underground city. We are determined not to give up any of the citizens of Huiyu." "Yes," the executives said in unison, and then left in a flurry to prepare for the next task. As for Huiyu City, now was the most difficult time for them. Chapter 19, Guardian Angel, Dungeon. At this moment, in the dungeon, Lin Han had already gotten the Apostle's Heart so that this time's mission would be considered completely finished. And after the forbidden spell wash, he was also full and had harvested 7 pieces of equipment, and the burst rate wasn't very high this time. But the rest of the harvest was also not expensive. Although this mercenary group looked a bit poor, they also got 3 pieces of gold equipment, and there were even 3 skill books in these people's hands. However, these equipment and skill books were of little use to Lin Han. Now that the Apostle's Heart had been obtained, all he had to do was return to the middle of the transfer hall and he would be able to successfully reach the second turn. These equipments were of little use to him. He could only wait for the second turn and exchange it for money. Suddenly, the entire dungeon began to shake violently, and Lin Han was the first to be alerted. He thought to himself, could it be from the forbidden spell that just washed the ground? Not good. This place is going to collapse. Lin Han also realized that something was wrong. No wonder something felt wrong from just now. The power generated by the chaotic domain had directly collapsed the dungeon. According to memory, Lin Han hurriedly headed towards the exit, otherwise after a while, even he himself would be buried here. Slowly approaching the location of the exit. At this time, there were already countless people who had died here due to the collapse of the underground city. For a moment, Lin Han's heart was filled with guilt. No matter what, these people had died because of him. Grace of the Gods. Guardian Angel. Forbidden spell level, chants the hymn of the Goddess of Life, automatically resurrects a portion of the fallen creatures. Mechanical, elemental and undead creatures cannot be resurrected. The next moment, Lin Han's eyebrows evolved into a pale white color, and the aura of his entire body was instantly like that of a god, as countless rays of light began to spread around with him as the center. And those who were enveloped by the light began to regain their heartbeats and breathing. For a moment, Lin Han was somewhat helpless. This was the kind of forbidden spell he should have in his original profession. If he didn't use it once, he was about to forget that he was a milk professional. Lin Han only resurrected those who had died because of him. As for those who had failed to brush bosses and were killed, as well as those in the mercenary corps, Lin Han did not choose to resurrect them at all. Resurrecting some people who died because of him, they could still feel. They were lucky that they weren't smashed to death or something like that. If he were to resurrect all those people who had nothing to do with him, it would definitely cause some bad things in public opinion. It might even threaten his life and health. What's more, he wasn't obligated to revive all those people. Hurry up, all of you, move faster for me. Suddenly, a cacophony of noises came from the direction of the exit, and a person wearing the uniform of the detection department all rushed in. There are injured people here, still breathing. Here too, not dead yet. Behind the team, Sun, who also walked in, seeing the appearance of the dungeon nowadays, he didn't feel a little heartbroken. This is one of the trial places in Huiyu City with quite a high income, and now it's been destroyed like this. But the good thing is that this all the way to come, there are a lot of injured people, but really have life-threatening is not. Everyone save people, all be careful, that supreme powerhouse is most likely still in this underground city. If you encounter people with strange movements, report them at the first time. That level of existence is not something we can deal with. Listening to Sun Hu's words, the crowd also became a bit more restrained and cautious. The injured who are still able to act, all come to me to gather here, I will send you all out later. Sun Hu shouted, his voice able to fill the entire underground city. Lin Han was standing in place at the moment, so in order not to arouse suspicion, he followed the queue of injured people and went to line up over there. Boss, you're surprisingly fine. Lu Wei's voice came from behind him. Lin Han also looked over. Lu Wei, are you alright? Seeing an old acquaintance, Lin Han was quite relieved. Lu Wei scratched his head and laughed. It must be all about good people having good karma. I was clearly trapped by a collapsed place before. I clearly remember that I let a big rock smash me unconscious. I originally thought that I was dead, but I didn't expect to wake up and feel okay. Lin Han said, maybe you're really lucky. Of course, Lin Han naturally knew that Lu Wei was one of the people he had resurrected, and this sudden situation was something he hadn't expected. Even though he had resurrected the person, he still had some guilt in his heart. Boss, it looks like you came for nothing this time, but it's good. The Abyssal Apostle is not something you can deal with, boss. Don't be discouraged even though you didn't get it. After all, we all survived, right? Lin Han, on the other hand, said, no, I've already got the Apostle's heart. This time I'll be able to go back and prepare for the second turn. You got it? Lu Wei looked at Lin Han with an unbelievable look. Boss, you really soloed the Abyssal Apostle. What kind of monster are you? With the milk profession you even did it. Luck that is. Lin Han briefly said. At this time, Sun Hu had already started organizing a teleportation array to leave this place, and everyone was also impatient to leave this place of wrongdoing. After saying goodbye to Lu Wei, Lin Han also walked in the direction of the transfer hall. After arriving at the transfer hall, Lin Han also made his way to the front desk girl who had accepted the quest for him last time. Hello, I'm here to turn in my quest. Lin Han took out the Apostle's heart and placed it on top of the front desk. The front desk girl was also surprised to see the Apostle's heart. How long had passed before the Apostle's heart's mission was completed? And some of the people who had been here before and were ready to accept some quests also had their gazes cast in Lin Han's direction. Defeating the Abyssal Apostle so quickly, is this guy a monster? How is this possible? Just by virtue of his milk profession, he single-handedly defeated the Abyssal Apostle, so terrifying. What's going on with this guy? Is he an expert secretly cultivated by one of the big families? This kind of speed, I'm afraid it's already set a new record for the Abyssal Apostle's clearance. How terrifying. For a time, the entire transmutation shrine began to discuss Lin Han's actions. A task that seemed to them to be almost certain death for a milk profession was completed with such a fast speed. It was simply a demon. Lin Han also felt these gazes and said with a smile, it's all luck, there just happened to be two strong people fighting nearby at the time, so I kind of picked up the slack. The moment these words came out, everyone quieted down. This is ing luck? This was simply a bit heaven-defying, right? If that's the case, it's understandable. Although it's true that the Abyssal Apostle is somewhat powerful for a level 10 turn 1 powerhouse, it's nothing more than a plaything in the hands of some bigwigs. That's right, that's it, this kid's luck is really enviable. When will I be able to meet this kind of big brother too? Take me through the quest. Chapter 20 Second Turn, Scepter Sacrifice. Mr. Lin's luck is really good. The little girl at the front desk smiled. She still had some good feelings towards Lin Han, and naturally, she didn't want Lin Han to not be able to pass the quest. Seeing Lin Han being so swift, she was also happy for Lin Han from the bottom of her heart. Since Mr. Lin has already reached the conditions, then follow me, let's go to the depths of the transformation shrine for a transformation. Subsequently, under the lead of the little sister at the reception desk, Lin Han also arrived in a room in the depths of the transformation hall. Mr. Lin, go in. According to the front desk girl's guidance, Lin Han also arrived in the depths of the transformation hall. Lin Han placed the required elemental source and apostle's heart in front of him. Dots of starlight enveloped Lin Han, and as time passed Lin Han's body underwent a heavenly change. Name, Lin Han. Profession, Scepter Sacrifice. Level second turn level 10. The elemental source required for transfer has not been reached and cannot be increased. Physical strength, 3 million. Agility, 1 million. Magic power, 1.5 million. Endurance, 3 million. Strength, 3 million. Magic suppression, exclusive talent, can suppress magical elements within a range of 500 kilometers and turn them into the power of one's own magic. Guardian Angel, life magic, forbidden spell level, chanting the hymn of the goddess of life, can automatically resurrect a portion of the fallen creatures. Mechanical, elemental and undead creatures cannot be resurrected. Undead resurrection, death magic, forbidden spell level, chants the hymn of the god of death, will definitely summon demon-like creatures, and will convert enemy creatures killed into undead to join your side at a rate of 30% after the battle is won, excluding opposing inanimate forces such as mechanical, elemental, and undead creatures. Fallen intervention, order-keeping magic, forbidden spell level, chanting the hymn of the fallen goddess will surely inflict 2 negative statuses, and accepts the surrender of the opponent without the enemy's consent. Song of Holy Light, chant the hymn of the god of holy light, releasing an aura of holy light that reduces damage to friends within the aura by 10%. Song of the Black Mist, chant the hymn of the god of the black mist, releasing an aura of black mist, within the aura friends will gain a short period of invisibility. Looking at the transformation of his panel, Lin Han was somewhat pleased in his heart. Now that his own attribute panel had reached an astonishing level, I'm afraid that if a punch goes down now, even the defense of an ultimate realm powerhouse at full power might not be able to block it. And the 2 new initial skills that appeared in completely also 2 milk system. Even if one had already completed the second turn and became a scepter sacrifice, it would be difficult to escape the judgment of a milk system profession. System, help me increase 10,000 times. Lin Han said indifferently. 10,000 times increase successful, please host check. Lin Han once again looked at his skill panel. Prayer of Light, Magic of Light, forbidden spell level, chanting the hymn of the god of light summons a field, the damage suffered by friends is reduced by 50%, and the host himself is reduced by 80%. Dark Night Invisibility, Dark Magic, forbidden spell level, hiding the hymn of the god of darkness can summon a field, the friendly party will be completely plunged into a state of invisibility, hiding all the breath. Terrifying. Lin Han was shocked in his heart. He didn't expect that these 2 forbidden spell level natural skills would be able to achieve such a terrifying effect. Compared to the Life Sacrifice's initial skill, Scepter Sacrifice's initial skill had more functionality. After a 10,000-fold increase, it even had some perverted components. Lin Han also walked out of the transfer hall after familiarizing himself with the skill. Looking at Mr. Lin's expression, it looks like the second transformation was very successful. The little sister at the front desk said gently. Lin Han nodded and said. At this moment, the broadcast in the transformation hall suddenly rang out. Insert an urgent message, insert an urgent message. There are Supreme Realm powerhouses infesting Huiyu City in the near future, and according to the latest regulations from the Ministry of Public Security, it is forbidden for all professionals to leave the city, forbidden for all professionals to leave the city. Recently, there will be an investigation group led by a Supreme Realm powerhouse from the imperial capital heading to Huiyu City to investigate the situation, so I also ask the citizens to put everything at ease. The reason why we don't allow all professionals to leave the city is also to prevent you from mistakenly entering the battle zones of Supreme Realm powerhouses. The recent period of time has been more tense, so please be reasonable. Not allowed to leave the city? Lin Han was a bit speechless. If that was the case, then how else could he go about upgrading in preparation for the third turn? But if he thought about it carefully, this was all his own self-inflicted evil and had nothing to do with anyone else. The rest of the people had already exploded at this point. They didn't care if they could go out of the city to upgrade, they just found it interesting. Did you guys hear that? It's been officially confirmed that there are just supreme level powerhouses out there. It looks like a supreme level battle could happen around Huiyu City at any time. It's too exciting. If I'm lucky enough to see it, I'll have no regrets in this life. That's a supreme level. I really want to see what kind of sky-turning conditions will be achieved when that kind of powerhouse strikes. Chapter 21 The Joy of Kryptonite, Qualification within the city. After Lin Han left the transfer hall, he arrived in the middle of the trading market. Nowadays, the entire city was on lockdown and forbidden to leave the city, which meant that it was not possible to practice leveling, and although there were some trial grounds within the city, it was not possible to get in with his identity specifications. By now, Lin Han was feeling that there was some self-inflicted evil. After arriving at the trading center, within a few minutes, the manager who had received Lin Han before walked out to greet him. "Mr. Lin, I didn't expect you to come back so soon," Lin Han said. "Manager Lu, I came to buy something." Hearing that this big customer wanted to shop, Manager Lu turned even more enthusiastic. "Mr. Lin, please come inside. I'll send someone to bring the product introduction sheet later." Immediately after, Lin Han then followed Manager Lu to a VIP room, sitting on top of a large leather sofa and crossing his legs as he waited for the list of goods to be sent over. Nowadays, Lin Han had thoroughly experienced the joys of kryptonite. Sure enough, only the rich and powerful could experience the best service attitude. The main reason he came to the trading market this time was because he knew that it was no longer possible to go for upgrades in recent times, so he had to make some preparations for the enrollment exam that was coming up next. There weren't many limitations to the enrollment exam, so in order not to expose some of his strength, it still wasn't too much to say that he needed to properly prepare some magic scrolls. It wasn't long. Manager Lu then walked back with a list of goods. Lin Han made some simple purchases, exchanged some magic scrolls that weren't too excessive, and swiped his card to end it all perfectly. "Manager Lu, I have a piece of ancestral equipment here. I don't know if you have any ideas on your side." Lin Han took out a wrist guard and put it on top of the table. With the previous transaction experience, Lin Han is now more assured of Manager Lu. At least this seemingly weak man won't move some crooked thoughts. And the last transaction, Manager Lu also gave a very high price in real terms. This is an epic level equipment. Manager Lu began to scrutinize it. Although it was said to be not as good as the legendary equipment from last time, the value of epic grade equipment was also quite high. In the entirety of Huiyu City, there was not even any epic grade equipment that had appeared. Good stuff. After looking at it for a few moments, Manager Lu issued his own comment. Although it doesn't compare to the last legendary grade equipment, it's still considered to be an excellent item amongst the epic grade equipment. Lin Han said with a smile. This is something that has been passed down from our family's ancestors for generations, so naturally it's not that bad. If it wasn't for my family's decline, I wouldn't have been able to take this equipment out. Manager Lu simply laughed. There was no way he could believe this kind of rhetoric from Lin Han, someone who could take out legendary grade equipment, no matter the background behind them or the means. It couldn't be anywhere near as bad. Not to mention that he had only sold 2 pieces of legendary equipment yesterday. Today, he took out another piece of epic grade equipment. The family is in the middle of the road? Who would believe that? Furthermore, while others might not be able to see any difference in Lin Han's body, he could actually see that the kid was wearing a legendary grade vestment. Although he couldn't see the detailed information, the specifications were definitely not too bad. Of course, as for what exactly these equipments came from, he naturally didn't care. Now that Lin Han had already constructed an excellent partnership with him, in the future if there were any other equipments, Lin Han would naturally be able to think of him first. For him, as long as he was able to bind a big customer, that was enough. I wonder what Mr. Lin's expected price is like. Manager Lu asked tentatively. Lin Han then said, I'm not going to sell this equipment, instead I want to exchange it for a little something. Exchange something? Manager Lu laughed to himself. Right now, amongst this trading market, I'm afraid that the only thing that can have a higher specification than this equipment is what Mr. Lin Han sold yesterday, those 2 legendary grade equipment. I need a copy of the Source of Natural Disaster. Source of Natural Disaster? Manager Lu smiled bitterly. Mr. Lin, the rarity of the Source of Natural Disaster isn't something that can be exchanged for a single piece of epic level equipment, and it's impossible for us to have a Source of Natural Disaster in the middle of our trading market. Perhaps the Imperial Capital might be able to have it in our headquarters, but the value of just 1 piece of epic level equipment isn't enough. Lin Han was slightly stunned, and just when he was all set to give up, Manager Lu suddenly added. However, recently there will be an auction in Huiyu City. This auction will also be more lively because of the 2 supreme treasures that Mr. Lin has sent here. At that time, I'm afraid that the entire Imperial Capital's great families will gather in Huiyu City. And yet there is a copy of the Source of the Heavenly Calamity amongst this auction, but after all, it's only the Source of the Heavenly Calamity, so if it's exchanged for a piece of epic level equipment, Mr. Lin would be at a bit of a disadvantage. Lin Han pondered. Nowadays, he only had 1 copy of the Source of the Heavenly Calamity in his hand. And to make the 3rd turn, One had to have 2 copies of the source of heavenly calamity in order to fulfill the conditions for transferring. The reason why the source of natural disaster was rare was that natural disasters didn't happen all the time, and he had used a forbidden spell to wash the ground before, which had only triggered 2 natural disasters by chance. He had not even triggered one in the dungeon. Although he could often use forbidden spells to cause all sorts of disasters, but nowadays, Phaeton City was afraid that it could not withstand the onslaught of natural disasters. Last time, a mere flood extinction had destroyed the wall of life in Phaeton City. If the power was to be stronger than this time, I'm afraid that it would completely jeopardize the safety of the people of Huiyu City. Even if it was for the sake of increasing his strength. But he still couldn't do such a thing. After thinking for a moment, Lin Han said, "If I'm asked to exchange this epic level equipment for news of a source of natural disaster, I absolutely cannot agree. This is my preliminary judgment. Sacrifice." If the facts were the same as he had guessed, then he would completely value this person. He hadn't heard of, from ancient times to the present day, a successful second turn of the sacrificial profession, and it was very likely that it was standing alive in front of him today. And now that Lin Han still needed the source of heavenly calamity, he was clearly working towards the third turn. This person must be befriended. Lin Han readily agreed, and after the two of them briefly talked for a few sentences, Manager Liu even sent Lin Han out of the trading market. At this time, Lin Han wasn't prepared to head to the middle of the trial grounds, but first returned home. After simply eating dinner, he returned to his room. Ring. The sound of a phone rang, and looking at the caller alert, it was none other than Lin Han's good brother, Wang Chang. "Lin Han, how are you doing?" Hearing this familiar voice, Lin Han's heart was somewhat relieved. Even in his most difficult and desperate time, it was this good brother who had been accompanying him and comforting him. Even when he knew that he was already a sacrifice and that it would be difficult to break through to a higher realm in this life, he would still call and take the initiative to contact him. "I'm fine. What? Is something wrong?" Wang Chang said with a reproachful look. "What? Brother, I'm fine and still can't find you to communicate with me." After 3 seconds of silence, the two coincidentally laughed out as Wang Chang said, "With the recent appearance of that mysterious supreme powerhouse, the entire Huiyu city is now forbidden to leave the city, so I can only stay idle at home. That being said, my family just bought me 2 skill books, but now they are useless. Now this situation, do not know when the Imperial Investigation Group can come. Immediately is the enrollment examination. If you cannot speed up the leveling to reach the second turn, I am afraid that cannot go to any good school." Listening to Wang Chang sighing, Lin Han said, "With your talent, you still need to worry about not being able to get into a good school? It's me who should be worried." "Don't say that." Wang Chang realized that he seemed to have said something wrong, and hurriedly changed the topic, saying, "Lin Han, the 2 skill books that my family bought me, I feel like I can learn one and that's it, and now that the admissions exams are around the corner, why don't I borrow one of them from you, and then pay it back later on when you're able to do so? How about it?" Hearing this, Lin Han was a bit touched for a moment, but still rejected Wang Chang's idea. "I'll forget about it. The skill books you can use for your card masters don't go well with my sacrifices, and none of the skill books on the market right now are cheap. I can't afford to pay you back later." Wang Chang seemed to have directly blocked out this statement, and said to himself, "It shouldn't be a problem. These 2 skill books are both quite comprehensive, and it's completely appropriate for a mage class to use them. This one is called Thunderwalk, it should be used for acceleration. This one is called Thunderfall. They are both more comprehensive skill books. I feel that even if you are a milk class, it shouldn't be too much of a problem." "Who says that a milk system can't be a strong person? Are you sure it's Thunderwalk and Thunderfall art?" Lin Han asked. At this moment there was a bold idea that answered in his mind. Wang Chang lay on the bed looking at the skill book and confirmed. "There's no problem, it's these 2 names that my family purposely picked from amongst the trading market." Good guy. Lin Han completely understood feelings of this ingrate. He had bought the skill books that he had sold earlier. Even now, Lin Han still clearly remembered the effects of these 2 skill books. Wang Chang didn't understand what Lin Han was asking for and joked, "What's wrong? Don't tell me that you didn't want these 2 skill books." "No, no, no." Lin Han said in a hurry. Although he and Lin Chang had a good relationship, he wasn't able to try out everything. After all, the hidden secrets in himself were too big. Before one had enough strength to suppress everything, even family and friends had to be hidden. That said, you really don't want it, it can still be somewhat helpful to you on the enrollment exam. Wang Chang said again and again. He was also doing it for Lin Han's sake. "Really don't need it." Lin Han refused again. He had met Wang Chang's mother. If he let her know that Wang Chang had given the skill book to Lin Han to use, I'm afraid that his mother would be able to kill him and do away with him as if he were a small monster. Wang Chang was from a family of beast tamers. Although it was said that this generation had a bit of a problem above inheriting professions, the idea was that they wouldn't care very much. Even Lin Han could already fantasize about Wang Chang's parents chasing after him with a bunch of small animals. Since you don't use it, then forget it. Wang Chang also knew Lin Han's character. Since he said he didn't need it, it was useless to let him continue to persuade him. Lin Han suddenly thought of something, rolled over and asked, "Wang Chang, you shouldn't have anything to do in the past 2 days." Wang Chang muttered, "Now that the outside of the city is blocked off, there's no way to practice in the novice area, so I can only stay at home. I can only hope that the investigation team from the imperial capital will come quickly. Since you're fine, it just so happens that I've gotten the entry qualification for the silver level copy in the city from my side. How about it? Do you want to go with your brother and me to break into the silver level copies?" Hearing Lin Han's words, Wang Chang subconsciously agreed, but on second thought, silver level copy? Not. Lin Han, you mean a silver level copy? That's right. Lin Han, tell brother the truth. Are you being adopted by some rich woman? How can you have a silver level copy? That's a place that only the noble class can enter. I didn't see it before. Your kid is actually a stuffy type. Even so early to find the right one, there is no any small rich woman to introduce to brother me. I also don't like to eat too hard. You don't care about your own enjoyment. When Lin Han heard this, he rolled his eyes and scolded, off to the side. Am I that kind of person, your brother? It was only given to me by a friend. How come I didn't know you had such a noble status as a nobleman? Why do you want to know everything? Lin Han said without a trace of anger, I'm going to go leveling tomorrow. Do you want to come along? This invitation scroll should be able to go with 2 people. Go, why don't you go? Brother has to see how you are being raised by the little rich girl. Wang Chang's voice was getting louder and louder, and not more than a few seconds later, Lin Han heard the woman's voice on the other end of the phone shouting. Wang Chang, you little brat, my mother worked hard to bring you up. What's wrong? You still want to find a rich woman? Can you not disgrace my Wang family? Chapter 23 Silver Level Copy, The Injustice. Lin Han, I won't talk to you anymore, my old lady is here, see you tomorrow. As soon as the words fell, a beeping sound came from the other side of the phone. Lin Han couldn't help but smile, even a little nostalgic for the days when he used to fool around with Wang Chang. Although he had only been separated for a short while, these few days seemed like years had passed for him. There were just too many things that. After waiting for a few moments, Wang Chang arrived at the location of the round. Wang Chang put his arm on Lin Han's shoulder and said with a bad smile on his face, Lin Han, let me see if you're exhausted. Scram, get on the side. Lin Han rolled his eyes, and the two of them walked towards the ticket gate with a smile on their faces. Suddenly, a voice called the two to a halt. Yo-ho, isn't this our school's number 1? At this moment, Gao Chong came to the two in front of them followed by some people. He mocked, I didn't expect to run into you in a place like this. Does it mean that life sacrifices also need to practice? Gao Chong, don't make trouble out of nothing. Lin Han swept his eyes coldly, not giving him a good look in the slightest. Rubbish, is there a place for you to speak here? Gao Chong cursed. Ever since Lin Han had turned into a life sacrifice, this once high and mighty school number 1 had become an ant-like existence in his eyes. He also no longer had to speak coyly in front of Lin Han. Now he was also able to step on Lin Han's head, letting him know exactly how he once felt like, not being able to raise his head. Gao Chong, alright. Wang Chang blocked Lin Han's side, his brother must not let others humiliate him. Hee, Wang Chang, I advise you to find some good people to team up with. Bringing Lin Han can only be a drag for you, slow upgrading not to mention wasting time. Gao Chong pointed at the group of people behind himself again, and condescendingly rose up, saying, watch this, these are silver-leveled leveling groups. No matter if it's the speed of brushing the copies or the safety index, they are all professionals, and you're still bringing a drag. I can already think of what your future is going to be like. Wang Chang was about to say something, but Lin Han cut him off. Seeing that the two didn't want to continue talking to him, Gao Chong snorted coldly and walked into the middle of the trial grounds with this group of so-called bigwigs. Lin Han, why don't you let me go up and argue with him? Wang Chang was furious. Lin Han spread his hands and laughed. What do you have to get serious with this kind of trash? What he's capable of will naturally be revealed when the big enrollment test is held. It's purely a waste of time now. Wang Chang thought about it and felt that it was right. Lin Han then took out the entrance scroll and led Wang Chang into the trial grounds. This place seems like an ancient battlefield. Wang Chang surveyed the surroundings, an uneasy aura emanating from everywhere, and instructed Lin Han in a moment, "Hide behind me, don't worry, I'll be here to protect you today." Lin Han didn't say anything. Suddenly dangerous signals exploded within his head. "Watch out." As soon as he pushed Wang Chang away, at the first moment Lin Han also retreated to the back, and right where Wang Chang was originally standing, a single corpse soldier burrowed out of the ground. Wang Chang's heart was weak. Just now if Lin Han hadn't pushed him away, I'm afraid that he would be in a lot of trouble right now. "Lin Han, the monsters here are completely different from the novice village I, before, trained in," Wang Chang said while manifesting countless cards in his hands, and in an instant countless elements surfaced throughout the ancient battlefield. "Is that so?" Lin Han didn't feel that there was anything different. For him, no matter what monster it was currently didn't have the ability to carry his forbidden spell shuffle. "Wang Chang, behind you." Just as the two exchanged words, a corpse soldier was about to touch Wang Chang's back. He quickly turned around and punched over, while the corpse soldier only retreated a few steps back before charging forward again. Wang Chang's profession was card master, and he was also not good at melee combat. A card was shot out and hastily backed up to pull away. "So meaty?" Even though a flame card was shot out, the corpse soldier still rushed over and was about to grab his body. At this moment, Lin Han appeared in front of Wang Chang and blasted out with a fist. As a sonic boom exploded, the head of the test corpse soldier flew straight out. "Is everything all right?" Lin Han hurriedly said with concern. Wang Chang was dumbfounded at this point. What had he seen? Lin Han had sent the corpse soldier's head flying with just one punch? Was this really humanly possible? Not to mention, Lin Han was a milk system. Although he wasn't a warrior, Card Master was also a combat class, and must be much stronger than Lin Han in terms of overall quality, but his punch down on the corpse soldier was just a painless state. But Lin Han, this milk system. Yet it only took one punch to end the fight. Could it be that it was a coincidence? Just as Wang Chang thought so, another corpse soldier rushed over, but Lin Han blocked him with a punch and a little friend. "Lin Han, is this a life sacrifice?" Wang Chang finally couldn't help but ask with the doubts in his heart. "Right." Lin Han smiled. Although it was true that this kind of power was a bit scary for a life sacrifice, it was always going to be a bit more convincing than a forbidden spell wash. "Could it be that the system ruled wrong for you?" Wang Chang was a bit skeptical. "How could a milk system have such combat power? But you have truly shocked me. So I really doubt that you kid is actually a warrior." In the face of Wang Chang's skepticism, Lin Han also looked at each other and smiled to ease the oppressive atmosphere, saying, "What, don't allow your brother, I'm physically better. You're also too heaven-defying." Although Wang Chang was more curious, but after all, everyone had secrets that belonged to themselves, and he was too lazy to pursue it in detail. "Thunderfall art." Wang Chang suddenly waved his arms. "Honorable God of Thunder and Lightning, endow this place with infinite thunder and lightning, and guide this time to Thunderfall. Believers always believe in you, God of Thunder and Lightning. Please begin to cleanse this place of its sins." A thunderbolt sensed Wang Chang's call and began to descend, and instantly, the entire ancient battlefield was full of changes. If Wang Chang had seen Lin Han perform the Chaos Domain, I'm afraid he would know what kind of lightning generals were truly terrifying. The Thunderfall art was in front of it. It was nothing more than a little doll that was still not fully developed. "Oh, honorable God of Thunder and Lightning. Wash away their sins, punish them." Chapter 24 Sidebooks, is that how you brush them? Listening to Wang Chang's chanting, Lin Han also silently watched from the sidelines. After all, there were times when it was better for him not to intervene. Once a spell was forbidden to wash the ground in such a place, it would bring more trouble. And it was better to let Wang Chang know, not knowing that he would use the forbidden spell. Looking at Wang Chang's play, Lin Han also had to say that his talent were very words. Even if he had just learned this skill book, the control aspects were done not like a beginner. However, the limitations of the thunder drawing technique were also very large. Trying to deal with these corpse soldiers in groups was obviously not possible. Moreover, Wang Chang's level was not high. He was only at level 5. He wouldn't be able to hold out for long in this state. As Lin Han expected. After only a few minutes, Wang Chang's body was gradually unable to support him. "Lin Han, aren't you a milk department? Is there a move that can help me recover my stamina? I can't hold out any longer." Wang Chang gritted his teeth as he maneuvered the thunderbolt and slammed it into the nearest corpse soldier. "Let me help you." Lin Han said, and then instantly arrived in front of Wang Chang, smashing out another corpse soldier in response. Nima, can a milk system also have such strong destructive power? Wang Chang was a bit at a loss for words. He knew that Lin Han's physical quality was very good. If Lin Han's profession was a warrior, I'm afraid that he would have been guaranteed a place at a prestigious academy by now. Wang Chang was still thinking. Suddenly, his collar was yanked up by Lin Han. You? What are you doing? This sudden move momentarily caused him to panic a little, but Lin Han was punching a corpse soldier in front of him, and his other hand was still pulling his body. Even so, the speed was very fast. I've said I'll bring you to leveling, surely I can't let you suffer from danger. With the passage of time, monsters' corpses had already fallen all over the middle of the entire ancient battlefield by now, and the two of them gradually slowed down. Wang Chang leaned against the side of a dead wood next to him, and held his tongue for a long time before he slowly said something. Lin Han, are you a monster? There's no copy where you brush like this. Lin Han smiled awkwardly and didn't bother to say anything. He couldn't tell him the way he brushed the script before, otherwise he was really afraid of scaring Wang Chang out of his wits. This power of yours is really terrifying. Even though Lin Han had already led him to kill a bloody path, he was always a bit unable to accept it. This was a ing demon, wasn't it? Let's not talk about that for now, let's see how many levels you are now. Lin Han hurriedly changed the topic. Luckily Wang Chang trusted him more and wouldn't try to suspect him of doing anything. Instead, he casually said a few words to hide it. Wang Chang had never cared. After waiting to look at the rank, he was shocked to find out his level had actually come to level 8. It had only been a few short minutes, and this upgrading speed was more rapid than his previous days. There are still 2 more levels to go. Lin Han thoughtfully grabbed Wang Chang's collar. Still coming ah. Wang Chang wasn't even ready yet, a powerful force directly brought him running. Another few minutes passed. Wang Chang collapsed to the side with exhaustion. It wasn't that he had consumed too much power by striking out, it was just that Lin Han's way was too simple and rough, and he couldn't even somewhat keep up with Lin Han's speed. Alright, I'm level 10, Lin Han wasn't making this up at all. Through the observation of the eyes of heaven, this boss had a level 16, and it was simply not something that Wang Chang could meddle with. It was feared that just touching Wang Chang would be enough to cut him down. Having seen Lin Han's strength, Wang Chang didn't mouth off and dodged far away. Lin Han, if you can't hold out then follow and yell at me. Death howdy, do you two have to die together? Lin Han sniffed and rolled his eyes, said without a good mood, to die you die yourself, I don't want to die now. Suddenly far above the mountain tops, the figure of the Minotaur could already be seen, with its equal height of the wolf toothstick waving in his hand, his red eyes staring at Lin Han's direction. Mist was constantly drilling out of its mouth. At this moment, it had already taken Lin Han as his prey. The Minotaur leapt upwards, jumping several meters high, and the wolf toothstick in his hand was raised high and smashed in Lin Han's direction. Lin Han didn't panic in the slightest, and with one hand raised, he caught this heavy blow. Lin Han! Wang Chang shouted from the back. How could he not expect Lin Han to choose to resist it hard? That was a 16-rank Minotaur. The killing power of a single strike was enough to kill any 10th-ranked professional. But after one strike, Lin Han was still standing unharmed, and Wang Chang looked on in disbelief. Similarly, the Minotaur's expression was somewhat complicated, as if he was saying, "What makes this weak human able to receive this strike from this bull king?" Lin Han laughed lightly. Don't underestimate a milkman. With that, he kicked out, and the Minotaur only felt his own abdomen, as if he had suffered some horrible force. And the powerful impact. It kicked it back to just above the hill. Wang Chang looked at this scene dumbfounded, not knowing what to say. Is the profession of a milkman so terrifying? Chapter 25 Cow's Head Hat, Broken Record. Lin Han, do you need help? Wang Chang stood in place, somewhat unsure whether he should go forward or not. After all, it was 2 people brushing copies together, but things had turned into Lin Han leading him. Apart from releasing 2 skills at the very beginning, he hadn't even made a move until now. It had never even occurred to him in his life that he would be able to let a milk profession give him a flying brush. It's not necessary at the moment. Lin Han said indifferently, let me handle this kind of small matter myself. Although Lin Han's milk profession skill was perfectly capable of reviving Wang Chang, but no matter what, watching his best friend die in front of him was something he couldn't accept. Wang Chang nodded numbly and said, I guess that's how it is. The Minotaur flung his arms in a seizure and rushed towards Lin Han. Obviously the aura emanating from this kid wasn't strong at all. What made him able to possess such a powerful force? Lin Han charged head-on and blasted out with a punch. The sonic boom once again exploded out of thin air and a strong fist wind blasted out. The Minotaur sensed the danger coming and tried to dodge, but Lin Han's speed was extremely fast. When he reacted, the fist was already less than half a meter away from him. Boom! Countless bone-cracking sounds exploded within the Minotaur's body. Is it over? Wang Chang looked at this scene flabbergasted. From the very beginning when he was shocked at Lin Han's power, now he was a little numb to this kind of thing. Perhaps Lin Han should have this kind of power. Successfully killed the Minotaur, gained experience value 2,870. As the system beep sounded, it also proved that the two had achieved victory. Lin Han returned from the front, holding two pieces of equipment in his hands. This is the equipment that the Minotaur exploded. Pick one. Name, Silkwood Deck. Position, Weapon. Grade, Gold grade. Description, the user can apply power to the deck to activate it. The Silkwood Deck sends out a card that will invisibly display a silk thread that can kill people. Name, Bullhead Hat. Position, Hot. Rank, Bronze. Description, wearing this hat, the hatred of the Minotaur race is reduced and defense is increased by 5%. The two of them observed the attributes of the equipment, and Lin Han briefly explained them. Seeing that at this point Wang Chang already had an answer in his heart, he said, "This Minotaur hat will be given to me as a long-range delt. If I am approached, the added defense will be able to help me a lot." Although he really wanted this Silkwood Deck, the grade of this card was just too high, and this gold-ranked equipment could fetch millions of dollars on the market. Not to mention that this trial itself was only possible for him to come in because Lin Han had invited him, so he no longer dared to ask for too much. He had already let someone train on his behalf, but if he still wanted high-grade equipment, he couldn't bear it in his conscience. Plus Lin Han's family situation was very clear to him. This piece of gold-level equipment could be sold in the market for millions of dollars, enough to help Lin Han's family situation improve a bit. Chang Zi, what's the point of being polite with me? Lin Han shoved the Silkwood Deck into Wang Chang's hand. Wang Chang panicked in his heart and hurriedly explained, "I want that bullhead hat, not this Silkwood Deck." Lin Han laughed and said, "Your eyes are about to stick inside this Silkwood Deck, not to mention that this Silkwood Deck itself is the most suitable profession for your cardmaster. It's a waste to give me a milk department to use." Even if Lin Han said so, Wang Chang couldn't accept this kind of heavy gift, and hurriedly said, "It's already meaningful enough for you to share one piece of equipment with me. There's no need to take care of my thoughts. It's all because of you that I can have this kind of opportunity, and then to ask for this kind of level of equipment. How can I be good at it?" Again, if this is set out, won't I, Wang Chang, become a shameless person? Looking at Wang Chang's appearance, he couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart and said, "Let you take it and you take it. Who said it's free to you, when you are powerful in the future so that you can take me for an upgrade? Although I am very strong in power now, I will definitely be lackluster when I get to the back. At that time, we can still count on you as a cardmaster. If you really don't want it, then destroy it. I'm giving it to you anyway. You can do whatever you want with it." As Lin Han said that, he turned his head in the direction of the teleportation array, not caring in the slightest how Wang Chang went about choosing where this equipment belonged. The Lin Han in Wang Chang's eyes also faded away. Looking at the Silkwood Deck in his hands, he couldn't help but be a little moved. Lin Han is his die-hard friend. He naturally had the best feelings towards Lin Han. Even this time, Lin Han can be willing to give this gold-level equipment to him, is not a small gift. At this time, he also made up his mind that if he was strong in the future, no matter how other people viewed Lin Han, he would regard him as his best brother. "Lin Han, wait for me, ah." After Wang Chang arrived at the exit, Lin Han had already been waiting here for a long time. Waiting for the staff to see the appearance of the two were a bit surprised, but subconsciously they would all think that the two could not withstand a confrontational siege, so they chose to escape. After all, the strength of the two was placed here. Wanting to pass this trial site was almost impossible. Just as the staff determined this, a message was added to the big screen. Copy, Ancient Battlefield. Team size, 2 people. Member, Lin Han, Wang Chang. Completion, 100%. Hidden quest triggered, Minotaur leader. Hidden quest completion, 100%. Speed, 16 minutes and 28 seconds. At this point, the staff members who were originally still in disbelief were instantly like waves in their hearts. 16 minutes and 28 seconds? What kind of concept was this? Even an experienced gold coaching team might not be able to achieve this result, and the fastest speed today was 19 minutes and 25 seconds achieved by a gold coaching team. You should know that the biggest difference between the two is that the former triggered the hidden boss. This ancient battlefield copy now is the first time to trigger the hidden boss. After triggering the hidden boss, it was still possible to pass the copy at such a fast speed, which was a completely different concept. The person in charge sitting on the facade of the office also came into the front desk at the first time he heard this news. Which one is Mr. Lin Han? The person in charge probed around looking for him, and eventually walked towards the two people who were still talking under the gazes of the many staff members. Mr. Lin Han, hello, I'm the person in charge of this silver level trial site. I'm a few years older than you can call me Tian. What's the problem? Lin Han was a little confused about the behavior of this person in charge. Brother Tian scrutinized Lin Han's appearance and thought, I've been hanging out in Huiyu City for so many years, but I've never heard of such a person, even the Lin family has never heard of him. Excuse me, is something wrong? Seeing the delayed response, Lin Han asked again. Chapter 26, he must have, found a substitute trainer. Mr. Lin swiped through one of our Silver Trial Grounds copy records, so as the person in charge I should come over to see just which talent it is. Although he didn't know Lin Han's identity and background, it was natural that anyone who could get an invitation role from him here was capable, so he wasn't worried about Lin Han's identity. What's more, a profession of a milk system and a profession of a card master, being able to brush through the entire copy of the ancient battlefield at this speed was already a miracle. The person in charge carefully observed Wang Chang, thinking about the information registration form he had just seen. How could a level 5 cardmaster, who didn't even have a second turn, be the main force amongst this team? Although Lin Han was only a milk department amongst this team, a second turn level 10 sacrifice had done this record with a level 5 cardmaster. If it wasn't for the fact that this level 5 cardmaster was heaven-defying, then the problem was in the profession of the milk department. A second turn sacrifice was also the first time he had seen one in his life. Wang Chang winced as he felt that there was something wrong with the way this person in charge was looking at him, making his whole body a little hairy and uncomfortable. This way. Learning of the person in charge's intention, Lin Han said in a gentlemanly manner, this record was just broken by chance, right, it's nothing to be proud of. If your trial ground has any gifts, then it's possible to exchange them. Holding on to the principle of not paying only for nothing, Lin Han finally uttered these words. The person in charge was stunned by these words, but then he reacted and hurriedly said with a big smile, Mr. Lin, please also wait for me for a moment, I'll go get you some small gifts. Our Huiyu City has produced a young talent like you, it's only natural that we should encourage you more. With that, the person in charge ran back to the office, then took out a single gift box and handed it over to Lin Han. These are all the specialties I brought back from abroad, since I met Mr. Lin today, I'll give them all to you. Wang Chang, who was on the side, pointed at himself and said, Brother Tian, Lin Han and I are friends, and this copy was passed by the two of us together, you can't just give it to him and not me. Hearing Wang Chang's words, the person in charge's heart felt as if he had been hit by a stone. An incomparable pain. These specialties were all snatched by him only after he had asked for a lot of connections at that time, and he had originally thought of taking them home to savor them with his wife and son. Now that he had given some to Lin Han, he could not hand over the rest. As long as we know from whom it circulated out, then Lin Han's identity will all be revealed. After the conversation just now, Lin Han's Mandarin could be. If it was Lin Han himself alone, then there was still a possibility of a rename, but Wang Chang was also on that one, so there was no way that there was a problem at all. And the second place finish was what they had just played for. It was stomped on head first by Lin Han again. Gao Chong hurriedly rushed to the front desk's front and slammed his hands heavily on top of the desktop. Is this data of yours accurate or not? Lin Han is just a milk system, and Wang Chang is just a card master, how can he refresh the record? Chapter 27, Impossible, Never Possible. Mr. Gao, please also calm down a bit, our data are all the most accurate, it's simply impossible for there to be the slightest problem. You're saying I'm not as good as that trash? Gao Chong cursed angrily. The receptionist still smiled and said, Mr. Gao, you're being overly concerned, I don't mean that, although your results are also excellent, there's still a bit of a gap compared to Mr. Lin. What you guys swiped was just an ordinary copy, while Mr. Lin triggered the hidden boss, essentially, Mr. Lin's was a bit more difficult. And it's true that Mr. Lin's speed is just faster than this team of yours. Gao Chong pointed at the receptionist's face, what do you mean, is this how you talk to your customers? We are only following your example, if Mr. Gao still wants to continue fooling around here, I also have the right to be able to disqualify you from obtaining admission tickets in the future. Of course, Mr. Gao's big business may not care about these things at all. If that's the case, then Mr. Gao can just continue to make a mess. The receptionist spoke very quietly, and emotionally it was impossible to tell if she was actually angry or not. And in the face of Gao Chang's series of nonsense, the receptionist also simply didn't care. Although those who could come from here were people with social status was also divided into grades. What's more, the background behind this trial site is also big and scary. Even if your status is high, if you make trouble here, it can never be allowed. Even if you offend this big customer, the order here needs to be maintained. The fist that Gao Chong originally wanted to swing out stayed in the air, threw a heavy arm and said, "Good, you're very good, just wait, I will complain about you face to face with Manager Tian." The receptionist remained as gentle as ever, saying, "Be my guest." Humph. Gao Chong twisted his head and left. "Headmaster, let's speed up some, can we excel even more than this score?" The head of the group shook his head and said, "Although I said that I would love to earn your money, this score already belongs to that kind of exceptionally amazing score. Our escort group can't do this score. Boss, this score of ours is already fine, ordinary people can't exceed it already." "Can't exceed it?" Gao Chong laughed maniacally, pointing at Lin Han's score on the big screen, saying, "Here's someone in my face who clearly went in later than me, but came out first than me, with all the data pressed against me. He's clearly just a milk department, what makes him able to do this?" "Right." Gao Chong suddenly thought of something, his eyes lit up and he shouted, "Golden Rep Troop, it must be the Golden Rep Troop. If it wasn't for the Golden Rep Troop, Lin Han and Wang Chang must not be able to reach this score. It must be this kid Wang Chang, to have this kind of handiwork." At this moment, Gao Chong also thought that the most reasonable explanation was only this: if it wasn't the Golden Escort Troop, this kind of thing simply couldn't be done. Although the head of the group on the side wanted to explain to Gao Chong that the Golden Escort Troop also simply could not do this achievement, but looking at Gao Chang's appearance he also endured and did not say anything. He only wanted to quietly earn this money. As for what the boss wants to do naturally has nothing to do with them. "Is this kid crazy?" One of the staff leaned next to the front desk and muttered in a low voice. The receptionist laughed and said, "It's just jealousy that's doing the trick, and it'll be fine if he suffers the world's beatings after a long time." The staff laughed and said, "These big young men, they just haven't suffered. You said that they are all in the same class. Mr. Lin is more quiet and still. This Gao Chong is completely taking himself too seriously. If I were you, I would have thrown this rich second generation out. At that time, even if Brother Tian blames it on us, we'll still have something to say. It's obvious that this Gongzi is just idly looking for something to do by himself. Forget it, even with Brother Tian covering us we can't act recklessly." A few days later, Lin Han woke up early and stretched. Today was a very important day for Lin Han in this batch of graduates, the so-called enrollment exam. Every year, there would be all sorts of geniuses and even heavenly prides that would come out of nowhere at the enrollment exam. This was also the best opportunity to be recognized by various famous academies, and many people even considered this enrollment examination to be the last chance in their lives. Although the enrollment test was very important, for Lin Han today, it was no longer of any use. With the support of the system, Lin Han decided that it was only a matter of time before he wanted to improve his strength. But Gao Chong had also once provoked him, and this time for the admission examination, he was going to stomp Gao Chong down hard, letting him know that arrogance had a price to pay. "Lin Han, hurry downstairs, it's time to go to the enrollment exam." At this time, Wang Chang's voice came out of the window. The two people's homes weren't very far away, so whoever got up early would go to each other early, and this also had a tacit understanding in the two people's hearts. Don't rush. Lin Han simply packed up all the magic scrolls and some props that he had bought in the trading market earlier, then he went downstairs in a hurry to find Wang Chang. "Lin Han, I went and picked up the second turn quest yesterday. My quest is very simple, it's just a C-ranked quest, just waiting for when I can get out of the city so I can go and complete the second turn." Wang Chang said happily, all of this was also thanks to Lin Han. If it wasn't for Lin Han taking him up to level 10, I'm afraid that he would only be able to. Your family is so privileged, uncle and aunt must take care of the business more, not to mention that your career may be a little different from what your father expected, so it's also considered to be half given up chanting. After all, for you, the least that is not still able to inherit the family business? Listening to Lin Han's words, Wang Chang also said thoughtfully, I'm like this, that I'm not still participating in this enrollment test for them is not a little unfair. Lin Han rolled his eyes and pushed Wang Chang, can you have some face, hurry up and go inside, let you, the young master of the rich family, have a good frustration today. Wang Chang hurriedly admitted his mistake and said, Lin Han, don't fix it, I'm wrong, okay? Just as the two were scuffling, a voice that disgusted the two rang out. Yo-ho, isn't this our school's #1 sacrificial profession senior Lin Han? Hearing this voice, the two were speechless in their hearts. This annoying thing Gao Chong, why is he everywhere? Lin Han didn't want to ignore him, it was after all a time like the enrollment exam, he didn't want to cause trouble here yet. If he saw Gao Chong in the copy in the future, Lin Han wouldn't mind making him disappear from this world forever. The number one in the whole school has a big temper, actually ignoring people. It looks like awakening the profession of the milk system is just unbeatable. Gao Chong laughed out loud, and the group of juniors around him also agreed. After all, watching that once the number one in the whole school mixed up into today's appearance is also a very interesting thing. Gao Chong, what do you want? Wang Chang really couldn't help these people mocking his brother so much, and scolded again. Gao Chong, I also don't know who was once a mouthful of brother cold, now it's just that the awakened profession isn't very desirable. Is there a need for you to be so entangled in it? If you can't shut that stinking mouth of yours, I can consider thinking about shutting it for you. Wang Chang, what's the use of protecting that punk like that? Gao Chong walked with his hands in his pockets as he stumbled towards the middle of the examination hall of the Great Admission Examination. It's up to you, why don't you let me practice with you in a little while during the enrollment exam? Wang Chang's tone was very tough, not caring about Gao Chang's face in the slightest. Wang Chang, what, you think I don't know your strength? Gao Chong laughed coldly, although you are now level 10, you are still a first turn after all. Now that I'm at the second turn, you wouldn't think that you'd still have a chance if you faced me. Might as well tell you, this time my goal is first place, and you can only be my stepping stone. Furthermore, don't forget what I once said, my target is Lin Han, and I will apply to fight against him. Second turn? Wang Chang's heart was flabbergasted, this kid had actually succeeded in turning 2. What kind of luck must this be to be able to find a second turn trial location within the city? If it was really a second turn, he really didn't have much of a chance against Gao Chong. But if it was Lin Han, there shouldn't be any problems. Lin Han, be prepared to be defeated by me. Gao Chong snorted coldly, and then under the crowd of people, he walked into the enrollment exam. Lin Han didn't care about this nonsense at all and said to Wang Chang, let's go, we should go in as well. After going to the entrance and handing over their passes, they entered and waited. The entire enrollment exam venue was like the ancient Roman deathmatch venue, the entire oppressive feeling, and above the highest few positions were the auditors sent over by each university. It is said that this batch of candidates is not bad. A white-haired old man narrowed his eyes as he swept across the field, saying, it looks like we'll be able to harvest quite a lot this time. Let's just hope that a few will appear this time to amaze the old man, otherwise what's the difference between us and coming here for nothing? Another old man said. What kind of talent can come out of a small place like Huiyu City? It would be good to have a few second-turn main combat class professions. Everyone is just here to go through the motions. Even if we don't want them, they still have some relatively lousy schools to take them in. A relatively younger auditor said disdainfully, he never had any thoughts of being able to find seedlings in this kind of small city, and he had come here for nothing more than a task given by the school. It was a matter of indifference as to whether or not he could find one. As a few of the most powerful academies in the entire imperial capital, the conditions for accepting students were quite harsh, and even if they couldn't recruit students, it could only be a problem for the students, and basically had nothing to do with the school. Don't say that, or else I hate you guys the most, a bunch of biting perverts. I'm really glad I didn't join your school at that time. Sitting on the sidelines, he laughed. What, is your school any better? A bunch of women hugging each other. If I were the management of the imperial capital, I would definitely disband your school at the first opportunity. The young auditor was not happy and directly he disliked each other. Just when the two were about to stage a scolding battle, an old man with slightly yellow hair said, alright, there are still so many children watching below, can you maintain a little bit of image? If you want to fight, when the time comes for the old man to organize it, you guys can fight as you please, even if you kill yourselves, no one cares. Once these words came out, the two people who were originally going to fight instantly quieted down. By the looks of it, it's almost time to announce the start. Suddenly, a bell rang above the competition venue, a signal announcing the imminent start. A middle-aged man stood up the competition venue at this time and said, all of you students, now it's the middle of the annual enrollment examination, and this examination will represent what kind of academy you will be able to enter. I hope that you can treat the examination seriously. While all of your skills are accounted for, if you are hiding the words, the auditor cannot be seen. Next, let me talk about the rules of the competition. Props can be used at will, equipment can be used at will, there are no restrictions, just show your strongest strength. Of course, some prohibited drugs cannot be used. You can choose your opponent at will, if you do not choose to draw lots to decide. The ultimate victor will receive a generous reward. Now, I announce that the competition will begin. Chapter 29 Violent Sacrifice, shocking the entire audience. This word, the crowd have excited. This free selection of test opponent for the main combat class of the profession has a unique advantage. After all, as long as the selection of the milk system profession, or select some life class profession, then almost 100% will be able to advance to the next round of the test. But if the non-combatant professions can have a bright performance on the field of competition can also obtain the qualification for admission. However, when faced with aiding and abetting professions, it is almost a disaster for these novices. This kind of rule had already lasted for hundreds of years, and it was something that could not be changed. Facing these higher schools, their right to speak wasn't very high either. Everyone, the competition is now ready to begin, so I'll give everyone 3 minutes to think. As soon as these words fell, Gao Chong stood up at the first opportunity without the slightest hesitation. Dear teachers, my name is Gao Chong, profession shadow thief. I want to challenge Lin Han. The entire room instantly quieted down, not because of Gao Chong. Lin Han's reputation was once a devilish existence, recognized by the principals of various schools as the most terrifying genius in recent years. Although his career was not impressive nowadays, he would still attract countless people who could be interested in him. The referee said blandly, "Now, please invite students Lin Han and Gao Chong to enter, and we'll begin the first match of the day." Gao Chong sniffed and smiled contemptuously. Who was a priest to talk to a thief like that? What right did he have to be able to talk to him like this? Why did he dare to taunt him like this even when he was dying? Was Lin Han not afraid at all? It was clear to everyone that a profession like sacrifice was simply an impossible profession to win against a thief, but Lin Han was acting like he wasn't afraid of anything at this point. This made Gao Chong very upset. The script shouldn't be like this. It should be Lin Han begging for mercy at him right now. Lin Han, you have no way back now, so you're a dead duck. You'll know the difference between us when my dagger falls on you. However, you can also rest assured that I won't kill you. After all, it's against the rules, but I have 10,000 ways to be able to torture you to death. As soon as the words fell, Gao Chang's figure disappeared in the middle of the competition venue. Everyone quieted down. If it wasn't for some inherited lineage, this was the first time they had seen the image of two professionals fighting against each other. Yo, I didn't expect the first one on the field to be a second-turn thief. Looks like there are still some good seedlings here. The woman auditor couldn't help but say. The relatively young auditor said disdainfully, obviously, his own strength is quite good, but he had to pick a sacrificial profession. What is this not bullying? Obviously, can fight all the way down with your own strength, but you have to take this kind of bullying path. To be honest, even if this kid is able to win the championship, our academy will definitely not accept him. These brats have only brushed a few days' worth of copies, their combat experience and whatnot is completely lacking. If the strength of the two is equal, I don't even dare to imagine what these people's battles could turn out to be like. It's not good to say that the final sparring will be about whose fists are hard. These words were agreed by everyone. For some experienced fighters, it was the combat experience that could determine their life and death in a competition. All kinds of skills and control of timing were very important, and for these new students, whoever had a hard enough fist would be able to win. That was why once a warrior was born, 80% of the time, it was the warrior who won the championship. Lin Han, how about it? You can't find me. Gao Chong was constantly hiding in the middle of the competition ground. As a thief, hiding one's breath was one of the most important skills. In everyone's field of vision, except for the old guy sitting in the auditor's position, the rest of them could no longer find Gao Chang's figure. A second-turn shadow thief was already one of the better students here. But in Lin Han's eyes, at this moment, Gao Chong was tiptoeing around right in front of him, making some weird expressions every now and then. Lin Han's individual values were all freakishly high, so being able to see Gao Chang's movements wasn't a strange thing. What's more, if it came to the ability to hide his body, Lin Han was in possession of a spell-level skill. Of course, on top of this kind of competition, if one were to release a forbidden spell level, it would really be a bit of a bully. One couldn't just blow up the place. Chapter 30 Sacrificial Profession, a milk system? Lin Han, in that case, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Gao Chong drew out the dagger at his waist, which was clearly a bronze-ranked weapon. Seeing Gao Chong approaching her step by step, followed by the sharp edge of the dagger cutting across his eyes, Lin Han crouched downwards to directly dodge Gao Chang's strike. How was that possible? Gao Chong couldn't believe it. It was logical that Lin Han couldn't possibly anticipate any of his strikes at all. It must be a coincidence. It must be a coincidence. Good boy, count yourself lucky to have dodged my attack by chance, but you might not be so lucky next time. Lin Han was a bit helpless, thinking, your figure is as slow as a slide in my eyes, and you're still talking big here. In a sense, he was still somewhat enjoying this current state of affairs. He felt very amused. Regardless of the fact that Gao Chong was doing all sorts of strange maneuvers on the opposite side of him, thinking that he couldn't see anything clearly at all. But in reality, Gao Chong was just like a clown. The yellow-haired old man said blandly, "What do you think of the blow you just dodged?" The middle-aged woman said, "I think it should be a coincidence, after all, it's a second-turn shadow thief, he shouldn't be able to see when he performs sneak." Saying that, the middle-aged woman picked up Lin Han's information on the side and began to read it. The young man said, "To say that you guys are simply chesty, how could this happen by chance?" Obviously Lin Han's movements above the details are exactly the emergency reaction he made in anticipation of Gao Chang's moves. He has seen through all of Gao Chang's moves. I now even doubt that Lin Han is able to see Gao Chang. The yellow-haired old man nodded his head bashfully and said, "That's right, the old man feels the same way. You guys observe Lin Han's eyeballs carefully, although the movements are very small, the direction is generally following Gao Chang's position in a constant change." Several people had followed the old man's method of looking, and the final result was indeed just as the yellow-haired old man had said. No matter how weakly Lin Han had concealed it, the overall change was unchangeable. He was able to see all the movements of the second-turn thief. Lin Han, excellent graduate, profession life sacrifice. The middle-aged woman spoke of life sacrifice with some prestige inside. It's a pity that it's not a mastery class occupation, or else with this brat's abilities he'd definitely be able to have a career. But coming back to it, the value of this sacrifice of his is simply a bit heaven-defying. I'm afraid that some excellent warriors can't reach this kind of bar. The yellow-haired old man said, after reading his resume, "It's a bit of a pity, obviously born to be a warrior's seedling, but in the end, he was even given a branch to a profession like life sacrifice that has almost no future." Gao Chang, after the loss just now, adjusted his state and killed once again. This time his target was the neck. But just as he was winning, Lin Han swung one arm up and punched out, and the originally defenseless Gao Chang was directly sent flying by this punch and crashed heavily into the wall. What kind of power is this? The yellow-haired old man was a bit stunned. This was not at all like a force that a milk profession could emit. This kid's profession shouldn't be called life sacrifice. Just the explosive power of this punch alone. How many fighters of the same level can't do it, or even be a lot worse than him? This is a violent sacrifice. At this moment, several auditors began to rate each person in their minds. It's just a pity that it's a sacrificial profession, it's wasted. Gao Chang climbed up from the ground with a face full of astonishment. He couldn't believe how exactly Lin Han had seen him. Dragging his heavy body, Gao Chang cursed, "What kind of magic treasure do you have in your hands, that you were able to see my disguise?" Gao Chang was furious. But no matter what it was something that complied with the rules and there was nothing Gao Chang could do about it. At this moment, all the spectators were completely sucked in by Lin Han's punch. A simple and clean punch directly sent the second-turn shadow thief flying directly. "Gao Chang, why don't you continue barking? Aren't you able to roar? You can only live under Lin Han's shadow before. From now on you'll still only be able to live under Lin Han's shadow. You can't pull it out anymore." Wang Chang scoffed from the waiting seat. If there was anyone who knew the most about what Lin Han's power actually looked like, there was no one who could understand it better than him. He was the one who had most truly seen how Lin Han had blown the Minotaur away with one punch. I'm afraid that everyone didn't believe that Lin Han would be able to achieve victory in such a situation, but Wang Chang had 100% trust in him. "Lin Han, can you make your dog stop?" Gao Chang swung his dagger to kill again. At this time he had been completely disorganized by Wang Chang's words. The only thing in his mind was the desire to get his face back. Nowadays, he could no longer accept defeat. Not to mention losing to a profession that the whole world recognized as having no future. Sacrifice. Furthermore, he absolutely couldn't accept losing to Lin Han. He had always lived under Lin Han's shadow at school, and now that he was able to step on Lin Han with great difficulty, he absolutely couldn't change things back again. Die. The aura on Gao Chang's body climbed. His second-turn strength also began to run at full speed at this moment. The speed was so fast that some of the lower-ranked professionals in the arena already looked a little blurry. Fancy. Lin Han was still standing indifferently watching Gao Chang's performance. Even though Gao Chang's speed had already reached a very heaven-defying situation, it was still as slow as a snail to Lin Han. Just now, subconsciously, Lin Han almost used a forbidden spell to wash the ground, and if he hadn't reacted in time to realize that this wasn't a copy, I'm afraid that the entire young generation of Huiyu City would have all died here. Die. Gao Chang had already arrived in front of Lin Han at this time. The direction of the dagger was exactly Lin Han's throat. As long as this knife pierced in, Lin Han would fall to the ground and finally die due to excessive bleeding. At this moment, Gao Chang has been completely overwhelmed by the victory, not caring about the consequences of this stab. The referee on the side had his eyes fixed on him at all times. As long as Lin Han was in danger, he would be the first to step in and save him from it. "Like I said, you're too naive," Lin Han said lightly. another punch was swung out. Under Gao Chang's disbelieving gaze, this punch actually hit his face. The powerful impact caused the rushing Gao Chong to fly out directly. And along with Gao Chong also flew out with 2 teeth stained with blood, and finally also landed in front of Gao Chong. I told you, Gao Chong, you can only be worthy of being stepped on by me. You are not my opponent at all. What? Still want to fight? Chapter 31. He cheated. Despair. Gao Chong lay prone on the ground, a mouthful of old blood spurting out, the look of despair on his face manifesting itself. What's the reason for this? Why is he, a sacrifice, able to beat me, a second-turn thief? How could this terrifying power be something that a sacrifice could do? Not only Gao Chong, the rest of the people fell into a short silence. Even the referee who originally wanted to rush up to see this scene was stunned and couldn't fall into peace for a long time. How could he be able to do this with a single ritualist? Gao Chong stubbornly climbed up from the ground, blood slowly flowing down from the corner of his mouth. Lin Han, you must have used some kind of drug. Referee, he definitely cheated. Lin Han heard this and laughed coldly. Gao Chong, do you think everyone is as despicable as you? Do I still need to use drugs to deal with you? You're taking yourself too seriously. You're just a ritualist, a milk-type profession. What makes you able to have such a powerful explosive power? Gao Chong could not understand and yelled at the referee. What are you still standing here for? Hurry up and investigate him. He violated the rules of the competition. Suddenly, the majestic voice of the yellow-haired old man above filled the entire trial arena. There's no need to check. Student Lin Han didn't use any drugs, he's just more powerful. At these words, the crowd who were still skeptical quieted down. This was a famous professor of today's universities. Speaking out was naturally enough to represent the higher learning institutions, so there was no need to excuse Lin Han for a student at all. Impossible, it must be that you guys are looking at it wrong. Gao Chong couldn't accept this fact. He was a second-turn shadow thief who had now been defeated by Gao Chang's heart was unwilling, but in today's situation he had no way to make a move against Lin Han again, and was next helped off the stage by the crowd. This game, Lin Han wins. Student Lin Han, go down and wait first. Lin Han then walked back to the stage. Wang Chang smiled and greeted him, saying, it's okay, this time there might have to be a lot of people wanting to hug your thighs. This time, you'll definitely be able to go to a prestigious school. It's simply too glamorous. It's okay. Lin Han lightly laughed. With the end of the first match, the next battle was split into several groups together, with a melee of 4 people in each group. This was the way to get the battles over quickly, and for these prestigious schools, all that was needed was the top group of academies, so there was no need for it to be so tedious. Everyone, is there anyone who wants that student Lin Han? The middle-aged woman said with a smile. Their academy only recruited female students, so they were the first to give up. Even though Lin Han was strong, they weren't interested. The young man said, this kid is somewhat on the wrong path. Although his current strength is very strong, it might have something to do with the exercise he did before awakening his profession, along with some special martial arts. It's understandable. But his occupation is ultimately a sacrifice. Although he has already turned 2, there should be quite a bit of luck involved. If he is obsessed with enhancing his own power, there will eventually be a limit. Our academy doesn't need such a person. The white-haired old man also said, that's right, one's own occupation is the most important thing. If this aspect doesn't work, what's the use even if one's strength is strong? Strong? Are you able to be stronger than a warrior? The further back you develop, that's not something that can be surpassed by simply relying on exercise. Not to mention the fact that the more this profession of sacrifice develops, the more sources of heavenly disasters it requires. Even if he is recruited into the school, we don't have enough resources for him to use. Do we still want us teachers and professors to risk going into the middle of a natural disaster to help him obtain it? Several people looked at each other and smiled as they all voiced their opinions within their respective camps. Lin Han, it's my turn, I'm going. Unconsciously at this point, most of the students had already tried out, and at this point, it was also Wang Chang's serial number. Pay attention to safety, surrender if you can't beat them, there's no shame. Lin Han said with a smile. Get lost. Wang Chang said in a bad mood, I'm definitely going to stick it out until the end and then beat you. Lin Han didn't say anything and watched as Wang Chang headed to the middle of the battlegrounds without some worry in his heart. Wang Chang, first turn 10th level card master. Zhang Sven, first turn level 6 assassin. Su Jiamei, first turn 3rd level hypnotist. Lu Yunyun, turn 1 level 10 healer. After the 4 contestants had each declared their homes, the referee officially announced the start. Everyone, shouldn't we defeat the strongest one first, and then we'll split the winners? Zhang Sven said grimly, his gaze then turned to Wang Chang's position. As a level 10 cardmaster, a master station class occupation, he naturally became the most threatening one in the room. Before Wang Chang could retort, Lu Yunyun, who was on the side, said, "You've played this calculation quite well. We'll combine our efforts to eliminate Wang Chang, then I, a support class occupation, will not be able to threaten you, and Su Jiame, who is but a level 3 hypnotist, will not be able to threaten you either." Zhang Sven, your behavior can be a bit conflicting with your name. It seems like it's not that Sven. Hell no. Seeing that his little scheme was discovered, Zhang Sven was also a bit upset and said, "Otherwise, even if I am eliminated early, can any of you deal with Wang Chang?" Chapter 32, To Each His Own, 10th Grade Nurse. If that's the case, then let's fight each other. Lu Yunyun had an expression that didn't care. In itself, milk professions participating in this competition was extremely disadvantageous. It wasn't like anyone was able to be like that pervert Lin Han who was able to blow away second-turn thieves with one punch. Therefore, milk professions participate in this kind of competition is to show their ability to show in the team. In other words, standing in line became extremely important. It's not necessary. Zhang Sven murmured, as a milk profession, you should know better that you should stand on the weaker side if you want to display your means, or else you won't be able to successfully advance at all either. You're right. Lu Yunyun laughed, but I just don't want to stand with despicable guys, so sorry about that, I'm rather dirty. Right at the moment she finished speaking, Zhang Sven suddenly killed out, his speed extremely fast. As an assassin, speed was something he was proud of. And since Lu Yunyun chose to go against him, then taking Lu Yunyun out as fast as possible would be the best outcome for him. Once he succeeded, he would be able to gather that hypnotist to join his team to deal with Wang Chang. Otherwise, if they had Lu Yunyun treating Wang Chang, they would have almost no chance of winning. Lu Yunyun froze and instantly panicked. She didn't expect Zhang Sven to be so decisive. With this kind of speed, it was impossible to dodge it without even having a defense. And in the next second, pain surged out from her chest. Zhang Swan's hand had a glove made of steel, the fingertips were extremely sharp, and had pierced into her abdomen. Lu Yunyun, this is what you get for not cooperating with me. Zhang Sven pulled out the glove, blood instantly splattered on the ground, and turned his hand to make up for it to eliminate Lu Yunyun completely. But right at this moment, a card slashed past him, and he hastily retreated, which prevented him from not being slashed. Wang Chang. Zhang Sven cautiously looked over, looking at the card that had been embedded into the ground. He had some trepidation in his heart. Just now that kind of defenseless state, if he let this strike hit, then it would be enough to penetrate his chest cavity. Are you alright? Wang Chang hurriedly walked to Lu Yunyun's front to help her up and said, "Can you still continue to participate in the competition?" Lu Yunyun felt the sharp pain in her chest, and by now the blood had already stained her clothes red. "Don't worry, I'm still fine." With that, she stood up with difficulty. "I'm a healer, this small injury can be repaired." A greenish glow coalesced in her chest, and Lu Yunyun's expression gradually eased quite a bit. Zhang Sven said at this time, "Wang Chang, this competition is all about personal victory. She has already suffered such a heavy injury. Do you still expect her to help you recover from your injuries? Don't kid yourself, she's already struggling to protect herself. If I were you, I would have knocked her out right now and eliminated her directly." Although Zhang Sven was luring Wang Chang to eliminate Lu Yunyun, the truth was just as he said. Lu Yunyun was already unable to be distracted in the middle of this competition. Lu Yunyun nervously observed Wang Chang's moves. At this time, according to Wang Chang's distance, want to eliminate her is simply too simple. "Wang Chang, I actually..." Just when Lu Yunyun wanted to say something to persuade Wang Chang, suddenly Wang Chang stood in front of Lu Yunyun and said, "Zhang Sven, can you still have some face? Just do so despicable things even if it's okay. Now also want to persuade me. Do you think I'm such a despicable and shameless person like you? In my life, I hate people who strike out at women." Shay. Zhang Sven had never seen someone so disobedient, but even if Wang Chang didn't make a move, the role Lu Yunyun could play at this moment was already a drop in the ocean, and she couldn't pose much of a threat to him at all. He then turned his head to look at Su Jiame and said, "What do you think? Join me in dealing with them. You still have a chance to show off, otherwise you can only be violently eliminated as well." "I'll join you." Su Jiame wasn't a fool, although she also resented what Zhang Sifeng had done, but nowadays, if she wanted to have a bright performance she could only join him in dealing with Wang Chang. "Go!" Zhang Sven roared and then killed Wang Chang. He was only a card master, and even though he was already level 10, it was still the assassin who had the absolute advantage in melee combat. Wang Chang hurriedly retreated and lured Zhang Sven to another direction. He had to keep Zhang Sven away from Lu Yunyun at this time, or else he would not be able to stop him in time if he suddenly attacked Lu Yunyun. Su Jiame probed out with one hand at this time, slowly closed his eyes, and suddenly, grabbed down hard. Exhaustion. Right at this instant, Wang Chang was able to feel that his body's speed had significantly slowed down, and even his energy was not as great as before. Hypnotist. But after all, Su Jiamei was only at level 10, facing Wang Chang's influence would be extremely weakened, but in the end, it would still have an effect. Wang Chang, it has to be a quick battle, don't let them drag it out. Lu Yunyun coughed lightly twice. If she was not injured, she and Wang Chang were not afraid at all. Even if she let Wang Chang and Zhang Sven fight in close combat, she could heal Wang Chang to near perfection, but today her body's condition did not allow her to do so. Don't worry. Wang Chang also felt some pressure. If he really fell into his opponent's rhythm, there was a real possibility that he would lose the match. Therefore, the initiative must be grasped back. Smoothly touching the silkwood deck on his waist, he drew 2 cards from it, and with the enchanted cardmaster's cut-off ability, he snapped his fingers and shot them out. The originally plain cards now seemed like 2 sharp blades in Wang Chang's hands, and even slid with a vague air-breaking sound as they cut through the air. Zhang Sven hastily dodged, but the cards were too fast, and even Wang Chang predicted where he might dodge next. At this moment, he instantly unleashed his assassin's ability, his body twisting up in an extremely strange way, but even so, the card still cut through his iron glove. So thrilling! Zhang Sven gasped and looked at the scratches on his gloves with some fear. He had thought that the card would be somewhat sharp, but he had not expected that the card would be able to cut a hole directly through his paste gloves. Even a blood mark appeared on his hand. The other card cut off Su Jiamei's hair, as if the card was warning her not to act rashly. How can a 10th level card master have such a strong severing ability? Zhang Sven was a bit puzzled, but then his gaze went to the deck at Wang Chang's waist. Right, that's right. It must be this prop. This must be a high-level prop. If it was an unusual prop, how could it directly cut off my gauntlet? I didn't expect this rather poor-looking kid to have such a good thing in his hands. Chapter 33 Green Silk Broken, Injury Transferred. At the same time, the judges on the stage had all noticed the movement over here. That card master's talent is fine. That prediction just now was a bit brilliant. It was just barely dodged because the opponent was an assassin. If any other profession had gone up there, I'm afraid that it would have just gone through his body. The young man couldn't help but praise Wang Chang's operation. That's right, if it's cultivated a little bit, it might be able to become a good warrior in the future. The white-haired old man also praised up in the same way, and added, if I'm not wrong, that deck around his waist should be a gold-level weapon. Looks like it's some rich kid again. The middle-aged woman laughed, her eyes on the many female trainees at all times, while the hypnotist on this scene had been scared out of his wits, and even now hadn't slowed down. The other one was still healing himself at this moment, and there was absolutely no bright action, which in turn made her interest vanish. But it's just a gold-level prop. It's not like there's no probability that some copies will be able to pop out. Maybe it's just that this kid is luckier? Or maybe it's his ancestors. The middle-aged man somewhat defended Wang Chang. He still held a hint of interest in this kid so far. The middle-aged woman laughed coldly. When you think that gold equipment is a cabbage, say burst can burst out, and show a little bit of it, even if burst out on so coincidentally and his occupation so fit? I see, is a rich kid rely on their own family heritage full armor just? The middle-aged man rolled his eyes and said coldly, forget it, I really don't know what to say to you crazy. You think I want to talk to you? At this time, the field had already reached a stalemate. Su Jiamei was somewhat psychologically shocked by this blow, and even had a move to want to surrender. As for Zhang Sven, he didn't dare to strike at random at this time. If he was hit by a card, he was afraid that he would be injured. Although the hypnotist is also considered a profession of the milk system, but a level 3 healer may not be able to make him forget about the pain. But if he wanted to break the game now, he had to get close to Wang Chang. Su Jiamei, once again, help me hypnotize Wang Chang. I have to get close to have a chance. Although Zhang Sven had a plan, Su Jiamei was slow to respond. Su Jiamei. A shout instantly pulled Su Jiamei back from her fear. You're scared just like this? In the future, if we get into a decent school, battles will be a common occurrence. If you can't even overcome this fear, then I really advise you to leave quickly. What's more, there are also rules before the match. Could Wang Chang really kill you? This kind of competition itself is an opportunity for us to showcase ourselves. After hearing Zhang Sven's words, Su Jiamei did realize that this was just a competition, so what was there to be afraid of? Alright, leave it to me. Su Jiamei's eyes gradually turned firm as she lamented, although you're not good as a person, you are indeed a good fighter. Use your words. As soon as the words fell, Zhang Sven charged out once more, while Wang Chang drew out 2 cards at the first opportunity, and the moment he was about to eject them, Su Jiamei suddenly chanted. Honorable God of Ecstasy, grant me the power to change everything. I will believe in you as the purpose of my life. I will worship you as my lifelong heartbeat. Sujame at this moment pupils have become strange up, from close observation words can be seen vaguely have a few lines in general, when the eyeballs move up the moment, the defense of her eyes is a vortex in general. Panic. Along with her last word art, the moment Wang Chang shot the card out, the whole person unconsciously panicked. A strange thought surfaced in his mind. You can't shoot it. With that, the card came out in response, and Zhang Sven, who was already aiming, cut right through his sides and embedded into the ground. Well done. Zhang Sven couldn't help but praise it, then he came to Wang Chang's face and said contemptuously. Let me see what other melee abilities you, a card master, have if you can't use your cards. Honorable God of Assassination, grant me the ultimate power of assassination. I will make assassination the creed of my life. I will make you all my faith. At this moment, Zhang Sven's footwork was like that of a ghost, and his entire body became lighter and lighter as he stabbed out with a claw. Wang Chang made a move to dodge, but the voice appeared in his mind once again. You can't dodge it. After an instant's hesitation, the iron claw finally cut through his arm, leaving deep blood marks on it. At this moment, he could clearly feel the temperature from the blood. If he could not stop the bleeding, though, he would eventually be consumed alive by these two. Wang Chang, right now you are afraid that this arm of yours is no longer capable of shooting out cards. Zhang Sven had a villainous look on his face, but this was supposed to be the big enrollment test to advance by all means, and he didn't care about that at all. And what use is a card master who can't shoot cards? A pig dog is worse than a dog. With that, he then killed Wang Chang once again, and Wang Chang's left arm no longer had any extra strength, just moved that pain spread all over his body. Wang Chang used his right hand to draw a card from the silkwood deck and blocked it directly on top of the iron claw. The collision of metal ground out a spark. In this instant, Wang Chang kicked out, although there was no power, but still pulled away the distance between the two. Zhang Sven couldn't help but sneer, Wang Chang, even if you struggle on, it won't do much good, it's just a waste of time for all of us. Losing just like that? Wang Chang couldn't accept this reality. If he went back to meet Lin Han with this stance, he wouldn't be able to explain himself at all. In his hands, the greenwood deck didn't really work either. Did he really deserve it? Just as Wang Chang was doubting himself, Lu Yunyun, who was suddenly ignored by the three of them, chanted loudly. All things are revived, and the living spirits are pleasing. Awaken the sleeping people, play the music of spring. Honorable goddess of spring, I am your most devout believer, please grant me the power to heal all things. Double silk thread. Suddenly, the originally tired Wang Chang at this moment the pain in his arm unexpectedly gradually disappeared, when in swinging his arm again he could no longer feel any headache. Wang Chang, this is all yours. Lu Yunyun covered her right arm at this moment and shouted through clenched teeth. She had already transferred all the injuries on Wang Chang's body to herself, and this pain would be taken by her. Chapter 34 True Genius, Declaring Victory. This scene captivated the eyes of the middle-aged woman on the stage. Although this girl is said to be only at level 10, but she unexpectedly has such a high natural ability. Among all the healers, I have never heard of one who can awaken the dual filaments. The rest of the people also paid their attention over. They were all able to feel that there was an invisible silk thread connecting the two of them in the middle of Lu Yunyun and Wang Chang at this moment. The function of this silk thread was to take on the injuries of the other party, and when the skill ended it would transfer the injuries back again. This girl is one of the more talented healers I've seen so far. The middle-aged woman added. Actually being able to use the twin silk threads is alright, her true talent is displayed in surprisingly being able to use the twin silk threads while also being able to heal her own injuries. Such a person, if vigorously cultivated, would definitely be an outstanding healer. Listening to the middle-aged woman's words, several people also understood what she meant. Generally when it came to this kind of female profession, several people would not compete with her. Unless this woman had an extremely high combat talent, which they would only be prepared to go tearing their hair out. Although this healer was indeed very talented, they were not surprised by milk professions. After all, cultivating them was a big expense. Lin Han, who was on the viewing gallery, also noticed this scene. Just now he was worried about Wang Chang, but now he was completely relaxed. If there is such a milk system cannot win, then Lin Han really want a Wang Chang dissection to see what exactly is the composition of the inner structure. And if it wasn't for Lu Yunyun's outburst giving Lin Han a surprise, he was going to try to use his newly learned skills. As long as Wang Chang was allowed more time to show up as invincible, then he would be able to easily win. But this wasn't a good thing for Wang Chang. Growing up in a greenhouse could never know how cruel it was outside. And that was how it was. After all, it is best to let Wang Chang go on by himself. At this time above the battlefield, Judas Liu Yunyun's chaotic entry made Zhang Sven, who had originally gained the advantage, instantly passive. This annoying thing. Zhang Sven stared at Liu Yunyun with extreme defeat. Originally it was still a sure win situation, all because of this woman. Thinking of this, Zhang Sven fully utilized the power in his body and started to kill her. As for Liu Yunyun, she was prepared this time and ran at the first opportunity, dragging her heavy body while using her ability to heal herself, all of which put a considerable burden on her. I really should have eliminated you at the very beginning. Zhang Sven roared, although Liu Yunyun pulled away at the first opportunity, but with his speed it was only a matter of seconds to catch up with her. Just as Zhang Sven lunged at her with a grab, Wang Chang had already sent several cards flying out, and the original influence of the hypnotist was now turned on Liu Yunyun's body. It could be completely said that all the negative effects on Wang Chang were now borne on Liu Yunyun's body. Even if it was the next injury suffered, Liu Yunyun would take it all. Zhang Sven had seen the power of this card, and he wasn't sure if the effect of the hypnotist was still there, so he could only retreat at the first opportunity. This struck Wang Chang also simply wanted to save Liu Yunyun only, and didn't pursue too hard, so dodging through wasn't difficult. Zhang Sven, now it's time for my show. Wang Chang took out 10 cards at once. At this moment he was like a magician. The cards were unusually flexible in his hands. Whoosh! 10 cards shot out at the same time. Without the influence of the hypnotist, Wang Chang's entire person revealed absolute confidence. Zhang Sven hastily dodged, but 3 of the cards accurately and unerringly predicted his position. 2 of the cards slashed blood directly through the outside of his thighs, while another card also passed through his arm. Fortunately this deck only penetrated the flesh and blood without injuring him amongst his roots and bones. Wang Chang, if it wasn't for the fact that you have this high-grade weapon, you might not be able to win against me. Zhang Sifeng was a bit unconvinced. He decided that it was all because of this card. Wang Chang couldn't help but laugh out. You don't think that I really used the power of this deck, do you? What did you say? Zhang Sven looked puzzled, not understanding what Wang Chang meant by that at all. Since you won't die, then I'll let you see the true power of this deck next. Wang Chang said indifferently. Suddenly, Wang Chang clenched his right hand into a fist. The deck that had been embedded into the ground suddenly moved and flew in the direction of Zhang Sven at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this scene, he dragged his heavy body and lunged to the side, but as if the card could track him, it slid back from the original wound and finally landed in Wang Chang's hand. The intense pain made him hiss. How was this possible? You're just a card master, how could you possibly be able to defend things? Zhang Sven revealed a horrified gaze. Wang Chang was like a monster in his eyes at this moment. Who said I can imperialize things? Wang Chang snorted coldly. This is the truly powerful part of this equipment of mine. Suddenly, Wang Chang carefully observed Zhang Sven and Su Jiamei's surroundings again, and then looked at Zhang Yunyun, saying, Yunyun, come to my side. Zhang Yunyun didn't ask much, but just slowly came to Wang Chang's side. By the way, remind you 2-1, keep your current movements, never move a muscle, or I don't care if something happens. As soon as the words fell, Wang Chang waved his right hand, several silk threads straightened from the ground. After the reflection of the sunlight, the two of them were able to clearly see that there were quite a number of silk threads in their own neighborhood that had surrounded them. Following the sunlight, they were able to see that the end of the threads was the card that Wang Chang had shot out earlier. Seeing this scene, Zhang Sven said in despair, Referee, I surrender. Su Jiamei was also scared by this scene. She didn't even dare to breathe for fear of being scratched by the silk thread, saying, Referee, I surrender as well. Seeing this scene, Wang Chang also took back the rest of his cards into the Silkwood deck. And Liu Yunyun, who was behind Wang Chang, also suddenly said at this time, Referee, declare Wang Chang the winner, I also surrender. Wang Chang looked surprised and said, I wanted you to advance. If you hadn't helped me take it on, I wouldn't have been able to do it at all. However, Liu Yunyun waved her hand and said helplessly, I am nothing more than a milk profession. Even if I advance to the next round of the competition, it will still be the same result. I have already shown myself in this competition. It's already enough for me. After saying that, Liu Yunyun walked off the field, and when she was halfway there, she suddenly turned back and said with a smile. Right, it might hurt a bit in a while. Chapter 35, Taking the Initiative Again. Wang Chang was still astonished and didn't know what Liu Yunyun was talking about, but all of a sudden, a sharp pain swept through his entire body once again. A miserable scream directly swept through the middle of the trial arena. Many of the people who were competing in the trial turned their heads to look over when they heard this commotion. Wang Chang also walked back into the middle of the viewing platform amidst the gazes of the crowd. You kid, you're good, you've got a beauty. Lin Han joked from the side. Wang Chang said in a bad mood, "Don't talk nonsense, it's just a one-sided relationship, it's not as complicated as you think, but this arm, I'm afraid that the next competition is not good Lin Han is a little helpless to this guy. People can help you to bear the pain of the little girl is certainly good for you, even in the end did not say to ask for a contact information. Such a fool can also have a little girl like? The next moment, Lin Han placed his hand on Wang Chang's arm, a faint fluorescent light flashed in his eyes, and a force was transmitted into Wang Chang's body. The original wound caused by the iron claw also gradually recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wang Chang waved his arm not feeling any pain at all and looked at Lin Han with a surprised face. "I didn't think you would even do this trick." Lin Han was a bit speechless and laughed and scolded, "Did you forget what my profession is? I'm a priest, isn't it normal that I know this?" "Right." Wang Chang suddenly realized up and said with embarrassment, "Sorry, it's mainly because your fighting style is too violent, I simply couldn't remember that your occupation is a sacrifice. You can't blame me for that." Lin Han didn't mean to blame him, but just said, "How is it? It doesn't hurt at all now." "Not only does it not hurt anymore, I feel even better than my previous state." Wang Chang added, "I didn't expect you to not only have explosive combat power, but also use your own profession so skillfully." Lin Han didn't say any more, but he had just used a forbidden spell. It would be strange if the effect wasn't good. If he really told Wang Chang that this was a forbidden spell level healing technique, I'm afraid Wang Chang would have to treasure this arm. At this time, the time had already come to the late afternoon, and nearly half of the people had left the enrollment examination. Most of them were those who were eliminated, while some of them, seeing that some of the geniuses who appeared in front of them were too heavenly, gave up participating in the competition and were ready to enroll in some lower-level academies. These were also all some less than third-level professionals. Area C competition venue, prepare for the next round of the competition. Lin Han, Zhang Sanxian, Du Li, Hu Shang. Hearing Lin Han's name, Wang Chang unconsciously became excited and said, "Lin Han, it's your turn, go on, let me see your violent sacrifice crush." "I'm a scepter sacrifice, not some violent sacrifice," Lin Han said helplessly, then stood up and walked towards the venue of the competition. While behind him, Wang Chang muttered, "How can you not call it a violent sacrifice with such a violent fighting style?" All these words also reached Lin Han's ears, only he didn't intervene. The referee of this competition was also heartened to see Lin Han on the field. He was the same referee who had presided over Lin Han's competition for the first time. He was the same referee who had presided over Lin Han's first match, and looking at the list in his hand, he couldn't help but feel worried about Lin Han's opponents. Even now, he could recall the weight of that punch. At this moment, the referee even wanted to remind those three people to pay attention to their safety. Lin Han also greeted the referee with a smile when he saw that he was an acquaintance. "Hello again. This guy is definitely the best amongst us. Since none of us have a target right now, why don't we take the lead on this violent sacrifice first? After eliminating him, everyone will know what each other's strengths are." As soon as these words came out, the rest of the people looked at Lin Han. Although this face didn't impress them deeply, as long as it was said that the first person to appear on the stage, their impression would be extremely deep. That was simply a monster. They remembered the power of those punches very clearly. Seeing that several people had swept their gazes over, Lin Han also said indifferently, "Since you've all decided in your hearts, let's go together. It just happens to be able to save me some time as well." Lin Han, even if you are indeed very strong, but to be so arrogant, you really haven't put us in your eyes. Hu Sheng snorted coldly, "You're just one person, while we're three, do you think you have a good chance of winning?" "I didn't say that I have a good chance of winning," Lin Han said helplessly, "it's just that your chances of winning are very small." But even though Lin Han had pulled his taunt skill to full capacity, several people still weren't ready to strike. As the saying goes, the gun hits the head. Whoever was the first to go on, then was destined to not have a good time. "Since none of you are going to go, then I'm going to go." As soon as Lin Han's words fell, he directly ejected like a bullet, and the target was Hu Sheng, who had just opened his mouth. There was always one to pick, so it would be better to pick the one who could talk the most. Chapter 36 3ing, Battle Lin Han. "This person is crazy, 3 people have to pick on me." Hu Sheng hurriedly wrapped his arms around his chest and made a blocking gesture. After Lin Han's performance in the last game, he knew that this strike couldn't be hard. Otherwise, the one who suffered would only be him. In that case, then blocking with all his might was the best way. Lin Han's heavy fist smashed hard into Hu Sheng's body, and the strong impact directly caused his center to move back, and his entire body flew directly backwards. In the end, he retreated a few meters before coming to a stop. Hu Sheng at this time only felt that his entire body's skeleton, as if it was all being dismantled and reorganized, was generally very uncomfortable. He hastily shouted at the remaining two. What are you guys waiting for? Do you have to wait for him to defeat us, one by one, before you guys are ready to strike? Hearing Hu Sheng's words, the two also reacted at first. The three of them had to unify their camps now, or else they wouldn't be able to continue fighting with Lin Han at all. All things quasi-rise, 30 million births. All things connect, with me prevailing. Honorable Arrow God, I am your most devout follower, grant me the power to pierce through all things, grant me the accuracy that I can aim at everything. At that moment, Dooley, who was standing on the other side of the arena, chanted, and a longbow slowly appeared in her hand. 10,000 arrows. At this moment, the movements in Dooley's hands turned unusually swift, and a single illusory arrow stabbed in Lin Han's direction. Archer. Lin Han hastily retreated and started dodging with his own nimble stance. What exactly was this person's background? The profession of an archer was also considered to be a relatively rare profession, one of the representative professions in the main station class, and those who were able to awaken the profession of an archer would hardly have much of a fall in this life. It would be a character that all colleges competed for. And nowadays, surprisingly, he was met by him in the middle of the second game. Hu Sheng was also happy in his heart. He also didn't expect that there would be such a character amongst these people, which would give him a better chance of winning against Lin Han. In the end, although Lin Han was powerful, but no matter what, it was just a nurse, and the rest of the main station type of profession had a world of difference. Skills. That was where Lin Han suffered the most. Binding to trap all things, 1,000 times to entangle them. True silk wraps around time, no one can escape. O honorable God of binding, I am your most respected follower, your most sincere advocate, please grant me the power to bind heaven and earth. Zhong Sanxian probed his hands into the ground at this moment, and a thin silk flew towards Lin Han's position as if it were a spirit snake. And this move Lin Han did not anticipate, his feet were instantly bound. Binding division? Lin Han felt a bit of a headache for a moment. This binding master was considered a rather annoying profession in the auxiliary class. This type of person was able to manipulate some so-called spirit silk to bind people up. In the legend, when the binders reached the final realm, they were even able to entangle an entire army with the power of one person. If combined with an archer profession, they would be able to utilize extremely terrifying abilities. However, in the middle of this battle, these two professions that were most suitable for pairing up were grouped together. The archer was also happy in her heart, speeding up the movements of drawing the bow and shooting arrows in her hands. With the help of the binders, she was even able to achieve a true 100 shots. Lin Han, let's see how you can run this time. All three of them were nervously observing Lin Han's movements. Even the referee on the side was a bit nervous. These arrows, if they really hit Lin Han's body, I'm afraid that it would be a very damaging thing for Lin Han to say. I'm afraid that even if his life wasn't in danger, he would be able to do serious injuries. Therefore, if Lin Han couldn't carry it off, then he was in need of stepping in to save Lin Han. Although, that was what he thought, he felt that with Lin Han's power, he might be able to do something that would surprise everyone. Just as the rain of arrows from the sky stabbed at Lin Han didn't even show a look of panic on his face. Only one of Lin Han's feet directly stepped up, and the thin wires that had been drilled out of the ground unexpectedly began to crumble. 1, 2, 3. Until it finally collapsed as much as it could, and Lin Han walked right out of the midst of the arrow rain right under the eyes of the crowd. This can't be. Zhong Sanxian couldn't accept this reality. Even if it was some second turner, it would take some time to break free from her. And Lin Han had actually ripped away all of her bonds with just a single movement of raising his leg. What kind of strength did he have to be able to do that? The referee on the side was even a little numb when he saw this scene, just as he thought in his heart, this kid's strength had definitely reached an astonishing situation. Using the simplest and crudest way to break the bonds of the binding master. I'm afraid that amongst the same level, even the highly representative main station class professions such as warriors and knights might not be able to do so. This violent sacrifice, on the other hand, had actually accomplished this matter. Lin Han's initial idea was to resist these arrows. With his millions of shields now, even if all of these arrows pierced into his body, they wouldn't drop much of the shield at all. I'm afraid that even if Dooley shoots arrows until he is exhausted, he won't be able to break his shield at all. But then think carefully, if he really resisted it, I'm afraid the rest of the people's suspicion of him would not be so good. The white-haired old man also said, "This kind of thing isn't something we can control. If this guy is really a warrior, old me will bring it back to our school today even if I have to fight with you guys. Seniors, let's not talk about this visit is still a good harvest. The middle-aged woman said with a smile, this archer is also a good seedling, if you guys aren't interested, I'm going to take her in. The middle-aged man gave her a blank look and said, haven't you all found one of your choice? It's better to give this little girl to our school, and by the way, take that bondage master along with you, these two won't be much worse off together in the future. Do you still want to have a face-off with me, a little girl? Strong man, say it out, is not afraid to let people laugh. Little girl? How old are you? Over 50. Still dare to call yourself a little girl? Can't you have some face-off? Sometimes I'm embarrassed to say you, so grown up, don't know shame. Chapter 37. This guy is a pervert, right? At this moment, Du Li and Zhong Wuyan on stage were completely unaware. The above has already opened up a heated discussion about them as a group. A heated discussion has begun. They were still too deep under Lin Han's heaven-defying power to react. We must make a move to break the situation. Hu Sheng frowned slightly and shouted, Zhong Sanxian, do it again. Hearing this, Zhong Sanxian did not hesitate, and his original moves were unleashed once more. And Hu Sheng also suddenly chanted at this moment. 3,000 great worlds, all written in books and paintings. All the wonders appear on their own, among the 10,000 beautiful koi. Honorable God of painting, I am your most loyal follower, please grant me the power to rewrite heaven and earth. Suddenly, a wooden brush appeared in Hu Sheng's hand, and he drew a circle right at Lin Han. Lin Han was about to dodge Zhong Sanxian's fine silk at that moment, completely oblivious to what was going on over here, when suddenly an invisible barrier surrounded him. And the green silk under his feet followed. Now Lin Han seemed like a trapped beast being firmly locked in place. Hu Sheng laughed lightly. I didn't expect it, I'm a painter, I can do a lot of things with this brush in my hand. Lin Han, this move of mine is called drawing for a prison, it can only go in but not out, which means that the arrows shot by Du Li can be pierced into it, but the person inside can't get out at all. Listening to Hu Sheng's words, Du Li didn't hesitate, although she already had some little energy from shooting arrows before, but now both of them had created an opportunity for her. Then she had to finish Lin Han off. All things quasi-rise, 30 million births. All things connect, and I shall prevail. O honorable God of arrows, I am your most devout follower, grant me the power to pierce through all things, grant me the accuracy with which I can aim at everything. 10,000 arrows. Du Li roared. At this moment, her state had already reached the middle of her peak, compared to the last time when she was a bit tentative, now she was also using all her strength. Lin Han, let's see how you're going to run this time. Lin Han was a bit helpless, looking faintly at the agitated looks of these people. So what if they were bound? So what if they were drawn in a circle? So what if 10,000 arrows were fired? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Han blasted out a fist and stepped forward with one foot. Lin Han, don't struggle, the painted ground firmament isn't something you can break open at all in a moment. I admit that your strength is indeed more terrifying than any warrior I've ever seen, but if you want to break my painted ground firmament, you're not good enough. Hu Sheng said proudly. But just when he and Zhong Sanxian felt that they had already won, cracks unexpectedly began to spread all over the top of the barrier of the painted earth firmament above the location where Lin Han had just punched out. A single crack instantly covered the entire painted earth dungeon. And the filaments under Lin Han's feet seemed to be cracking as if the movie was being re-released. At this moment, not only were these two people a little tense, most of the spectators watching the battle here were a little unable to sit still. This is still a human being? Surprisingly, what moves are not released, just by virtue of its own brute force, surprisingly at the same time will be drawn for the dungeon and bondage, have broken open. Even some of the priests were a bit excited. Was this kind of thing even possible for a sacrifice to do? At the same time, under the gazes of the crowd, Lin Han stepped out of the dungeon step by step. In the face of the raining arrows that were already stabbing at him, Lin Han also displayed his amazing stance. With the aid of God's eye, the landing points of these arrows were extraordinarily clear in his eyes. How is this possible? This guy is a pervert, isn't he? Seeing this scene, the mentality of the three of them collapsed a little. The three of them were all victors in the last battle, and all of them had pride in their strength. But if they were to be compared to Lin Han, they were completely just going through the motions. Violence. This was completely the true aesthetics of violence. How could this even be a fight? The three instantly fell into despair. This was completely different in nature from the opponents they had seen before. From the very beginning of the fight until now, they hadn't even seen Lin Han chant once. Not even letting go of a single skill at all. just simply relying on his tough strength and physical skills to crush them. In the end, Zhong Sanshin finally couldn't help himself and raised his right hand and said, "No more fighting, no more fighting. How can I fight on with such a pervert? You two can fight if you like, I surrendered anyway. Fighting with a pervert is completely just to find annoyance for myself." With that, Zhong Sanshin turned her head off the stage without any hesitation. She was deeply irritated. Hu Sheng also raised his hand with a bitter smile and said, "I'm not going to play either, this is a complete monster, whoever likes to fight goes ahead." In the end, only Lin Han and Du Li were left on the field looking at each other. At this time he also admired Du Li's bloodthirstiness. Even though the rest of the people were scared away by him, she was still unmoved. "Why are you guys running so fast?" Du Li suddenly said in exasperation. She had only just woken up from what had happened. These two had actually left the arena grounds already. Letting her face this pervert Lin Han by herself? Don't even think about it. "Referee, I surrender." Du Li was very decisive, and after saying that, she left the arena without looking back. In the end, the stage was also born with a lone Lin Han. This thing might not have happened a bit too quickly. This time, it was his turn to be a bit unreflective. This guy. The referee was even a bit helpless. Who could believe that a pervert of this level was a sacrifice? Winner Lin Han. In the end, the referee also announced the final result of the contest. Student Lin Han, go down and take a rest. Congratulations on advancing to the next round of the competition. Thanks. Lin Han said politely, I hope I'll be able to see you again in the next competition. Grandpa, but don't. The referee wanted to avoid him too late. Luckily this time the competition directly scared the other three away. If he really ran into a few life-threatening masters, then he would be in trouble. After saying that, Lin Han left the competition venue, and when he returned to the viewing gallery, Wang Chang wasn't in his seat. Watching carefully, at this time, Wang Chang had already started his competition. Targeted. Wang Chang had been targeted. After the last competition, Wang Chang was considered to be one of the favorites, and just like Lin Han, he was targeted by the remaining three right after he came up, becoming the one who should have been eliminated first. However, after that battle just now, today's Wang Chang was also more lightly familiar, and the green silk deck in his hands was used in a lively manner, and even for a while, he even pressed the other three to fight. Seeing this scene, Lin Han did not need to worry about Wang Chang, but began to observe some other opponents, although none of them were a threat to him, but it was always necessary to pretend. After all, nowadays, he was too dazzling. Chapter 38, All the Way to Wands. At this point in the tournament, it was already close to the end part. After the second round of screening, there weren't many contestants left, but the field was still almost overcrowded. Among them, there was no shortage of enrollment personnel sent over by various schools. Although it was said that they weren't like those institutions of higher learning that had their own auditor positions, this kind of enrollment still needed to be there. If they met some students whose strength was still good, they would also be the first to throw out an olive branch to that student, and when the enrollment of the higher learning institution was over, they would recruit the student away. And Lin Han and Wang Chang followed up after a few battles, all of which were defused, and time soon came to the final 8 places. Wang Chang was once again on the field, but this time he met a second-turn assassin, and the strength of his strength made it a bit overwhelming for Wang Chang as well. In the end, Wang Chang was ultimately defeated. Lin Han, I'm sorry, I was expecting to meet you in the finals. Wang Chang returned to the spectator stand with his head hanging down. He didn't expect that even with the Silkwood deck, he still couldn't beat that second-turn assassin's profession. Lin Han comforted, it's normal that you're not his opponent. After all, the gap in strength is not something that can be solved by a piece of equipment. It's already impressive that you were able to make it this far. I believe that there should already be colleges interested in you if you rely on this ranking. Lin Han, don't comfort me. Wang Chang was still rather lost. How is this called comforting you? I've observed it before. That second-turn assassin is very experienced. His family must have trained him from a young age as well, and that dagger of his, although it's not as high as the Silkwood deck rank, it must be a good piece of equipment as well. So there's no shame in you losing to him. His previous opponents were crushed by him all the way. You even fought him 50-50, that's already good. Listening to Lin Han's consolation, Wang Chang's mood was also a lot better. After all, the ranking had come to the top 8Q, something he had never even thought about before. This was already one of the least results for him. Lin Han smiled and said, don't worry, when brother if I meet him, I'll help you take revenge alright. Don't push yourself too hard, although your power is indeed very exaggerated, but if you really need some weird opponents, it's better to play it safe. It wasn't that Wang Chang didn't trust him, it was just that at such a critical moment, those who were able to make it to this stage were definitely all strong. It was possible to lose if they missed slightly. Lin Han laughed. Don't worry, this championship, I will definitely get it back. As time went by, Lin Han made his way through the ranks and eventually made it to the finals. Now he just had to wait for the person on the field to finish the fight, then he could start the final match. The person on the field was also the same second-turn assassin who had defeated Wang Chang. Whether it was from the stance or the decisiveness of this person, it was not something that an ordinary person could match, completely displaying a decisiveness. The two of them observed the situation in the field. At this moment, the assassin on the field had already tricked his opponent. Using his extremely fast speed, the other party simply couldn't figure it out. From this, it seemed that it was only a matter of time before he wanted to defeat his opponent. Winner, you won us. As soon as the referee's words fell, the competition officially came to the final part of the final round. The competition that started in the morning, under the intense competition of this day, it was now not far from the arrival of the second day. Now, the two finalists will rest for half a quarter of an hour, and then the final will be ushered in. Hearing this voice, Wang Chang couldn't help but get excited. Pulling on Lin Han's corner of his coat, he said, "Lin Han, you made it to the finals, you're about to make it to the finals." Lin Han calmly said, "Don't be so excited, isn't it a normal thing to enter the final? Maybe I'll even take a title in a while?" Listening to Lin Han's words, Wang Chang got even more excited. "I heard that the prize money for this competition is very generous. It is said that the city government has increased the prize money for this competition by a lot in order to stabilize the people's hearts. Relative to some of the previous years, this year's bonuses and rewards can be very much anticipated." Wang Chang at this point had already thought in his heart that Lin Han had already won the championship, although that assassin from the other side was very strong, but in front of his brother Lin Han, the violent priest, it was completely and simply not enough to look at. "Lin Han, your kid still really got the championship. When you come back, don't forget to invite my brother for dinner." Lin Han heard this and laughed out, saying, "Don't worry, if I really got the championship, you don't even talk about a meal. Even if you want a monthly subscription, I'll consider it." Wang Chang laughed when he heard the answer he wanted. "I'll remember your words, just don't back out when the time comes." The two chatted like this for a while, and half a quarter of an hour had arrived. Giving the two contestants plenty of time to recover their physical strength. At this point, their condition had almost come under their best state. "Contestants, Lin Han and Yuan Si, take the stage." The two who heard the referee's voice walked forward. And the referee for this match was still the same one who had accompanied Lin Han from start to finish. "Referee, it's still you." Lin Han greeted warmly. After all, it had to be some kind of fate that the referee for every one of his matches was this referee. From the first match in the morning, he was the one who accompanied Lin Han from morning to night. The referee was also speechless when he saw Lin Han and finally said, "I've really fallen into bad luck. It's still you, kid. Also forget it, it's the last match. Just close your hand and don't eyeball me in this last match." After this day's competition, there was no one who understood Lin Han's strength better than the referee. With that horrible explosive power, he believed that if Lin Han had struck with all his might without leaving any backlash at all, I'm afraid that all second-turn level 10 professions would have been disabled by Lin Han's punch. In this competition, this guy was completely a demonic existence. He also firmly believed that whoever encountered this demon, I'm afraid that in the future, there would be after effects to the profession of sacrifice. "Why are you still waiting here? Your opponent is not me, hurry up," the referee urged. Lin Han laughed a little, then walked to the competition stage. At this time, Yuan Si had already been waiting here for a long time. "Hello, second-turn Shadow Assassin, Yuan Si." Chapter 39 Shadow Assassin, it's a coincidence. "Hello, second-turn Scepter Sacrifice, Lin Han." Yuan Si suddenly laughed softly at this time and said, "I didn't expect the final duel of this tournament to be with someone in the sacrificial profession. If this were to be told, I'm afraid that I, Yuan Si, would have to be criticized in the future. It looks like there's really no one left in Phaeton City right now, and a sacrificial profession was able to make it to the end." Lin Han laughed lightly. "What's wrong with sacrifices? Are you assassins superior?" "Assassin? I didn't say that I was necessarily superior." Yuan Si mocked. "It's just that a profession like sacrifice is just the lowest of the low in the entire world. I don't know what exactly your kid used to be able to reach the second turn, but even if you have some kind of power behind you, for a ritualist, the second turn is your limit, right? I admit, your powers are indeed a bit strong, and that's because they're just too wasteful. If I had faced you in the first match, I'm afraid that you wouldn't have had a chance to be able to make it to the end." Yuan Si was like a quarreling machine at this moment, completely not giving Lin Han a chance to open his mouth, pulling Lin Han's hate value all over the place as soon as he came up. And he truly despised Lin Han's kind of profession. What a disgrace, thought that the final might be a variety of professions, even a random main combat class would be acceptable, how come it's a sacrifice? This is still really the most boring match of my day. Said here, Lin Han is also the slightest do not want to take care of him, while the side of the referee is a bit unable to see, said, Yuan Si, almost can, so many people watching it, give yourself a little bit of a good impression of the line. Yuan Si is a face of indifference, said, this is a strong man is the honor of the world, the strength of the weak should be allowed to taunt, otherwise how can reflect the majesty of those of us who are strong? Yuanis, this is not your lecture hall. The referee said somewhat angrily. Although it was said that he didn't like this guy Lin Han, but he had more or less some feelings for Lin Han over time, and at the very least, Lin Han never taunted others in this regard. This Yuan Si, on the other hand, would start taunting mercilessly when faced with a weaker person, and would not put the opponent in his eyes at all. He would even humiliate every time he defeated his opponent, Ji Zhou. This, in his opinion, was something very revolting. Yuan Si spread his hands resentfully, at least he wasn't stupid enough to go toe-to-toe with the referee. In case he was really penalized because of this, then it would really be a disaster. Alright, referee, announce the start of the match, I can't help but fix the sacrifice properly already. Yuan Si said sorrowfully, ridicule already written all over his face. The referee now hoped that Lin Han would hit a little harder in a while, to help him teach this boy who didn't know the heights of heaven a good lesson. Begin! With the referee's roar, the finals of the enrollment grand examination also completely kicked off at this moment. Lin Han, don't worry, I'll play with you slowly, so that you'll be completely clear about where exactly the gap between you and us true powerhouses lies. Don't worry, I won't let you be eliminated that early. Yuan Si said, and suddenly chanted. Undisputed disputes, 3,000 darknesses. See through the end of the dawn, pierce the soft underbelly of darkness. Honorable God of assassination, I am your most loyal follower, please grant me the ability to wander through the darkness of the night, please grant me the power to pierce the dawn. Suddenly, Yuanis completely disappeared from his original spot, and in the next moment, he arrived behind Lin Han. The dagger in his hand was taken out from his waist, and with a single stab, he stabbed at Lin Han's inner thigh. If you want to tease someone, then the first thing you need to do is to interrupt the other person's ability to move, after all, only bugs that can't walk can obediently wait for your humiliation. But just when he thought that he had accomplished a great feat, Lin Han suddenly raised his leg, and this stab directly cut through the air. Discovered? Yuan Si was a bit surprised, it was reasonably impossible to react under this speed. It was even impossible for some 10-odd level Master Station class characters to react. They could only be left to his mercy. It was absolutely unacceptable for him to believe that this Lin Han fellow had seen his way. Coincidence? It must be a coincidence. Must have realized that I disappeared from my spot, so wanted to take a couple steps to see exactly where I was. It must be so. Yuan Si kept comforting himself in his mind, and then with a flash of his body, he once again came to the other side of Lin Han, who at that moment was just looking forward motionlessly, as if he was a wooden stake. And in fact, Lin Han had already activated God's perspective at this time, and Yuan Si's every move was very real in his mind. It didn't matter at all what Yuanis wanted to do. To him, this was nothing more than an assassin with an immature mind. As Yuan Si slashed down, Lin Han raised his leg and easily diffused his attack. This is absolutely impossible. His figure flickered and slid aside, a look of shock already appearing in his eyes. Both of his strikes were very crisp and clean, moves that were impossible to dodge even face to face, let alone the fact that he was behind Lin Han. Even Lin Han didn't turn around, it was simply something completely unscientific. Lin Han laughed lightly, what? Is it because you think it's impossible for me to dodge it at all? Yuan Si's expression coalesced somewhat, this sacrifice gave him a very bad feeling, it was completely different from the others. It's not your technique that's wrong. Lin Han said blandly, it's just that everything about you has already been guessed by me, and in my opinion, you're nothing more than a child standing naked in front of me. There are no secrets to be found in any of your imaginations anymore. One could even say that not a single move you make escapes my eyes. Yuanis roared, don't think that just because you happen to dodge 2 of my attacks you'll be able to lecture me, to me, you're not worthy. What do you think you are? Still seeing through my methods. A priest is just a sacrifice, a profession of the milk system, and you dare to say such things. Lin Han spread his hands and said. If you don't believe me, you can go on. Let's see if you can hurt me everything, just use your extreme speed and decisiveness in striking. Yuanis got a little angry and said. Then you have to be careful, don't beg for mercy under my blade in a while. As soon as the words fell, Yuan-Si once again disappeared into thin air, his extreme speed already stretched to its fullest. Lin Han pretended to look around, but in reality, in his mind, Yuan-Si's movements seemed as if it was just a child running around amusingly. Chapter 40, which is this, a sacrifice. Everyone was nervously observing this scene, and although they were a bit far away, they were still able to see clearly just how terrifying Yuana's speed was. Under the extreme speed, some people with extremely low ranks couldn't even see his movements. Not to mention Lin Han's, who was in front of him now. However, the referee had more confidence in Lin Han, just because of his speed. In that game, Lin Han had dodged all of the archer's arrows with his extremely strange stance. That kind of precision and judgment was not like something a fresh graduate could do. But this violent sacrifice in front of him had indeed done it in a practical manner. It was even very elegant at the time, without a hint of panic at all. You say that such a character couldn't see your assassin's movements? Hell no! The dagger in Yuan-Si's hand instantly left a graceful arc in the air, and the target of this strike was Lin Han's back. He almost didn't give Lin Han any chance to see his movements clearly. This strike was a sure hit. But just when he was about to touch Lin Han's entire body directly bent down, almost perfectly dodging all of his attacks back again. He was really able to see my movements? Yuan-Si was somewhat in disbelief, but at this moment, Lin Han had already grabbed over with a large hand, and his instincts as an assassin reminded him at this time that he had to dodge. And subconsciously, Yuan-Si directly withdrew to the side, pulling the distance between him and Lin Han apart instantly. Lin Han lightly laughed. What? How could an assassin like you be afraid of a priest like me? I was just reaching out, why are you running so fast? Yuan-Si was sweating profusely at this moment, he was getting more and more confused about the strength of this guy in front of him. And there was something in his heart that he couldn't accept, that he was going all out to dodge a ritualist's moves. He was an assassin. But that warning of danger just now was something real. Just the moment Lin Han reached out, the cells in his entire body jumped up big time. Ever since his awakening started until now, even when he faced some monsters that were above his level, nothing like this had ever happened. And now, a sacrifice had actually made his body so fearful. If this were to be told, it could be heard as a complete joke. Yuanis muttered, "Are you sure you're a ritualist? I'm now somewhat skeptical if you're falsely reporting your occupation." Nervous. Lin Han was a bit speechless. This enrollment exam was all connected to the school. He would have wanted to falsely declare an occupation, like a warrior or something more realistic. At the very beginning, when they awakened their occupations, they had already been registered and reported by the school. Even if he wanted to tamper with the occupation information, he didn't have. Lin Han said indifferently. "Let's hope your performance is wonderful, don't let me down in a while." Yuan-Si laughed lightly. "Let's hope you still have the ability to think in a while." In a flash, Yuan-Si once again disappeared. This time he no longer held back. Seizing the opportunity, he stabbed at Lin Han's head. And Lin Han instantly reacted, turning around and kicking out. Seeing Lin Han made a move, Yuan-Si also did not have any hesitation, closing the knife defense action in one go. This kick was also caught by Yuan-Si hard. The whole person was originally in the air. This kick down instantly flew out. But after all, he was a second-turn assassin. His mastery of the body had also reached a high level, instantly drawing his sword and stabbing into the ground to slow down the impact it brought. But just as it paused, Lin Han's fist had already followed. Yuan-Si hastily dodged, supported the ground with one hand, and kicked back in response. But in the face of this kick, Lin Han grabbed it with his hand, without even the slightest chance of hurting him. Yuan-Si's eyes widened. In such a situation, he had even caught his foot. What kind of terrifying judgment was this? Just when he couldn't believe it, Lin Han lifted his entire body with one hand and threw him out of the room after a few rounds in the air. And Yuan-Si, who had completely lost the ability to judge direction at this point, simply landed on the ground and then reverted to the ground and shook around a few times before finally finding the center. Terrifying strength. Although Yuan-Si's weight wasn't heavy, it was almost impossible to be thrown around a few times. Not to mention the fact that the other party was a priest. Lin Han, what on earth are you? How could you possess such power? Yuan-Si also had much less of the arrogant power he started with at this point, instead more seriousness. Lin Han just replied flatly, "It's just a good workout." "I hope that's the case." Yuan-Si was also too lazy to go deeper. Even if he asked in detail, the other party might not be able to tell. I'm afraid that this kind of power might not be comparable to a warrior of the same level. Lin Han took 2 steps out. He didn't want to give Yuan Si the slightest chance to catch his breath, but Yuan Si was after all a second-turn assassin with quick reflexes, and instantly drew his sword to meet him. Although Lin Han wasn't afraid of this knife at all, and even if he zapped into it, it was all a minor problem, but in the end, he still had to resist. After all, there were still bigwigs up there observing their fight, and they couldn't let them find out the end on him. Seeing that the slash was empty, Yuan Si stabbed again, and the two instantly fought back and forth. Lin Han, try this move. As soon as Yuan Si's words fell, suddenly another Yuan Si unexpectedly appeared on the field of the competition. Split body. Lin Han was a bit surprised. This kind of ability was usually a skill that only some 3rd or even 4th turn assassins could possibly rely on their talent to awaken, and this guy actually knew this move. Could it be that the talent was amazing? Or maybe the family had found the skill book for the divergence technique? The skill book of the divergence technique was definitely considered a very rare existence in a bunch of skill books, and the price was going to be at a very high premium. The main thing was the lack of stock. Yuanis laughed softly. Even if you have quick reflexes, so what? Against 2 of me, all you're doing is just going through the motions. This voice was emitted by 2 figures at the same time, and it was impossible to tell which one of them was the real one. Lin Han's face showed a difficult expression. He hadn't really awakened his abilities in this area, and it was hard to judge for a while. However, both defeated, then there was no problem. Chapter 41, 1 against 2, no pressure. Yuan Si didn't say any more nonsense. The 2 figures moved out at the same time, instantly painting a beautiful residual shadow on the field. Lin Han activated God's perspective to carefully observe the movements of the 2, trying not to give the other side any chances. Lin Han, guess which one is me? A figure surfaced in front of Lin Han, while another figure appeared behind him, the 2 daggers shining brightly under the moonlight. In this situation, if it was an ordinary person, there was only one choice to be made. The front and back must hit one of them with all their might. But Lin Han was the first to rush forward and blasted out with a fist, and that remnant instantly ruptured. And behind him, Yuan Si had already come behind Lin Han with a dagger, and a dagger went straight for Lin Han's throat. He had moved to kill. This priest had already caused him to completely lose face. He was a second-turn assassin, but he had let an unnamed priest force him to use this move. Most of all, the other party was just a sacrifice. Kill him. Even if he was condemned and lost his enrollment spot, so what? But the truth was very different from what he thought. Right at the first moment Lin Han realized that it was a phantom in front of him, he crouched down and threw a set of punches in a flowing process. Even Yuan Si, who had been following him, didn't react, and a sharp pain came from his abdomen, as if his internal organs were all entangled at this moment. What terrifying reflexes and decisiveness! Even though the referee had watched so many exciting fights from Lin Han, he was able to be shocked by this newcomer every single time. After a normal person hit the stump, they would just say it's over and give up struggling. Lin Han, however, in the first instance, judged where the opponent would attack, and dodged the opponent's dagger, punched the enemy a set of processes in a smooth flow. If this is not the strength of the absolute crush, that is through countless times of life and death battles, only to be able to have the combat experience. But this guy in front of him. Neither of these 2 points should match up. A second-turn priest. And Lin Han was just like teasing a child at this point. Yuan Si, did you not eat, just you can call yourself an assassin? Suddenly Lin Han laughed out loud and said, I don't know if there are any other assassins present. I'm afraid that when they see you like this, they all want to kill you to vent their anger. You. Yuan Si pounced on Lin Han. At this moment he really wanted to kill Lin Han completely. But Lin Han just lightly kicked him, and he was kicked away to the ground once again. Yuan Si, you're really in a sorry state. What, are you going to admit defeat here? Facing Lin Han's mockery, Yuan Si no longer had the extra strength to stand up again at this time. Even now in this situation, he still had trouble imagining what was going on with Lin Han's strange power. By what right? He was just a sacrifice that everyone loathed. By what right could he possess this kind of heaven-defying power? Just as he was resigned, Lin Han had already arrived in front of him once more. Yuan Si, in the future, mind this mouth of yours, don't say everything. If the next times let me meet you still like this, then it might not be as simple as being injured. This sentence Lin Han said in a very low voice, so that only Yuan Si could hear it alone. This time, let's take it as a lesson for you. Yuan Si looked at Lin Han's gloomy expression and instantly felt bad. The cells in his whole body reminded him that he might have to meet danger next. Referee, I vote. Just when he was about to surrender to end this fight, before he could say the last word, Lin Han was already kicking out, and Yuan Si's entire body, who was originally lying on the ground, slid out directly by the friction of the ground. Finally crashed into a wall before stopping his movements. Just when the consciousness was about to dissipate, only then did he slowly utter the last word from his mouth. Descend. Lin Han looked at the referee with an innocent face and said that, he said it too slowly, I haven't reacted yet, I shouldn't be able to blame me for this. The referee was also speechless. He had thought that he had been quite peaceful all day, and found this trouble for him in the last round. The referee hurriedly came to Yuan Si's side, and after checking it over, he was relieved to make sure that Yuan Si's life was not in danger. Although Lin Han hated Yuan Si, he still couldn't do this kind of random killing. Although this man had a foul mouth, he hadn't touched his bottom line after all. When the referee came in front of Lin Han again, he said, his life is not in danger, so let's forget about this matter. Lin Han hurriedly thanks to the referee. Don't thank me, make it seem like I'm giving you a backdoor. The referee said in a bad mood. But in the end, he announced the result of the match. Winner, Lin Han. Chapter 42 Mayor Huiyu, Appearance. The referee looked at Lin Han now that he had won the championship, and for a moment he had the feeling that the child he had watched grow up all of a sudden. In a sense he had sort of watched Lin Han get the championship step by step. Lin Han, congratulations. The referee didn't hold back his words. Lin Han also smiled and responded. Same congratulations, same congratulations. He still had a good feeling about this referee, and it was considered fair and impartial. At this moment, all the media had their cameras pointed in Lin Han's direction, and now all the programs in Huiyu City had jumped over at once. This was a once-a-year event for Huiyu City, and with the special circumstances of Huiyu City this time around, the government had also publicized this event heavily, wanting to suppress all the rest. At least not let the public panic. Now, all the contestants had almost filled up the venue, and before the start of the final, the students who had originally left the venue had also returned to watch the final. Of course, most of the students weren't focused on the final, but the college selection session after the competition. To them, this was considered the first round of selection by the colleges, and although it wasn't the final decision, it was still considered more exciting. The second list, on the other hand, would require the school to go back and take a closer look. Lin Han, go claim your prize. The referee kindly reminded. Lin Han looked at the podium and also walked over without the slightest hesitation, while the second and third place finishers also came forward. Yuanis, I didn't expect you to be able to move. Looking at Yuan Si, who was standing in the second place covered in wounds and with a swollen nose, Lin Han didn't hold back his sarcasm. Yuan Si didn't want to speak at all. If it wasn't for the prize, he didn't want to move a single point at all, although he had eaten high-level therapeutic medicines, but now he still felt as if his internal organs were being tied up in knots, which was generally unpleasant and painful. It could be seen how much power Lin Han had used at that time. And the third place was also a profession of a main station class, the swordsman. It could be said that this term of Huiyu City was also indeed considered to be full of talent, and there were many talents coming out of the various colleges and universities. But still, most of the professions are still dairy and lifestyle professions. The higher-ranked professions are just a few of the main station classes. And behind a few people stood the rest of the top 8 players. Wang Chang was also standing among them. Lin Han, congratulations, I didn't expect you to get the championship after all, this is really honorable. When Lin Han heard this, his heart was also warmed. Apart from his parents, the only one who could sincerely bless him was this good brother Wang Chang. It is now announced that the top student of this enrollment examination, Lin Han. Excited shouts also came from the speech seats. At this moment the lights of the entire room were focused on Lin Han's body, and the reporters in front of them began to frantically take pictures of Lin Han. Mr. Lin Han, may I ask if you have any secrets to success? Mr. Lin Han, it's said that you've always been number 1 in every subject in school, originally expected to possibly become a warrior by profession, but now that you've become a ritualist, may I ask what your feelings are? Lin Han student, I heard that your background is actually very big, may I ask if you were using some kind of props for your power or not? Student Lin Han, have you ever thought about picking which institution of higher learning? At this moment, all sorts of questions came one after another. Lin Han was also a bit at a loss for a moment. After all, this was the first time he had seen this kind of scene. But after his experience in his previous life, keeping his mouth shut at this time was the best result. But for the reporters, this was something that could not be tolerated. Student Lin Han, may I ask if you're not saying anything because you're afraid of revealing something? Student Lin Han, what exactly is your identity? At this time, Wang Chang, who was on the side, couldn't stand it anymore and shouted at the reporters, "Can you guys have some face? Can't you see that people don't want to answer you, so can't you just stay where it's cool?" And the reporters suddenly aimed the camera at Wang Chang. The light suddenly turned over. Wang Chang hastily blocked his eyes. "Student Wang Chang, it is said that your family are all beast tamers. You suddenly awaken the profession of cardmaster. Is it that your family are all very upset with you?" "Student Wang Chang, you got the top 8 position with the cardmaster profession. Are you in a sense telling everyone that the beast tamer profession has become a thing of the past?" Wang Chang panicked for a moment. This was a complete nothing. Just when the two were in a dilemma, suddenly the stage shouted, "Now we have our Mayor Nantian coming to present the awards to our contestants." All the reporters heard the arrival of Mayor Nantian and also looked their cameras over. After the recent events, Mayor Nantian had also been absent, and this was the first time he had appeared in the public's view. After seeing Mayor Nantian, Lin Han, who had just won the championship, was also instantly unscented. "Mayor Nantian, what are your thoughts on these 2 disasters in Huiyu City?" "Mayor Nantian, may I ask if the occurrence of this disaster is a sign of your dereliction of duty?" Mayor Nantian. Every time before, this was the job of the Minister of Education, but this time the mayor demanded that he had to be there in person, so this time was a special case. Lin Han also understood these rules and smiled. "It's all because the government's education is good. I was able to get all of this thanks to the government's strong cultivation. If it wasn't for the strong faculty, we wouldn't be able to have today's achievements." Hearing Lin Han's words, the mayor's heart also rejoiced. What he hoped for was to hear such a reply. In today's moment of crisis in Huiyu City, only by making people trust the government would they be able to truly stabilize and not cause civil unrest. "Good boy." Nantian couldn't help but say, "The government will definitely not let you down." Lin Han also said, "We always believe in the government." After the two of them spoke briefly again, they took out the final prize. "Student Lin Han, out of your excellent performance, the government will grant you some rewards. This is a villa, and it's also in the hope that you'll work harder in the future and do your part in building Huiyu City in the future." This scene directly shocked the rest of the people. Villa. In the past, the first place reward was merely giving a skill book and a little bonus. This time, it was surprising that the opening prize was a villa. The one who had the hardest time with this was Yuan Si. Originally this championship should have been his, and this generous reward should have all gone to him. This was such a monster that defeated him completely. Although Lin Han had heard Wang Chang say that the rewards this time would be very generous, he didn't expect to come up and give a villa. Although it was true that he wasn't short of money right now, and a set of villas was just a matter of selling 2 pieces of equipment in front of him, this was a very reasonable way to obtain it. The use of it will not attract people's suspicion. The family's conditions weren't very good, and with this set of villas, it would be possible for the family to sell their old original house, and then the whole family would move into the big house. As a result, the mayor handed over the address and key of the villa, smiled and let the reporter take a few pictures, and also started the next reward. The second reward, on the other hand, seemed extremely ordinary and normal, but was a skill book that was given every year. Waiting for the third reward, but a gold level copy pass qualification. To be able to enter the gold level copies are some of the non-rich, that is, the big man, and this copy of the monster level, although also high, but out of the reward is naturally very rich. So how many unusual people are thinking of being able to enter? After receiving all the rewards, the mayor then awarded the rewards for some of the remaining players. The second place was only 100,000 Star Dragon coins, and the first place reward compared to the gap between heaven and earth. By the time they reached the top 8, it was only a few $1,000s. This is a reflection of the fact that people are really more angry than each other. When the rewards were all awarded, the mayor also left under the crowd. After all, the next is the selection of colleges and universities. The mayor of Nantian still has a lot of things to do. Come here for him is just a passing phase. Just then, the few people on the auditing stage all chopped up. "Hello everyone, I'm Yun Si from the Qing Yun Academy." "Hello everyone, I'm Li Changa from the Divine Monk Academy." "Hello everyone, I'm Wang Lichang from the Li Yun Academy." "Hello everyone, I'm 3000 from the Nine Clouds Academy." "Hello everyone, I'm Chu Fengyun from the Long Chi Academy." After the 5 auditors stood up, the rest of the students stood up one after another. These could be the big shots of each academy. Even the weakest of them would have a strength of 50 levels, and could be considered true dragons and phoenixes amongst people. These 5, even if they were to go to just any place, they would be honored as guests, let alone the fact that nowadays they were representing the 5 great academies of the entire imperial capital. These 5 great academies never accepted weaklings. Even if not a single person was recruited in a year, they would never settle for anything. This was also the cornerstone laid by the 5 great academies over the past 100 years. It has even reached the point where, as long as one enters these 5 institutions, it is impossible to lack jobs in the future. Even government departments, regardless of the size of the official position, will have its place, of course. This is to say that the outstanding graduates. There are also many people who entered the 5 universities by chance, but in the end, they were unable to graduate. For such people, the 5 great academies would not recognize them as students of the academy. Shu Fengyun, the old man with yellow hair, who was counted as the most senior and the oldest among these people, said, "There are many bright people in Huiyu City this year, and the final result consists of nominating 38 students. And the final results will only be seen a few days later." Nominating 38, which meant that 38 students were currently determined to be able to securely enter the 5 great academies. Everyone discussed, although it was said that there weren't a lot of main station class professions in all the schools this year, there were a lot of spots that could be selected this year. It was definitely the highest number of students ever to be selected into the top 5 academies in Huiyu City. Yunsi stood up at this time and said, "Is Lu Yunyun here?" Hearing the auditor go on like this, everyone knew that it was time to start selecting people. Lu Yunyun instantly became the center of attention. Sitting in the corner, Lu Yunyun never thought that she would actually enter the 5 academies, but she really didn't even make it through the first round of the milk profession. Lu Yunyun was flattered as she stood up and said, "I'm in." Yunsi said with satisfaction, "Your healer profession should be somewhat special, or somewhat gifted. You are the most gifted one amongst the many healers I've seen." Qingyun Academy is an academy that is all female. It is also known as the Women's Academy in the mouths of the people. Are you interested in joining? Lu Yunyun was already too excited to speak at this point, and hurriedly said, "I am willing." This is the 5 great academies. It can really be considered that there is no such store after this village. Yunsi smiled and said, "Good, I hope that you will be able to report on time. Please go back and accept the notification for the specific news." At this time, Li Chang'e on the side also said, "Are Du Li and Zhong Sanqian here?" At these words, Du Li and Zhong Sanqian hurriedly stood up. "In." The combination of the 2 of you is able to reach the qualifications to join the 5 great academies, which means that the 2 of you must join one academy, and in the future, you must also work together in a group. Now the Divine Monarch School officially invites you to join. Wait. Yunsi suddenly said, "The Qingyun Academy also formally invites you to join. The Li Yun School also formally invites you to join." Chapter 44. Inside the quota, there was no him. What's the situation with these 2, to have 3 great universities naming them to join? I don't know. I remember that guy is an archer, right, and that one seems to be a binding master. No wonder, this combination would be terrifying enough if put together. The 3 great universities had already started campaigning for their own players, which instantly brought the atmosphere of the room to a climax. It was evident how high the gold content of this combination was in everyone's eyes. Du Li, Zhong Sanqian, the 2 of you need to make a decision quickly. The 2 of them were now extremely nervous and excited, although they were the losers, but being able to receive this kind of treatment was not something that could be done ordinarily. This was the olive branch of the 3 great universities, a picture that many people dreamed of meeting. Zhong Sanqian said at this time, "I will listen to Du Li in everything." In fact, she was also clear in her heart that she was able to be chosen also because she dragged Du Li's light. After all, she was just a binding master, but others Du Li was a solid representative professional archer of the main station class. Even without her factor, there was still a chance for people to be able to become a student of the 5 academies, but she was different. If it wasn't for Du Li, she might end up entering a random academy and live out her life. So if she was to choose, it would be better to listen to what Du Li wanted, just as a favor. Du Li was given the choice, and she also understood Zhong Sanqian's meaning. Then she said, "Thank you Senior Yunsi and Senior Wang Li Chang for choosing. Sorry, we choose Divine Monk Academy." When Li Chang'e heard this reply, he smiled and said, "Good, little girl, you have a good eye. The Divine Monarch Academy welcomes you to join, and I also hope that you will be able to arrive at the school on time to report." "Okay, teacher." The 2 of them also sat down, and next the academy selected once more, and eventually came to the last 8 spots as well. In the eyes of the crowd, these last 8 spots were already the top 8 players. Student Wang Chang, the 9 Clouds Academy officially invites you to join us. Student Wang Chang, the Divine Monk Academy officially invites you to join us. When Wang Chang heard these words, his tears were about to come out. How could he be able to be formally invited by 2 of the 5 great academies? This was something that he wouldn't have dared to think about if it was placed in the past. It can even be said to have been a miracle of honor. But all of this is ultimately attributed to Lin Han's body, if it was not because Lin Han took him to practice and gave him equipment such as the Silkwood deck, he simply could not have reached such a position. Wang Chang was a little hesitant, but in the end, he still chose to go above the Nine Clouds Academy. 3000 was the white-haired old man who smiled and said, "Mr. Wang Chang, your vision is very good. One of the instructors of our academy is from the cardmaster profession, and will be able to teach you very well. The Nine Clouds Academy welcomes you to join. I hope you can report on time." Wang Chang had a face of excitement, and at this moment, his feelings were beyond words. He had actually joined one of the 5 great academies. The top 8 contestants were then left with the last 2 spots. At this time, the yellow-haired old man Chu Fengyun also said, "Student Yuan Si, now the Long Qi Academy officially invites you to join the Long Qi Academy. Student Yuan Si, the Divine Monk Academy officially invites you to join. Fellow student Yuan Si, the Nine Clouds Academy officially invites you to join. Student Yuan Si, the Li Yun Academy officially invites you to join." For a time, the entire room was sensational. This was the only student so far that the 4 major academies had invited one after another. And Yuan Si's strength was indeed worthy of this. Every single competition Yuan Si had crushed all the way through the contestants by virtue of his own strong strength. Even if he was defeated by Lin Han in the middle of the final, that would be more unlucky for him. After all, that kind of monster could no longer be judged by normal people. Yuan Si arrogantly looked towards Lin Han. Now there was still one last spot left besides him, but anyone could think that the last spot was almost Lin Han's. He didn't want to be able to see this monster for the rest of his life. "Lin Han, which academy do you choose?" Yuan Si finally asked. His goal was very clear: as long as Lin Han chose him, then he wouldn't choose. He had to avoid this monster. Otherwise, he knew very well that he might not be able to raise his head for the next few years in the academy. "What do you care about me?" Lin Han was a bit speechless. He didn't think this guy would rely on himself. This wasn't a good thing to do. "Just tell me, what did you pick?" Yuan Si said with some impatience. Lin Han rolled his eyes and stopped ignoring Yuan Si. Surprisingly, no academy wanted to enroll? Li Changa stepped forward to explain. "Student Lin Han's strength is indeed evident to all, but he doesn't quite meet one of the conditions for our 5 great academies to recruit students," Wang Chang said in disbelief. "Why, strength alone proves everything. Being able to crush a dark horse like Yuan Si, isn't that enough?" Chapter 45, He Who Took the Wrong Path. Li Changge laughed. "Indeed, a moment of power means everything in your eyes, but as teachers, we have to look at things a bit more long-term. Student Lin Han, it's correct that your profession is a sacrifice." Lin Han nodded and said, "That's right, it's a sacrifice." "That's right then." Li Changge explained, "According to your profile, your occupation is also a hidden occupation, life sacrifice, and now that you've successfully turned 2, although we don't know where you obtained the source of heavenly tribulation from, none of this has anything to do with us. Your power is indeed strong. This is something that all 5 of us old guys recognize. Even a warrior of the same level may not be able to match your power. However, your profession is that of a priest, and there is ultimately a limit to one's power. Your profession won't add to your strength, we all know that. Even if you still go to work on your melee combat skills nowadays, you won't achieve very much in the future. This strength of yours is already very impressive, and we concluded that your limit is about to be reached. You're in a support class ritual profession, yet you're bent on wasting time on melee techniques. What is this not wasting your talent? What's more, second turn ritualists are rare in the world, and since you've reached the second turn you should use your own power to conquer us. We're not dictatorships, or anything, and we treat auxiliary class professions equally. We still end up relying on our own professions, not the so-called workouts. In the end, I can only say that Lin Han, you're on the wrong path." Listening to Li Changge's words, the crowd that was originally puzzled also closed their mouths. Even Wang Chang didn't know what he should say for Lin Han. Li Changge was right. The professions themselves had to be centered on the profession they had awakened. Although Lin Han's power was indeed very strong now, his power ultimately had a limit, and that was where he suffered the most. "Thanks for the reminder." Lin Han was indifferent. Although the auditors said so, if he really used the power of the scepter sacrifice, then I'm afraid that this place would have to be transformed into a sure hell. Even these 5 old guys up there. How many forbidden spells would they be able to carry? Li Changge said. "Your child's heart is good, it's just that you're on the wrong path. You spend the next year honing your career. I'm looking forward to your performance in next year's enrollment exam." In the end, Yuan Si also chose the Long Qi Academy. The last spot was for Gao Chong, who had competed with Lin Han at the very beginning. When everyone had finished choosing, it was considered a complete curtain down. Lin Han, don't be sad, big deal, come back next year, they don't reward you, there's always someone who does. Wang Chang comforted Lin Han. At this time the two were also on their way home. Lin Han was a bit helpless and said, I'm really fine, but it's just a schoolhouse, don't worry about me. Look, the more you say that, the more I feel like you can't. Wang Chang was like an ant on your hot pan at this moment. He was also angry when he heard the results, but he was just a small character who couldn't change anything. Let's do this, my bonus is also a few $1,000s, how about brother treats you to a big meal? I'll treat you to whatever you want to eat. Lin Han was helpless and said, the family has already made a good meal waiting for me to go back, forget it this time, when there is an opportunity in the future I will surely give you a good rip-off, how about it? That can be said, I can wait for you to kill me. Lin Han, what are you going to do in the future? Lin Han thought about it. As for the future, it would probably be to be active in the various natural disasters to obtain the source of the natural disaster. I'm not sure, maybe I'll just join a random academy, or maybe I'll try my hardest next year, or maybe I'll become a mercenary, I haven't decided yet, what do you say? Wang Chang responded, I didn't expect to end up joining the Divine Monk Academy, later on, maybe after graduation, I'll join the army, or return to Huiyu City. After brother returns from his studies later, I'll cover you and see who dares to bully you in the future. Looking at Wang Chang's appearance, Lin Han also smiled, at that time, I'll ask you to cover me more. Don't worry, who are you two with, what's mine is yours. Wang Chang patted his chest and assured up. The two of them made small talk for a while, and then separated to go back to their respective homes. When Lin Han arrived home, his parents had been waiting for a long time. Mom and Dad. Congratulations! Lin Zhongtian and Shen Mei cheered. They had also both seen the scene of Lin Han winning the championship from the TV. At that time, their hearts were already excited, just waiting for Lin Han to come back to give him a surprise. Come on in, eat, today your dad made you more than 10 dishes, all of them are your favorites. The family of three then sat down to eat together. Lin Han also took out the villa key he had obtained from his clothes. Mom and Dad, let's pack up and move over in the next 2 days. Lin Zhongtian and Shen Mei looked at each other and said, Little Hana, this is your reward. We think we should sell it for you to save up properly, so that you'll still be able to use it later after you get married. Really don't need it. Lin Han laughed bitterly, we'll just move there, and then rent out or sell this old house, and also be able to help our family link the economic pressure. You guys have worked hard for most of your lives, you should also enjoy yourselves. Lin Zhongtian was a little touched for a moment, but still said, you child, what is this, let's sell the villa and save some money for you, how good it is. If this was before, Lin Han absolutely agreed with this idea, just eating the interest alone could bring the standard of living to the next level. But now it was different, he was able to sell his equipment to make money, naturally he wanted to think about helping his family leave some savings. Mom and Dad, just go live, I still have a skill book and a gold level copy of the qualification here, when I find a good price and then sell it, it can also be worth millions of dollars. Lin Zhongtian immediately felt his nose sour, this child had also paid too much for his home. These two things, you keep them and never sell them. Shen Mei said sternly, you can't do everything for the sake of this family either, you should also think about yourself. If you dare to sell it, you won't have to come back to this home in the future. Looking at his mother's words, Lin Han also warmed his heart and said, in this case, let's each take a step back, you guys move into the villa with me, then I'll keep these for myself. Good. In the end, the three of them also consummated their happy meal together. For Lin Han's parents, it was already a difficult thing for their child to be able to be so promising. How could they dare to let Lin Han pay so much more for this family? Chapter 46, Imperial Capital, the Transfer Mission. Mayor, according to the time given by the Imperial Capital, the dispatch mission will arrive in. After all, no one could understand the current situation better than Sun Hu. Nantian was only symbolically receiving the Imperial Capital's investigation team, the real handover and negotiation still needed Sun Hu to help. Nantian sniffed and looked at his wristwatch, saying, it's almost time. As soon as the words fell, a figure was flying towards the border of Huiyu City. Coming! Nantian and the others rushed forward and prepared to greet them. Mayor Nantian? The old man at the head landed on the ground and looked at Nanshan's figure without much respect in his eyes. After all, he was also forced to come here. This kind of drudgery was basically nothing other than being able to gain some respect from the local people. That's right, I am none other than the mayor of Huiyu City, Nantian, and all of you should be the investigation team from the Imperial Capital. Nantian warmly entertained. According to the words of the Secretary General, this person in front of him should be a 70-level supreme realm. This was the true powerhouse of the Imperial Capital. The old man at the head nodded and said, "My name is Lin Han, 76th level regretful heavenly grandeur, that is, just a mage in your mouths. But I prefer to call myself battle mage. I heard that the big situation of your situation here should be caused by mages, so the above sent me here." Nantian and the others had heckled. This was the first time they had heard of this title. It was evident that it was another hidden profession. The Empire was clearly already very concerned about them, to the point of sending this kind of strong person to assist them. "Elder Serinda, come in and talk. We can have a bite to eat first," Nantian said with a smile, and then made a path for the transferring group to enter. Lindian walked in with his arms folded and said, "Let's dispense with the meal. I don't like this formality. Settle these matters as soon as possible. We still have to go back to subdue the imperial capital." Having touched a snub, although Nanchan's face was a bit ugly, he still said politely, "Senior Lindian is really pragmatic. Since Senior has said so, then let's forget about this meal." Although Nantian didn't like this fellow, but who let people come to help them, even if they were upset, they could only endure. If these people were forced to leave, then there would really be no one left to take care of Huiyu City. When the time came for people to return to the imperial capital, they would say that the people of the imperial capital were not cooperative, so what could they do? "Alright, who was the first to discover the abnormality? Tell me about it, daring to come to our jurisdiction to cause trouble. It looks like you really don't put us in your eyes." Lin Tian's tone was very arrogant, with an intention of not being afraid of the sky and the earth. But after all, at this level, people also have their own pride, the supreme realm of the mage, that definitely counts as a strong person. Not to mention this kind of hidden profession, strength definitely has its own pride. "Senior, I was the first to discover it." Sunhu hurriedly stepped forward and said, "I'm the minister of the detection department of Huiyu City." "Sunhu, both of these two disasters were detected by our detection department in the first place. If there's anything that Senior wants to ask, just talk to me." "Sunhu, I've heard of this name before. You should have served in the imperial capital before." Lindian glanced at Sunhu's appearance, but didn't bother. Sunhu was startled. He did serve in a small department in the imperial capital before, only that was a long time ago, and after that, he was transferred to Huiyu City to serve. This senior had actually heard of his name, but he was not familiar with the name Lin Tian at all. "Don't be surprised, it's normal that you don't recognize me. It's just that at a mage of my level, it's easy to remember something, and I just have an impression of you." Lin Tian added, "By the way, since our investigation group has already arrived at your Huiyu City, let's open up all of Huiyu City. There's no need to blockade it anymore." Tian came forward and said, "Elder Lin Tian, this might be a bit improper. Right now we still have no news of the real culprit. If he enters the city, it would be a sign of disrespect to the people of our Huiyu City. When that time comes, we'll be in trouble." This kind of risk, Nantian, did not want to take. In case that person really used a forbidden spell within the city, by then, it would not be a disability, it would really be countless people's homes breaking up because of his behavior. Huiyu City would also be ruined. Lin Tian coldly laughed, "Since the old man has already arrived in Huiyu City, then no one will be able to create chaos in Huiyu City, or is it that Mayor Nantian does not believe in our investigative team? I don't dare. Naturally I believe in the ability of the dispatch corps, I just feel that something is wrong," Nantian hurriedly explained. "Open it," Lin Tian said once more. "Do you think that the Supreme Realm is something that you people can stop? There are too many ways to sneak into Huiyu City without being discovered by you. These blocks of yours are just toys to a powerhouse of our level. If you don't believe me, I'll be able to show you on the spot, and you won't even be able to discover how I got in." As soon as these words came out, Mayor Nanchan's throat knots couldn't help but roll, although these words were said plainly, and there wasn't even any fluctuation in tone, but that confidence and arrogance was deeply imprinted in his heart. If one were to insist on saying what it felt like. Threat. This was a naked threat. Then let's listen to what Senior says, I'll order it down later. Nantian also played a careful game, just dumping all the responsibility onto Lin Tian. Anyway, it wasn't me who wanted to open it, it was you, Senior, who asked us to open it. Even if there were some accidents afterward, that would have nothing to do with the Huiyu municipal government. Sunhu, right, tell me what's going on. Listening to Lin Tian's words, Sunhu also told all of the things that happened these two times. Lindian pondered for a moment and said, "According to you, it is indeed impossible for there to be such a coincidence, then it should be the work of the same person. I can't really think of a strong person of the Supreme Realm mage class profession who can release a forbidden spell like that. Who that is? Before I came to Huiyu City, I had already investigated, but all the recorded 70-level mage class professions know about their movements. None of them are in the vicinity of Huiyu City. That is to say, this strong mage class profession that appeared out of nowhere is definitely not someone from amongst our empire. Chapter 47 Life's Confused Stage. Does it mean it's a strong person from the outer realm? Sun Hu voiced the hesitation in his heart. It's not easy to say, but any strong person currently within our empire has been tracked, and none of them have appeared in the vicinity of Huiyu City amongst the records of the imperial capital. Even the strongest of the outer realm have records, so this person's identity is a mystery. Lin Han also had a hint of a distressed look. Sun Hu added, is it possible that the outer realm infiltrated in? After all, it's a strong person of that level, it shouldn't be that difficult if they want to infiltrate in. With Lin Tian's words from before, Sun Hu also began to speculate. If it wasn't a strong person from this realm, then it must be someone from another country who came to cause trouble in the middle of Huiyu City. You speak of what our empire's borders think like. Lin Tian couldn't help but laugh out, or else I'd say you youngsters are still thinking too naively. The borders of our empire are home to saint-ranked powerhouses. Do you think that a supreme realm powerhouse is that simple to break in? Let's be realistic, that's a saint rank. It's rumored that that general has already reached the 89th rank, and is now just a step away from the god rank. Unless it's a strong person of the same rank, or even a higher rank, it's absolutely impossible to pass through under that general's eyes. You have to realize that any higher than that could be the god rank, and there are only a few god rank powerhouses nowadays. Do you think they would have the need to do such? Now that they had chatted so much, the crowd also realized that Lin Tian was not as difficult to get along with at all as they had imagined, and spoke very gently. He was also willing to chat more with these young people. Senior, is it possible that it is some native unregistered strong person? Sun Hu had also given up on it being an invasion from the outer borders at this point. Huiyu City was a region that was in the middle of the country, which meant that one would have to go through a lot of barriers if they wanted to come to Huiyu City. And with saint-ranked warriors sitting at the border, one could almost give up on it being an outer realm powerhouse. Difficult. Lin Tian said, if you want to transfer, you have to go to the transfer hall. Once you go to the transfer hall it is necessary to register. This is also the most important way for us to record the strongest people. Although it is said that there are also quite a few ways that do not require a transfer hall, but every one of them is not something that an ordinary person can do, and only so top-tier great families can. But those clans wouldn't appear to have nothing to do to get themselves into trouble. Hearing this, Sun Hu also gave up. All the questions were dismissed by this senior. Senior, this is the location where the last forbidden spell occurred. At this time, the crowd had already arrived at the edge of the dungeon. Nowadays this place had already become a ruin. Calling it a dungeon was already a bit inappropriate. More people were now willing to call this place the dungeon ruins. Facing the huge ruins, Lin Tian walked forward, his right hand placed on the ground. A burst of energy emanated into the ground. Just when it touched a place it unexpectedly bounced him right back. You guys judged correctly, it is indeed a forbidden spell washing the ground, and it is a very precise forbidden spell. That is to say, the forbidden spell released by this person is definitely among the top of the line even among forbidden spells. Even after such a long time, surprisingly, so much of it is still able to remain, and just now after my energy probed out, that energy even wanted to make a move on me. Lin Tian's expression was very grim at this moment. A high hand. The person who released the forbidden spell was definitely an expert. As a top mage, he had a very good understanding of mage-type forbidden spells, and the more sophisticated and complex a forbidden spell was, the more it took into account the user's abilities. There was a saying circulating in their mage circle. Those who know top forbidden spells must be top mages, but top mages don't necessarily know top forbidden spells. Sun Hu sniffed and said, if it's senior who meets this person, can you be sure to capture this person? Lin Tian laughed bitterly, it's hard to say, I don't know this level of forbidden spells either. Forbidden spells themselves are very rare things, let alone this level of forbidden spells. In my knowledge, there aren't many strong people who know this kind of forbidden spell either. But now, let us run into one, really unlucky. Originally thought it was an easy errand, did not expect, actually so troublesome. Hearing Lin Tian's words, everyone fell into silence. This was clearly killing all their hopes. Nan Tian muttered, Elder Lin Tian, should I close down Huiyu City again now? Is it useful? Lin Tian looked as if a child could not be taught as he said, with a forbidden spell of this level being able to be released, wanting to evade your inspection is as simple as eating. Plus, I'm just saying it's not easy to do, it's not like I'm saying it's definitely impossible to beat. Don't worry, even if I die, it will be me who will die before you guys. Since I'm eating the Empire's food, I will definitely help you guys. Listening to Lin Tian's words, the crowd was also touched. Having such a strong person with a sense of responsibility sitting in the town was also considered a lucky thing for them. Alright, let's go to the first place where your forbidden spell wash occurred. Chapter 48, This Battle, Just For Me? Lin Han was watching TV at home and was seeing the news of the Imperial Capital's investigation group coming to Huiyu City, and couldn't help but smile bitterly when he saw the information about the various members. Surprisingly, they had sent such a formation just for him. A 76-level mage. This was something that Lin Han wouldn't even dare to think about before, but now this group of monsters was just for him. Lin Han's heart was also very clear. In recent times he had to be more peaceful, or else if he really let this monster set his sights on him, he would really be in trouble. Although he can forbid spells, but also cannot be sure that others will not forbid spells. That was a 76th level hidden profession of the regrettable heavenly dharma. The strength was definitely not weak. After all, he hadn't really faced a strong person of such a level, and he wasn't sure if he could beat them, so it was better to stabilize until the third turn. Just as Lin Han was thinking, suddenly the phone rang. Mr. Lin, first of all, congratulations on winning first place in the admission examination. Forgive me for not knowing that you were going to participate in the admission examination at the time, so I didn't go over to watch the battle. Manager Lu's voice came from the other side of the phone. The news of the enrollment grand examination had really spread too far, so it wasn't too much of a stretch for Manager Lu to know this. After all, he didn't disguise himself when he went to the trading market, so he wasn't at all afraid of him knowing his identity either. Even if it was deliberately hidden, it was still something completely unnecessary. Manager Lu can't call just for this kind of thing. What? Want to give me a legendary grade equipment as a gift? Lin Han joked. Manager Lu laughed. Mr. Lin is joking. The 2 pieces of legendary grade equipment on my side are still sold over by Mr. Lin. But the call wasn't all because of this. Just as Lin Han was thinking about what this guy could have been looking for himself, Manager Lu said, "There's news about the natural disaster." Lin Han stood up directly from the bed when he heard this and said, "Are you sure you didn't lie to me? What am I lying to you for?" Manager Lu was also amused by the reaction of Lin Han's tone and added, "It's not that I don't believe Mr. Lin, with your strength wanting to obtain this source of the natural disaster is almost just impossible. The heavenly calamity is something even a supreme realm powerhouse wouldn't dare to enter at will, so please think twice, Mr. Lin." Lin Han instead said flatly, "I naturally have my own methods, there's no need to worry about these, Manager Lu, just tell me the news about the source of the natural disaster." Since Mr. Lin has already made up his mind, then I won't advise you anymore. Manager Lu helplessly continued, "This natural disaster is a natural disaster of an earthquake, and according to the intelligence of the powerful people in front of us, this one will be brewing in a place called Smoke Cloud City." Is the information accurate? Lin Han said indifferently. After all, the unearthing of a natural disaster was not that simple. Accurate, I can be sure. Manager Lu said firmly, that strong man's words are still very credible, his abilities are related to this area. I can't say much about the specifics. After all, I also have to protect the seller's basic information, so Mr. Lin shouldn't be out of line. Lin Han also knew this. After all, Manager Lu had also been protecting his information, otherwise he would have instantly become a target. Being able to take out so much legendary grade equipment at once was no joke. Send the exact location to my cell phone, I'm going to get ready and get moving. Lin Han simply said. After all, he had already given Manager Lu the equipment he needed to pay for a long time ago. There was also no need for any follow-up means. Mr. Lin is really in a hurry. Manager Lu smiled and said, "I'll send the message to your phone later. Do you need some equipment to go out this time? I'll prepare it for you beforehand." "No need." Lin Han simply said, "When I come back, I'll go back to your place to sell my equipment." Hearing this, Manager Lu was also all smiles as he said, "Then I'll be waiting for Mr. Lin's safe triumph." After saying that, Lin Han on the other end of the phone hung up. Mr. Lin is really inscrutable. Manager Lu sat on top of the sofa chair and silently lit a cigar. Just then, the phone rang once more. When he picked up the phone, he heard a roaring shout from over there, "Old Lu, you're the one who gave that pass to Lin Han, right?" Manager Lu smiled at that. "Old Tian, don't be so agitated, speak slowly about what's going on." "Don't get me sloppy here, you brat. What exactly is the identity of that Lin Han?" The person who called was none other than Boss Tian of the trial venue. "Didn't you watch the TV yesterday? This year's top scholar, Old Tiana, times have progressed, you have to learn how to watch TV. I still don't know that Lin Han is today's top scholar?" Boss Tian didn't have the heart to say, "If Lin Han was just strong you couldn't have given him the silver pass, there must be some other reason." Old Tian, don't get so excited. Manager Lu was somewhat helpless and slowly exhaled a smoke ring. What happened to Mr. Lin at your place? If there's any damage you can tell me, it's okay, I'll pay for him. Boss Tian said solemnly, according to my investigation, Lin Han's family is nothing more than an unusual working class. With my understanding of you, Manager Lu, shouldn't be doing this kind of money-losing business. What exactly is so special about this kid? Would you believe me if I said that I'm only interested in Mr. Lin? Manager Lu said indifferently. Don't fart, don't I know what kind of person you are? Boss Tian said, Lin Han is nothing more than a second-turn priest, although it's relatively rare, it can only be rare. He set a new record for the ancient battlegrounds here in our area, even after setting off on a hidden boss. This strength is a bit exaggerated, and coupled with winning this enrollment exam, I suspect that Lin Han's true strength is clearly higher than what we've seen. Once these words came out, both of them fell silent with each other. After a few moments, Manager Lu slowly said, Lao Tiana, there are some things that I don't want to say more to you, but after all, we've been friends for so many years, so I can only advise you one thing. Don't investigate Mr. Lin's background in the future. His background is a background that you and I have never seen before in our lives, and as for how his strength actually is, what does it have to do with us? To you and I, Mr. Lin is most likely a valuable person who can change our lives. Even if you uncover something, or see something, you have to learn to shut up. A person like Mr. Lin shouldn't have a fondness for knowing too much. I'll remind you of one thing for the sake of so many years of friendship, and I won't say anything more than that. Chapter 49, Traveling to Smoky Cloud City. Old Lu. Boss Tian fell into silence at this time. Alright, hanging up. Manager Lu put down the phone, inhaled a cigar and exhaled slowly, opening his own personal cell phone to send a location to the person who docketed Mr. Lin. At this time Lin Han had already packed up some things, looking at the positioning, and the cell phone also initialized the target. Manager Lu's side also reminded, just in the middle of the range over there, the specific location is not yet very clear. It looks like we have to set off once for Smoke Cloud City. Lin Han stretched his back, so he took out his portable small teleportation device to locate to Smoke Cloud City. The location of Smoke Cloud City was still some distance away from Huiyu City, and it was the first time that Lin Han had gone there, as it spanned 5 urban areas in between. With the teleportation device, Lin Han quickly arrived at the center of Smoke Cloud City. Looking around at the unfamiliar surroundings, he took out his cell phone and followed the direction of the positioning. According to the positioning that Manager Lu had sent over, the place that needed to be visited was in the middle of a forest, the Diamond Forest. From the information, it should also be a place for leveling, just right for his current level, and by the way, he would be able to level up. Lin Han didn't waste any more time, so he hurriedly set off to the Diamond Forest. Why is this thing so difficult to deal with? I've said I won't fight it. Suddenly a voice came from behind Lin Han. Following the voice he looked over, a girl was dodging around, the look on her face could be seen to be very tense. And behind the girl was a lizard-shaped monster. The strength emanating from it should be a silver-level monster. An earth-fire lizard? Lin Han looked at the chase between the two and was considering whether or not to go up and help. He could tell that the girl's strength wasn't very high. It was a bit difficult to deal with this earth-fire lizard. And the girl noticed Lin Han's figure at this time, and hurriedly shouted, "You, run quickly, there's a silver-level earth-fire lizard following behind me. If I don't leave, I won't have a chance." Lin Han froze. This girl was on the verge of dying herself, but she was still in the mood to care about him. "You go now." Du-Waning collapsed a little. It was the first time she had seen such a stubborn person who was still standing there stupidly even after saying so. She couldn't tell if this person was stupid or what. Lin Han didn't say anything. He wanted to see how this girl wanted to handle this matter. Du-Waning had already come to Lin Han's side at this time and pushed Lin Han to the side, saying, "You hurry up and run, this earth fire lizard isn't something we can deal with, if we can run one is one." She was also a bit helpless now. Originally she still had a chance to be able to escape from here, but now that Lin Han was here she would have to turn back and face the ground fire lizard. "What are you thinking about? Hurry up and go, or else no one will be able to escape in a while." Du-Waning was now a little broken. Lin Han was completely motionless, completely ignoring her. "You're not running, are you? I'll run." Du-Waning picked up a stone and threw it at the earth fire lizard. "Silly thing, come chase me." After throwing it, Du-Waning ran to the side as if she was scattering. The earth fire lizard, on the other hand, seemed to directly ignore her as if it was staring dead on in Lin Han's direction. Lin Han was also staring at the earth fire lizard with the same interest. The silver-level creatures he had met before were all boss-level monsters, and now it was the first time he had seen a small monster type. I'm afraid that the boss level here should be able to reach the gold level. Lin Han was thinking in his heart, and didn't notice that Do wanting over again was about to fall into a frenzy. According to reason, she should be very happy that the Earth-Fire Lizard had changed its target, but she couldn't accept that someone could die for her, so she had just taken the initiative to provoke the Earth-Fire Lizard in order to attract it over. But this man and beast just looked at each other, completely ignoring him. If it wasn't for the fact that this was a wild creature, she would really think that this Earth-Fire Lizard was raised by this guy. Lin Han was just seeing such a creature for the first time and wanted to look at it more. As for the Earth-Fire Lizard, he sensed that the aura on Lin Han was stronger than Do wanting. It also shifted its interest to Lin Han. Suddenly, the Earth-Fire Lizard killed out. Do wanting's heart tightened. He wanted to step forward to stop it, but she didn't have the chance to step forward at this distance. Lin Han smiled faintly and reached out his hand and grabbed the Earth-Fire Lizard's neck. Immediately afterward, he threw it into the air and threw out a fist. The entire Earth-Fire Lizard instantly transformed into a corpse. Congratulations to the host for killing the Earth-Fire Lizard, gaining experience value plus 3,654. Looking at the accepted prompt, Lin Han was relieved. As for Do wanting on the side, her eyes were about to fall out. What did she just see? A punch, just a punch. Although it was said that this guy looked a bit strong, but if he gave it away with one punch, wasn't it a bit too much? Was this something that a human being could do? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Do wanting could not believe this fact. Just now she was trying her best to dissuade this man to run away. It turned out that people were not stupid, but they simply looked down on this Earth-Fire Lizard. With such a lanky figure, could it be that this guy was a warrior? Do wanting thought of this and hurriedly stepped forward and said with a smile, "Excuse me, are you also going to train inside the Diamond Forest?" "I'm also practicing in the Diamond Forest, should we team up together?" Lin Han was a bit overwhelmed by this sudden invitation, but thinking about having a companion on the road would be a good thing. "I'm also going to be practicing inside the Diamond Forest, so let's do it together." Hearing Lin Han's words, Do wanting got excited. If she could have such a big brother to lead her team, the difficulty of this Diamond Forest would be directly reduced. "Big brother, what's your strength? Is it a warrior's profession? Do wanting asked tentatively. For this point she was also very curious. After all, is able to punch to death silver level ground fire lizard people, how can the strength be poor? Although it was said that they were practicing, but how could a big shot of this level be practicing here? Maybe there were good things ahead. If Do wanting knew that Lin Han's purpose was to walk into the heavenly tribulation, I'm afraid that she wouldn't even turn her head back at this time and would directly flee from here. Secret. Lin Han said succinctly. He didn't want to reveal too much. After all, people still needed to be on their guard when they were in another country. Do wanting was a little disappointed. After all, she couldn't pursue it. "Hello big brother, my name is Do wanting, what's your name?" Lin Han thought about it and said, "My name is Wang Chang, you can just call me by my name, no need to be so formal." Wang Chang. Do wanting said, "Big brother's name is really as strong as your strength." Chapter 50, Do you know, Lin Han? "Brother Chang, where did you come from?" Do wanting asked from the side, her big eyes staring at Wang Chang's direction at all times. "Shaking Light City, came over to take care of a little something." Lin Han casually made up an identity. There was always a need to conceal some identity information when going out. One couldn't tray out everything. Shaking Light City? Isn't that close to Huiyu City? Do wanting's eyes lit up. It's right next to it. Lin Han was suddenly alert. He didn't understand how Do wanting would suddenly mention Huiyu City. Do wanting smiled and said, "Then the matter of Huiyu City being attacked by an inexplicably strong person these 2 times should be known to Big Brother as well. And it is rumored that even the Imperial Investigative Corps has been mobilized. I've heard about it. The official news seems to be that it was done by the Supreme's mage-type professions. The specifics of the situation are unclear." Lin Han said indifferently. "Then can you beat that guy, Kung?" "It's hard to say. Brother Chang, you're also too powerful. Looking at you so young, I didn't expect the strength to be so exaggerated." Do wanting spoke with a face of excitement. Her mouth almost didn't stop asking questions along the way. After all, seeing such a strong person always made her unusually excited inside. This was the first time she had seen such a strong person make a move, and a silver-ranked monster was just a light punch. This was already beyond the scope of what she was originally aware of. "It's nothing. That Big Brother, I heard that a monster called Lin Han came out of the Phaeton City enrollment exam, and with the profession of a life sacrifice he actually exploded and killed a master of the main combat class all the way. I'm now somewhat regretting that I didn't go to Huiyu City to see that battle with my own eyes." Big Brother, I don't think you're old. you have such strength at such a young age, you must be the future of our empire. Du Wanting said, although it was more or less a bit of flattery, but these were also her inner words. At this age, with such strong strength, if he didn't know his strength, he would definitely think that this big man in front of him was someone who had just awakened his profession. But it was such a person who looked to be even younger than her that was able to easily blast and kill silver-ranked monsters. Forget it, I'm just looking young too. Lin Han sighed, actually, my real age is much older than what you see. Then big brother, can you teach me about this maintenance ability of yours? Du Wanting truly had two glowing eyes at this time, she also wanted to be this young at all times. It's a bit troublesome, let's wait for a chance in the future. Lin Han was helpless, really can't see women as normal people are, this talk about being able to stay young forever directly excited. Then it's a deal, big brother. Du Wanting felt at this time that her trip was really not in vain, and that she was able to whore herself out to such an ability for nothing. Of course, the premise was that this big brother wasn't coaxing her to play. What are you here for? Lin Han asked indifferently. Practicing. Du Wanting sighed and said, I also just awakened my profession not too long ago, and I'm a little luckier than ordinary people. I also awakened a main battle class hidden profession, Thousand Changes Mage. A mage class hidden profession, then you're really lucky. Lin Han was even a little jealous that the same person, why his hidden occupation was life sacrifice. If he didn't have the system, I'm afraid that his life sacrifice wouldn't have been able to be promoted to Scepter Mage for the rest of his life. So professionally it was also true that people could be more angry than people. What's the use of that? Du Wanting laughed bitterly, my family's situation isn't very good either, and although it can be justified, it simply can't afford to buy props for my type of profession. The equipment or skill books of the mage class itself are quite expensive, so ordinary people like me can only watch others slowly succeed. Lin Han understood her feelings. Lin Han's family was not very well off, he had thought about these things before. If he really switched to being a warrior, he could only rely on himself completely. It was simply impossible to accept the slightest bit of assistance from his family. After all, his family wasn't very well off. It was simply impossible to be like Wang Chang and Gao Chang's family situation, so if he wanted to have anything, he could only rely on himself. So, you came to such a dangerous place? The rank of the Diamond Forest, this isn't for someone with a first-turn strength like you to come in. Facing Lin Han's words, Du Wanting also apologized a bit and said, there's no way, I'll want to come and try my luck. Then you're really unlucky. Lin Han said blandly, next time, don't come to this kind of place, practice in the novice area, there is no need to road here to make a risk for yourself. Alright, there won't be a next time. Du Wanting guaranteed. No need for the big brother to say, she also knows that it is absolutely impossible to come here again, it is not something she can deal with at all. Just after going deeper into the Diamond Forest, she met a silver-level monster. If he hadn't met this big brother, there might have been a real possibility that he would have been accounted for here, even after the second turn. Chapter 51 Danger, Approaching. This place is already somewhat into the depths, be careful, there might be gold-level monsters appearing, don't get distracted. Lin Han reminded up. At this moment, God's Eye was already running at full speed. Even though his strength was able to sweep through this place, he still needed to be safe first when doing these things. What if there really was some outrageous creature? Gold level? Du Wanting was a little scared. She couldn't even deal with silver level monsters, let alone gold level ones. She hadn't even heard of these things from anyone else's mouth. How could this not be scary? Big brother, you can handle it, right? Du Wanting carefully asked a mouthful, and hastily added, I don't mean that I don't believe in Big Brother, it's just that I'm afraid that I'll distract Big Brother if we go head to head at that time, so do I need to run farther away at that time? No need, my side is the safest place. Lin Han said as he spoke, while pulling Du Wanting behind himself. Du Wanting just hid behind Lin Han and whispered, Big Brother, is there a gold-level monster coming? Don't get too far away from me. Just as Lin Han said that, a 3-meter gorilla walked out from the depths. What is this thing? Du Wanting's eyes went wide, it was the first time she had seen something. Du Wanting, who heard this, knew that things weren't as simple as she had imagined, and hurriedly nodded her head as if she were pounding garlic and said, Don't worry, if you just let me die, I will definitely not leave your side. That's good. Just as the two of them were exchanging words, that bloodthirsty gorilla had already darted in this direction where the two of them were. What a nuisance. The corner of Lin Han's mouth grinned as he took a big step and blasted his fist on top of the bloodthirsty gorilla's abdomen, the speed of which was so fast that Du Wanting, who was by his side, didn't even react to it at all. Even when Lin Han was already 3 meters away from him, she was still dazed in place. Big brother, wait for me. Wanting hurriedly ran to Lin Han's side, while the gorilla had a look of astonishment on its face, and the pain coming from its abdomen caused its entire massive size to directly kneel down. Lin Han, on the other hand, tuned above its shoulders and with a hand slash the entire head was directly chopped open. Congratulations to the host for killing a level 34 bloodthirsty ape, gaining plus 45,682 experience value. Killed it with this? Wanting looked at Lin Han, who landed on the gorilla with a shocked face. This time the matter was already a bit beyond what she could understand. 2 moves did away with a gold level bloodthirsty gorilla? Stay close to me? It's like entering a wolf's den. Lin Han just swept his eyes and realized which direction the Wolf King was in. The wolves swarmed up, and Lin Han was killing the wolves with one punch after another, while Wanting followed beside him like a pendant. This kind of battle, Lin Han is naturally not afraid of. He has the power to will be in this easy to roam around at all is not a difficult thing. What's more, the workout he had done had made his physical skills not weak at all. Soon, Lin Han killed to the direction of the Wolf King, a punch, blasted out the wind in the air to show bursts of sonic booms, and finally directly bombarded the body of the Wolf King. The entire wolf bow. Directly hung upside down on the tree, it hadn't even reacted to how it was hit, and now it was dying. And seeing their own leader letting someone beat him to this state, the rest of the wolves also scattered and fled in all directions. The rest of the monsters that saw this scene also left this place at the first time. After all, 2 guys had already tested the water, and they weren't stupid enough to give their lives away here. Big brother, you're also too exaggerated. Wanting was even a little heartbroken for these 2 monsters at this time. Who wouldn't it be good to mess with, but to mess with this big brother? One with 2 punches, one with 1 punch. Where could this be justified? At this moment in her mind, Lin Han was positioned as a warrior. To be able to have such terrifying strength, backed up by such physical skills, was definitely a warrior without a doubt. Go on, kill that wolf, didn't you come here to practice? Lin Han already had a plan in his mind at this point. This bit of experience would be given to her as a kindness. What's more, he wasn't that far from level 20 nowadays, and there were still quite a few gold level monsters in the Diamond Forest, so he wasn't in a hurry. This is not good. Wanting was a bit flattered. This was a gold level monster, how much experience would it give? She didn't expect this big brother to be so generous. Hurry up and go, you'll really run out of gas in a while. This experience at my level is simply a drop in the bucket, don't worry about me. Hearing this, Wanting also no longer refused, but went forward and resolved the red pupil star wolf with a single slash. After harvesting the experience, Wanting had also officially reached level 10, and now she only needed to complete the transfer quest to be able to become a second-turn powerhouse, which was also considered the first step in distancing herself from the unusual. Wait. Big brother, this red pupil star wolf seems to have exploded a piece of equipment. Let me take a look. Star wolf tooth chain. This seems to be a gold level equipment, it should be worth a lot of money. Chapter 52 The opposite side has utilized a forbidden spell. You keep it. Although the red pupil star wolf was defeated by him, after all, the last slash was killed by Wanting, not to mention that such a piece of equipment was no longer useful to him. The vestments he was wearing alone would be able to throw off this thing by a few blocks. Big brother, I absolutely cannot accept this. Wanting hurriedly shoved the star wolf tooth chain into Lin Han's hands and said in a rush, I'm just mending the sword, this is a gold level equipment, I still can't live with it on my conscience. I'm already very touched by the fact that Big Brother can let me mop up a level, how can I still collect Big Brother's equipment? Lin Han said, this kind of equipment isn't much use to me, this necklace should have some effect on mages, it just so happens that you're a mage as well, so you can bring it with you. This is too precious, I can't have it. Wanting insisted. Lin Han was a bit helpless and finally received the tooth chain into his backpack, he could never force it if people didn't want it. You're level 10 now, and your purpose has been achieved, the further in you go now the more dangerous it gets, you should return the same way now. Listening to Lin Han's words, Wanting fell into hesitation, and in the end remained certain, Big brother, I want to walk with you, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be able to see this now. If I leave after accomplishing my purpose, then I can't be worthy of being a human being. Lin Han continued to walk out into the depths and said helplessly, as you wish, if things go slightly wrong, you'll be the first to leave. Wanting followed behind and said with a smile, don't worry big brother, when the time comes, I'll definitely run as hard as I can and definitely won't cause trouble for big brother. The two of them walked like this for a long time without seeing any monsters, even with God's eye wide open, the gathering of monsters was already much less than the previous center perimeter area. Occasionally, they were able to see some sporadic monsters, but most of them were under a dormant state. This was something that made Lin Han feel a little strange. Most of these types of monsters had their own territories, and in most cases it was unlikely that they would go out and abandon their territories. Now there wasn't a single monster in the depths, most of them had gathered in the center area. And some silver-level monsters had run to the outer areas. This was definitely not something unusual. Could it be that the cause of the earthquake and natural disaster? According to the information sent by Manager Lu, the approximate range of the earthquake natural disaster was in the depths of the Diamond Forest, and this would be the place of origin. The best way to explain the situation here is that these monsters have already sensed the cause of the earthquake natural disaster, so they started to actively migrate out away from the center. Monsters had this ability, just like some ordinary critters that could generally sense such unusual things. But Lin Han couldn't feel the vibrations coming from the ground at all, so perhaps the earthquake would need some more time before it could be unleashed. Do wanting, you should leave here first, it's dangerous to head there, it's not something you can get involved with. Lin Han suddenly stopped in his tracks and said solemnly. Do wanting said curiously, is there some ferocious beast? No, a strong person whose strength is not below mine, you should leave here quickly, I don't know what his purpose is, a big battle might happen next. I have no time to take care of it anymore. Hearing these words, Do Wanting's entire body was energized. It wasn't weak to the big man. Maybe it's the good guys? Do Wanting uttered a possibility. No, the aura emanating from him is evil, it shouldn't have been upgraded by unusual means. Lin Han affirmed again and again. Then, he took out a portable teleportation array. Pick a location for yourself, I'll use this to teleport you back, the further away from here the better. Do Wanting looked at the portable teleportation array with some regret in her heart. She kind of liked the feeling of exploring this place with this big brother, and for a while she still felt empty in her heart. Big brother, is it still possible for us to meet each other? Do Wanting said in a somewhat low voice. There is. Lin Han said indifferently, his gaze always dead set on the dark places of the forest. Do Wanting had already set her position by now, while Lin Han activated the teleportation array, a flash of blue light flashed. Do Wanting disappeared into the original place. By now, Lin Han was also relieved, he could be considered to have tricked this little girl away. And next, it was time for his personal performance. The reason why he had sent Do Wanting away was also because what he was going to do next was a bit dangerous, and it was very likely that Do Wanting would be put in a situation where she would have a hard time escaping left and right. That was why he had gone for such a choice. Lin Han touched the ground with his hand. The time now had come to the depths of the middle of the night, and there was still no movement in the ground. But the monster's behavior could be determined to be here. The news given by Manager Lu was also within this range, but it didn't determine exactly when the time was, seeing as it was likely to be a few more days. But Lin Han could not wait any longer nowadays. Since the natural disaster still needed some time, then he would be the catalyst to help the natural disaster come a little earlier. Thinking of this, some dark purple light flashed within Lin Han's eyes. Domain of chaos. Lin Han thought, when suddenly the sound of a meteorite passing through the atmosphere came from the sky. This was the forbidden spell that Lin Han had once used for the first time, and at that time, it had directly destroyed the wall of life, but fortunately, this place wasn't yet by the sea, and there was no wall of life here for him to destroy. However, the monsters here were all of a very high grade, and he was still a bit short of level 20, so he could just forbid the spell. That person said that a Supreme Realm mage used a forbidden spell in the Diamond Forest. Would you say that's not ridiculous? Young people? Have they ever seen what the Supreme Realm is? Do Wanting anxiously pressed the phone's on button and cursed, this broken thing, it even ran out of power and shut down at this time. In the end, she also gave up on being able to turn it on and just looked worriedly in the direction of the deep forest. Big brother, you can do it right. At this moment, in the middle of the forest, Lin Han stood calmly in place. The meteorite landed at a very fast speed. His plan was to smash the ground in this neighborhood, directly forcefully shaking the ground to prompt the trigger of the natural disaster hidden underneath. Although there was a certain amount of risk in doing so, it was still worth it for Lin Han to go ahead and try. After all, if he did this, he would be able to save a lot of time. He would even be able to make it back to the middle of Huiyu City the next day. Right at this moment, the detection center in Smoke Cloud City began to frantically flash a red light, and the detectors who had all been deeply asleep were woken up by this alarm. What's happening? Why is the alarm going off? Some of the staff members who were originally down on the detection platforms woke up in a hurry, and their hearts tightened when they saw the alarm that had spiked to red. Quickly call the minister, something is going to go terribly wrong in Smoke Cloud City, quick! It's almost too late. Forget it, I'll call myself. At this time, the detector of the detection department was already nervous, and hurriedly took out his cell phone and dialed the minister's number. Hello, minister? Little Wana, in the middle of the night, what's wrong? It's not good, minister. In the direction of the diamond forest, the magical energy value is soaring. It is suspected that there are strong people fighting over there, and even sending out forbidden spell level magic. What? A cry close to a roar came from the other side of the phone, followed by the sound of clothes rubbing on the body sent out. I'm going to the department now. Is the information accurate? It's not the machine, is it? Minister, the information is accurate. Let's contact the public security officers now and have them go over there to probe the situation. If that's really the case, I'm afraid that we're turning into that look of Huiyu City. The moment these words came out, the minister's entire body instantly fell into silence. They had all heard about the situation in Huiyu City, and they all knew that the imperial capital had sent out an investigation mission of at least the supreme realm. He didn't want Smoke Cloud City to follow in their footsteps. I'll contact the minister on the public security side later. I'll go back to the ministry now and continue to observe. I want to always know what exactly is the situation now. Good. At this time, the entire Ministry of Public Security had already exploded. All the public security personnel began to agitate, one piece of equipment was put on their bodies, and one car drove from the middle of the Ministry of Public Security in the direction of the Diamond Forest. The operator on the side asked, "What happened to start such a big battle?" The police officer who was about to set off hurriedly said, "Forbidden level of magical energy has occurred over in the Diamond Forest. We have to go and take a look now. I won't talk to you guys anymore, we have to hurry and set off." Diamond Forest, forbidden spell. The operator froze in place. Wasn't this exactly the same as what that alarm call just said? Could it be that what that girl said was true? She even laughed at people. At the same time, Lin Han didn't know that the entire Smoky Cloud City had sent all the public security departments out to the side of the Diamond Forest in order to not turn into the look of Huiyu City. The meteorite from the Chaos Domain also landed at this moment, and monstrous flames instantly exploded above this continent, and a mushroom cloud instantly exploded above the sky. A strong force instantly swept through the entire forest, and countless flames began to spread out above the forest. And in the direction where the meteorite fell, the entire ground was trembling slightly, as if a fierce beast was waiting for an opportunity to move underground at all times. It's coming! Lin Han's heart rejoiced. After the baptism of this forbidden spell, the vibrations of the underground were now a little hard to endure, and there was an impulse to burst out at any moment. Just then, the entire ground began to shake violently. Lin Han hurriedly stabilized his mind. With the experience of the last two heavenly disasters, this time it seemed even more comfortable. Only this time the earthquake seemed a bit raw. And outside the forest, vibrations were vaguely coming from under Du Wanning's feet, and as time went by the vibrations became even more powerful. It was really that a patch of cracks appeared above the ground. Is this the fluctuation created by Big Brother in their fight? Du Wanning hurriedly found a rock to lean on. The strong vibrations had already made him a little unsteady. She was now very far away from the location of Wang Cheng's Big Brother. This was the teleportation port of the Diamond Forest, and it was necessary to go inward and walk up for half a bell's time before being able to touch the edge of the Diamond Forest. Even at this distance, it is still possible to feel the aftermath of the battle. Du Wanning only realized at this time, the Big Brother let her go is definitely not a joke. I'm afraid that even in the surroundings she will be shocked to death by the aftermath. Not good. The ground in front of Du Wanting had already begun to crack, and she hurriedly ran in the direction of downtown, her feet not daring to stop at all. This place had already been turned into an inferno. At this moment, the earthquake had already started to mess up the entire Diamond Forest. Even the downtown area of Smoky Cloud City could feel the tremor of 3 or 4 levels, and Lin Han's position at this moment was deep in the core of the earthquake. Lin Han looked at the surrounding situation as if in ruins, and said, "It looks like the natural disaster has been completely formed. Now only need to find the location of the source of the natural disaster is good, will be the source of the natural disaster to take away after this line is also considered to be a great success." Lin Han truly felt the vibrations of the natural disaster. The situation here was a little different compared to last time. Last time, after all, it was because his forbidden spell coincidentally triggered the natural disaster. And this time it was significantly different. Although it was also the reason for the forbidden spell, it was more because the underground itself contained the earthquake natural disaster. Therefore, want to find the core of the natural disaster is a little bit of trouble, can only rely on the perception of step by step to find. So it would take a little bit of time. Of course, right now, Lin Han is the last thing he needs is time. The source of the natural disaster is something he is bound to get. Chapter 54, Taking it again, the source of the natural disaster. The level of danger of this natural disaster is somewhat great. Lin Han couldn't help but smile bitterly. The level of this earthquake natural disaster had already somewhat exceeded his imagination, and at this moment, he was in the core area in the middle of the entire natural disaster. The entire ground had begun to split terribly. It wasn't that it was able to hurt him, it was merely troublesome. Compared to the source of the natural disaster of a volcano or the source of the natural disaster of a tsunami, as long as one's own strength is sufficient, then wanting to take out the elemental source of these natural disasters is not a troublesome thing. Lin Han didn't even have a clue about the source of the natural disaster of the earthquake. He had already touched the center of the area, even so did not find the slightest trace. For a time he also had a headache. Suddenly, his cell phone vibrated and he opened it to see that it was a message sent to him by Manager Lu. Manager Lu, Mr. Lin, there is a key piece of news I forgot to tell you. The source of the natural disaster of the earthquake is underground, so it is more or less troublesome compared to the rest of the natural disasters. That's why this time the source of the natural disaster is sold as news, not by sending people to take out the source of the natural disaster. It would definitely be able to fetch a rather astonishing price. On this point, Lin Han could be certain. In the middle of the cracks in the ground, right now, for him, time was money. He didn't know if this earthquake would continue to expand the damage. The extent of it now was already very exaggerated. He wasn't sure what was going on in the peripheral areas, but the center of the earthquake was already cracked beyond recognition. He was also clear in his heart that the source of this earthquake could reach such a large size, and the forbidden spell he used also had 80% of the relationship. It was something that could not be avoided. In order to avoid the second tremor outburst that followed, he had now begun to move at a rapid pace following the direction of the airflow. He didn't want to die in this hellhole either. As he traveled for a few minutes, Lin Han could sense that up ahead was where the aura was finally pouring in. Looks like I'm almost looking for you. Son Hu, you're not calling it this time with malicious taunts. A helpless tone came from the other side of the phone, saying, Lu Chang, do you think that I'm idle and have nothing to do, and purposely mocking you at this time? Lu Chang rolled his eyes and said, am I not clear about what kind of person you are? When you were working in the imperial capital, you didn't do this kind of thing a lot. If you don't have anything to do, I'll hang up. Wait. Sun Hu hurriedly stopped and said, Yua, I saw on the news in the imperial capital that your smoke cloud city suffered a once-in-a-century earthquake, so I came to say hello, and by the way, I asked what exactly is the situation. Since you know all about it, you know that I'm very busy right now, how would I have time to talk to you about things? Lu Cheng didn't want to take care of this person at all. There was nothing good about getting involved with this guy when he was in the imperial capital, and now that he was separated so far away, he was still able to get in touch. Sun Hu smiled and said, isn't there public security for this kind of thing? Your detection department also has nothing to help. Your old boy, what strength I still do not know. You may not be able to save yourself, let alone going to that level of natural disaster. You guys are here to taunt me. Lu Cheng cursed as he sat in the middle of his office while staring at the display on the screen. Good intentions, I am purely kind, the sun and the moon can tell. Sun Hu said with his mouth full of justice. Alright, there's nothing to hide from you, this is not a normal earthquake, but a natural disaster caused by a battle between two professionals, also known as man-made. Lu Cheng sighed and said, his face was filled with a sense of exhaustion. He didn't even think that this kind of outrageous thing could happen to his head. When he thought about it, he had made fun of Sun Hu behind his back before, and now that this retribution had fallen on his own body, he felt quite ridiculous when he thought about it. Chapter 55. This is a kind of man-made natural disaster. You guys even know about this now? Sun Hu was a bit surprised and added, since you all know that it's a private fight between professionals, then why didn't you stop it in advance? How could you still let this kind of thing happen? You think I want to? Lu Cheng cursed, if I knew that these two monsters were going to fight, I would have spared my life, but I wouldn't have let them fight in Smoke Cloud City. We only just learned of this news. The public security operator just reacted to someone reporting to the police before the natural disaster started, only that they previously felt that this matter was too outrageous, plus that person's cell phone was turned off, so they didn't care. Then the disaster happened. Now the Ministry of Public Security has been very busy. On the one hand, they have to find out who called the police. On the other hand, they also have to go to the Diamond Forest to check the situation to see if there is anyone still practicing rescue over there. And now all the people that can be mobilized by the various departments have already been sent to the city. This time the tremor is very strong. Some buildings in the outskirts of Smoke Cloud City have already collapsed, but fortunately there are not many people who have lost their lives now. This is the best news. Sun Hu said seriously, did the caller say what level? According to the operator, it seems that there is a mage with a minimum of supreme realm, the other seems to be a warrior. What strength is not clear, only know that one punch can kill a gold-ranked red purple star wolf. According to the person who called the police, this person is a good person. It is said that it is to stop the mage. What exactly is the situation? We are also confused right now. Anyway, I now know what your old boy was feeling at that time. This gang of big brothers, nothing to do in our smoky cloud city to make a mess of what, this battle down, our diamond forest is completely ruined. A silence came from Sun Hu's side, only to slowly say shortly, another mage-type supreme powerhouse. I now doubt if it's possible that it's the same big brother that caused trouble in our Huiyu city before. Then who knows? Lu Chang also knew that there was no possibility of being able to stop the current situation, and had already begun to swing for the fences. This level of godly fighting, even if he wanted to stop it, I'm afraid that he might not be able to hold out longer than the red pupil star wolf. In the eyes of ordinary people like them, these big brothers could no longer be treated as human beings. They were simply monsters. Let me advise you guys, if it's really that one, it's better for you to act at least a bit more cautiously. That big brother was given an extremely high one by the head of the Imperial Capital investigation mission, so it's better to be cautious. For the sake of our previous friendship above face, I will next go and contact the head of the investigation corps, so that he will now go to Smoky Cloud City to assist you guys, and try to apprehend those two guys. Sun Hu said indifferently. He wasn't the type of person who liked to make others go through the pain he had experienced as well. If he could help, he would do his best to help. Sun Hu. Thank you. Lu Chang was a bit surprised at even this statement. Although he and Sun Hu used to just bicker when they were together, the friendship was still there. Old Lua, we are both eating the Empire's salary, so you can also treat this practice of mine as just for the Empire. There is no need to be grateful to me. In a moment, tell me the teleportation equipment that you can still use in Smoke Cloud City. Go get busy. As soon as the words fell, the phone was hung up by the other party. Lu Chang fell into silence, then typed in a section of coordinates on his cell phone and sent it to Sun Hu. Immediately afterward, Lu Chang called the Minister of Public Security. The Imperial Capital's dispatch corps will probably arrive at this side of Smoky Cloud City next. We need to prepare for the arrest of those two powerhouses. When the Minister of Public Security heard this, he said in a deep voice, I know, next I will have people put machines that shield portable teleportation devices around the Diamond Forest and will surround it on all sides. Hopefully we will be able to hold out for the arrival of that strong man. All for the Empire. All for the Empire. Lu Chang hung up the phone and looked at the detection data on the screen. Countless thoughts appeared out of thin air in his head. Without realizing it, he had actually gotten involved with a powerhouse of that level. He also didn't know if this kind of thing was beneficial or not. But things had already come to this point. They could only do their part to help the Empire get through this crisis. Not long after, a faint shimmering light was launched from a teleportation array in the middle of smoke. Lu Chang had already been waiting here for a long time. This kind of big event would eventually require him to receive it personally. Lin Han wasn't someone who liked to talk nonsense. After all, what he was here to do was very clear to him, and decisively said, take me to the scene. Good. I have to clarify one thing with you beforehand. This time, all the strong men of your Smoke Cloud City are transferred to me inside the Diamond Forest. Remember my instructions, it's the strong men. Forget about the ones below the 40s, they will be cannon fodder if they really fight, understand? Lin Han said calmly. At this time his calmness gave a sense of oppression as if he was in the deep sea, a sense of suffocation. I know that you are a bit incomprehensible, and I am not afraid to make you laugh. This kind of life-threatening matter, I will not joke with you. If it's really that strong person I'm investigating in Huiyu City, Old Me doesn't have a certain amount of certainty that I'll be able to deal with it. That's why this counting precaution has to be given to you guys in advance. If it's really according to what you guys said, that strong person who can face this mage alone, I'm afraid that his strength is also around the Supreme Realm. If he's still supporting, then it's fine. If he's already defeated, then he has to make preparations to fight to the death. Lu Chang said somewhat numbly, Senior Lin Han, there is a sentence that I don't know whether to speak or not. Lin Han gave him a blank look. Let go if you have an ass. Can't you be as straightforward as that Sun Hu kid? What can't you say? In fact, apart from the very beginning when we detected forbidden spell-level magical power, the aura in the entire Diamond Forest was frighteningly quiet. I'm afraid that the battle between these two powerful people is already ended, and now it's just the aftermath from the earthquake. From this, it is possible that that one has already had the mage defeated. Chapter 56 Battle Ready, Pay the Price. You farted early. Lin Han was somewhat speechless. This level of news was only told to him at this time. This was a person who could endure much. I also just reacted. This is not the first time to tell you. Lu Chang was a little aggravated. This speculation had just occurred to him. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to explain clearly why the energy displayed in the Diamond Forest was gradually decreasing. In that case, there's nothing more to say. Prepare for a deadly battle. Rin Tin had already prepared himself. the strongest one here was him, and he also wanted to meet who this person who was able to cast a high-precision forbidden spell was. And what exactly was the purpose of infiltrating Kaguya City to cause destruction? Elder, we have arrived. Liu Chang was somewhat in disbelief. If it wasn't for the detection department's equipment detecting the aura of magic here, he simply wouldn't have been able to accept that this kind of destructive power could be something that a human being could do. At this time, from the periphery of the diamond forest, the entire forest even fell into the ground half a meter, meaning all the trees have fallen to the ground, cracks and crevices in the ground spread out in all directions. The slightest carelessness could lead to falling into the cracks and losing one's life. Seeing this scene, Lin Han was also feeling a bit of a headache. This destructive force was simply unheard of, but the aura he felt from the forest was indeed very similar to the place where the first destruction was caused in Huiyu City. But even if it was similar, he wasn't able to be sure if it was caused by a single person. This time it was a little too scary. At this time, he even suspected that there was a mistake in these people's judgment. This was not at all like something a Supreme Realm powerhouse could do, it was more like a Saint-rank powerhouse. The diamond forest had been completely ruined, not just by the earthquake, but the entire diamond forest had been set ablaze by the flames. The intense heat scorching on their bodies had an extremely strong temperature. Trouble. Lindian laughed bitterly. He now really kind of regretted taking this mission. The difficulty of completing it can be really a bit big. Liu Cheng, kid, don't freeze now, hurry up and let them install the shielding device, we have to start doing business. Meanwhile, Lin Han had already arrived in the hollow deep underground, and the source of the earthquake was right in front of him. I can finally get it. Lin Han directly took the source of earthquake and loaded it up. This was his capital for the next 3 turns. This was something he couldn't afford to lose. Subsequently, Lin Han followed the original path back. With the experience from when he came, this time going back saved a lot of time. When Lin Han landed on the ground, the whole person was stunned. God's eye, he had been running at full speed without closing it, and now the whole plane was clear to him. He happened to see that old man's figure on the news yesterday. The head of the Imperial Capital Investigation Corps, a 76th level regretful heavenly grandmaster. This fellow was a truly terrifying figure, and he hadn't expected that the commotion he had made this time would directly lure this one over. Yesterday, he was still thinking that if possible, he would like to avoid this big brother. This is the eventuality that he really can't afford to mess with, but he didn't think that he would meet so soon. And now the entire public security seemed to be debugging some kind of equipment, something somewhat similar to signal shielding. Group 1 shielding system has been activated. Group 2 shielding system has been activated. Group 3 shielding system has been activated. Not good. Only at this time did Lin Han think of what these were, devices that shielded portable transmitters. These guys are crazy, they've done such a perfect job, they've thought of such things. Lin Han was a bit speechless, and hurriedly took out his portable teleporter and started adjusting the coordinates. Group 5 shielding system has been activated. Group 7 shielding system has been activated. All shielding systems have been activated, ready to connect in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Activate. As soon as the words fell, an invisible barrier was wrapping around the entire diamond forest. On Lin Han's side, he also activated the portable teleportation array at the last instant, and his entire figure instantly disappeared in place. Right at the moment the system was activated, Lin Tian's figure also disappeared in place, and when he reappeared he was already in the sky above the diamond forest. Search for me. Be sure to catch this thief for me. A voice full of rage resounded in the sky above the diamond forest. This time he was truly furious. Unidentified. Provoking the authority of the imperial capital. Each of these were great offenses that could be directly executed, and all of them were great offenses that could not be forgiven if such a thief was allowed to go on the loose. There was simply no telling how many more cities would suffer from such a situation. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Han's figure appeared on top of a teleportation array in Huiyu City. Lin Han dusted off his body. At this moment he was really relieved. If he didn't come out in time, I'm afraid that this time he would really have to fight with the official people. But fortunately at the last moment or led him to lucky escape, touched his chest can be considered to rest assured, the source of the earthquake is still there. In this case, he has also even meet the necessary conditions of the 3rd turn, the next as long as to receive the task of the 3rd turn will be able to succeed in the 3rd turn. Thinking of this, his originally tense expression was also completely relaxed. Lin Han stretched his waist and said in a cozy manner, "Go home, sleep." Smoke Cloud City, Diamond Forest Ruins. No one has been searched in the southeast direction. No one searched in the southwest direction. No one in the northeast. No one in the southeast. At this time landed in the air to observe around the sea. Lin Tian entire face are black down, after all is to let this bastard to run away? Did this even get away? Lu Cheng also looked incredulous, until this time the tremor gradually disappeared into thin air. When they saw this ruin they also knew that if it was the initial tremor, that kind of raging degree was feared to reach an extremely high level of danger. And it was such an earthquake that strong man had come and gone as he pleased? Lu Cheng boy, go and investigate. Have you observed any flying people during this period of time? Si Lindian could only hold this thought. This was their last chance. Lu Cheng understood Si Lin Tian's meaning. The only way to go was in the sky. Si Lindian looked at the ruined diamond forest and couldn't help but say, what exactly is your identity? Even after doing such a thing you were still able to walk freely. What kind of idea did you come into the middle of our empire? Why did you do all these things that are hard to understand? What exactly is your purpose? One day, to make you pay the price you deserve. Chapter 57. Wang Chang, who exactly is he? Ring ring ring. Early in the morning, Lin Han was woken up by the sound of the phone and answered it smoothly. Which one? Mr. Lin, it's me. I didn't expect to disturb your sleep, so I'll just call back later. The voice coming from the other side of the phone was Manager Lu's voice. Lin Han was also the first time the sleepiness dissipated. What was the matter that Manager Lu was calling him at this time? Nothing, what's the matter? Manager Lu's side said mildly, I saw the news early this morning. There was a major duel of the strongest in the entire Smoky Cloud City, causing a strong earthquake in the middle of the Diamond Forest. The entire downtown area of Smoky Cloud City was affected. Luckily no one died, but the seriously injured reached tens of thousands, so I thought that Mr. Lin had also set off for Smoky Cloud City, so I wanted to ask Mr. Lin if he was safe now. But looking at Mr. Lin's current state there shouldn't be any problem in itself, according to his external strength is simple. See here, Lin Han is really some tot. I'm afraid this is no way out of it. After all, that age of the child facing the police heart must be afraid. Being able to hide it was almost impossible. He was also glad that he did not say his real name at that time, otherwise the Ministry of Public Security of Huiyue City might have come to his house by now. For a while, the whole country almost knew Wang Chang's name. At that time, if he really moved out according to Wang Chang's situation, I'm afraid that now not only Wang Chang, even his good buddy will be investigated together, right? Lin Han stretched a lazy waist and said in a soothing manner, anyway, that's what Shaking Light City's Wang Chang did. What does it have to do with my Huiyue City's Lin Han? And at this moment, in the middle of the trading market in Huiyue City, Manager Lu was smoking a cigar and watching the current news. Mr. Lin, you're doing things this is a bit unstable enough since you want to hide it, then you should hide it a bit cleaner, this will let people catch the pigtails Manager Lu sighed helplessly, luckily I'm the only one who knows that you went to Smoky Cloud City to look for the source of the natural disaster, otherwise this one Wang Chang's news would have been enough to get in touch with you Mr. Lin, it's still really unstable this public opinion this is not good to get no Lin Han got dressed at this time and prepared to head to the middle of the transfer hall, and Wang Chang's news came one after the other. Shill, I don't know which douchebag expert, even fake using Wang Chang's name, you don't even know how many people asked me why I hid my strength today. I all told them that it's Shaking Light City not Huiyue City, guess what they said, they even told me that it's so close maybe it's the smoke you threw out, the bomb? These psychopaths really annoyed me to death, and even some people who don't know me well even said that they want to call the police to let the public security to deal with me. I'm really convinced, do you think this 2-bit expert has some kind of grudge against the name Wang Chang? Lin Han suddenly a little embarrassed, but things have happened there is no way to change, if anything, then next time he can call Gao Chong. In the end Lin Han still returned a message. Gao Chang, don't forget to cover me. Chapter 58 Third Transition Quest, Heart of the Guard. Arriving in the middle of the transfer hall, this time Lin Han was already familiar with it, after all, he had already been here twice before this. In order to be able to conveniently pick up his quest, he still found the front desk girl from before. Mr. Lin? Want to pick up a quest? There was also a trace of inexplicable delight in the front desk little sister's heart when she saw that the visitor was Lin Han. That's right. Lin Han responded. Mr. Lin, please take a seat. First of all, congratulations on achieving the top rank in the admission examination. The little sister at the reception desk naturally knew about the news of the great admission examination, and the name Lin Han would be the buzzword of the entire Huiyue City for at least some time. Not to mention that this was the #1 person who had defeated countless main battle classes with the sacrifice profession. Regardless of which city it was, this would become a hot topic of discussion. We have a bit of a variety of quests here, it depends on what intensity Mr. Lin wants in each level of quest. The little girl at the front desk took out a machine and started preparing to sift through Lin Han's requests. But I see that Mr. Lin's strength is second turn, so I'd recommend Lin Han to pick some second turn professions. How about level 10-15 for the recommended levels? The receptionist said enthusiastically, and after a moment's thought said, but Mr. Lin's strength is there for all to see, and the danger level should not be a big problem for Mr. Lin's strength if he's level BS. What is Mr. Lin thinking? Lin Han was a little confused by the enthusiasm of the receptionist girl, and said awkwardly, I'm not taking this mission, I'm taking the third turn transfer mission. Mr. Lin, did I hear you right, you're going to take the third turn's transfer mission? The receptionist girl opened her mouth wide in shock and said, Mr. Lin, if I remember correctly, you only turned 2 half a month ago. Lin Han nodded and said, pretty much, this isn't the second turn full level, so I've come to take the third turn. After last night's forbidden spell cleansing in the Diamond Forest, now Lin Han had completely turned 2 at full level, and with the fact that he was carrying 2 sources of heavenly tribulation, he had already reached the basic conditions for turning 3. If a sacrifice turns 3, but it requires 2 sources of heavenly disasters, Mr. Lin has got them all together? Got it all together. Monster. This was definitely a monster. The front desk girl was looking at Lin Han with the eyes of a monster. Just half a month's time to change professions twice. This kind of talent could no longer be described as horrible. This kind of talent can't be described as horrible, it's completely unbelievable. What's more, this was the profession that was recognized as the most difficult to advance in by professionals all over the world, and yet this young man in front of her had already come to take the third turn transfer task from her. The world's first third turn priest? That's right, absolutely. Any more questions? Seeing that the little girl at the front desk was hesitant to speak, Lin Han also asked. No problem, no problem. The receptionist's little sister said hurriedly, then picked up the machine and said, Mr. Lin, there's no difference between the third turn and the second turn, so it's still the same quest as before. Should I choose random this time or choose on my own? Lin Han said decisively, random it is. Good. This time the little sister at the front desk didn't stop Lin Han. The last copy Lin Han was the random S-ranked copy that passed without a hitch. Coupled with the performance of this enrollment exam, she didn't think that this stage of the mission copy could be difficult for Lin Han. Even if it was an S-ranked quest, for this violent priest in front of her, it would be a complete breeze. Even in her eyes, Lin Han wouldn't even be under the slightest bit of pressure. According to the analysis news uploaded by the follow-up interpretation platform of the admission grand examination, they even boldly guessed that Lin Han's power had already reached the power of a warrior level 20, and they also presumed that Lin Han's endpoint was pretty much the same. Even if this was the case, it was already somewhat heaven-defying. A level 20 warrior going to complete the task of sacrificing, this was completely crushing. Lin Han placed his hand on top of the familiar crystal ball, and Lin Han's information appeared behind the front desk girl. Name, Lin Han. Profession, Scepter Sacrifice. Level 20 level, second turn. Task, go to the Iron Forest, search for the forest guards, and obtain the guards' hearts. Task type group task. Quest levels. God, you're really playing with me, it's another S-ranked mission. This is a complete attempt to put me to death. This isn't a joke, is it? Of course, if he didn't have the system Lin Han would indeed think that way, but nowadays he didn't care if it was an S-rank mission or not, and in the end he wouldn't be able to escape the end of his forbidden spell washing the ground. It was just that he hadn't heard that there was such a place as the Iron Forest in Huiyu City. There weren't even a few forests in the geographical location where Terumo City was located. I accept. Alright, this will be done for you. The receptionist's little sister did not dissuade this time. After all, this man in front of her was no longer able to use common sense things to say. This was completely a monster. That's right, a complete and utter monster. This kind of level of mission should be just skating along quickly for him. After all, people have that kind of strength. Even if people can't, who knows the power behind them? Can half a month's time to get 3 sources of natural disasters? This has not been able to follow the common sense to explain the value of the source of natural disasters that can be worth a lot of money. Any source of natural disasters can be sold for hundreds of millions of dollars. And the source of the natural disaster for the mage class profession have a very good effect. The specific situation is not her a receptionist girl can be clear. Alright, Mr. Lin, it's done. The deadline for the mission is the day after tomorrow. Mr. Lin needs to get moving as soon as possible. The Iron Forest isn't a mission for our Huiyu City, it's a mission for Smoky Cloud City. This mission is a group mission, so there will be the rest of the hidden missions that will wait for the specified time to arrive at the Steel Forest before they can be triggered. I wish Mr. Lin a safe journey. Lin Han said, thanks for your kind words, don't worry, I'll be back for your transfer soon. Then I'll be waiting for Mr. Lin. At this time, the people gathered in the transfer hall couldn't help but glance around when they saw someone taking a quest. After seeing Lin Han's message, everyone's jaws dropped in shock. Look, you guys, look. It's Lin Han, the top student of our enrollment exam this time. It's Lin Han. Holy, this is a transfer quest. Isn't it possible that violent sacrifice is transferring again? How long has it been since he awakened his profession? More than half a month. This guy is a monster, right? If this quest ends, this guy will become the first third-turn priest in the world, right? How horrible, such a genius has not even had an academy willing to recruit him. These teachers are really blind. That's it, if I were a teacher, I'd have to beg him to come. Chapter 59 Transfiguration Veil, Holy Order Master Teacher? The feeling of coming to the transfer hall twice was a completely different feeling. The first time gave the complete feeling that everyone looked down on him or simply didn't believe that he could do it. And this time he came here, because of the enrollment exam, everyone felt that he was a monster. There was even no pressure at all as long as it was about him. Even if a second-turn life sacrifice accepted an S-ranked quest, no one cared at all, and the thing that more people cared about was just his natural talent. Perhaps in the minds of these people, the name Lin Han had become synonymous with violence. Even though the screen had shown that his profession was scepter sacrifice, these people would still subconsciously call out the title of violent sacrifice. After Lin Han left the transfer hall, Lin Han used the teleportation array to go to the trading market. Mr. Lin, I'm so happy to see that you're safe. Manager Liu was still as enthusiastic as ever. Lin Han said, Manager Liu, although I didn't obtain that natural disaster this time, I'll still need it in the future if there's news of a natural disaster. But it's also thanks to this time I didn't go this level of earthquake, not to mention my second turn of the ritual. Even though Supreme Realm powerhouses may not be able to go deep into the ground to obtain the source of the natural disaster, right, they may have to take their own lives into it. Manager Liu smiled and said, Mr. Lin's luck is still good, otherwise, it would still be a bit lonely to not see Mr. Lin in the future. Lin Han rolled his eyes and scolded with a smile, what? You get excited every time you see me give you those good equipment, Mr. Lin, what are you talking about? Seeing Mr. Lin is what really excites people, young hero, who doesn't know your title of violent sacrifice now. Manager Liu brought Lin Han into a VIP lounge and said, I wonder what treasures Mr. Lin has brought me this time. There are no treasures this time. Lin Han said blandly, this time I'm here to buy some equipment. Show me your equipment list and see if there's anything I can use. Next, I have to prepare to go to Smoke Cloud City once. My third turn mission is in Smoke Cloud City. Even though I didn't go on it yesterday, I still have to go. Upon hearing this, Manager Liu was all a bit surprised, but still recovered his expression the first time, and hurriedly said, it looks like I have to congratulate Mr. Lin in advance. You're going to be the world's first 3-turn sacrifice. For a sacrifice to turn 3, 2 sources of heavenly disasters were needed. This was something that was clear to everyone, so it was already possible to determine that Lin Han must have gone to Smoky Cloud City yesterday and managed to obtain the source of a natural disaster deep underground. But, a natural disaster of that level, just with a second-turn sacrifice? Lin Han was also able to guess at this time that Manager Liu also suspected some of him, and said with an air of listlessness, isn't a third-turn sacrifice that also a sacrifice? Those elders have said that my power is about to reach its limit, and in the future I can only be a milk system. No matter how I think about it, I feel a bit sorry for Master and the others for helping me search for the source of the natural disaster, such a dangerous place just for a milk profession to be able to change occupations. No matter how I think about it, this is a losing deal. Master? Lin Han had a master? Could it be a teacher from their school? Nope. I had investigated before, and although the teachers at the school all liked Lin Han as a child, they didn't have the friendship to help Lin Han obtain the source of the heavenly tribulation no matter what. That meant that there was another master behind Lin Han, who had never even shown his face in the public eye. If that was the case, then everything would be able to work. It wasn't Lin Han who had actually gone down to retrieve the item yesterday, but he must have gone to Smoke Cloud City as well, only to have left when the danger came. That one who had fought a Supreme Realm mage was perhaps Lin Han's master. What a terrifying person that would have to be. Not only did he carry down the power of the forbidden spell, he even went underground to take the source of the heavenly calamity, otherwise that heavenly calamity wouldn't have been in Lin Han's hands. Manager Liu? Why are you suddenly not talking? Lin Han asked in a hurry. Of course he knew what Manager Liu was doing. When facing this old fox he had to set him up at all times, otherwise he could only be led by the nose by the other side. That's why he had sold a master out. He must pull the rhythm of this game to his side. I'm fine, just thought of something interesting. Manager Lu came back to his senses, and at this moment, the look he gave Lin Han had become even more unreadable. Just how terrifying was the strength of the master behind this top student of the enrollment examination? Great perfection of the supreme realm? Or, the saint stage? But for him, thinking about all these things right now was also something that wasn't necessary, and he would probably know about it later. Mr. Lin, it just so happens that some of our inventory has appeared here, you can take a look at it, there's quite a few interesting equipment as well. Manager Lu took out his tablet and placed it in front of Lin Han. This tablet has all of our equipment in it, some of it is not for sale, but it's Mr. Lin who's here, this face must be given. Good, let me take a look. Lin Han said, and then browsed up the equipment in the tablet. Most of the equipment was mediocre, even completely without highlights. And the highest grade equipment was just gold grade, any higher quality was also absent. There's nothing else? Lin Han said as he flipped through them. Manager Lu smiled bitterly, Mr. Lin, the equipment I have here is also the highest gold grade. I don't have any legendary grade kind of equipment here, not to mention that Huiyu City is just a small city, it's good enough to have these. Alright, it won't be difficult for you. Lin Han also knew the situation here, after all, a city that didn't even have a few experts, even if there were any of those equipments, no one would go by them. This one is somewhat interesting. Before long, Lin Han found a piece of equipment that was enough to tickle his interest heart. Name, Veil of Disguise. Location, Mask. Grade, Gold grade. Equipment description, after wearing the veil, you can disguise a person's face at will, but it requires the user to construct the mask themselves, and requires a certain styling base, but please don't wear it for a long time, as it may make you forget who you really are. Manager Lu, this transfiguration veil is not bad, how much is it? I'll buy it. Manager Lu glanced at the equipment and then said, if Mr. Lin likes this equipment, the original price is $3,800,000, since it's Mr. Lin who asked for it, $3 million will do, the extra $800,000 will be taken as congratulations to Mr. Lin for achieving the top spot in the admissions grand examination. Chapter 60 Self-Realization God's Face, Gaochong? Manager Lu, $3 million is a bit expensive. Although Lin Han wasn't short on money right now, it wasn't his style to act as an ingrate if he were to say so. A gold stage equipment, even if it was this kind of functional equipment, $3 million was a bit excessive. Manager Lu knew what Lin Han was thinking and laughed, Mr. Lin, you've just been awakened for only a month, so you're still a bit ignorant of the... In that case, then I won't make things difficult for Manager Lu, swipe your card. Lin Han handed out his black card. Manager Lu took the black card and smiled, okay, please wait for me, Mr. Lin, I'll be right back. It didn't take long for Manager Lu to come back with a wooden box. Mr. Lin, this is the disguise veil you need, it's already inside, and this is your black card. The two items were handed over to Lin Han. Since the transaction is complete, I'll leave first, I have to get ready to move to Smoky Cloud City. Manager Lu also followed behind Lin Han and said, I'll see you off. Good. Walking on the way out of the trading market, Manager Lu said, Mr. Lin, there's going to be a grand auction in our Huiyu City in half a month's time, and those two pieces of legendary grade equipment of yours are in it, so if you're interested, I can send the invitation to your home. Are there any other good things in it? Lin Han was interested in the auction. He had heard before that there would be more thousands of strange treasures amongst the large-scale auctions, but they were all places that only some people with status could enter. It is said that there are some nice things, I am not sure about the specifics, the exhibits are still being delivered one by one, it is still a confidential stage. Manager Lu said. Lin Han said, good, then send an invitation to my house. Afterwards, Lin Han told Manager Lu the address of the villa, and now his house was already busy and in full swing to start the moving journey. Manager Lu smiled and said, okay. After Lin Han left the auction venue, he found a deserted place and took out his disguise veil. Help me increase 10,000 times. Has successfully increased the veil of disguise 10,000 times, please check with the host. Name self-contained divine mask. Location, mask. Rank, legendary. Details, after wearing the mask, as long as the user imagines the person that needs to be transfigured will instantly change, which includes gender, body type, and face. Within 3 minutes of the transfiguration, the user can obtain all of the person's abilities. Even though today's Lin Han was already considered to be well informed, he still sucked in a breath of cold air when he saw this effect. Against the heavens. Absolutely heaven-defying. The person that this mask was able to visualize was exactly the same, and was even able to acquire that person's abilities for a short period of time. This was the so-called seamlessness. Doesn't it mean that as long as one is transformed into this person, one will be able to know all the skill information of the person being transformed in an instant? Plug in. This was a naked plug-in. Lin Han thought of Gao Chong at the first moment and transformed into Gao Chang's appearance in place. At this time, his information panel had also changed, whether it was his level or experience, or even his abilities had all changed. It was exactly the same as the person himself. Even in his perspective, there wasn't even the slightest difference, and the most frightening thing was that even some of Gao Chang's small habits and movements could be changed. Of course, the only thing that couldn't be changed was the inability to probe this person's memories. With this mask in the middle of it, it was easy to do things afterward, and was able to facilitate a lot of things. Lin Han put away the mask's ability and returned to his own appearance. This time the mask was as if it was already invisible on his face. If he wanted to take it off, all he had to do was touch his face and this mask was taken off. Overall, it was quite convenient. Next, Lin Han set off for the middle of Smoky Cloud City. Who would have thought that only last night he had escaped back to Huiyu City, and that he would have to go back again after only one night's work. In a teleportation formation in Smoke Cloud City, Lin Han slowly walked out. However, this time he was wearing Wang Chang's face. Lin Han's identity was still a bit eye-catching at this time, and would easily be recognized, so it was better to keep a low profile. At this time, the city center of Smoke Cloud City was still relatively intact, and some of the facilities did not have too many problems. After casually finding a hotel to stay, Lin Han also began to observe the situation of his mission. This mission was a multi-person team mission. He had learned about these things when he was in school before, and a multi-person team mission was, as the name implied, a team performing together. But each person would have their own individual mission, whether it was a separate hidden mission or a mission common to the group. As long as one was completed, it would be considered up to standard. But one of them, maybe someone's mission is to stop so and so from getting something, so no one can be trusted in this team. This is also the most troublesome thing in team missions. And it is absolutely impossible to kill each other in this kind of mission. Once someone dies because of one person, all the missions of the rest of the people will become killing red-named players, and even the missions of red-named players will be changed into suicides. So if Lin Han wanted to just ban a spell and wash the ground, this would be a bit of a problem. After all, there was still a need to take care of his teammates' feelings. Just as Lin Han was thinking, a familiar voice appeared in front of his door. Room 308, this is it. Gao Chong. How could Gao Chong appear here? Could it be doing a transfer quest? Impossible. Gao Chong was only in his second turn. There should still be some time before he was level 20 now. It was impossible for him to finish so quickly. There must be something else. Chapter 61 Build Equipment, Pit People. Gao Chong, I knew it was you as soon as I heard the voice. I didn't expect you to come to Smoky Cloud City as well, or what a coincidence. Lin Han enthusiastically went out to greet him, only using Wang Chang's identity. Wang Chang, why are you here? Gao Chong was also a bit surprised. He didn't expect to meet his old classmate in such a place. He didn't have any antipathy towards Wang Chang. After all, Wang Chang's performance wasn't that exceptional. He simply hated those who stole his thunder from the bottom of his heart. And at nighttime, Lin Han also came to Gao Chang's room. The two of them were ready to drink some wine. Wang Chang, is your drinking capacity okay? Can't be one cup down. Gao Chong said with a big grin and carried out boxes and boxes of wine from behind him. Lin Han smiled and said, it's definitely no match for you, but it shouldn't be much of a problem. The two of them talked and started drinking. Lin Han had the ability to heal himself. Something like alcohol was quickly able to evaporate with his forbidden spell. Instead, he also lured Gao Chong to drink from a bottle. By the time the second morning came, Lin Han stretched his back and looked at Gao Chong, who was already royally drunk. Gao Chong, don't blame me for being inhumane. This time when I participated in this mission, it just so happened that you sent me to the door. It just so happened that I was able to borrow your identity. Just take your time to sleep here. When you wake up from your sleep, the mission will pretty much start. If you want to blame me, I'll blame you for trusting people too easily. Saying that, Lin Han's face then transformed into Gao Chang's appearance, and then walked out of the hotel's front door, and rode the teleportation portal to the outskirts of the Iron Forest. The Gathering Stronghold, according to the mission, was pretty much this location as well. Obviously, Lin Han was the first one to arrive so far, and now that there were still 3 hours before the mission started, he wasn't in a hurry. Soon, the first person arrived in the middle of the scene. Older brother, are you on a team mission for the Iron Forest? The person who came was an uncle-like person who came up and greeted Lin Han warmly. Well, big brother, my name is Gao Chong, you can just call me Little Chongzi. Lin Han looked very humble. Good boy, let's just call you Chong-di. Little bugs always feel a bit like old eunuchs when they call them. Wang Qian laughed. I'm Wang Qian, you call me Brother Wang or Brother Qian. See, you are just awakened age. Don't worry, your brother, I'm a level 30 knight. I'll cover you on this journey. Alright, Brother Wang. Lin Han also introduced himself. I'm now a level 12 thief. Brother Wang, what I can do to help with the kid, I said. I just came here to practice. Then the guards hark you back. Just come, I'm just seeing. It turned out that the referee was called Gao Gung. This was the first time Lin Han knew his name. Chong-di, this person has a grudge against you? Wang Qian touched Lin Han's side and whispered to him. Lin Han said, it's not much of a grudge, he was just the referee at the time when I was competing. That's fine, if you have a grudge against Chong-di, as a brother, I will definitely help you, teach you a lesson. There's really no need, Brother Wang. Just as the two of them were chatting idly, a figure gradually approached and suddenly stopped by the side of a few people and said, Hello everyone, my name is Do-Wanting, take care. Chapter 62 Controllers, Heart of Steel. Do-Wanting? Hearing this familiar name, Lin Han also looked over. You are? At this time, Do-Wanting was followed by two people dressed in the uniform of the Ministry of Public Security. A few people were also on guard, not that they were afraid of the Ministry of Public Security, they were just simply a bit confused as to what exactly this young lady was operating. Hello, we are the people from the Smoky Cloud City Public Security Department. Right now Do-Wanting is our control person, so we have to keep an eye on her. There are still some cases that we haven't dealt with clearly, so she is not able to leave our field of vision. One of the public security officers explained. Control personnel you guys still let out? Wang Qian was a bit speechless and said, you guys shouldn't be hindering us from accomplishing our mission, right? If you want to block it, even if you are public security officers, don't blame me for not giving you face. You are Mr. Wang Qian, right? One of the public security officers said with a smile, it's true that it's exactly the same as what is written in the information, a person with a short temper and a straight face, you can boldly rest assured on this point, our mission is just to watch over Do-Wanting, we won't be involved in the information of your mission, so you guys don't have to worry about it. You guys are investigating me? Wang Qian looked at the two public security officers with a grim gaze. The public security officer said softly, right now Do-Wanting is the key object of our public security's care, so for the series of requirements of her mission we definitely need to investigate, please don't worry about it, Mr. Wang Qian. But you don't need to worry, a level 30 Guardian Knight, we don't have the ability to stop you from reaching your mission. We are only responsible for looking after Do-Wanting, the rest has nothing to do with us. Wang Qian also said after hearing the satisfactory answer, in that case, it has nothing to do with me, you guys can do whatever you like, but if you disturb me from accomplishing my mission, even if you are public security officers, don't blame me for not giving you face. Good. There's still one last person left, is he coming or not? At this point in time, the time was already approaching the start time. Gao Gung looked at the public security officers and said, you should have already investigated us all clearly, right? Who is the last person, and is he still coming or not? The public security officer swept the crowd present and said, Mr. Gao Gung, Mr. Wang Qian, Mr. Gao Chong, Mr. Yuding, and the last person is Mr. Lin Han from Huiyu City. We also only know the basic information, as for coming or not coming is not something we can know, after all, the person's jurisdiction still belongs to Huiyu City, we don't have the right to go directly to Huiyu City to supervise, right? Lin Han. This kind of heaven-defying students of the 5 major schools actually no one wants to recruit. This is pathetic. The world's first 3 turn of the sacrifice of this kind of gold, surprisingly the last no one wants. That violent sacrifice? Wang Qian also knows this number of characters, said regretfully, time is coming soon, looks like it should not come. Really some pity, really want to see. Lin Han said with a look of no good temper, this guy is really annoying. How can I meet this guy anywhere? Do a task also, do not let people stop. Gao Gung mocked at the side, people didn't invite you to mess with you, why do you always miss them, plus you can't beat them. Can't you treat them a little better? Okay, stop arguing. Wang Qian drank 2 and added, there are still 10 seconds left, get ready to go in. As soon as these words came out, everyone quieted down and waited for the countdown in their minds. 3, 2, 1. Diamond Forest Quest begins. Hidden Quest. Lin Han, stop Wang Qian from killing the Shadow Wolf and help Do-Wanting kill the 3-eyed demon ape. Hidden Quest reward, Heart of Steel. The Heart of Steel? Lin Han probably had a number in mind. The Heart of Steel should be similar to the Heart of the Guards. This is a kind of forging material. Only for him there was currently no use out of it. The requirement for everyone's transfer quest should be to obtain the Heart of the Guard, which was something impossible to avoid. That is to say, in order to achieve one's own transfer mission, the heart of the guard is something that must be obtained, although it is said that everyone is now a community, but everyone's goal is the same. And there was only one copy of the heart of the guard. On the surface, everyone was peaceful, but in reality, they were all harboring ulterior motives. Once they missed this mission, they would have to wait for 3 months before they were able to retake the mission. I'm afraid that no one would be willing to wait any longer for this time gap. After obtaining the hidden mission, everyone didn't say anything. After all, going to ask others what the hidden mission was, this kind of thing was too stupid. First of all, but can people say, even if they did say, can they believe it? Who could believe such nonsense? Everyone, let's go in. Wang Xian took the lead and said. Cao Gung also followed and said, all be careful, the monsters in the Iron Forest are all very strong, there are even some gold rank monsters and above, it's a more difficult task. This is all a small problem, if you can't beat them, just run, it's not like you have to complete the mission. Lin Han looked indifferent. After all, his persona in the eyes of the crowd was that he was here to train. As for whether or not he could obtain the heart of the guard, it was all a matter of indifference. Cao Gung said without a good mood, you think that everyone is like you is here to practice, we are here for our own transfer, if you want to fool around I advise you to get out of here. Otherwise I won't bother to help you if you meet danger. Lin Han said with a helpless face, Brother Gao, we're not so cold-blooded and heartless, at least we've had a chance to help. That's because Lin Han isn't here, otherwise you'd be lying on the ground right now. Cao Gung gave him a blank look and continued to walk forward. Lin Han disdainfully said, Lin Han he's nothing, he just won by trickery, you wait for me to complete the 3rd turn, I'll definitely let him know what it means to be outside of people and outside of the sky. This feeling of scolding himself, for a while he was still a bit unaccustomed to it, it was true that it was still more comfortable to scold others. Chapter 63 Separation, surely better than you. Let's hope that this dream of yours can come true. Cao Gung also didn't bother to talk nonsense with this person and said, I advise you to settle down a bit, if I find out that your kid wants to mess around, then don't blame me for not giving you face, I will definitely let you lie on the ground and not be able to get up. A few big brothers, stop arguing, we still have to complete the mission together. Du Wanting said softly. At this moment, the 2 public security officers were just standing at a distance following them. They only needed to watch over Du Wanting, there was no need to get themselves into this kind of danger as well. They were just some bottom-level public security officers, their strength was not strong. You're mistaken, how could such a big event be encountered by a little girl like me? Du Wanting said awkwardly, furthermore, I'm a person who hasn't even turned 2, how could I possibly go to a place like the Diamond Forest to practice leveling, what's the difference between that and looking for death? Lin Han said with a disappointed face, I thought you had seen that strong man, sorry I spoke too much. Hearing this, Du Wanting's originally hanging heart was completely relieved. She thought that this person really knew the inside story of this place. Now that she had already told the public security all the information she could, but the public security just wouldn't let her go, she always felt that she knew some other insider information. What's more, she originally didn't know what information that strong person really was, and the name she knew was still a fake name. But it was just to bring her to brush up her level, and the public security department was just chasing after her. She was also somewhat helpless. It was rumored that the government of Smoke Cloud City had begun applying to the imperial capital to transfer over a mind-reading expert, who would be interrogated one last time at that time. When there were no problems at that time, then she would be free. Are you a local of Smoke Cloud City? Cao Gung looked at Du Wanting. Du Wanting nodded her head and said, yes, my family is all from Smoke Cloud City, it's considered a native. Was Smoke Cloud City really scary that day? It was scary. At that time I was skulking outside, I saw a huge meteorite smashing into the sky in the direction of the Diamond Forest, and there was news behind that said that the meteorite was none other than a forbidden spell magic released by a strong person of the Supreme Realm. Even if I live near the center of the city, the intensity of the tremor is quite terrifying. Even now, the direction of Smoke Cloud City near the Diamond Forest is still being rebuilt again. Wang Xian couldn't help but say, these guys, can they still be called human? Completely as a fairy fight. In the future if you are unlucky to meet this level of strong, do not have the slightest hesitation, hurry to run as far away as possible, the slightest carelessness we may die in the aftermath of their battle. Forget it, with our level, I'm afraid we won't be able to see that kind of powerhouse in our lifetime. Cao Gung said helplessly. He had never seen a few Supreme Realm powerhouses in his life, let alone seeing a battle between such powerhouses. Wait. Wang Xian suddenly stopped, his gaze cautiously looking ahead as if something terrifying was approaching in this direction. Brother Wang, what's wrong? Lin Xian asked in a low voice. At this time, he had already silently used God's Eye to explore the entire map, and at this moment, there was a steel-striped tiger heading this way. A gold-level monster. Wang Qian whispered, "Move back slowly, I can feel a very vicious monster approaching this side in front of me. Make sure to be careful next, and run away if anything goes slightly wrong. After all, it's an S-ranked quest, so things should be done with the utmost care." No one objected to these words either. Silently everyone controlled even their breathing to be very small, fearing that a terrifying thing would burrow out in front of them all of a sudden. Lin Han, on the other hand, was thinking at this moment. A monster of golden rank strength, could these people deal with it? Currently, the strongest person among these people was Wang Qian, a level 30 guardian knight, the main combat class occupation. The rest of the two people he was not sure. However, the referee had once sparred with him, and he was able to sense that the referee's strength was at most level 30. As for Du Wanting, there was no need to say anything. She had just prepared for her second turn, and she could only run when she encountered a gold-ranked monster. Although the gold-rank monsters were also very weak in front of him, but with so many people here, he couldn't directly expose his strength. There were still public security officers here, and once they were exposed, it was very likely that they would be invited in for tea next. This point he still understands very well. Therefore, in front of so many people, he could only use Gao Chan's ability to assist in the battle. "Be careful, it's coming over." Wang Chen hurriedly reminded the crowd and added, "Chongdi, you and the person called Du Wanting stay at the back. If you have a chance to sneak attack, you can directly sneak attack. If you don't have a chance, then you can save yourself, and leave the front side to Gao Gong and I." "Alright brother Wang, if there is anything you need just talk to me." Lin Han also did not polite. Here have combat power is also these two people. Wang Chen looked at Gao Gong, "Your kid has no problem. Don't worry, definitely stronger than you." Chapter 64 A bunch of scum, it's not fair. Incoming. With Wang Qian's roar, everyone fell into a state of alert. A tiger's roar came from the forest, and a black and white ferocious beast burrowed out of the forest, eyeing the crowd intently. Wang Qian couldn't help but curse, "It's really unlucky, I just met a gold-ranked steel-striped tiger right at the beginning, this is going to be troublesome." Good. Du Wanting was also stunned. She vaguely smelled a familiar aura from this person, but it seemed very strange. An illusion? This person had never been seen before, so it should be an illusion. Lin Han looked around and observed, the current situation wasn't so simple, there would be a greater danger coming this way next. The steel-striped tiger suddenly sprang out and directly pounced in Wang Qian's direction. Guard and battle are born together. The sword cuts down the evil in all directions, and the shield protects 1,000 living beings. Honorable God of Knights, I am your most loyal believer, please grant me your power, and I will testify your legacy to the law of the four directions. As Wang Qian chanted, a sword and a shield appeared in Wang Qian's hands. The shield was then raised to directly block the steel-striped tiger's tearing bite, and with a chop of the sword, the sound of steel colliding with steel traveled into everyone's ears. So damn hard. Wang Qian couldn't help but curse as he hurriedly pulled himself away from the steel-striped tiger. That sword just now seemed like it had cut on steel, and even just now she saw some sparks on the steel-grain tiger's body. Cao Gong said, "Strike together, the steel-grain tiger's body is as hard as steel, we can't fight with it for a long time, or else we will only be able to consume us all to death. Honorable God of Assassination, grant me the ultimate power of assassination. I will make assassination the creed of my life. I will make you all my faith." As Gao Gong hid, a ghostly power emanated from his entire body. Third turn Shadow Assassin. Main combat class. The two of them locked eyes and instantly struck out. For a time, they fought with the steel-striped tiger. After all, they were the two main battle class professions, and for a time, they had the upper hand. "They're so strong." Du Wanting couldn't help but say. Lin Han laughed, "The main battle class professions are definitely stronger and both of these two professions are very good professions, although it's not as good as some heaven-defying hidden professions, it's still definitely considered a middle-of-the-road profession. Gao Gong's profession should be the assassin profession, so when he turns 3, he will be able to transfer to become a shadow assassin, and if a thief profession like mine wants to transfer to become a shadow assassin, then he will need to turn 4. It's really true that people can be more angry than people. Du Wanting consoled from the side, everyone's profession has its own use, so you don't need to worry about these things. Looking at your age, you should also be in this term. The road ahead is still long. You're quite interesting, so young, and still able to say such insightful words. Lin Han couldn't help but laugh. Du Wanting shook her head and looked into the distance, thinking, after seeing a strong person like that, I realized that there are still a lot of things in this world that I need to work hard for. I can't just stay stuck, I still need to work hard. Only when one reaches the top like that will one be able to visit all kinds of places without a care in the world. Damn, this steel-striped tiger is really hard, it can't be beaten at all. Wang Qian chopped out with his sword, grinding out a trail of sparks on the steel-grain tiger's body. The steel-striped tiger resisted and tore past, raising its shield to harden against the charge, but Wang Qian was also knocked back several meters by the impact. Immediately after, Gao Gang had already appeared at the side of the steel-striped tiger, scraping over with a knife, but still only able to repel the steel-striped tiger, difficult to injure it in the slightest. If this continues, we will sooner or later be worn down by this fellow. Gao Gung frowned and hurriedly pulled to a safe distance. Lin Han was a little helpless. Didn't these guys learn anything when they went to school? Didn't the textbooks all say where the steel-striped tiger's weaknesses were? This kind of monster that could appear anywhere, the information was very full of. Brother Gao, Brother Wang, attack its abdomen, that's where it's most vulnerable. Lin Han shouted over. When Gao Gung heard this, he scurried out at the first opportunity, using extreme strength to get to the underside of the steel-striped tiger and stabbed it. Success! He was only holding the attitude of trying it out, but he didn't expect it to actually succeed. Gao Chong, okay, you even know this. Gao Gung hurriedly left the steel-striped tiger and said in admiration. You bunch of school scum, you really don't learn anything when you go to school. What is there to not know about such simple knowledge? Just this kind of scum are lucky to have a main battle class occupation, and a school bully like me ended up mixing up a sacrifice. God, it's not fair. Lin Han said politely, these things are handed over in the textbook, I just graduated after all, so I remember it more clearly, don't believe me, ask Du Wanning. Du Wanning was confused by this question and said awkwardly, that's right, it seems like I've learned it. How could there be a schoolteacher mixed into the team and ask me this kind of question? How would I know whether or not I've handed over the weaknesses of the steel-striped tiger in the textbooks? Who would bother to learn about that kind of thing? A school bully can be so annoying. Gao Gang, attract his attention, I'll sneak attack his abdomen. Gao Gung said, and his body began to move once again with the wandering spirit in general. Good. Wang Qian was also furious. Now that he knew the weakness of the steel-striped tiger, it was not enough. After having the first blade, Wang Qian chopped out his sword and started to formally steel himself against the steel-patterned tiger. Gao Gang, on the other hand, seized the opportunity and stabbed the steel tiger's abdomen. The steel-striped tiger suffered a painful attack and hastily retreated, looking at the crowd intently. Little tiger, why aren't you arrogant now, come on. After having an advantage, the two Wang Qian also pretended, disdainfully said, I must slaughter you, strip your skin down to make a piece of armor, dare to give me trouble at this time, you this dead. Chapter 65. How could there be a tiger group? Just as the two of them pressed forward and prepared to end the steel-striped tiger, they only saw the steel-striped tiger raise its head to the sky, and suddenly the sound of rubbing grasses and trees came from the middle of the forest. What? The two looked into the forest in confusion, and suddenly a black and white figure rushed out. Nima, this shameless thing, how can you call out if you can't beat them? Isn't this playing up? Wang Qian screamed and cursed, and hurriedly pulled his legs out to run. Du Wanting, follow me. Lin Han pulled Du Wanting's arm and ran in a direction. And Gao Gung was also shocked and cursed, what's with this steel-striped tiger? How do I remember the textbooks from my childhood that said tigers are solitary animals? How can there be a tiger group here? Who knows, maybe you were tricked by your teacher. Wang Qian put away his equipment and hurriedly began to run wildly. This plot change was really too fast, even though none of these steel-striped tigers had the strength of the gold rank, but this one tiger group was not something that the two of them could deal with. Not to mention the two of them, Chong Di and Du Wanting, it would be good if they weren't torn off. Where's Chong Di? By the time Wang Qian reacted, Lin Han and Du Wanting's figures had already disappeared. Still need to think about it, must have just run away. Nima, really unlucky, this is only the periphery to run into this gang of tiger things. Don't worry about them two first, there is after all the public security people follow, for people how also not to what problem. But we two don't get separated, if again meet the gold-level monster also have a care. Listening to Gao Chang's words, Wang Qian also hastened to express his agreement. In this kind of copy, surely group is the best way, if you lose your life in this can be troublesome. At this time, the two public security officers who were originally following Du Wanting were also in a tight state of mind. People with lose people? Just when they were just escaping, those two people drilled into a shrub and disappeared. Now the two of them were somewhat at a loss for words. If this were to let the captain know, wouldn't it be necessary to strip the two of them of their skins? This was a key caretaker. The kind that absolutely cannot be lost. Are Are we still going in now? One of the public security officers said. The other public security officer responded, just with the strength of our two, how can we go in? Just now those two level 30 powerhouses you have also seen, two-third turn against a gold-ranked steel-striped tiger are struggling. Without them to open up the way in front of us, it's just a death for us to go over there now. Since we can't go in now that the people are lost, what else can we do? Call for help, let the captain bring some people in to search for them, it's really troublesome now. Hey, captain, the person is lost with. Lin Han at this time, according to God's eye always observing the surrounding situation, found an open space above, gasped and said, this place will be fine, there shouldn't be any monsters nearby. How can you be sure? Do-wanting squatted on the ground, the strenuous exercise he had just done had caused him to lose his stamina at a rapid rate, and now he was too tired to stand up. Lin Han laughed, don't doubt the eyes of a schoolteacher, according to the knowledge inside the textbook, it's impossible for monsters to exist in the vicinity of this kind of environment, so just rest assured. Based on Do-Wanting's performance just now, he had been able to determine that Do-Wanting was a schoolboy. He couldn't say that he had observed it with his forbidden-level God's eye, so explaining it with this kind of thing was the best way to go. But all the textbooks say is that tigers are solitary animals. Hearing this, Lin Han's old face darkened. Breaking down the stage. Don't worry, that steel-striped tiger was an accident, after all, nothing can be absolutely certain, maybe these tigers just prefer to be together? After all, they are all monsters, they can't be explained by common sense. Do-Wanting leaned against a tree on the side and said, forget it, let's just trust you for a while, anyway, even if we chase them over, we can still have a companion to die together, it's not a bad choice. Now she is already very tired, these days in the Ministry of Public Security inside also did not sleep on a good sleep, every day there are all kinds of different kinds of people to interrogate her, even what time there are. Coupled with the strenuous exercise she had just done, she was already very tired. Lin Han utilized God's eye to observe the direction of Wang Qian and the two of them, while saying, Do-Wanting, your mission is to destroy the three-eyed demon ape, right? After waiting for a moment and not getting a response, Lin Han thought that she was cautious and didn't want. On the way to rush, Lin Han also gradually changed his appearance. I can finally get rid of this bunch of things, how can I be chased by this bunch of things? Wang Qian said without a good breath, even after shaking off the tiger group, the two of them still continued to run on. In this unfamiliar environment, safety was the most important thing now. Gao Gang then said, fortunately, it was us who chased after them, and even let us get rid of them, if they were chasing after Gao Chong, I'm afraid they would have been eaten by now. That's right, let's find a place to rest for a while, then go look for Chong Di and the others. Right at this moment, Gao Gang suddenly stopped his pace and said somewhat helplessly, you crow's mouth I'm afraid we don't have time to rest now. What's wrong? Wang Qian somewhat didn't react, while Gao Gang pointed to the direction in front and said, there's a monster in front that's headed this way, and based on the aura emanating from its body it seems like it's another gold rank monster. Gao Gang, are you sure you didn't feel it wrong? No. It's coming. Chapter 66 Shadow Wolf, Gold Rank? It's the Shadow Wolf. Wang Qian suddenly felt happy in his heart, what he originally thought was very unlucky was now accomplished so easily. That's right, this is the Shadow Wolf. Gao Gang's eyes lit up as he said, Wang Qian, if I'm not mistaken your hidden mission is to kill the Shadow Wolf, right? How do you know? Wang Qian cautiously looked at Gao Gang, this kind of hidden mission was something that only the person who had the mission itself could know, the rest of the people simply couldn't detect what someone else's hidden mission was. Don't be nervous. Gao Gang said with a smile, I won't lie to you, my hidden mission is to assist you in successfully killing the Shadow Wolf and stopping that girl Do-Wanting from killing what she needs. However, for me to say that completing the hidden mission is also just an additional condition, I am not interested in the rewards of my hidden mission at all, so as to whether or not I will help you to solve this Shadow Wolf also depends on whether or not you will help me to stop that girl Do-Wanting. Facing Gao Gang's words, Wang Qian also said bluntly, don't worry, as long as you help me solve this thing, I will definitely not make a move if we— That's good, let's go. As soon as the words fell, the gazes of the two turned very determined, after all, it was a gold-ranked Shadow Wolf. They had to deal with it with all their might, if they were not careful, the lives of the two could be lost here. So unless the Shadow Wolf was no longer in a state, it was impossible for the two of them to slack off. The Shadow Wolf flew out suddenly, its powerful claws seeming as if it could tear the sky apart. Compared to the steel-striped tiger that they had met before, this Shadow Wolf didn't have that ferocious defense, so they just needed to tangle together without any extra thoughts. This was a collision between strength and power. Watching this battle, Lin Han was somewhat in awe of these two. Very strong. Facing this kind of mission target that only required the use of various fighting techniques and strength, the two of them were also using it in a very strong way. It was able to be seen that these two were both strong people who had been through many battles. Previously, when they met the steel-striped tiger, they just didn't know the weakness of the steel-striped tiger, that's why they were in a dilemma, and now that they were facing the shadow wolf, the two of them had become much more cooperative. Sure enough, two level 30 main combat class professions fighting a gold-ranked shadow wolf doesn't have much pressure. Lin Han thought in his heart. According to the way it was stated in the plan, it was just a matter of not being able to let them make up for it. So now he didn't need to move much at all, he just needed to wait for the two of them to consume the shadow wolf miserably before he stepped forward to reap the benefits. There! Cao Gun stabbed a knife into the top of the dark shadow wolf's back, and the dark shadow wolf roared angrily as its entire body collapsed to the ground. In only a few minutes, the wounds on the dark shadow wolf's body were already a lot more. Wang Qian also stopped his steps and looked at the loot in front of him and couldn't help but feel happy, saying, I didn't expect this time to go so smoothly. It's true that cooperating with the main combat class to fight monsters is comfortable. After the end of this mission, do we want to add a contact information, in the future, together with the team copies? I have not met you so compatible with the temperament of the people for a long time. Gao Gang waved his hand and said, forget it, after this mission is over we will go our separate ways, in the future if there is a chance to meet again, let's talk about it then. Let's not talk about that nonsense, kill this shadow wolf of yours, right, if it explodes equipment, we'll split it equally. Wang Qian also said painfully, no problem, I just happen to know someone in the trading market who can't suppress our price. With that, Wang Qian came to Shadow Wolf's side and laughed, little, I haven't even gone to look for you yet, you sent yourself to the door, in that case, don't blame me for not being polite. As soon as the words fell, the long sword in Wang Qian's hand chopped down at the Shadow Wolf's head. Just when he thought he was already going to succeed, a figure suddenly stopped in front of them. Who? What person? Both Wang Qian and Gao Gung were stunned by this sudden occurrence, not expecting that there would be someone who would come over to look for trouble at a critical moment. I say two of you, give the old man face, how about giving me this shadow wolf as a meet and greet gift? Lin Han appeared in front of the two at this moment with the face of an old man, and with one hand, he grabbed Wang Qian's sword-swinging arm in a death grip. You old man, looking for death? Wang Qian tried to swing his shoulder, but it was difficult to swing it no matter what. What kind of power is this? I can't believe I can't resist it at all. A warrior? Lin Qian said indifferently, young man, this shadow wolf old man has some favorites, how about you give it to old man today, and in the future, if there is anything you want to do, how about you go to Shaking Light City and look for me? The old man who can help will naturally be able to help you. Wang Qian's gaze gradually turned grim as he said, if you say you'll give it to me, won't I lose face? Chapter 67 Mission, Failed? Lin Han looked at Gao Gung and said with an old-fashioned air, this is your friend, isn't it? Why are you clinging to a on? The two agreed on their purpose and killed towards Lin Han at the same time. Really don't know how to die. Lin Han's figure flashed, a fist blasted out, the powerful force instantly condensed a full seal. Wang Qian saw the situation and directly raised his shield to resist. Boom! Strong fist wind directly hit on top of the shield, a fist mark directly branded on top of the shield, and Wang Qian could not withstand the impact, directly flew backwards. The pain instantly entered Wang Qian's body, and at this moment, it was as if his entire skeleton had fallen apart. After climbing up with great difficulty, he looked at the shield branded with the fist mark and his eyes glared round. This shield was a gold-ranked piece of equipment, but it was actually broken by this old man's fist. This must be how strong the power, to be able to punch to do such destructive power. At this time, Gao Gang was still circling around the old man wanting to find an opportunity to directly waste this old man, although if the person will be killed will let him become a red name, but just waste will not matter things. Just when Gao Gang was about to touch Lin Han, Wang Qian suddenly shouted, Gao Gang, stop. But now that Gao Gung had an arrow on the string, he stabbed over. After the dagger contacted Lin Han's body, it was slow to stab in. Lin Han was a bit helpless, his own body shield was enough for you two to break for a while, a few million shield value is not a joke. If you can break it simply by virtue of 230-something professions, then it's a bit of child's play. Looking at Gao Gang's astonished eyes, Lin Han also kicked him down to Wang Qian's side. Both of you, do you still want to continue? Although old me is not good at bloodlust, if you guys continue, old me wouldn't recommend letting 2 more lives come out of my hands. In the face of Lin Han's threat, the two of them had long since lost their temper by now as well, so they hurriedly stood up and said, Old man, it's the two of us, no more fighting, no more fighting. Lin Han said with satisfaction, hadn't this been the case there would have been nothing left. Now that the shadow wolf is still dead, I'm not interested in dead things, if you two like it, you can take it away. May I also ask what is the old gentleman's name? Wang Qian said respectfully. Lin Chen said softly, Old Mr. Nameless. They all call old Mr. Nameless Taoist. See, you two little guys still know what to do. In the future, if there's anything you can do, go to Shaking Light City and look for the old man. The old man promises to help you guys with a favor. How about it? Taoist Nameless, then how do we contact you when we go to Shaking Light City? There's no need to contact me. The moment you guys step into Shaking Light City, you'll already be under my inspection and surveillance. If Old Me has time, then I'll naturally go see you guys. Old Me has other things to do, so I'll leave first. You two little ones can play here. As soon as the words fell, Lin Han's figure had already disappeared in place. Nameless Taoist? Have you heard of this guy? Wang Chan looked at Gao Gong. Gao Gong shook his head and said, I've never heard of it. I think it should be some hidden powerhouse. Those two strikes he made just now were simply out of the human level. What bad luck. Although Wang Qian was a little upset in his heart, but being able to get a promise from a strong person, this was also a very good thing for him. After all, in the presence of such things, it would naturally be a good thing if he could befriend a strong person. Alright, let's swallow this dumb loss. If we have the chance to go to Shaking Light City in the future, befriending this strong man properly will have quite a lot of benefits for us in the future. Although Gao Gong was also a bit helpless, it wasn't nothing after all. Moreover, when he stabbed his dagger in just now, he was able to feel this old man's strong life force. It was completely stronger than he simply didn't know how many times. It's just that I have to repair this shield. It still costs money. Wang Qian looked at his shield with some regret. Who could dog think that an old man like that would be able to exert such power? With just one punch, his shield had become like this. This kind of thing was as good as a joke. Let's go, now go find Gao Chongdu Wanting and the others. Since your hidden quest can't be done, then theirs is the same. Gao Gong said. Wang Qian also understood Gao Gong's meaning. That's right, those two little guys who want to complete the hidden quest definitely need our help, so it shouldn't be too much for him to give the two of us some benefits if we help them complete the hidden quest. That's right, even if the two of them aren't happy, what can they do? Lin Han stood on the tree and opened God's eye, searching with all his might for that ferocious beast in Du Wanting's quest, absolutely needing to rush to get rid of that monster before these two guys. Otherwise, it would definitely cause some other trouble. The distance isn't too far. But finally I've found you. Chapter 68 Hunting and Killing, Three-Eyed Demon Ape. Looks like this thing is the three-eyed demon ape. Lin Han stood on a tree and observed the behemoth that was surrounded by a group of small monkeys in the center. The pressure released by this three-eyed demon ape is no longer comparable to an ordinary gold rank. It should be at the stage where it's about to advance now. It shouldn't take more than a few years for this three-eyed demon ape to break through, and by the time the three-eyed demon ape becomes platinum ranked, I'm afraid that the entire iron forest will change its pattern as a result. But if you look at it this way, this mission is really a pitiful one. The strength of the three-eyed demon ape is a complete trap for Du Wanting's strength. Even if Wang Qian and Gao Gong obtain this mission, it's nothing more than hitting a stone with an egg. It's simply impossible to obtain a single benefit from this fellow's body. What's more, it would be completely impossible to do so with such a monkey around. However, today's Lin Han wouldn't care about all of this. It was just a mere three-eyed demonic ape in the district. As for these little monkeys, it would be fine to settle it all together. Three-eyed demon ape, your grandpa Lin is here. Why don't you quickly kneel down? With that, Lin Han had jumped down. The three-eyed demon ape also sensed that the visitor was not good, and turned his head to look at the person who had just clamored. This thing is pretty scary looking. Lin Han couldn't help but say, the three-eyed demon ape's body type was very strong. Its body was naked and all muscular, as if it was capable of piercing through a person with a single punch. And the mouth full of fangs above, even already reddish. Some god seems to have been infected by Bloodstain's invasion of the general. Red three eyes is let the human heart chills. If ordinary people see this appearance, I am afraid that even the most basic escape will forget. Three-eyed demon ape, what? Why don't you kneel down for your grandpa Lin? Lin Han taunted, sending the little monkey beside him flying with a punch. This action also completely enraged the three-eyed demon ape, directly coming to Lin Han's side and swinging his fist out, but Lin Han's body was like a ghost, directly disappearing from the spot. When it reappeared, it had already come to a distant tree. Three-eyed demon ape, is that all the strength you have? Or is this muscle of yours all empty? No, in the future this monkey king's position should be left to me to do it. You're not very good. Lin Han said disdainfully, pulling his ability to taunt to its fullest state. The three-eyed devil ape was furious, directly came to the tree and was going to crush Lin Han completely. As the overlord of a party, how could he let someone provoke him like this? The corner of Lin Han's mouth gently arced up, directly flashed to the other side, and the devil ape is also closely followed. The speed of one person and one ape was very fast, and they ran up the tree in a crazy frenzy, while the little monkeys behind them were also in hot pursuit. These little monkeys can't get rid of them at all. They don't look like they have much power, but their speed is not bad at all. Lin Han's plan was to lure the three-eyed demon monkey to directly take him away, but the current situation was beyond what he had originally imagined. In that case, then don't blame me for letting you die first. If he didn't have to bring it to Do Wanning's side for Do Wanning to make up for it, he would have long ago banned these monsters from the ground and washed the spell directly. Although a heart of steel wasn't very useful to him, he also needed money, and when his own realm got higher, sometimes he needed more. But if he was always able to sell some legendary grade equipment, then he was surely going to provoke some terrifying existences. Although it was said that one person and two people he wasn't afraid of at all, but if it was a huge family, some terrifying sects, or even some big guilds or something, he wouldn't be able to take it at all either. This world was like this: once a character appeared that was different from the others, then that person would suffer from the crazy retaliation of the rest of the forces. Or even threats. The things that creatures like people feared the most were the deviants, everything that was out of place with ordinary people. Obviously, Lin Han was in this category. Once he was really detected, then there would be many saint ranks and even legendary realms that would come to his door in droves. When that time came, his millions of shields would really not be enough. Then it would really be a competition between forbidden spells, and even great forbidden spells might appear. Although Lin Han had a lot of forbidden spell skills, he knew that if he really ran into that kind of existence, he wouldn't be able to beat it, and in the end, he would only be able to flee in return. Just like the regrettable heavenly dharma that came from the Imperial Capital Survey Corps, although his own forbidden spells might be above the other party, but if he really fought, no matter whether it was in terms of combat experience or strength, it was also impossible for him to defeat that powerful person. For his own strength, Lin Han was still very self-aware, never blindly confident. This kind of thing was not the same as destroying a place to obtain the source of the heavenly calamity, but now Lin Han was going to fight that person. But now, Lin Han was going to stay until the end, and unless he became the true tip of the pyramid, he wouldn't be able to expose himself no matter what. Then all of this was to be done slowly. Lin Han roared and blasted out a fist. Countless little monkeys felt a ferocious fist wind and directly fell from the trees. These little things, they're really strong. Really can't afford to kill you guys, and can't report the equipment, and I can't absorb the experience now that I'm level 20. What a waste. Lin Han dodged the attack of the three-eyed demon ape while knocking down a bunch of little monkeys one after another, gradually making his way over to the direction where Du Wanning was. Cao Gang, did you feel it? Wang Qian cautiously stared at a direction. Cao Gung said blandly, felt it. It seems like someone is fighting. Is it possible that it's Gao Chong and the two of them? It's not clear. Let's go over there. If it's really Chong Di and the others, we can help. Even if it's those two public security people, it's good to have a companion in today's situation. But there is another situation. Cao Gung pondered. It could also be that old man. Maybe he's doing something. Should we wait? Wang Qian asked. We can wait for the battle over there to end to see what exactly happened. If it's really that old man, it might be a bit not so good for us to go over and disturb him now. If it's really murderous, the strength of the two of us won't be able to escape at all. Cao Gung agreed. Let's lean over there first, and wait for the battle to end to observe the battlefield. Even if it's really Gao Chong and the others, it's up to their luck whether they can turn the danger into a success or not, and they can only blame their bad luck for meeting a creature of the. That's one of the better things about it. That side might have finished fighting. Let's go over and take a look. The two Gaogongs observed the situation over there at all times and said, 15 minutes have passed and there has been no movement over there. Wang Qian also nodded his head and said, let's go see what's going on. Without the slightest hesitation, the two of them frantically rushed over to that side. A second of hesitation in this kind of place could result in a lot of things happening. Suddenly Wang Qian looked at Gaogon taking out a knife and had already started cutting the meat from the monkey's body and asked suspiciously, what are you doing? Cao Gang cut off the monkey's meat piece by piece and said, some of the dry food that I had prepared just got lost, now I'll cut off some more, or else there won't be anything to eat at night. Wang Qian suddenly realized and said, I'll cut some too. I don't know when this mission will be completed, it might take a while. Just as the two were cutting, suddenly two footsteps came into their ears. Instantly, the two were alerted. Who? At the first moment, the two entered into a fighting state, eyeing the direction of the dark part of the forest intently. Don't misunderstand, it's us. The person who came was precisely the original public security officer. The two of them were also in a relatively sorry state now, having met a silver-ranked monster which had escaped the ascension. You two are. Seeing the public security officer is also considered to put down the heart, these two people to them do not pose a threat. Public security see this ground full of corpses directly stunned, unbelievable asked, this is all you two do? Don't, the two of us don't have such skills. Wang Qian waved his hand, there is still an expert in this steel forest besides us, it's all his doing, we just picked up a leak. An expert? You guys know each other? The public security officer asked doubtfully. Don't know. Cao Gong directly said, what are you guys inquiring so much for? We are not your prisoners, don't interrogate us with the tone of a prisoner. The public security also felt that his tone was a bit wrong, and quickly apologized and said, I'm sorry, it's just that lately the word expert has been a bit allergic, after all, you all knew about the diamond forest before, and it was also two experts who fought against each other. But steel forest this expert you guys if you have knowledge, you can tell us about it, there will be rewards above. Wang Qian was somewhat helpless, once bitten by a snake 10 years afraid of a well rope, perfectly embodied in today's Smoke Cloud City's government. Cao Gong continued to start cutting the meat and said, even if the two of us wanted to tell you, we don't know anything, all we can tell you is that expert is from Shaking Land. There's a group of corpses of three-eyed devil apes here, although they're all said to be of the silver rank or lower, the way they died was by being punched to death. Now the trail of that gold-ranked three-eyed demonic ape is unknown where it is gone, there's a high possibility that it was taken away by that strong man. According to Cao Gong and Wang Qian, they have met that strong man before, and according to them, that strong man said that he's from Shaking Light City. So we suspect that this matter and that strong man might be related. As soon as these words came out, silence came from the other side of the phone. It was only after a moment that he slowly said, don't take any unauthorized actions next, we're not sure if that strong man is well-intentioned or not, so you should be careful. I'll notify my superiors now and ask them to send someone over for support. If you guys have any traces of that strong man, try to follow him, but don't follow him too close, warriors of that level have strong anti-tracking abilities. We understand. Good luck. As soon as the words fell, there was no sound on the other side of the phone. The higher-ups told us to move cautiously, it's best to stay put and wait for them to come and help. The public security officer told what happened on the phone. His partner said, since the higher-ups have said so, we'd better wait in place to be able to be safer. Wang Qian frowned and said, Cao Gang, let's continue deeper. Good. Cao Gang did not hesitate. Didn't you two hear what I said? The superiors told us to wait here. The public security officer stepped forward and reprimanded. Wang Qian sneered, kid, consider what kind of strength you have when you use that tone of voice to talk to others. Do you think you're good enough to talk to me like that? Wang Qian, don't flatter yourself. Although the public security officer was fearful in his heart, he still said with guts, this behavior of yours will most likely cost us our lives. Don't think that just because you're a public security officer that you're able to yell at me, let alone the fact that you're just a trainee public security officer. Even if you're a formal public security officer, I'm not afraid of you. Besides, that's your superior, what's it got to do with us? We're not public security personnel. The officer told you to listen as well as you can, don't bother us with the transfer mission, otherwise, it won't be too difficult to make you lose an arm or a leg. Facing Wang Qian's threat, the public security intern was about to step forward to strike in displeasure, but his partner also stopped him at the first opportunity. Don't be impulsive. We're not their match at all. Wang Qian laughed, look at how understanding your companion is, you guys just stay here, Gao Burgundy, let's go. With that, the two walked out of the place. Wang Qian, you should have done things a little more low-key, even though it is said that they are just trainee public security officers, they are still in the public security system in the end, aren't you afraid that they will trip you up in the future? Cao Gang said. Tripping? Wang Qian said disdainfully, what does that have to do with me? I'm not one of them in Smoky Cloud City, so what? Can you still give me a wanted notice, are you afraid? Cao Gong spread his hands, what am I afraid of? Coincidentally, I'm also not from their Smoke Cloud City, so it's simply a matter of indifference, and they won't mess with our third-turn powerhouse because of two trainee public security officers. Then what do you care, just keep going deeper and see if you can find Chong Di and the others. That's all we can do for now. Lin Han was constantly weaving through the forest at this moment, and was already less than 100 meters away from where Du Wanting was. Right at this moment, Lin Han stopped and calmly looked at the three-eyed demon ape. At this moment, his appearance had reverted to that of Gao Chong. Three-eyed demon ape, if you want to blame it on the fact that you've been assigned a mission. Originally you could have lived for a while longer, but now you can only send yourself to death honestly. Lin Han said, and punched the three-eyed demon ape's abdomen. The three-eyed demon ape didn't react at all to how this human kid who had just been fleeing around suddenly exploded, it had absolutely no time to react. This punch also heavily smashed on top of his abdomen. Shouldn't be dead. Lin Han stepped forward and checked the injuries. After this punch, the three-eyed demon ape was no longer in shape and its entire body was no longer able to support itself. Luckily this punch tried to control the force as much as possible, otherwise it really almost killed this. Seeing that the three-eyed demon ape's life was not in danger for the time being, Lin Han also relaxed and directly carried the three-eyed demon ape's body. The huge body in Lin Han's hands was as if he was carrying a baby. According to the way back, Lin Han also brought the three-eyed demon ape back. At this time, Du Wanting was still resting, and didn't notice the state of this side in the slightest. Du Wanting, hurry up and wake up, look what I saw in the wild? Hearing Lin Han's voice, Du Wanting also rubbed her eyes sleepily and said, what did you find? Did a beast herd come over? No, I found a weak three-eyed devil ape. Lin Han said with slight excitement. Du Wanting was also stunned and quickly said, where is it? Where? Lin Han pointed to the middle of the forest, right next to us. I don't know what kind of serious injuries this guy has suffered. Surprisingly he can't stand up anymore. Your hidden mission is to hunt a three-eyed demonic ape. Right now is a perfect good opportunity. Don't worry, only it just so happens that my mission is to assist you in hunting the three-eyed demonic ape. I've observed it, that three-eyed demon ape is a solid gold-ranked three-eyed demon ape. So don't worry about the rest. Everything you said is true? Du Wanting was still a bit or perhaps that strong person doesn't care about this three-eyed demon ape at all? Lin Han wanted to hurry up and come up with a way to muddle through this matter right now. He also didn't expect Du Wanting, this girl, to be so serious about it. If an ordinary person could see such a thing in the wild, I'm afraid that she would have already killed it. And she was even still probing who actually made this thing. Maybe that's it. Du Wanting fell into deep thought and suddenly said, Gao Chong, help me turn this three-eyed demon ape over. Lin Han stepped forward to help and said doubtfully, why do you want to turn this three-eyed demon ape over? Du Wanting said seriously, from the back, it seems that this three-eyed demon ape doesn't have a single wound at all, so that means the wounds are all concentrated on the front. I want to see what exactly it was that turned this three-eyed demon ape into this. Boom! Lin Han pretended to be straining to turn the three-eyed demonic ape over, and said with a big gasp, what's the point of looking at this kind of thing? It's not a good idea to stay here for a long time, let's just leave quickly after killing it. I'm just curious about this aspect. Du Wanting carefully observed the wounds of the three-eyed demon ape, not caring in the slightest whether this three-eyed demon ape would make a sneak attack on her. There are no wounds to be seen at all. After carefully observing the past, Du Wanting fell into doubt. Could it be that someone had poisoned the three-eyed demon ape? But there was no feeling of poisoning at all. Although the expression of the three-eyed demon ape was still very painful, it was not at all like what poisoning could turn into. Just when Du Wanting was about to give up, suddenly a red mark caught his attention. Although it was very unclear, she still found it, hidden right underneath the white hairs of the three-eyed demon ape's abdomen, the color underneath that was completely different from the rest of the body. Gao Chong, are you sure you can instantly take it out? Du Wanting said seriously. What? Lin Han asked, you should be the one to solve the mission this time. If I do this, it shouldn't be considered a mission accomplished. It's nothing, it's just that I want to corroborate something. Du Wanting said, and suddenly her eyes flashed a hint of green. Blessing of the holy light, please listen to my request and grant me eyes that see through everything, observer. Lin Han's expression gradually became grave as he said, observer profession. Good. Du Wanting said and peeled away the white fur of the three-eyed demon ape, a fist print instantly imprinted amongst her eyes. It was the only damage to the entire body. One punch. What kind of strength was able to nullify this behemoth with only one punch? There were no more extra injuries on her entire body. Du Wanting's expression coalesced and she began to observe the surrounding situation, when suddenly an image appeared in her mind. The three-eyed demon ape was chasing something, and a figure was outlined in front of it, nothing more than a silhouette. Suddenly, the dark figure stood still and punched the three-eyed demon ape in the abdomen. The three-eyed demon ape then collapsed to the ground, and the dark figure seemed to have grabbed the three-eyed demon ape as if it were a puppy. Then it left. The aspect of walking is exactly where she rested before, almost to the place will be three-eyed devil ape threw down, then left. At this time, Du Wanting's brain was already strewn with beads of sweat, being able to outline these had already drained all of her physical strength. Who exactly was that person? One punch, a gold-ranked monster only used one punch. Suddenly, a bold idea appeared in her mind, could it be that one? Wang Chang? Is this person you? Chapter 72 Hidden Quest, reached. Du Wanting, are you alright? Lin Han stepped forward and asked, hastily helping Du Wanting, who was about to collapse, up. Du Wanting took 2 deep breaths, broke free from Lin Han's arms and reluctantly stood up, saying, it's fine, it's just that I've just overdrawn my body by using my abilities. It's much better now, thank you. Since it's fine, then let's kill this three-eyed demonic ape. Completing the mission earlier will also be able to put your mind at ease sooner. You are also right. Du Wanting nodded and suddenly looked at Lin Han and said, Senior Wang Chang? What did you say? Lin Han said with some uncertainty. Inside he had panicked a batch. Could it be that this girl had discovered my identity? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The disguise effect of the self-realizing divine mask was one that could cover up everything. Even the closest people could not possibly discover it. It was even capable of substituting the habitual movements of the person who had been disguised, and it was absolutely impossible for him to see the signs. It's fine. Du Wanting returned her gaze to the three-eyed demon ape. If it really was Senior Wang Chang, then being able to know about my hidden quest could only be someone within the team. And this Gao Chong had always been by his side, so he was the most likely. But from that reaction just now, it didn't look like he was faking it. Could it be that he really wasn't Senior Wang Chang? But thinking about it, if it really is Senior Wang Chang, there is no need to follow me to help me complete the hidden mission, right? Even if public security wanted to ask something out of my mouth, I don't know anything about it. In the face of this pie-in-the-sky three-eyed demon ape, Du Wanting didn't continue to hesitate any further. Lend me your dagger. Lin Han handed over the dagger at his waist. Be careful, this knife is expensive. Du Wanting blankly glanced at him and said, if it was Senior Wang Chang, there's absolutely no way he would care about this kind of thing. It seems like this guy really had a fluke of meeting this three-eyed demon ape's corpse. It was said accidentally, and it looked like it was really being subliminally influenced by the self-realizing divine face. It's just that I don't know if I'll still be able to leave this after effect behind when I change back to my own identity. If it really turned into this obnoxious character of Gao Chong, then it would really be better to just die in place. Lin Han hurriedly said, don't misunderstand me, I don't mean this. My father, Gao Dashan, left me only this knife before he passed away, so I treasure it more. Your father passed away? Du Wanting was a bit surprised, not expecting that this cockney who looked so obnoxious actually had such a situation. That's right. Lin Han said with a melancholic look, although it is said that my father, Gao Dashan, was not a good thing, but he was very good to me, and he left me when I... Only to see, Du Wanting's hand rose up and directly cut off the three-eyed demon ape's head. Congratulations on completing the hidden quest. The hidden quest reward will be sent to your mail after the copy is completely finished. Completed. It was finally completed. Do you want to collect this corpse? Lin Han asked. Du Wanting said, I didn't bring my backpack here either, so even if I collect it, there's no place to store it, so let's wait for the end of the copy. That's fine. Lin Han responded. The corpses of these monsters were necessary items for making some equipment, and some of the equipment on the market today was equipment forged by forges. The materials were the parts of various monsters' bodies. For example, the steel-striped tiger that he met before was one of the materials used to make armor. And since a family like Du Wanting was able to hunt monsters, it was natural that they needed to gather these to subsidize their household. Say, do you know anything about forest guards? Lin Han asked casually after retrieving his dagger. Du Wanting said seriously, the forest guard is a highly ranked monster in the Iron Forest, and its strength has also reached the gold rank, but according to rumors, the forest guard's strength is infinitely close to the platinum rank. But fortunately, my mission is to find the forest guard's trail, not to kill the forest guard, otherwise it might not be possible for me to complete it in this lifetime. Lin Han froze. The quests were different? It was true that the tasks were all rated according to the strength required for the task, only Du Wanting's strength was the weakest here, so the task assigned to her was also weaker. As for the rest of the people, the lowest they had was a turn 3, and even more so, there were 2 experts who were about to turn 4. In other words, there were only 3 of them who were truly going to snatch this heart of the guard. Du Wanting was not in this list. Xian still has the referee to obtain the heart of the guard from the hands of these 2 people. Lin Han pondered seriously. With the strength of the 3 of them, it was somewhat difficult to deal with a forest guard that was infinitely close to the platinum level. However, if they were to cooperate, it would not be too much of a problem, so that meant that if they wanted to win, they would have to join forces against the forest guard before they had a chance. In that case, then I'll just have to apologize to Qian and the referee. Chapter 73 Encounter, Forest Guard. I really envy you, to think that just meeting the forest guards is even the end. Lin Han spread his hands. I still have to compete with those 2 big brothers for the guard's heart. It's really hard for me. It looks like I can only wait for the next opportunity to perform the 3rd turn. Du Wanting looked at Lin Han and said, don't be discouraged. What if this guard's heart falls into your hands? Forget it. Lin Han said helplessly, if I were to fight with those two guys for it, they wouldn't tear me apart, that's all up in the air. So are you leaving now? Du Wanting asked. Go? Lin Han replied, it's impossible to say that it's just as you said, that I'll be able to snatch this guard's heart? Let's go and look for the forest guards. With that, the two of them walked into the depths of the forest, while Lin Han, who had God's eye observing at all times, had already locked onto the forest guard's location at the first opportunity. Surprisingly, it wasn't even that far away from them. That's... Du Wanting covered her mouth and didn't dare to gasp for air as she said, is that a forest guard? Lin Han said seriously, that's right, this thing is the forest guard, I didn't expect it to be a plant-based monster, I'm afraid such a thick willow tree is hundreds of years old. If Lin Han hadn't been able to perceive that the willow in front of him was the forest guard, he wouldn't have been able to believe that the forest guard was a plant like willow. Moreover, his strength seemed to be infinitely close to the platinum level, just as the information had said. I'm afraid that even if the two big brothers are called over, they may not be able to deal with the forest guard. This is the real S-level mission? Just as the two were shocked, suddenly that willow branch unexpectedly went crazy and started drilling out, directly stabbing in the direction of the two. Watch out! Lin Han pushed Du Wanting to the side as he drew out the dagger at his waist and directly chopped the willow branch in two. So hard. Although the power just now didn't use its full strength, it also used a power that could kill a silver rank monster in seconds, even so this willow branch was chopped off with great force. For the forest guards, this willow branch was just a piece of cake, if it broke, they didn't care at all. Gao Chong, are you alright? Du Wanting stood up in a panic and instantly mobilized the power within her body, directly transforming into a warrior. Lin Han said, you go quickly, leave this place to me to stall, you go in that direction to look for Brother Wang and the others. There's no way I'm leaving you here alone. Du Wanting said solemnly, her eyes filled with determination. Auntie you have to leave quickly, or else it will be inconvenient for me to cast the forbidden spell You hurry up and leave now, the strength and speed of this forest guard is not something that the two of us can deal with, even if you are able to manifest the profession of a warrior, do you think that you will be able to outlast me, a level 20 thief? If we don't leave again, the two of us will really have to explain ourselves here. Lin Han said solemnly, don't worry, as long as I keep dodging and relying on my strength, it's not a problem to hold out until you guys arrive. What's more, your task is merely to find the forest guard's bearings, and this matter has nothing to do with you per se. Du Wanting knew that what he said were the best options at the moment, but still hesitated a bit and said, you're afraid that you won't be able to support yourself for that long if you face a monster of this level alone. Not to mention, I don't even know where they are. Lin Han pointed in a direction and said, over there, I observed the terrain before, if they can appear, they must only be able to appear over there. Hurry up and just come back earlier to save me. Du Wanting hesitated and also finalized the idea, okay, Gao Chong, you hold on for a while longer, make sure you wait for us to come. Don't worry, I have a big life. As soon as Lin Han's words fell, Du Wanting frantically ran in the direction he pointed to, at this moment Lin Han's heart fell. Suddenly, palpitations came, a terrifying aura swept through his mind. Who was it that had such a terrifying aura on him? God's eye instantly started at maximum power, the entire map of the entire diamond forest was instantly reflected in his mind, and at the edge of the diamond forest there was a person flying at high speed heading in the direction of Wang Qian's duo. See Lin Tian. Lin Han frowned, why would this old thing also appear here, could it be that he has discovered me? How could this be a possible thing, it was already hidden so well, it was reasonably impossible to discover it. Could it be that Du Wanting's news has triggered the vigilance of the public security side? The next thing he stopped thinking about, no matter which scenario has nothing to do with him, now that he has found the forest guardian, the next thing has become much better. Before, Lin Han was still worried about whether or not his forbidden spell would affect others, but now that this regrettable heavenly Grand Master had arrived, things were much easier. It could be done with more confidence. Seeing that their prey had begun to flee, the forest guards frantically stretched out their own willow branches and began to attack Lin Han. At that moment, Lin Han's gaze turned cold and directly grabbed the willow branch with his empty hand. Just as the forest guard wanted to draw the willow branch back, Lin Han grabbed it with a death grip and said disdainfully, just now, I didn't want to reveal my strength, that's why I saved my shot. Forest guard, now that there are only the two of us left here, you have to be careful. Lin Han gave a forceful tug, and the entire willow tree unexpectedly shook directly, even the roots that were rooted hundreds of meters into the ground loosened. By the looks of it, the white light that you got in your body should be the guardian heart. Lin Han spotted his target and said softly, in that case, I'll be rude. The forest guard's entire tree body suddenly began to vibrate, followed by fluctuations coming from the entire ground. Calling out? Lin Han said blandly, as the boss of this forest, it looks like he's able to command all the monsters here. Now that the monsters of the entire forest were gathering this way, things were turning troublesome. We have to wait until Du Wanting's distance is a bit further from Lin Han. Otherwise, he would definitely be implicated. Elder Lin Han, there seems to be someone in front. It's Du Wanting. How come I don't see Gao Chang's figure? Du Wanting's heart rejoiced at the sight of a few people, and she hurriedly said, Gao Chang is holding back the forest guards. I've come to inform you, go help. Everyone froze in place at this moment. Forest guard. Gao Chang is holding the forest guard by himself. What's the difference between this behavior and sending him to his death? That's a monster that's infinitely close to the platinum level. Chapter 74 Forbidden Spell, again? Senior, let's hurry over there. If we delay any longer, Gao Chang definitely won't be able to hold on. He's only a second-turn assassin. With his innate concealment ability and speed, he'll only be able to hold on for a short period of time if he faces beings of that level. Wang Xian hurriedly looked to the side at Senior Lin Han, who still had a very good impression of Gao Chang. So he also didn't want to see his recently recognized brother die here. Lin Tian's expression gelled as he said, You young people nowadays, you're really capable of doing anything to be able to transfer. That forest guard is close to platinum level strength. It's also something that a second-turn thief can delay. I'm afraid that even if we arrive, that kid has already become a corpse. Cao Gung hurriedly said, That kid might just be able to hold out until we get there. Senior, human life is at stake, time waits for no one. Although he didn't like that brat Gao Chang, he couldn't possibly take aim at such a time when human lives were at stake nowadays. Lin Tian waved his hand and said, Really troublesome. All blame this son who even find these troublesome things to the old man. Go. Chaos field. Suddenly, Lin Tian stopped his pace and stopped several people. Forbidden spell. Lin Tian gritted his teeth to support the defense barrier and said, The level of this forbidden spell is already considered to be very precise. It is definitely the top ingredient among forbidden spells. It's very similar to the forbidden spell we saw in Terumo City earlier. I'm afraid that the one has appeared. Several people were silent for a few moments when they heard this, and Wang Xian slowly said, Is that the same mage that nearly destroyed Huiyu City? If nothing else, it should be that one. Rin Tin said with a grim face, I didn't expect that guy to actually be here. If that's the case, what is there in the middle of this steel forest that he wants to kill? And what is there that needs to be killed with this forbidden spell? Wang Xian said, Could it be that another high-level monster has been born in the middle of this diamond forest, so that one is repelling that thing? Impossible. Lin Tian said, The Smoke Cloud City's detection department has also been detecting various copies, and no powerful monster lifeforms have been detected from here at all. Could it be dealing with that senior? Cao Gang subconsciously said. That one? Du Wanting asked with some confusion. Before this, we met a senior with great strength, and the Ministry of Public Security said that it was most likely the warrior powerhouse you met before. That's why I can have this answer. Du Wanting's heart pangs, so that three-eyed demonic ape was really hunted by Wang Chang for me? Lin Tian said, That level of war is no longer suitable for you guys. After this ice arrow disappears in a while, you guys will leave this place at a rapid pace. If you dare to be so reckless in the middle of our empire's borders, there's absolutely no way that old me will bypass them. Senior, that warrior senior hasn't done anything. If he is arrested, can you let him go? Du Wanting said pleadingly. Let's see how his reasons are when the time comes. Lin Tian said, If it's to serve the empire, he will definitely be given the most favorable treatment. A strong person of that level is a target of preferential treatment by the empire, don't worry. Lin Han looked at the forest guard with cold eyes. At this time, the guard had already been pierced through several snow holes by ice arrows, and his body had been completely frozen by the ice arrows. There was no longer any breath of life. It could have been an easy death. Do I have to be so fierce? Lin Han sighed and continued, It looks like this diamond forest has also let me play with it. No matter what, Lin Tian's side has already protected a few of them, rather than endangering them. This guard's heart, let's put it in my hands. With that, Lin Han walked towards the vicinity of the forest guard's corpse, smashed the ice with a punch, and directly took out the forest guard. But what was giving Lin Han a headache now was that if he walked away now, he would easily be able to find out about Gao Chang. And from the news that had scurried out of those public security hands, it seemed that they already had information on all the people who had participated in the replica. And the next step is definitely to receive the third turn. If the third turn is successful, they will also know that I have obtained the heart of the guard, and will also be able to check on my head. But at that time, there was still a need to explain how the heart of the guard was obtained. The whole thing had become troublesome after this one. Lin Han looked at the falling ice arrows, while he found a place and took out a spare phone he had prepared earlier to dial a phone number. "Hello sir, I'm Manager Lu of the Huiyu City Trading Market. May I ask what I can do to help you?" Manager Lu's puzzled voice came from the other side of the phone. This phone number could only be owned by a very few VIPs, who was the identity of the other party. Lin Han said in a high rushing voice, "Hello, I have a point of guard's heart here, from the Diamond Forest in Smoky Cloud City. I don't know if you're interested in this thing. This forest guard is a plant-type monster. Its strength is infinitely close to platinum level. If you guys have the right price, I can consider offering it." Chapter 75 Turning Point, thank you in person. Collect. A very affirmative voice came from Manager Lu's side. "If it's just as you said, sir, this should be the last guardian's heart among the Diamond Forest quests in Smoke Cloud City. The only one close to the platinum level is that willow. I didn't expect you to be so strong. That old monster has also given Smoke Cloud City quite a headache. Such a treasure we will definitely collect at the trading market. You see when you can send this guard's heart to our trading market, or you can give me a location and I'll personally go pick it up. Tomorrow I will go to your trading market. Remember, I can only accept cash transactions. Less than 2 million I can't possibly sell. If such a material goes to make equipment, at least it will also be a gold rank top grade armor. The value of such a value you guys should be much clearer than me." 2 million, acceptable. Manager Lu said seriously, "In that case, then I'll respect Mr. Tomorrow's arrival, and I'll go back and raise the cash today." "Good." Lin Han said cheerfully, then hung up the phone. If he could have Manager Lu in the middle as this middleman, as long as he was able to buy the heart of the guard from Manager Lu's hands at that time, it would save a lot of trouble. As for tracing? Then go track down Manager Lu. As soon as the identity was hidden, it was logical to be promoted to a third-turn priest. Not long after, the sound of a call came from Lin Han's cell phone, and when he saw Manager Lu on the display, he was on the hook. Lin Han took off his mask and reverted to his own appearance. "Manager Lu, what happened?" "I didn't make it over here, I'm staying at home." Lin Han changed his tone into something melancholic, not at all like he was in the middle of a battlefield. Manager Lu brightened up and said with a smile, "Mr. Lin, I have a treasure here that you should be very interested in." Lin Han laughed, "Manager Lu, you should know that I'm very harsh on things. If it's not something good, I'm not interested at all. I've also heard on my side that Mr. Lin's mission is the heart of the guard in Smoky Cloud City, right, and in order to complete that mission, you have to defeat the forest guards. The difficulty of this mission is indeed too great, and I can understand if Mr. Lin didn't go. So, I've come to relieve Mr. Lin of his problems." Lin Han said lethargically, "Say it, how is it a troubleshooting?" "I won't hide it from Mr. Lin, my side has just obtained the materials you need to complete your mission, so I thought that Mr. Lin might need it, so that's why I called Mr. Lin." Manager Lu's tone was completely that of a hard-working helper. "What?" Lin Han pretended to be extremely shocked and said, "Manager Lu, what you said is true." "Of course it's true, 1,000 times true. I also just obtained the news that there's a guardian heart that's exactly the same as your mission stronghold. That's why I came to call and tell you." Manager Lu said seriously. Lin Han said, "If that's really the case, then I'll trouble Manager Lu. What's the price tag like?" Manager Lu said, "Mr. Lin and I are old friends. The price I collected was 2,100,000. If I give it to Mr. Lin, then it's 2,200,000. So I'll earn Mr. Lin 150,000, how's that?" "Good, this price is a deal. Let me know when the goods arrive tomorrow. I'll go pick them up." Lin Han said affirmatively. "Then I'll look forward to Mr. Lin's arrival." The phone was then hung up and a smile appeared on Lin Han's face. Sure enough, Manager Lu was also vaguely investigating everything about him, even the news of his mission knew what it was. However, Lin Han did not care what he was investigating, as long as it did not touch his bottom line, he could do whatever he liked. After such a long time of understanding, Manager Lu, this person is still more measured in doing things, he still likes to contact with this kind of people. Only, this time sorry. It is necessary to let the Ministry of Public Security shift the goalposts a bit. Lin Han put his cell phone back, and the ice arrows in the sky gradually disappeared. "Senior, it's all over." Several people had gasped. This scene was completely their first encounter. This was forbidden spell level magic. Something that how many people would never see once in their lives. Almost done. Si Lin Tian also withdrew the guardian barrier. Fortunately, this forbidden spell was a wide range of damage. If the damage was all poured onto one person, I'm afraid that even if he wanted to hold out, he would have to lose a layer of skin. This is still the Diamond Forest? Several people looked at the changes around them with shock. The original lush and vibrant forest had now been smeared with a layer of white. The original green color could not be seen in the slightest. Terrifying. If you're saying that this is a diamond forest, you might as well call this an ice and snow forest to be more apartment. Wang Qian froze, his eyes were filled with incredulity, saying, "Is this forbidden spell level magic? I'm afraid it wouldn't take much effort at all if such a strong person wanted to strangle us to death." Lin Han said, "You're right, even some strong people are able to make you die in place with a single look. This realm is just too terrifying." The knots in Gao Geng's throat couldn't help but roll up as he slowly said, "This is the realm that I should give a bang to pursue. This real person is excited. That's right, I, Wang Qian, will become this realm sooner or later." Lin said helplessly, "Don't think about these things, you guys first now hurry up and leave the middle of this forest for me." The old man is now also not clear whether those two guys fight or not. "If the fight goes on, I may not be able to preserve you guys either." Du Wanting said, "Senior, are you going into the depths now?" "That's right, I have to go and see what's going on." Lin said, "Hurry up and go, if there is a fight in a while, you guys will also have a chance to see my forbidden spells. I don't want to injure you by mistake." Wang Qian and Gao Geng both stepped back in horror. "Then Senior, take care. If Senior can see the forest guards, please also help me take out the guard's heart in it." Lin gave them a blank look. "I will take it if I see it. Hurry up and go." "Farewell, Senior." Several people left this forest as if they were fleeing for their lives, while Du Wanting stopped at the same place and was slow to move. "Little girl, what are you still staying here for? Hurry up and leave." Lin said with a frown. "Senior, I want to go in with you. That Senior has known me well, so I want to thank him properly in front of him." Chapter 76, Gao Chong? How is it here? "Little girl, just as we agreed before, Old Me can take you in, but it has to be according to our previous agreement. You need to follow Old Me's words, or else if that one starts to go crazy, Old Me won't be able to take care of you people." Lin said seriously. At this moment, several people were running at full speed, and it looked like they were about to reach the depths of the forest. Du Wanting said seriously, "Elder, please also rest assured that I will definitely not act with intent." Meanwhile, Lin Han was sitting next to the corpses of the forest guards observing everything that was going on with God's eye. Were these people finally going to arrive? Since they were coming, then they needed to prepare. If they were to be found out about anything, it would be a big problem. Thinking of this, Lin Han utilized the self-realization divine face to speak of a number of wounds, even frostbite, that he had manifested on top of his body. Afterwards, the entire person directly fainted. Not long after, several figures appeared above the sky, formally Lin Tian's dispatch group. "Senior, there's a person here." The members of the investigation group were the first to spot Lin Han's body and hurriedly shouted over. Several people rushed over at his words. "It's Gao Chong." Du Wanting covered her mouth in surprise. Seeing the scars all over Gao Chang's body was shocking. "How much damage did this have to You saw those two people?" Lin instantly came to the spirit, and quickly asked, "Quickly tell the old man, that all what is the situation, say a little more detailed." "Actually, I didn't see much." As he was saying this, the milk profession had come to Lin Han's side to help him recover from his injuries. Lin Han continued, "I was pestering the forest guards when suddenly a powerful force erupted nearby. At that time I was directly swept away, and in my consciousness, I saw an old man directly in front of me." "Is there anything else?" Lin hurriedly pursued. This information was too important for them. Within a period of time, the two major cities of the empire had unexpectedly erupted into a forbidden spell war 4 times. This time, he was obliged to complete the mission. Such a thing could never occur in their empire. This was provoking the authority of the empire. Lin Han said softly, "I remember vaguely hearing a sentence before I passed out, and it seemed to say, I didn't realize that you, a Shaking Light warrior, would chase me from Huiyu City to Smoke Cloud City. Aren't you afraid that I'll go to Shaking Light and blow up your house?" "You can try." Lin was greatly shocked and said, "Is there any other news? This is just too much of an explosion." Lin Han replied, "No, I then lost consciousness, and only just woke up, and because of this I was able to determine that the one who saved me was a warrior senior." "Senior Lin Tian, do you think it's possible that that warrior senior is the one who was with me before?" Du Wanting's eyes were already glowing at this time. She already had some guesses about the three-eyed demonic ape before, only there was no way to confirm it. At that time, she even suspected Gao Chong. But now with Gao Chang's words, it could almost be determined that that matter must have a relationship with that person. Lin said seriously, "It's possible, according to this kid's words, that person should have discovered that Supreme Venerable Master's intentions, and so he's been chasing and blocking them." As for why they struck, that's something we don't know. Are the two fighting over something? Or is there a personal vendetta? You brat, can't you hold on a little longer, maybe you'll be able to hear some important news? Hearing this, Lin Han was a bit speechless for a moment, not to mention that this is fake. Even if it's true, you're asking me, a second turn, to eavesdrop on a conversation between two supreme powerhouses? It's too much to treat me like a human being. Forget it, forget it. Lin Han also knew that it was a bit forced. He was indeed a bit agitated just now, and said, your kid is really blessed with a great life, let's go, I'll be a good person to the end and send you to the hospital. Thank you, senior. Lin Han said politely, then added, senior, since they finished fighting, have they split the winners and losers? I guess not. Lin Han said slowly, even though the two of them have been fighting for the entire time, for time since we found out, I'm afraid that the two of them don't want to fight to the death at all. For them, I'm afraid that once the real killing moves come out frequently, one of them is bound to fall. If it's not a critical moment, these two should only be testing each other. Du Wanting heard this and was already a bit unable to sit still, saying, this isn't even a death blow, the forbidden spells are out. So what? Lin Han said, when you reach this realm you will know what is laying down a deadly hand. Chapter 77. What? Are you Gao Chong? The Imperial Capital Investigation Corps also honored their previous promise and sent the two to the hospital, while Gao Chong also checked in. After all, such an injury was just too terrifying. You guys stay here, I'm going to go back to the Diamond Forest to do some proper exploration, I might be able to find some useful news from it. Lin Han instructed the people of the investigation group. Just now, he had accompanied a few people back to the hospital in order to not be able to startle the snakes. Moreover, if a second big battle broke out, he might not be able to save the lives of these few juniors. Without the rest of the people following him, Lin Han had arrived in the middle of the Diamond Forest in just an instant's effort. Just when Du Wanting was puzzled, she spotted a familiar figure on the street. Gao Chong, have all the injuries on your body healed? I didn't expect to be able to meet you here. Du Wanting warmly went forward to greet him. You? Who are you? Gao Chong said with disdain. You don't recognize me? I'm Du Wanting, we were still inside the copy during the day, aren't you resting in the hospital? How come you're still out late? Du Wanting was a bit puzzled. Gao Chong said with a strange expression, I've been sleeping in the hotel today, who has met you in the copy, now it's really anyone who can come to climb the relationship up. If you are salivating for Gao Xiao my beauty, you can totally tell me straight what era is still using such old ways? How about this, how about giving you a chance to have dinner with Mr. Gao? This smoky cloud city has what you want to eat as much as you want to talk to Gao Xiao. Seeing that you're not bad looking, I'll give you this chance. Slap. Du Wanting slapped over and scolded, Gao Chong, you shameless thing, to be able to say such words, I really looked away, and even felt that you were quite good. Gao Chong was a bit unresponsive to this slap. Covering his face he roared, you crazy, obviously you hit on me first, what does it have to do with me? Coming up and saying you know me, and now you're flipping out. It seems like I should really teach you a good lesson, letting you know that second-turn thieves aren't easy to bully. At this time, a crowd of police officers gathered around. What are you doing? No fighting between cities, if you want to fight go inside the trial grounds. The police officers hurriedly separated the two. Lousy now is not happy did not expect to be able to run into a few of you, just let the little master to sharpen their fists, let you know the back ditch. Crazy, this kid is crazy. The police officers instantly surrounded Gao Chong, directly using handcuffs to control Gao Chong. Du Wanting was also a little confused, what in the world happened, how did this Gao Chang's character change so much? In a short period of time, he even said he didn't recognize her? And what's more, Gao Chang's original scaly body has now recovered. Touching the handcuffs of the colt, Gao Chong's whole person also quieted down, quickly said, Public security big brother, just now are joking, let me go, I'm still just a student. What did you think just now? Say it now, it's too late. The public security officer didn't eat this set of words in the slightest, it just so happens that our Ministry of Public Security is near here. It seems that we have to let you kid go in and sober up a bit, young people nowadays really don't know what's good for them. Don't big brother, I can spend money, don't arrest me to go in Gao Chong immediately conceded. At this time in the Ministry of Public Security, Lin Han sat on the side and said, now must strengthen the entire Smoky Cloud City's public security defense, with the experience of these 2 times must begin to strictly investigate not be able to let go of any one person. That person didn't use the forbidden spell in the city, no matter which time it was in the copy, so the next step is to strictly check the entry of the copy, to make sure that everyone's identity information. The Minister of Public Security said, "That person is so powerful, if he were to fight in the middle of the city, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to resist. The seriousness of this matter is indeed a little too great." Lin Han was a bit helpless. "If only I had been able to arrive a bit earlier, I might have been able to stop this war before the two of them fought." "Senior, you've already tried your best." Looking at the ceiling, Lin Han couldn't help but think. Shaking Light City? When did a warrior-type profession with such a powerful strength come out? Chapter 78 beginning, Interrogating Gao Chong. The place where the Imperial Capital Dispatch Mission stayed in Smoky Cloud City. Elder Lin Han, something big has happened. Now the Ministry of Public Security's side has arrested Gao Chong and is waiting for you to interrogate him. What? Lin Han sat up, frowning as he asked, "Isn't Gao Chong recuperating in the hospital? What does the Ministry of Public Security want to do? Hasn't everything been documented and sent to them? What is the point of messing with these things now? Moreover, Gao Chang's injuries are very serious. Arresting him now is irresponsible to the public." The investigator said timidly, "I don't know why, but the general idea is that Gao Chong is not injured today, and he's never been in the middle of the Diamond Forest before." Ministry of Public Security Trial Division. "Big brothers, not to it, I but just screamed in the street a few words. You first want to ask things I also said, you still want to do Gao Chong at this time sitting in the darkness, some despair, hands have been iron locks directly clasped, and even the power are limited by this inexplicable chains, simply cannot use out. "I'm really wrong. In the future I will never yell at girls, I will never provoke the public security, just let me go." Suddenly, the lights of the entire courtroom all lit up, and the iron door opened at that moment, as an old man walked in. "You're their leader, aren't you? I've really explained everything, let me go." "Quiet," Lin Han said in a deep voice, slowly sitting in front of Gao Chong. Gao Chong couldn't help but have the knot in his throat rolling. This old man in front of him exuded a very strong power, making him not dare to make a move at all. At this moment, what he was facing in his eyes was not an old man at all, but a ferocious beast, as if it was capable of swallowing him alive at any time. "Gao Chong, recognize me?" Lin Han said blandly. Gao Chong shook his head frantically and said, "I don't recognize you, I've never seen you before." "Good, you came over here this time to participate in the Diamond Forest mission? It's also the only one amongst all the people who doesn't have a transfer quest, why didn't you go to it?" Gao Chong said truthfully, "Got drunk with one of my classmates and we naturally have to investigate Lin Han, but according to our investigation, today Lin Han is also in the middle of Huiyu City, and after he received this mission, he directly gave up on this one." Lin Han said. "Then I don't know who else it could be." Lin Han stood up at this time and said, "Your investigation is over, and the rest of the people will send you out later." "Over?" Gao Chang's heart tightened. He thought he still had to ask questions, but he didn't expect it to be over. "There is nothing left for you to investigate," Lin Han said as he walked towards the door. "You're just being taken advantage of as well, and you don't know anything, you've been completely tricked. Be careful next. I advise you to contact the Public Security Protection directly after you return to Huiyu City, and tell them to contact the Smoke Cloud City Public Security Department if they don't believe you. However, you don't know anything, the possibility of being retaliated against is not very high." Gao Chong stared blankly at the desktop. He still didn't understand what had happened. Retaliation? "Chief, the hospital side didn't find out when that fake Gao Chong left either," the troop member said as he looked at the information in his hands. Lin Han said, "Someone who can do that kind of thing will definitely not leave any loose ends when doing things. Now the information that fake Gao Chong said should need to be debunked. We're back to square one. Next, pay attention to whether or not there's a recent trade of guardian hearts above the market." The group member said, "What you're saying, leader, is that person is likely to sell the heart of the guard?" "It's just a guess, but I'm afraid that strong people of that level wouldn't even look at this thing, for them money has long been something outside of their bodies." Lin Han said, "By the way, contact Sunhu, and ask Luke to help keep an eye on Lin Han and Wang Chang. If there's any movement, have him contact me." The group member said thoughtfully, "Lin Han? This person is very famous recently." "Famous?" "That's right, this young man has been rumored all over the internet lately, and it's said that he showed a very strong power in the big enrollment test in Huiyu City." Ren Tin said with full indifference, "A genius of the master station class occupation?" The group member shook his head and said, "He's a sacrifice profession, as if it's a hidden sacrifice profession, as if it's called something like life sacrifice." "What of that? The path after this profession is too short. He hardened his power all the way to the finals, facing a bunch of second-turn main battle class professions all the way across the board, and finally got the champion position. Ha! See, Lin Han became interested. This person is interesting, a violent sacrifice. That's right. The group member said, this guy is practically a battle maniac. It said that everyone thought he was able to awaken a warrior when he switched, but in the end, he awakened a sacrifice. I didn't expect even that to end up with such an achievement. Chapter 79 Battle Fiend, Uncooperative. Supposedly, everyone thinks that this person, Lin Han, should currently be considered invincible in the same realm, and that even popular main combat professions would have to temporarily avoid him when facing him. The troop member gushed. See, Lin Han was unconcerned and said, even if his power is monstrous nowadays, what can he do? It's just a sacrificial profession, the path is still too short. The second turn is still considered good, and further on the source of natural disasters required is even more. That's not something anyone can afford. The troop members also said, that's right, it's really heaven's jealousy. Hui Yu City. Lin Han had returned home and was lying on his bed thinking about something. I didn't expect these guys to find me on me so quickly. It seems like I really underestimated this public security department. However, according to the original plan, the private ward where he is not allowed to enter without permission, and the time from the time of changing the medicine should have only not long passed. Could it be that there was some kind of change in the middle? Lin Han is a little helpless, originally thought that even if it is found should just feel that he is gone. Just now the Ministry of Public Security in Smoky Cloud City called him completely a review of the appearance. Even asked Wang Chang's situation, the scope of this investigation is really too wide, right? Not right. There must be a problem somewhere. There simply weren't many people who could unite Wang Chang and him during this time. Gao Chong. That's right, it must be Gao Chong. If anything, after finding out that the Gao Chong I played disappeared, most would just think that Gao Chong left and wouldn't be too concerned. However, the investigation came to me and Wang Chang, so it must be that they realized that the person who entered the middle of the Dao Diamond Forest wasn't Gao Chong at all. That means they investigated into the real Gao Chang's head. Thinking of this, Lin Han's entire body sat up in shock, and at the very first moment, he unleashed God's eye and started probing around the villa area here. 1, 2, 5. Surprisingly, there were 5 people from the Ministry of Public Security monitoring this side. Although they were all wearing plain clothes, as long as they observed a little more carefully, they were able to realize that these people were all looking at the villas over here, that is, they were all monitoring him. Did you really find out something from this? At that time should be more careful. How can the Hai Chong this hidden danger to forget it? If this is the case, then the next action needs to be a little more stable. The next day in the afternoon, after Lin Han finished eating at home, he was ready to leave for the Huiyu City trading market. Although he said he was going to go, he also needed to make some preparations beforehand. Right now there were still plainclothes people outside who were constantly watching his direction. If you do not hide it, those people will decide to track to the market, slowly investigate and follow. The melon words can also be from the center of the heart of the guards must be taken away by him. But as for how to hide his breath, it's not that difficult. Darkness invisibility. As a scepter priest's magic, this is still Lin Han's first time to use. When releasing this field, Lin Han obviously can feel out, he has been separated from this world. Even though he was still able to have a sense of this world, he was able to tell that the people outside could no longer feel his breath at all. The next thing Lin Han did was strut out. Squad A, what's the situation? Is Lin Han still at home right now? Squad A received, Lin Han is still at home and hasn't gone out. Continue monitoring. At this moment right behind the scout, Lin Han was happily standing behind him at this moment listening to the news. Phaeton City's detection department? Lin Han carefully observed the logo on top of his headphones. Yes, this was the logo of the detection department, not the logo of the Huiyu City Public Security Department. As for why that was the case, Lin Han no longer bothered to think about it, but instead walked straight into the middle of the trading market in Huiyu City. It was also at this time that the face also changed into the appearance of an old man. Lin Han took out his cell phone and put on his pre-prepared cloak. Hello, Manager Lu? I've arrived outside of your trading market, please also come out and pick me up. Fine, I'll come now. Soon, Manager Lu enthusiastically came out. Hello sir, I am Manager Lu, I don't know how to address you sir. There's no need to care what I call you, you shouldn't be able to see me after this time either. Lin Han said indifferently. Manager Lu also looked like he was completely indifferent to things. After all, this kind of customer was just too much, and he didn't care at all. Sir, please follow me in. I also need to verify the authenticity of the guardian heart. Go. The two of them then walked into the middle of the VIP room. Lin Han didn't make a fuss, he directly dumped the guardian heart on top of the table. Take a look, if there's no problem pay up and remember my previous request. Manager Lu took out a box and said, don't worry sir, it's all prepared according to your request. Then I'll check it first. With that, Manager Lu picked up the heart of the guard and began to inspect it. A faint golden light eddied around his eyes as if these eyes were able to see through everything. Good stuff. The quality of this guard's heart is already infinitely close. After handing over the heart of the guard to Manager Lu, Lin Han reversed back to his home, and then walked out of the house using his own face. In that case, if you guys are willing to follow, then follow. Let's see what you guys can investigate. Afterwards, Lin Han rode the teleportation array to the middle of the trading market as usual, and Manager Lu had already been waiting here for a long time. After the gentleman from before had left, he checked the details of the guard's heart again and wrote out a detail before calling Lin Han. Mr. Lin, please follow me, the items are ready for you, the quality is very good. Manager Lu, still smiling, brought Lin Han to the middle of the VIP room. And sitting on the desktop was the guardian's heart that Manager Lu had just collected. Okay, go ahead and swipe your card. Lin Han handed over his black card. This set of business was already very skillful. This heart of the guard was taken over by himself, so naturally he didn't need to go into detail about anything. And for this one transaction, Manager Lu had only earned him $200,000, which wasn't too much. For him, it was just spending this $200,000 to get rid of a bit of trouble. Overall, it wasn't a losing deal. Manager Lu quickly walked back and returned the black card to Lin Han, saying, Mr. Lin, I was about to send the invitation to your home, so since you're already here, I'll hand it over to you. Lin Han took the invitation, and what was written on it was a VIP invitation to the Huiyu City Auction Center. For this auction, both your thick earth battle armor and blood slaughter greatsword will appear as the finale. We have also prepared a VIP seat position for you on our side, a private room on the second floor of the auction. Lin Han nodded in satisfaction and said, you guys shouldn't hand over my personal. Our Millennium Trading Capital naturally has its own abilities, otherwise we wouldn't be able to spread out across all the empires. Even the kings of the empires would have to give our Millennium Trading Capital a few points. Mr. Lin can trust us completely on this. When the time comes for your goods to be traded out, we'll credit your card and we'll only charge some interest. I understand all of this. Lin Han stood up and was about to leave the place. With Manager Lu as a guarantee, Lin Han also had some confidence, so that he would be even less afraid of those people from the detection department investigating. As one of the largest groups in the world, Lin Han had naturally heard of their reputation. It was actually a conglomerate in a sense, but it was more like a huge power, so even the major empires would be more wary of it. If one were to piss off such a large force, hell knows what would appear. Mr. Lin, now that you have the heart of the guard, you can go and turn in your quest to complete the third turn, right? So I'll congratulate Mr. Lin here first, as the first ever third turn priest. Manager Lu, you're welcome. Even after the third turn it's still ultimately a milk system, there's nothing more to say. Mr. Lin is just modest, but it's always good to be modest. The two of them just strolled down the road. The scout hiding in the trading market pressed his headset and said, report. Lin Han walked out. It was Manager Lu of the trading market who personally sent him out. Good. Team A continue to follow Lin Han. Team B go find the person in charge of the Millennium Trading Capital and ask what exactly Lin Han did. Remember one thing, be polite in your tone. We can't afford to mess with the people of the Millennium Merchant Capital. Roger that. Squad I, follow me. After sending Lin Han away, Manager Lu was about to return to the middle of his office when he heard a burst of footsteps coming from behind him. Hello Manager Lu, we're from the detection department of Huiyu City, and we'd like to consult with you on some news. My name is Tang Jibua, this is my ID. Tang Jibua took out his credentials and gave Manager Lu a look. Hello. Manager Lu said calmly, then added, what is it that the people from the detection department are looking for me for? Could it be that you guys are purchasing some equipment, which I can properly talk to you about? Tang Jibua said with a stern face, this time, I didn't come to purchase some equipment, but I wanted to ask you about a person. Ask someone? Manager Lu smiled and said, if you want to ask someone, then you shouldn't have come to our Millennium Business Capital, instead you should have gone to your colleagues in the Ministry of Public Security. This isn't enough to do with me. I think that what I know may not be as credible as the Ministry of Public Security, and I'm not an intelligence consulting center here. Tang Jibo continued, Manager Lu, you shouldn't be unfamiliar with this person, Lin Han. Of course, Mr. Lin is our VIP here. If you guys want to ask about Mr. Lin, you're kind of looking in the wrong place. I don't know much about Mr. Lin either. I've only traded things a few times. Manager Lu's tone already had the meaning of sending off the guests at this point. Facing these imperial staff, he was also not giving face at all. Not to mention that it was Lin Han who was asking. Then it was even more unlikely that he would offend Lin Han, a big client, because of these things. We don't ask private questions either, we just want to simply ask what Lin Han came to you to buy this time? Or perhaps what was sold? Tang Jibo said simply and clearly. Captain Tang, do you not understand what privacy actually means? Manager Lu sneered, you should know that it is simply impossible for us, as businessmen, to tell you news about our clients. If you want to know, then go ask Mr. Lin, you won't be able to get anything out of me. Manager Lu, you are classified as not cooperating with the case. Tang Jibo's face darkened. He also didn't expect this fellow to be so uncooperative, and even somewhat resistant from the very beginning. Captain Tang, it's useless for you to say this to me. We, Millennium Merchant Capital, have our own rules. Our clients are our gods. There's no way we'll tell you our clients' news. Let's go, don't waste your time here with me. However, this was something that Manager Lu did not care about at all and laughed lightly. Did Mr. Tang misunderstand something? First of all, Millennium Merchant Capital is not my personal property, it belongs to the entire Millennium Merchant Capital Group. Moreover, you can boldly try and see if the Ministry of Public Security dares to seize my Millennium Merchant Capital. Manager Lu, are you taking yourself too seriously? Tang Jibo took out his cell phone, then dialed a number and laughed softly, then open your doggy eyes and take a good look to see if we have the power to seal you or not. Manager Lu did not continue to speak, but instead watched as Tang Jibo dialed the number. Hello, this is Tang Jibo from the detection department. You should be clear about the cases we handle. A voice came from the other side of the phone and said, clear, our public security department will cooperate with you as much as possible in handling the case, so feel free to mention any requests. Tang Jibo said triumphantly, now that I've found out that one of the suspects has just come to Millennium Merchant City to trade, I'm now looking for Manager Lu of Millennium Merchant City, but the other party refuses to cooperate. I'm applying for the immediate arrest of Manager Lu and the seizure of the entire Huiyu City Millennium Merchant City. Excuse me, is this Millennium Merchant Capital? An inquiry came from the other side of the phone. That's right, it's Millennium Commercial Capital. Just when Tang Jibo already felt that he was winning, the other side of the phone said, I'm sorry, Captain Tang, we really can't agree to this request. Why? Tang Jibo hurriedly asked, you should know the importance of our current investigation. I'm well aware. The other side of the phone said, but the background of the Millennium Business Capital is too big. Even if we want to seize it, we have to verify it step by step and come up with evidence, then we have to apply to the Empire side. Moreover, even if we have applied, the Empire side will conduct a second review, and then after the evidence is confirmed, we will go and contact the headquarters of the Millennium Merchant Capital Group, and then the two parties will join forces before we can arrest and seal it. Therefore, I can help you file a complaint first. Hearing this, Tang Jibo's face had darkened. It hadn't thought that the background of this Millennium Merchant Capital had gotten so big to this extent. Even if they had really committed a crime, they still had to review the past step by step, and in the end, they even had to arrest both sides together. How huge a force must this be to be able to make the entire empire so scornful? Today, it really kicked the iron plate. Tang Jibo lowered his voice and said, forget it, trouble you. Manager Lu couldn't help but laugh out when he saw this and said, Mr. Tang, it looks like you've asked clearly, how is it, do you still want to continue arresting me? While saying this, Manager Lu stretched his hands out. Provocation. Naked provocation. Tang Jibo clenched his teeth and said, Manager Lu, the power behind you is indeed very big, this I admit, I can't arrest you, but I still hope that you can cooperate with us for a bit on the case. The safety of the people of Huiyu City is at stake here, I hope you can think about it. Seeing that Tang Jibo no longer had the stiffness he had before, Manager Lu then said flatly, Captain Tang, I've already made it very clear, I don't care what Mr. Lin has done, even if it's a crime, it has nothing to do with me. We, Millennium Business Capital, have always maintained this matter of maintaining the privacy of our clients, so we won't disclose a single bit of information about them. Your colleagues in the Ministry of Public Security should have talked to you about the process. If you want to know about Mr. Lin, you can go to the Imperial Capital to appeal. If you contact our headquarters after your side passes, and the headquarters tells me to cooperate with you on the case, I will naturally cooperate with you. Manager Lu continued, if you don't have an investigation order from our head office, forgive me for not being able to receive it. You. Tang Jibo's entire body was in a very bad state at this time. This man in front of him had already taken him to, not giving him a single chance. The front desk girl's eyes were filled with admiration, as if Lin Han would agree to have a monkey with her the next moment. Moreover, the next thing to witness is the world's first 3-turn sacrifice. Lin Han smiled and said, "Forget it, this little bit of my humble strength, I definitely can't compare it to those geniuses and whatnot. I just hope that I'll be able to quickly improve my strength so that my family can live a little better." With Mr. Lin Han's natural talent, when the 3rd turn is over you can go and become a mercenary. With your conditions, I'm afraid that those mercenary teams will be begging you like crazy to join them. The receptionist girl sat in front of the computer and operated it while talking incessantly. After these several meetings between the two, with each transfer the words of the two had changed a bit more, as if they had turned from strangers to long-lost old friends. "I hope it can be like this, I just hope that the next thing will go smoothly, and then I don't expect anything else," Lin Han said with a smile. "Mr. Lin, your quests have all been submitted now. Next I will take you to the transfer site. In order to allow you to adapt, how about we also choose the last transfer site? And everything is the same as last time, as long as you sink your heart and mind into your power, most of them will be able to succeed," Lin Han said with satisfaction. "Then let's do as you say." The two of them then arrived at the place where they had transferred before, and Lin Han walked in with experience, after which the receptionist girl left the place where they had transferred. Lin Han picked up the 2 sources of natural disasters and placed them on the ground. Instantly the 2 sources of natural disasters flew up and transformed into a thin thread-like energy that began to entwine him. Countless amounts of power merged into his body, and this time Lin Han felt it very clearly. This was the power of the source of heavenly tribulation, and after Lin Han absorbed it, it was as if these 2 heavenly tribulations exploded in his body at the same time. Pain instantly filled every cell of his body, and his original sitting position directly slumped to the ground at this moment. Pain. In his entire life, he had never felt pain like this. Was this absorbing the source of a heavenly calamity? At the very beginning when he absorbed a source of heavenly calamity, he didn't have any noticeable feelings at all, but this time when he absorbed 2 sources of heavenly calamity at the same time his body had already begun to be a little unable to withstand it. But if the next 4 revolutions were to take place, it would require a full 3 heavenly calamity sources, and wouldn't that kind of pain be able to directly fry a person to death? And then what? 4 channels? 5 channels? Lin Han didn't dare to think about it anymore, but he also had some suspicions that the 2 heavenly calamity sources weren't one at all, which was why there was this kind of collision up in his body. But if the 3 channels were all earthquake natural disasters, then perhaps they could be a bit milder? Lin Han thought while the pain in his body had disappeared a lot at this time. After all, his physical quality far exceeded the ability of his peers, so the power to withstand pain would be relatively deeper then. So overall, the problem wasn't that big. What if an unusual sacrifice didn't have these powers deepened? Even if they got 2 sources of heavenly disasters, they would simply have no life to enjoy them. So even if it was a milk-based profession, the sacrifices had to exercise themselves all the time. Only then would they be able to withstand the bombardment of 2 heavenly tribulation sources. As for the whole world so far, there hadn't been anyone who had become a 3rd turn sacrifice. At this moment, Lin Han again somewhat understood that as long as some big consortiums wanted to cultivate people, it wasn't considered difficult at all if they wanted to turn 3 or even 4 or 5. Therefore, Lin Han boldly guessed that those people had all died in droves when they were preparing for their 2nd turn. That was the only thing that made the most sense. The consortiums might have thought that it was simply impossible for normal people to pass the trials for the 3rd turn, and that was why those consortiums had slowly withdrawn the program from the middle of the market. Since then, the profession of sacrifice was not suitable to be welcomed. What a terrifying power, but Laozi's physical qualities are far better than others. Trying to kill me off with the source of heavenly tribulation is a complete cannibalism, Lin Han said with a cold smile. At this moment Lin Han sat up again and began to feel the power of the heavenly calamity in his body. Now his cells had been fully activated, the power of the 2 heavenly calamity sources had now gradually integrated into his cells. It was as if all the power had fused with him at this moment. Lin Han now knew why sacrifices needed the source of heavenly tribulation. The physical quality of the sacrifice wasn't very strong, he belonged to an accident, and the reason why he needed the heavenly calamity support to temper his body was precisely because he needed to constantly polish his body. Nowadays, he hadn't completed the 3rd turn of the transmutation, but Lin Han could feel that his physical quality had already reached a high level. After the polishing of the 2 heavenly calamities, the power of the heavenly calamity was included in just his swings. This effect of the source of heavenly calamity was clear to many, and even some powerful warriors would purchase the source of heavenly calamity to polish their flesh and blood. Even Lin Han had once heard that a high-leveled warrior had once acquired a copy of the Thunder Celestial Calamity, and after he had absorbed it merely raising his hands and throwing his feet only to see that they would all have the power of thunder. And now, as Lin Han subconsciously swung his fist, he was able to feel some vibrations. This was the heavenly calamity of earthquakes. What's more, the earthquake's heavenly tribulation that he had obtained was of a very high-grade kind, already a treasure that was 1 in a million, so it was also able to manifest a very powerful force amongst the fusion. There was even a hurricane force amongst the vibrations that was also displayed in his fist. This was the hurricane heavenly tribulation. The natural disaster that had caused the tsunami before. And the first time he used it for the second turn was the volcano heavenly tribulation, but that time the heavenly tribulation didn't quench his body, instead it served as an awakening. It was also because of the tempering of his body during the first turn that he was able to successfully fuse these two natural disasters within his cells, fully integrating these two overbearing powers. The power of the heavenly tribulation, fusion complete. Transformation begins, third turn, altar sacrifice. Chapter 83, Successful Transformation, Ordering Heavenly Tribulation. In an instant, countless dots of starlight coalesced around his body, as if the entire starry sky was shining for him in this instant. At this moment, Lin Han seemed to be sitting on top of a holy altar, overlooking all living things. When the stars gradually dissipated, that penetrating feeling also disappeared instantly. Name Lin Han. Occupation, altar sacrifice. Level 3 turns in level 20. The source of the elemental requirement for transferring has not yet been reached, and cannot be increased. Physical strength, 30 million. Agility, 10 million. Magic power, 15 million. Endurance, 30 million. Strength, 30 million. Magic suppression, exclusive talent, can suppress magical elements within a range of 500 kilometers and turn them into the power of one's own magic. Guardian Angel, life magic, forbidden spell level, chanting the hymn of the goddess of life, can automatically resurrect a portion of fallen creatures. Mechanical, elemental and undead creatures cannot be resurrected. Undead resurrection, death magic, forbidden spell level, chants the hymn of the god of death, will definitely summon demon-like creatures, and will convert enemy creatures killed into undead to join your side at a rate of 30% after the battle is won, excluding opposing inanimate forces such as mechanical, elemental, and undead creatures. Fallen intervention, order-keeping magic, forbidden spell level, chanting the hymn of the fallen goddess will surely inflict 2 negative statuses, and accepts the surrender of the opponent without the enemy's consent at 15%. Chaos field, chaos magic, forbidden spell level, chant him to the god of chaos to summon a field. Your party can increase 2 buffs, and can randomly burst ice arrows, chain lightning, meteorite shattering, doomsday judgment and other forbidden spells as spell level. Song of Holy Light, chant the hymn of the god of holy light, releasing an aura of holy light that reduces damage to friends within the aura by 10%. Song of the Black Mist, chant the hymn of the god of the black mist, releasing an aura of black mist, within the aura friends will gain a short period of invisibility. Prayer of Light, light magic, forbidden spell level, chanting the hymn of the god of light summons a field that reduces damage to friends by 50%, and to the host himself by 80%. Dark Night invisibility, dark magic, forbidden spell level, hiding the hymn of the god of darkness can summon a field. The friendly party will fall into a state of complete invisibility, hiding all breath. Success! Lin Han's heart rejoiced, feeling the total change in himself. Nowadays he had changed his senses. Compared to the change from life sacrifice to scepter sacrifice, this time, the change from scepter sacrifice to altar sacrifice was the true metamorphosis. All of the attribute values had unexpectedly increased by a full 10 times. If we were to say that now, in terms of rank, his physical quality today was definitely not inferior to any king-level powerhouse. Powerful. And just like what he had met before, he had obtained 2 milk skills. System, 10,000 times increase. As Lin Han's words fell, his body emitted a faint golden light. 10,000 times increase successful, please host check. Lin Han looked at his attribute version. Thunder God's Domain, Thunder System Magic, Forbidden Spell Level, chanting the hymn of the God of Thunder, within the range of the domain is immune to lightning damage by 80%, and all magic of the Thunder System will increase the damage by 50%. Wind God's Domain, Wind Magic, Forbidden Spell Level, chanting the hymn of the God of Hurricanes, within the range of the domain is immune to hurricane damage by 80%, all wind magic will increase the damage by 50%. Hiss! Lin Han sucked in a mouthful of cold air. At this level of altar sacrifice, he was actually able to directly convert the absorbed source of natural disasters into his own power. If he met the thunder and wind professions in the future, wouldn't he already be invincible? I'm afraid that even the holy ranks of these two systems would have the power to fight. Lin Han walked out of the transfer hall with satisfaction, and the front desk girl was waiting here for a long time. Mr. Lin, it looks like congratulations on your successful transfer. The front desk little sister said enthusiastically. You're welcome, you're welcome. Lin Han waved his hand and smiled. Let's go fill out some basic information. The receptionist little sister was stunned. Lin Han had only switched jobs once. This set of business was so skillful. Mr. Lin, please. After Lin Han had filled out the information he needed to fill out, he was ready to leave the transfer hall, and just then, the entire transfer hall glowed with a faint light. Suddenly the display showed his information. The first 3 transfer ritual profession, altar sacrifice. Lin Han was a little embarrassed. This transfer hall was really willing to put anything on the big screen. However, he was able to understand that on one hand, it was to help him make a name for himself, and the main aspect was to inspire the future generations of professionals to learn from them. After all, the empire still wanted to motivate the professionals to work a little harder, so they could only put some effort into these aspects. Seeing this news, the people surrounding the transfer hall and quest hall had all boiled over. Quickly! Look, it's the sacrificial profession, the 3rd turn. My god, I didn't realize that the first ever 3-turn sacrifice was actually appearing in our Huiyu city. I'm a newcomer. Is a 3rd turn sacrifice very powerful? Kid, you didn't listen to your lessons in school. The rarity of this 3rd turn sacrifice is the same as several thousand people awakening warriors at the same time in a school. Lin Han couldn't help but feel that this group of people were a bit overexcited. Even though he was currently the first of the 3rd turn sacrifices, he was ultimately still a milk system. Compared to those more milk-oriented professions of healer, sacrifice was still obviously a bit futile. You guys look at the name on it, it seems to be Lin Han, our top student this year. It's really just achieved the name of the top scholar, and now he's also become a 3rd turn sacrifice. This life is a bit open and shut. It's really outrageous. The 5 great academies even look down on people. Where is Lin Han? Quickly let me find him to get an autograph. Hurry, hurry. I haven't seen him either. Quickly go online and search for his picture. Seeing this group of people so crazy, Lin Han hurriedly found a place no one cared about, changed his appearance and quietly slipped out until no one was there before he recovered and came out. At this time, the trackers gathered in the transfer hall also hurriedly reported this situation to the top. Boss, this guy Lin Han came to the transfer hall as a 3rd turn, and has now successfully transferred, a 3rd turn altar sacrifice. A 3rd turn sacrificial profession? Where did this kid get the source of natural disaster? This luck is too good to be true. You'd have to ask me for this kind of information, right? Let's talk about these things later. Right now Lin Han is going somewhere. Boss, it seems like the person has lost us. Just now the middle of the transfer hall is all messed up. We can't find the person. Chapter 84 Preparation, Auction. Lin Han returned to his home after familiarizing himself with his abilities. Because of this one incident, originally his heat had just gone down, and now his name topped the top of the hot searches. The news of the world's first 3rd turn ritualist had also begun to sweep the globe. As soon as this news came out, there were reporters all over the place ready to interview him, but Lin Han had pushed some of the interviews away. Now all of these unrelenting reporters had surrounded outside Lin Han's neighborhood. But the good thing is, the mayor to Lin Han family villa location is a high-grade neighborhood inside. The door of the security guards are very cultural quality, so do not have to worry about will be these reporters to let in. Lin Han hadn't moved at all in the past few days, resting at home, and now that he had caused such a big hot news, it was almost impossible for him to go out and move around. And there were people from the detection department stomping around his house every day. He could have used the self-realization god face to sneak out, but if the people from the detection department came to knock on his door, it would be a big problem. So since there was nothing to do for a while, he took it as a vacation for himself to have a good rest. With the passage of time from day to day, the day of the auction came in the blink of an eye. The time of the auction house of the Millennium Business Capital was at 8 o'clock in the evening, and Lin Han also went out early. Originally blocked in the neighborhood outside the reporter, now also all scattered, now Millennium Business City auction house scale far more than before. A lot of treasures out of the blue attracted a lot of big families come to bid. And Lin Han's focus wasn't that important anymore. There was no longer even anyone to observe what Lin Han was doing right now, and the only ones who had their hearts set on him were the people from the detection department, who happily guarded him downstairs of his house day and night. Boss, Lin Han has gone out. Tang Jibo, who was originally about to go to dinner, saw Lin Han go out and hurriedly reported up. They had been guarding this place for almost half a month. and it finally allowed them to squat on Lin Han. Sun, who on the opposite side also got serious when he got this news. Lin Han himself had stayed inside his home for more than 10 days without going out. What was he going to do at night now? This could easily arouse suspicion. Follow him, don't lose him like last time. If you lose him this time, none of you will have to come back. With Sun Hu's order, all the people also quieted down and started to keep leaning over to Lin Han's side. Sun Hu was truly capable of doing such things. At this point, they had never been skeptical. Lin Han was also really a bit speechless towards these people from the detection department. Each and every one of them were just like that mangy dog. They couldn't get rid of them no matter how hard they shook them off. Even these people didn't know the basics of tracking, poorly. Lin Han's heart could only be described by the word clumsy. If he hadn't been playing dumb, the rest of them wouldn't have needed to use their brains to find out. These people were close to going up to him and saying, "We're following you, so cooperate." However, the current Lin Han didn't want to care about these people in the slightest. Since he was willing to follow him, then he would follow him. Anyway, he wasn't going to see anything unseemly. "When we enter the auction, let's see if you can still enter." Afterwards, Lin Han arrived at the vicinity of the auction house on a teleportation spell. "Egu, isn't this Lin Han, Scholar Lin? Gao Chong?" Lin Han turned his head around and was realizing that Gao Chong was followed by a bunch of minions flaunting their weapons. "I've heard that our great Scholar Lin has now broken through to the realm of the third turn, but it's the first third turn sacrifice that no one has ever seen before. What skills do you have? Let me have a long look." Gao Chong laughed out loud and continued to taunt. "Unfortunately, Lu, our great Scholar Lin is gifted and smart, but unfortunately the 5 great academies don't want to accept you at all." Lin Han said indifferently, "Gao Chong, I think you have an itchy skin. What? You haven't had enough of being beaten up on top of the enrollment exam. If you miss my punches, tell me earlier, I'll go arrange the venue and I'll pay for the expenses. How about it?" Gao Chong subconsciously retreated a few steps back and said viciously, "Lin Han, don't be too complacent. Nowadays no academy is willing to recruit you, so what if you're strong? It's just a brute. After I become a third turn, wanting to deal with you will be as simple as crushing an ant. I'll wait then. After you reach the third turn, we can arrange a life and death fight. If you're not afraid to die, we can have a competition. How about it?" Lin Han said indifferently. If he didn't feel a bit sorry for using Gao Chang's identity before, now he would have already sent him flying with a punch. How could he possibly let him dogpile here? "Lin Han, you really aren't afraid of death?" Gao Chong said blandly. "Good, this young master isn't afraid of that either. After this young master's third turn he'll definitely teach you a good lesson. During the enrollment exam this young master was in bad shape, giving you the opportunity to take advantage of it, but the next time, you won't be so lucky." Lin Han nodded. "Good, I'll be waiting for you. I'm afraid that you won't be able to succeed in your third turn for the rest of your life. How ridiculous, to have the guts to compete with our Gao Xiao. Really don't know how. What qualifications did a milk department have to speak?" Lin Han yawned and punched out. The originally arrogant to the extreme little brother floated to the other side as if he was a piece of paper. "Lin Han, this is downtown. Aren't you afraid that the public security will arrest you if you make a move here? Stop it, everyone saw that it was this little brother under you who made the first move. I was only defending myself. What does it have to do with me?" Lin Han said indifferently, then continued to walk towards the auction. "This direction, can't it be that you want to go to the auction to watch the fun?" Gao Chong said thoughtfully. "What? Does young Gao have any pointers?" "Humph." Gao Chong said disdainfully. "Lin Han, this auction is the grandest auction in Huiyu City in 100 years. The people who can go in are all either rich or noble. It's not like you're a scholar who can go in." Gao Chong then took out an invitation and laughed. "This kind of occasion, only us VIPs who are invited in are qualified to go." Chapter 85 Auction House, VIP Lin Han. "Oh." Lin Han simply responded. He wasn't going to continue to ignore Gao Chong. It wouldn't do him any good to continue with this kind of nonsense. Gao Chong was furious and said, "Fine, let you continue to be arrogant. After you're thrown out by the staff in a while, you'll know what it means to have a high heaven. You're a tiny commoner who even wants to carp your way into the circle of nobles. It's simply irrational. I've really seen a lot of this kind of people. Just because of some small things, they feel that they have been transformed. In the end, they are just a loach that is difficult to turn over." Just as Gao Chong was talking excitedly, Lin Han took out an invitation from behind him and handed it to the receptionist at the door. Only to see that the reception directly changed its face when it saw the invitation in Lin Han's hand, and hurriedly said respectfully, "Mr. Lin, you are our VIP for this auction, please follow me." "Okay, lead the way." Gao Chang's mouth was wide open still in disbelief. He hurriedly called out to the reception and said, "He's just a poor boy, how can he be your VIP? You must be mistaken. The receptionist said with a cold expression, "Sir, please respect yourself. Mr. Lin's invitation was personally stamped by our manager Lu. It's a VIP invitation. It's definitely not a mistake. If there is no problem with the invitation, then there must be a problem with the person. Look at that poor look of his. Does he look like a VIP? This invitation must have been stolen by him from somewhere unknown." Gao Chong said hurriedly. He couldn't believe that even he could only get an ordinary invitation, while Lin Han had gotten a VIP invitation. This was absolutely impossible. "This gentleman, the invitations are all matched with people. Are you doubting our ability to do our job?" The reception didn't give Gao Chong the slightest bit of face, and words were very sharp. The many little brothers were restless. They followed Gao Chong just wanting to go in and see what it was really like inside. They were also just a commoner's son. They could not go in once in their lives. Gao Chong was also a bit embarrassed, or asked, "As you can see, these are all following me. Can you be more accommodating?" "Mr. Gao, we are all just following the rules. As long as it's an ordinary invitation, even if it's the mayor coming, we all treat it the same." The reception continued. "If Mr. Gao must bring them in, then we can only block them." Gao Chong thought about it. This was an invitation that his father had spent a lot of money to get just to be able to let him have a long look, and it was also considered a reward for entering the 5 great academies. It was impossible for him to give up the opportunity to enter for the sake of this group of juniors. "In this case, I'll go in first and take a look, so you guys can wait for me outside first." "Young Master Gao." "Alright, it's settled." Regardless of what emotions the juniors had, Gao Chong also walked in with big strides, and the reception also separated the rest of the juniors in droves. And at this time, Tang Jibua and the others also walked out from the shadows. Seeing Lin Han walk into the middle of the Millennium Merchant Capital auction house, all frowned. However, Tang Jibua and the others still took out their credentials and arrived at the Millennium Merchant Capital's reception entrance one after another. Huiyu City Detection Department, routine case. Saying that, several people were about to dive in headfirst, but the reception didn't have the slightest intention of wanting to release them. "Sir, you can't enter here without an invitation, please return." Tang Jibua said viciously, "Since you've seen our identities, how dare you not let us in?" The reception still smiled and said, "We, Millennium Merchant Capital, have our own rules. Without an invitation letter you just can't be let in. Please sir, don't make things difficult for us. We are just a part-time worker." "You are obstructing the case, do you know that?" Captain Tang, still so grumpy after a few days. At this time, a figure walked out from inside the auction, and when he saw this person, Tang Jibua's old face directly darkened. "Manager Lu, long time no see." Manager Lu smiled and said, "Captain Tang, our reception has made it very clear that without an invitation letter you just can't come in, so don't make things difficult for them." "Make things difficult? We routinely handle cases. You're making it difficult for me, but it's just an auction, it's not an interrogation of you guys. We're also considered old acquaintances. Let us in. Previous misunderstandings all contact. How about it?" Tang Jibua also pulled himself down, not wanting to deepen the conflict with this old and cunning Manager Lu. It would not be beneficial to both parties. Manager Lu said, "Captain Tang, don't make things difficult for me. Our rule is that you can't enter without an invitation. Since Captain Tang doesn't have an invitation, it's better to stay here honestly. If you're not convinced, you can call your superiors, not to mention you. Even if it's the mayor today, we can't let in without an invitation. Manager Lu, you remember, sooner or later, one day, I will make you pay." Tang Jibua said viciously, then turned his head and left. "I'm so going." Manager Lu looked at Tang Jibua's back and said faintly, "Captain Tang, then I'll be waiting. Don't ever forget what you said. I'm right in the middle of the Millennium Business Capital. You can come here and find me anytime." Speaking, Manager Lu also turned around and returned to the middle of the auction. "Mr. Lin seems to have arrived already. It's better to pay a visit first." Chapter 86 Advance Money, Honored. At this moment, Lin Han had just stepped into the middle of the auction venue with his front foot when he was greeted by a tall woman. "Is it Mr. Lin? I'm Manager Lu, specially arranged to wait for you here." "It's me." Lin Han responded. "Mr. Lin, welcome to the Millennium Business Capital Annual Auction. I'm your exclusive advisor. You can call me Xiaodao. Your box is on the second floor. Please follow me." Xiaodao's tone was dignified. Her demeanor revealed a sense of superiority. One could tell that she was a specially trained talent. Lin Han followed her to the second floor of the auction hall. The entire auction hall was golden and luxurious. Countless lights were interlaced together, as if he was in a holy temple. After arriving on the second floor, Xiaodao took the room card and opened a room engraved with VIP 888, making a gesture of please. "Mr. Lin, this is the place." Lin Han walked into the room, and what met his eyes was full of splendor. If the furnishings on the first floor already gave a feeling of a holy temple, then the facilities on the second floor were a true heavenly palace. Until today, Lin Han truly understood what it meant to be trenchant. Mr. Lin, the sofa you're sitting on now is made from the skin of the silver-ranked monster, the three-headed green alligator. Many nobles like this kind of leather. Sitting on it will give you a fluffy and elastic feeling. The market price is around 6 million. Xiao Tao enthusiastically explained, and pointed to the table on the side, said, "This table is made from the skin of the silver-ranked steel-striped tiger. The material is very hard. If you meet an unexpected situation you can use it as a shield. This one is relatively cheaper than to be cheaper. The price is around 3 million. Just a sofa and a table, do not have to play so big ah." If this is placed in the past, Lin Han thought not even dare to think, only a table and a sofa used, which normal people will use a few million to buy this thing ah. This money is already enough for his family to live for a lifetime. As expected, the world of the rich was simply beyond his imagination. "Mr. Lin, these were all just made this year. If you like them, you can have them delivered to your home later after the auction." Little Peach spoke gently. Nowadays, Lin Han's body could be wearing a legendary grade vestment, which was also something completely valuable, and in terms of value, it was not at all inferior to the blood-slaughtering greatsword that had been deposited with him at the beginning. This was only what he was able to see on the surface with his ability. How many more hidden treasures were there he didn't know? Now that he had vaguely guessed Lin Han's background, he didn't find any of this surprising. If he really did have a saint-ranked powerhouse behind him to protect him, this bit of legendary grade equipment would be nothing more than a drop in the bucket. "Mr. Lin, the auction is about to start. You can use this card first." Manager Lu handed a black card to Peach and explained, "This card has $50 million in it for you to use for shopping in the middle of the auction house. Of course, this is only a temporary card. The auction house will recycle it when it's used up, and when this auction transaction is over, it will be offset based on the price of your merchandise left. If there isn't enough money in this card, let Peach contact me. I can advance $100 million for Mr. Lin. Just settle it together when the auction is over." Lin Han didn't refuse. Maybe there were treasures amongst these treasures that were able to catch his eye. Moreover, the blood slaughter sword and the thick earth armor were valued at a total of 130 million by Manager Lu, and at that time, he was given an advance of 100 million, and now there was still about 80 million left over. Manager Lu now gave him another advance of 150 million of the balance, equivalent to his hands now have 280 million. Now in this auction, I am afraid that there is no treasure that he can't get. As for how to return the money to Manager Lu, the big deal was to take out 1 or 2 pieces of legendary equipment. Now that he had reached an invisible clause with Manager Lu, the other party wouldn't pursue anything and would even help him hide these, so it wouldn't cause him any trouble. "Thanks a lot, Manager Lu." Manager Lu then smiled, "It's my honor to help out for Mr. Lin. I still have things to do over there, so I won't bother Mr. Lin here. If Mr. Lin has anything, you can contact Xiao Tao to have her do it for you." "Good." Lin Han simply agreed, then Manager Lu left amongst his VIP room. Right now, the only thing that could truly make his heart flutter was perhaps the source of heavenly calamity, and if he wanted to continue to advance up, he could only do whatever it took to obtain the source of heavenly calamity. And the rarity of the source of heavenly calamity was just too great, even higher than some legendary grade equipment. Chapter 87 Auction, the Beginning. "Mr. Lin, your relationship with Manager Lu is really good. You were able to get Manager Lu to vouch for you with his own credibility. This has never happened before." Xiao Tao said with a puzzled look. Lin Han replied, "It's nothing, it's just that the two of us have a good personal relationship, and we've negotiated a few big deals. If you sold him a few pieces of legendary grade equipment, countless gold rank and silver rank equipment, your relationship could be so good with him." This was all something that was based on profit. These equipments alone that he sold to Manager Lu, he already didn't know how much money he had made for Manager Lu, and he had even bought quite a few things from the trading market. I'm afraid that he himself could almost feed half of the trading market. Xiao Tao said gently, "Mr. Lin is really a young talent, not to mention becoming our Huiyu city's top scholar at a young age. He also has such an understanding in the aspect of business. I really don't know what kind of woman has to be able to deserve Mr. Lin. Women can only affect the speed of my punches." For a moment, Xiao Tao's entire body was speechless out. She has been engaged in this industry for so many years, met countless businessmen and businesswomen, and even some professional big families. This kind of answer is still the first one. Even so, Xiao Tao still kept her smile and said, "Mr. Lin is really dedicated to his career." Right at this moment, the lights of the entire auction began to flash alternately and countless lights began to coalesce over towards the center as Peach explained, "This is the start of the auction." Previous year's auctions were not as rigorously laid out as this year's, and it's also because of the 2 legendary grade equipment that came out in Huiyu City, So this session of Huiyu City's Millennium Merchant Capital Auction is extraordinarily strong, and even countless great clans have sent people over. It's also because of this that the VIP seats are all very scarce this year. They've all been filled up by people from all the great clans, so it's evident that Manager Lu should hold you in very high regard, so he's purposely reserved a first-class position seat for you. Lin Han was puzzled. Even though there are 2 pieces of legendary grade equipment, it should be sent to the auction over at the headquarters to be a bit safer. Why put it over here? Peach patiently explained, this is also related to the recent events in Huiyue City. After all, both of that strong man's strikes have caused panic in Huiyue City, and the headquarters side is worried about meeting that person on the road, and if it's a big fight, it would also be a loss for the Millennium Merchant Capital. So simply send experts to directly sit in Huiyu City. This time also brought a lot of treasures over, so this time the Millennium Merchant Capital Auction is very grand. It's also a way to help Huiyu City recover its dormant economy a bit. Listening to Peach's explanation, Lin Han also sort of understood that on one hand, he didn't want to have problems with his own merchandise, while on the other hand, he was also selling the empire a favor, and by the way, helping to restore the economy. Because of this auction, people from all over the country and all over the world had also flocked into the middle of Huiyu City, which indeed had a great effect on Huiyu City's economic recovery. On the contrary, Smoke Cloud City was envious. Having been similarly destroyed, it didn't have this treatment. It seems like there's still a good economic structure between your Millennium Merchant Capital and the Empire. Lin Han couldn't help but marvel at the fact that a business that wanted to make money still had to match the development of the Empire in order to be sustainable. Obviously, the Millennium Business Capital understood this. This is also the rule that we have been abiding by since the establishment of the auction until now. Lin Han laughed. Now that there are supreme powerhouses in attendance, I'm afraid that even if someone wanted to rob it, they wouldn't have the guts to do so. That's true, and I'm afraid that some saint-ranked powerhouses aren't that interested in legendary grade equipment, so they wouldn't risk offending the Millennium Merchant Capital to come and grab it. So, it can almost be said that as long as you are within Huiyu City, we are able to guarantee your safety. Listening to Little Peach's words, Lin Han replied, how perfect. With this same scene, the auctioneer once again said, now that we have all verified and entered the funds that you have registered in the Millennium Merchant City, you can auction within your funds. If you need to increase them, please contact our staff. If you don't pay for the auction, it will damage the credibility of our Millennium Trading Capital, and it will be bad for you to purchase some goods in the future. Of course, it's common in Millennium Merchant City all over the world. If everyone doesn't have any questions, then this auction of ours can be ready to begin. Xiaoyan took 2 steps backward, a step rose in front of him, and a box-like object. He was also able to guess, now this quality of things I'm afraid that those people cannot see. The people who can be called the big families are naturally running towards the 2 pieces of legendary grade equipment. Legendary equipment, although not rare, but also absolutely rare. To be able to obtain a piece of that is to the family to add a good fighting force. Because of this, it was always up for grabs. Mr. Lin, my recommendation for this piece of equipment is at 2,200,000. If it this price, then it's already starting to 2,300,000, first time. 2,300,000, second time. 2,300,000, third time. 2,300,000, sold. Congratulations to this gentleman for auctioning the gold grade steel pattern wristguard for $2,300,000. The man who had auctioned off the steel pattern wristguard looked at Gao Chong with a mocking expression, while Gao Chong sat down in discouragement. Today, he had begged his father for $3 million, at the cost of having his pocket money for the next year, in order to be able to have a decent outfit after the next school year. And the gold level equipment was enough for him to show off a wave in front of his classmates. It was just that he didn't expect to be taken away from the limelight by a kid he didn't know just after the opening round. Honored guests, next let's have the second lot. The countertop that had originally landed now rose once more, and the item inside had changed its appearance. This lot is called Magic Shelter, again a gold grade lot. Here is a detailed list, please take a look. Name, Magic Shelter. Location, Boots. Grade, Gold grade. Description, after wearing it, you can gain a certain amount of agility, increasing the overall agility by 7%, and moving after wearing it will have a thunder elemental effect, which will increase the power of the thunder attribute by 3%. Everyone, you've seen the effects. This equipment should have a relatively long history. According to our treasure appraiser's speculation, should be a set. If you put together a set, there should be. Lin Han pondered in his mind at this time. The magic shelter was exactly the set that his parents had handed over to him at the beginning, and now these 2 pieces had been 10,000 times more likely to become the burial of the god of law, and were now being worn on his own body. If this was a set, there must be an additional effect after it was. Is there anyone else bidding? Xiao Yun inquired a mouthful. The people under the stage said, who can still call for this, 3 million, which little cutie? Still able to call for a higher price. That's right, how is this possible? Come on, next item, don't waste time. 3 million once. 3 million twice. Just as Xiao Yun was about to say it for the third time, a voice came out of the headset once more, and the hammer that was originally hanging in the air stopped. VIP 888's VIP calls for $3,200,000. $3,200,000. The astonishing price once again reached the ears of the crowd. Who is the person sitting in that VIP? Surprisingly spending $3,200,000 to buy a gold-grade equipment. Mr. Lin, $3,200,000 is a bit expensive, it's not worth it. Xiao Tao said in a hurry. Lin Han waved his hand and said, don't worry, I have my measure, but it's just a few million, came here, can't return empty-handed, just take it as a lottery. Chapter 89 The highest bidder wins, investigate. $3,200,000, anyone else want to bid? $3,300,000. Xiao Yun looked in the direction of where he was speaking and said, VIP 666 VIP is bidding at $3,300,000. Lin Han frowned, then said, calling the price, $3.5 million. Although Xiao Tao wanted to persuade, Lin Han's tone was very certain that he wanted this equipment, so she could only convey it. VIP 888's VIP is bidding $3.5 million. Once this price came out, everyone was once again shocked. 3,800,000. 4 million. Upon hearing this, the man sitting in VIP 666 slapped the table, stood up, and said angrily, who on earth is on the other side that dares to bid like this with this young master? The woman beside the man said, little brother, forget it, the purpose of our visit this time is that item and the legendary equipment, it's not worth spending so much money. What about my face? The man said angrily. The woman smiled and said, little brother, face isn't worth anything, not to mention that if you let your father know that you came all the way to Huiyue City to spend $4 to $5 million on a gold-level equipment, some of it isn't worth. The auctioneer suddenly said in a deep voice, the next lot is the hot lot of this auction, and is also one of the core lots of this auction. Only to see, Xiao Yun's big hand for a moment, a map-style item appeared in the crowd's view. The full name of this lot is called Ruin No. 3 Pass. Ruin No. 3 is one of the more advanced relics amongst the major relics in the world. This relic will only open once every 30 years, and each time it opens, you need to hold a specific fragment to be able to enter. This is one of the fragments of Ruins No. 3. There have been people who have explored the ruins of the third to find sacred armor, and there have also been people who have obtained powerful legacies, the gold content of which I won't bother to mention. That's why every time it opens all the great clans will scramble to find the shard. Each time the quota to enter the relics, also known as fragments, there are only 100 of them, so it can be said that they are very rare. Each family obtaining more fragments is also said to have one more chance, and the conditions of the relics are only able to be entered by strong people at the diamond level and below a bit, and their age must not be over 30 years old. Relic Fragment No. 3, starting price $10 million, each call for $500,000. Begin the auction. At these words, the countless people in the VIP lounges all became serious, although it was said that the main task this time around was legendary grade equipment. But this No. 3 relic fragment was also a good treasure that could not be found. $12 million. I'll see which one of those life-threatening people dares to grab it from me. Screw you, $12.5 million, I'll take it. $13 million. Peach said, Mr. Lin, there are countless treasures in this third relic, it can be said that it's a treasure trove, and every time it opens there are quite a few children of the world's families who enter to practice. Quite a few of the big families have squeezed their heads to get these fragments. According to the average value of previous years, the value of this lot is around $50 million, and if it's more than that, if you're lucky, you'll be able to earn it all back. After all, there are many priceless treasures in the relics. $20 million. The man in VIP 888 directly shouted out, this was one of the purposes of their current visit. Lin Han also laughed in the middle of the VIP room, little Peach, call out the price for me. $500,000? No, accelerate it, directly call for $30 million. VIP 888's VIP calls for $30 million. The moment this price came out. Go and investigate, who is the person sitting in that room, exactly which big family is it that dares to offend the Ma family that is as strong as the sun, really good guts. The middle-aged man arched his hand and said, "Young master, please wait for a moment, I will go and investigate." "Well, go." Chapter 90 Relic Number 3, Fragment. $38 million. VIP 666 VIP bid $38 million. Not more than a few seconds later, a voice came out of Xiaoyun's headset once more, saying, VIP 888's VIP bid $40 million. Ma Tianqing said angrily, "This guy is sincerely messing with our Ma family, isn't he? Junior brother, our estimated value for this fragment can be within $80 million, far beyond the range that the rest of the great clan should obtain, so we are determined to win this fragment. Let him be arrogant for a while longer, it shouldn't be us who are in a hurry." Ma Tianqing looked at the glass-labeled VIP 888 VIP room in an old-fashioned manner, and thought, who exactly is the one sitting on the opposite side of the room, targeting our Ma family so much over these two items? Isn't he afraid that we will retaliate against him afterward? At this time, the man sitting in VIP 883 pressed the button and said, $40 million. Holy, here comes another one, this is turning into a tripod situation. These big families are really rich. What do you know, this is the key to the third relic. We're not in a good enough position to naturally understand what they really want, but to these big families, this is a supreme treasure that can cultivate young talents. It's so confusing. Lin Han looked in the direction of VIP 883, still unable to see anything with a single reflection. It was like this for others, but Lin Han was in possession of God's eye, so all of these obstacles could be said to be useless. Peach, raise the price to $45 million. Lin Han said softly. He already had his sights set on obtaining this piece of the third relic's fragment. What he was interested in was the opportunities within it. As for what kind of equipment he could obtain, he didn't care. With the 10,000 times increase system, it would not be a problem to obtain any kind of equipment, but the opportunities contained therein were different. That was what was truly useful. VIP 888's VIP raised the bid once more to $45 million. Anyone else want to bid? Ma Tianqing frowned and said, calling for bids so frequently and with such a large range, this guy is either aiming to win this thing with a very large budget, or he doesn't have much money left to try to scare us off. Sister, then what do we do? This item has to be taken to the family, otherwise that item won't be good. Raise the price, this time directly to $50 million. Listening to Ma Tianqing's words, Ma Tianqing pressed the button and said, $50 million. $50 million. The VIP of VIP 666 has bid $50 million. Xiaoyun said excitedly, then looked in the direction of VIP 888 and VIP 883, expecting them to make another high bid. At this time, the man sitting at VIP 883 stood up and pressed a button. The glass in front of him directly rose and disappeared, and his face was revealed to the crowd. Suddenly, he arched his hand and said, Young Master Ma Tianqing, this treasure looks like the Ma family is already determined to win, so we, the Li family, will withdraw from the competition for this treasure. Immediately after that, the glass of VIP 666 also rose, and Ma Tianqing arched his hand and responded, Thank you, Brother Li, I will definitely find you for a drink when I return. Li Changqi laughed lightly, then he saw the woman beside Ma Tianqing and hurriedly said, I didn't expect the Ma family to attach such importance to this third relic fragment. Miss Ma Tianqing even came in person. I didn't know that Miss Ma Tianqing had personally arrived. Mr. Li has made amends. Ma Tianqing said blandly, Mr. Li is serious, I should be the one to personally go over. How is Elder Li's health these days? Thank you Miss Ma Tianqing for worrying, Grandpa's health has always been very good. Li Changqi said politely. Since Brother Li has given up, I wonder if the one. Ma Tianqing also breathed a sigh of relief at this time and said, It looks like that one should have given up, after all, it's quite. To press his Ma family so hard in front of such a large crowd was completely not putting his Ma family's face in his eyes. Although this is the auction house, the highest bidder gets it, but in the chain of interests of the great families, unless some of the various families must obtain things, so ultimately each take more or less give some face. And in the moment the Ma family threatened him, even directly added an extra $10 million to the price, obviously did not put the Ma family in the eyes, ruthlessly smacked him a big mouth. Fourth young Ma, our Chen family can't do such a thing. At this time the glass on the other side slowly got angry, a man's face was shown, Chen family, Chen Feng. That's right, going against our young master Ma, that's not fighting with electricity, our Gongsun family can't do such a thing. The glass on the other side also slowly rose, a silhouette appeared in the crowd's line of sight, Gongsun family, Gongsun Shan'er. Immediately after, the glass on the other side also rose, and the man in it said, Fourth young Ma, our Wang family has no intention of going against your Ma family. The five great families. People from the five great families have actually shown up in droves. This is too shocking. I've seen these people before except on the internet, and now this is the first time. The 5 great families of our empire have unexpectedly shown their heads in droves. Is that Gongsun Xin'er? Too beautiful. I have long heard that Gongsun Xin'er's beauty has never been seen before or since, and now that I have seen it with my own eyes, I know that this is not true. What's so beautiful about Gongsun Xin'er? Look at young Master Chen Feng, that face is full of vigor, one really can't help but go up and kiss her. A woman's opinion. What do you know? Surprisingly, they've all shown their faces. Are these 5 great families that calm? Lin Han was a bit helpless. He had thought of letting these 3 great clans that hadn't shown up to help block the gun, but they were so indolent. Xiao Tao laughed. This act of Mr. Lin has already hit the Ma family's face hard, and the first object of suspicion for the Ma family is naturally the remaining 3 great families. Although the Wang family, Chen family and Gongsun family are not afraid of the Ma family, they can't agree to being slapped with this trumped-up charge, so they definitely have to be the first to come forward and explain themselves. Lin Han leaned on the sofa and laughed, but it doesn't matter, they can think whatever they like. Anyway, there are supreme powerhouses sitting here, and there's no need to worry about the Ma family rushing over to beat. And their Ma family naturally had a way. $70 million would even be able to buy legendary grade equipment, to spend so much money to buy a fragment of a relic. If it wasn't against their Ma family, I'm afraid that I couldn't think of a second reason anymore. At this time, Gongsun Xin'er said with a smiling face, this friend, Sister Tianxin has said so, why don't you sell the Ma family a face, to be able to befriend Sister Tianxin, you're considered to have enough. Maybe Sister Tianxin has fallen in love with you, wouldn't it be better in tying the knot? Gongsun Xin'er, mind your mouth. Ma Tianxin looked over grimly, he would never allow anyone to talk about his sister. Gongsun Xin'er said with an aggrieved look, Ma fourth young man, if people can take out so much money, they must also be people of honor. How can you talk about me like that? I'm also doing it for the sake of Tianxin's sister's good. There's no need for you to be false here. If you think the person across the street is good, why don't you marry him yourself? Ma Tianxin said. Alas, good intentions are treated like a donkey's liver and lungs. Gongsun Xin'er made her way back to the top of her chair and added, but this friend, it's all come down to this, why don't you show us your face and let us see who you are, maybe we can become friends. Everyone looked in the direction of VIP 888's VIP room, wanting to see just who this character who went out of his way to offend the Ma family was. Suddenly, a voice came from within the VIP room, and everyone looked over nervously. Hello everyone. A female voice. Surprisingly, it's a woman. Ma Tianxin frowned, but she had come into contact with all the women in the circle, but this was the first time she had heard this voice. Everyone, sir, said that the competition amongst the auction house is financial strength. If Miss Ma Tianxin doesn't have the ability to continue, then forget it. What? Provocation, this is naked provocation. Ma Tianxin said angrily, to the extent that I myself don't speak in person, and let my subordinates send us a message, and you dare to say that our Ma family's financial strength is not good enough, who do you think you are? What an interesting person. Gongsun Xin'er raised her interest in the person in the middle of that room for a moment. Now that he had actually started to confront the Ma family head-on, this was not something that could be done casually. Although the 5 great families were not the 5 strongest forces, and there were many guilds that were able to fight against them, there were very few people who dared to provoke them head-on like this. Friend, do you know what the consequences of what you're doing are? Ma Tianxin was also a bit unable to hold back at this time. She herself didn't care, but it was the face of the Ma family that was being compromised today. If he was allowed to go on like this, where would the majesty of the Ma family come from? Mr. said, if the Ma family can't do it, just play the meeting aside. Chapter 92 Ma Family Anger, Mysterious Man. $80 million. Ma Tianxin said resentfully. This was already a limit of what their Ma family could take out. If it was any higher, then it was somewhat not worth it. This was a price that could buy a legendary grade equipment. $90 million. This time it was Xiao Tao who directly said it instead of Lin Han. $90 million. Ma Tianxin couldn't believe her ears. $90 million. The other party was spending $90 million just to be able to buy a fragment of a number 3 relic. This was simply something that couldn't be scratched. 1. Ma Tianxin was about to say, when Ma Tianxin hurriedly pulled him back and said softly, we can't add more. If we add more, the legendary grade equipment later will be unstable. If we put our lives on the line to take away the 3rd relic fragment, we might as well press all of our money on the legendary grade equipment later. But Ma Tianxin was unwilling. If he gave up the bidding, then it would prove that their Ma family had lost in this battle without smoke. There is no but. Ma Tianxin said with a sullen face, since this person dares to go against our Ma family, then the forces behind him are not simple at all. But if he has the life to shoot away, he may not have the life to take it away. Sister, are you going to? Ma Tianqing said seriously. No hurry, take your time. Ma Tianqing raised her arm and said in a deep voice, we give up. Xiaoyun was still a bit unsettled from the shock at this time. It was the first time she had experienced such a big scene. A fragment of a number 3 relic had been sold at a high price of $100 million. Let's congratulate the VIP of VIP 888 for auctioning off the number 3 relic fragment at a price of $90 million. Congratulations on the 2 consecutive auctions. 2 consecutive auctions. These words were so harsh in Ma Tianqing's ears. 2 consecutive auctions. Both competed from his hands. The Ma family actually lost. What exactly is the identity of this mysterious person? Surprisingly, he's so tough on the Ma family. It's awesome that the Ma family, one of the top 5 families, lost. This will definitely be on the hot search tomorrow. It belongs to the shocking news. Awesome, awesome. Mr. Lin, this time you're considered to have completely offended the Ma family? Xiao Tao was feeling a little helpless. To offend a top 5 family in such a crude way, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, she would have never believed it. What's there? Lin Han said without a care in the world, we're all human beings, not to mention that this is an auction, it's supposed to be the highest bidder wins. But if you offend a lineage, it will definitely trip you up in the future. Xiao Tao was a little worried. Don't worry, it's fine. Lin Han waved his hand and said once more, let them find me if they can, they have to be able to find me to be considered powerful. At this moment, the door to the VIP 883 room was opened, and the person who came back was none other than the middle-aged old man who had gone out earlier. My lord, there is no news of this person. What? Li Changqi said incredulously, did you ask the manager of this auction house? The invitations should have all been sent out by him, how could he not know? Asked. The middle-aged old man was a bit bad to open his mouth, hesitating for half a day before slowly saying, I asked their manager, but their manager didn't say anything, even though I identified myself and said that it was the Li family who wanted to inquire about it, but that manager still didn't say anything. Why? Li Changqi was a bit puzzled, although he knew that Millennium Merchant Capital was in a state of secrecy to their clients, but there was no reason to not say anything in the face of their Li family. How was this not offending the Li family? The middle-aged man explained, that manager Lu just said one thing, that gentleman is a big customer of their Millennium Merchant Capital, even if the Li family head came today, he couldn't ask a bit of information from inside his mouth. Unless what? Li Changqi asked with a frown. Kill him. What? Li Changqi felt a little incomprehensible, to be able to make a manager of the Millennium Business Capital say such words, even without the slightest bit of respect for the great families between his words. Whether it was this manager or the person sitting in that VIP room, it was all equally unbelievable. What did you say that manager's surname was? Li Changqi asked once more. I remember it was surnamed Lu. Surname Lu? Li Changqi looked like he suddenly realized, and said with a sigh of relief, I see, so it's him. If that's the case, then forget it, you can't ask anything from inside his mouth. However, the more that's the case, I'm getting more and more curious about the person sitting inside that VIP room. Young master, do you need me to squat and watch? The middle-aged man said seriously. No need. Li Changqi said, we should have the chance to be able to see it after the auction is over. Right now we are aiming for legendary grade equipment, let's wait until after this auction is over. Alright, young master. At the same time, the rest of the VIP rooms all had people returning to their rooms, and the news they received were. No news. Ah, Mr. Lin, you really don't know how to keep a low profile at all. Manager Lu was sweating profusely as he sat within the core office area of the auction. To have offended one of the 5 great families like this is not a good omen. I'm afraid that early tomorrow morning, this news will be able to sweep the world, the Ma family's face will not be saved. I've already tried my best to help you hide the news, that's all I can do, the rest is up to you. By doing so, I'm also considered to be benevolent. The next thing you can do is to sell me 2 pieces of good equipment to plug my mouth. The next lots of the auction were also some very mundane things, and in the middle of the period there did appear some pretty good treasures. However, none of them had anything that Lin Han could look at, but the 5 great families had auctioned off some of them, while the Ma family had been quiet since the number 3 relic fragment had been auctioned off by Lin Han. It was as if they had locked their target on the legendary great equipment completely and utterly. Honored guests, the next treasure we're going to ask to come on, I believe you've all heard about it, and I believe that quite a few of the VIPs are running towards this equipment. Hearing these words, everyone's back sat straight. They knew that the next thing that was going to go up was the thing that they had already been looking forward to for an entire night. The legendary great equipment. I believe everyone is already able to guess what's going to go up next. Little Cloud paused here for a moment, and then with both arms spread out, he shouted, "Let us have the legendary great equipment, the Blood Slaughter Greatsword." Chapter 93 Auction, Blood Slaughter Greatsword. A legendary great weapon? I thought this was nothing more than fake news from the auction house, but this equipment really exists. I've never seen a legendary great equipment in my entire life. I didn't think that our tiny Phaeton city would have legendary great equipment displayed. This is terrifying. Right under the sight of the crowd, a long sword slowly floated in the air, while the surrounding area was surrounded by some formations laid down by some powerful people. It was also to protect this equipment. This aura, this feeling, there's absolutely no mistake, this is a legendary great equipment. Gongsun Shinner said in a daze. Xiao Yun looked at the expressions of the crowd with great satisfaction and laughed. The body of this equipment's blade is made of blood red intersecting with black, making it appear very domineering. Of course, this great sword is already a legendary level equipment, so everyone won't care about the looks of this sword. Let me briefly introduce this blade to you. This blade is said to be obtained by a strong person who beheaded a saint-ranked monster. As for what kind of monster was beheaded, we are not sure. We at the auction house won't ask in such detail. We can only tell you that this blood-slaughtering great knife, although it looks to be legendary grade, is even close to saint equipment in terms of performance. Among the great equipment, it can definitely be considered a top-notch existence. If a supreme powerhouse were to take this sword, I think that it would have a fighting chance against a saint-rank powerhouse. I think everyone should not care even if I say so much, so I'd better put out the attributes of this blade for everyone to see for themselves. Name, Blood Slaughter Greatsword. Position, long blade. Rank, legendary. Description, comes with a berserk effect, the user will strengthen the force by 30%, comes with a bloodthirsty effect, the user can own raw sacrifices to obtain all 50% of their own strengthening. What kind of heaven-defying attribute is this? This is too terrifying. Didn't you listen to the auctioneer's introduction? This is a piece of equipment that only drops after beheading a holy rank monster, so it's naturally very powerful, only, this attribute is a bit heaven-defying. Although it is said to be simple and singular, it strengthens the force value by. Gongsun Shenner laughed. Fourth young Ma, this is where you're wrong. The person sitting in that room just now said it. The highest bidder gets it. We, the Gongsun family, will take this blood-slaughtering great sword. $60 million. That's right, all supreme treasures are awarded to the highest bidder. Ma fourth young master is still a bit young. Li Changqi stood up and shouted, $65 million. Besides, none of you can use this equipment, why don't you give it to me? I'm a warrior profession myself, giving it to me will allow me to truly utilize its talents. Chen Feng also stood up and said, $70 million. Brother Chen, your strength is already the best amongst our peers, you can't be too greedy as a human being, why don't you just let me have it, 75 million. Wang Su said with a smile. 75 million. The five great families alone had all turned around, surprisingly reaching a high price of $75 million. Lin Han was listening from above. He hadn't thought that this blood-slaughtering greatsword would be so sought after. This group of people were completely crazy and started to scramble like crazy. At first, Manager Lu estimated the price was only $60 million, now it is already $15 million higher, and according to this momentum, it can even reach $100 million. Really, according to Lu, manager said, if put on top of the auction, the price can be a lot. Don't look at this bunch of family kids in the outside world are full of benevolence and morality, but the real competition is not as good as when he spoke politely. Completely a look of death. Even quoted what he just said. $80 million. Chen Feng suddenly said at this point, everyone, the five great families are all in the same breath, there's no need to make things so stiff, this blood-slaughtering greatsword fits my profession perfectly, how about giving me, Chen, a face? Chen Feng, you're thinking too much. Ma Tianqing laughed coldly, you haven't even broken through to the strength of a king yet, do you think that even if you shoot it down, the elders of your family will let you use it? Don't dream, Chen Feng. $85 million. Chen Feng swept his cold eyes over and said, fourth young Ma, who we give it to is our Chen family's own business, what does it have to do with you? You won't be able to get the number 3 relic fragment, likewise, you won't be able to get this blood slaughter greatsword just the same. At the same time a voice came out from within another VIP room, $90 million. Who was it? The people of the five great families looked over, the five of them were fighting fiercely, but they forgot about the rest of the people. It wasn't just the few powerful forces of their 5 great families here. Immediately afterward, the glass barrier slowly rose, and the face of a handsome middle-aged man was revealed. Green Dragon Guild, Li Sanjin. Everyone, this blood slaughter greatsword, our Green Dragon Guild is also very interested in it. How about you all bear with us? Li Sanjin, don't even think about it, your Green Dragon Guild wants a little too much. Chapter 94 Green Dragon Guild, Entry. $95 million. Ma Tianqing shouted, the goal of this operation was originally the 3rd relic fragment. Now since that operation had failed, the blood-slaughtering greatsword with this kind of heaven-defying effect absolutely could not be surrendered. The Ma family is really rich and generous. It's already $90 million, or you still can't bear to let go? Li Sanjin narrowed his eyes and said calmly. Ma Tianqing said disdainfully, Li Sanjin, although your Green Dragon Guild is one of the 3 major guilds, but with what to compete with our Ma family, to put it bluntly, your Green Dragon Guild is just a dog bolted to the imperial capital. Everything has to come to participate in afoot, not afraid to tie the panic. Comparing financial power with our Ma family, you're still a little too young. In the face of Ma Tianqing's mockery, Li Sanjin acted as if he wasn't angry at all and said, our Green Dragon Guild is nothing more than a guild. The Ma family's industries are spread all over the empire, and the Ma family's shadows can be found from wherever they are, so we naturally can't compare to them, but a legendary great equipment, we can still afford it. 100 million. With Li Sanjin's bidding, the blood slaughter greatsword was also. That was why the price of even the weakest holy armor could reach billions of star dragon coins. This was also why they valued this blood slaughter greatsword so much. If the forces of any party were able to get their hands on this blood slaughter greatsword, then it could be said that the first person under the holy rank would be able to confirm it. The existence of the holy order would normally not make a move, so the main theme was still in the hands of the supreme realm. Ma Tianqing was very hesitant now and asked softly, sister, shall we continue to call down the price? Call, why not? Ma Tianqing said with certainty, ever since the Green Dragon Guild appeared, the rest of the great clans have more or less backed down and watched our 2 families fight, but that doesn't mean they are giving up. I'm afraid that once this weapon came out, the name of the number 1 weapon under the holy armor would be well deserved. As for the family, they had directly injected 3 billion star dragon coins, so it could be realized that the family had already treated this equipment as a holy suit. Since the family is so strongly supportive, let's let go of the bidding. Ma Tianqing sneered, $150 million. Xiaoyan froze and hurriedly said, VIP 666 VIP bid is $150 million. What? The rest of the 4 major clans as well as the Green Dragon Guild were stunned by Ma Tianqing's bid. Gongsun Xianer said in disbelief, what's this Ma Tianqing's sudden fit of nerves? Why did he raise his bid by $50 million all of a sudden? What, no one dares to bid? Ma Tianqing stood at the edge of the VIP room and scanned the crowd, saying disdainfully, if no one dares to bid, then the blood-slaughtering sword will be taken by my Ma family. Now that he has found the auction house to check the funds, Ma Tianqing naturally has no fear, bidding above all arrogant a few points. At this time, the crowd watching on the first floor felt a bit suffocated. When they had previously called for hundreds of thousands of dollars, now these sons of families and guilds on the second floor had called for $50 million in one go. These big families are really rich and generous, can't compare with 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 can't compare with. 50 million star dragon coins added so easily, this play is also too big. This kind of world of others, how can we possibly understand it? Ma Tianqing, don't be arrogant, it's only $150 million, do you think my Green Dragon Guild can't take it out? I'm afraid that you don't have any more money, so you want to scare us, it's simply a daydream. Li Sanjin was still squinting his eyes, and the expression on his face was as calm as ever. $160 million. 200 million. Ma Tianqing spoke indifferently, and in his words the blood slaughter greatsword was already in his pocket. Right at this moment, amongst the various VIP rooms, several great families, even the heads of the Green Dragon Guild had taken out their cell phones to take a look. Gongsun Xianer placed her cell phone on top of the table, a bright smile appeared above the corners of her mouth, and said charmingly, the time is just right, it seems that our Gongsun family should also join in this invisible battlefield. Chapter 95, Unprecedented, Never Giving Up. 211 million star dragon coins. Gongsun Xianer stepped forward and said flirtatiously, although my fourth young man has already said so, but my Gongsun family also wants this blood-slaughtering great sword, why don't you give your sister a face, how about letting her have it? Gongsun Xianer, I advise you not to come into this mess. Ma Tianqing pulled Ma Tianqing to one side and added, might as well tell you, this blood-slaughtering great knife arma family is set to take it, if you have the ability, we'll continue the competition. 300 million. Listening to Ma Tianqin's bid, Gongsun Shen are appreciated, worthy of being Sister Tianqin, calling for such a domineering bid. Surprisingly, she directly called for $90 million. It seems like the Ma family really wants it. Li Sanjin, what are you still thinking about? Is your Green Dragon Guild about to give this blood-slaughtering greatsword away? No need for you to care. Li Sanjin calmly said, $310 million. At the same time, in the Qin clan's VIP room. Young master told us that we must bring back this blood-slaughtering greatsword, so are we still not calling for it? The Chen family's butler asked suspiciously. There is no rush, just let the Ma family and the Green Dragon Guild dogfight first. I'm afraid we're not the only ones who have applied for funds. The Ma family must have as much money in the bank as we do to call the price like this now. Gongsun Shen called for a price and also shrunk back. I think it should be the same as what I think. Want to see what the Ma family and the Green Dragon Guild can actually fight into. We don't really know how much money they all have in their hands right now, so play it safe and don't let them catch a break. The butler of the Chen mansion said in disbelief, but we can also scare them off from the top of the air. We'll directly raise the price, maybe they'll be scared off. You're overthinking it. Chen Feng said helplessly, right now, everyone is harboring the idea of taking the blood-slaughtering greatsword away. Even after we directly raise the price up, they will still proceed to raise the price. It won't do us any good. If we could scare them off directly, the auction wouldn't be so troublesome. It's true that we can do this for unusual items, but nowadays, if everyone wants this equipment, it would seem a bit silly for us to still use this method. The Chen mansion's butler said with a sudden realization, so that's how it is. But right now everyone's attention is on this blood-slaughtering greatsword, at least the Green Dragon Guild and the Ma family's attention is on this blood-slaughtering greatsword, and the rest of the people haven't been involved. I'd better judge that. They all forgot that there is a legendary grade equipment on top of this auction? If it can be placed on the back of the blood slaughter sword, then it must be a heavyweight piece of equipment as well. We don't have to focus all our attention on the blood slaughter sword. With this level of competition nowadays, these two pieces of equipment will definitely not be placed in the hands of one family. Therefore, if the price of this equipment is really too high, we can shift our attention slightly. An auction is a duel between patience and financial strength, and naturally we are not lacking in financial strength, so it's fine to compete with them for endurance. Don't worry, right now you see them so calm, slowly they might not be able to hold back. Mr. Lin, this blood slaughter greatsword is truly a treasure. I haven't seen such intense bidding in all the time I've been at the auction. Peach lamented from the bottom of her heart. It's alright, maybe it's something that someone else doesn't want. Lin Han smiled faintly. This thing was not something that he simply wanted to exchange for some money before selling it to Manager Lu, who could have thought that this piece of equipment had now exceeded the value of 300 million. This is not a doubling, a full quadrupling. However, looking at the subtle situation of these people, it is still able to rise. Developed. This is considered completely developed. Peachy laughed. Mr. Lin can really joke. I'm afraid that even a saint-ranked powerhouse wouldn't be able to throw away this level of equipment. Maybe that person isn't a saint-ranked powerhouse? Lin Han said meaningfully. Mr. Lin, could it be that? Don't say it, it's disrespectful to him. Looking at him with a mysterious expression, Xiaodao also hurriedly closed her mouth. That kind of existence was indeed something she couldn't mention. Lin Han looked at the intense bidding of a few people. In his heart there was some inexplicable pleasure. Now the price had come to a high price of $500 million, and was taken over by the Green Dragon Guild. Calling Hurry up and keep bidding. You do not call the price, how do I make money? If Lin Han didn't have enough money today, he would have wanted to go and call the price to put pressure on them. Now, he could only watch them fight. 600 million Star Dragon coins. Ma Tianqin gritted her teeth and said, she didn't expect the Green Dragon Guild to be so difficult to deal with, that they had been dead set on their Ma family refusing to let go at all. $650 million. Li Sanjin said flatly. 700 million. $750 million. 800 million. 850 million. 900 million. 1 billion. Ma Tianqin said viciously, today's price has come to a billion watershed, from the very beginning of the 5 million price increase directly to the two of them to complete the price increase of 50 million. Both parties are a must-have look. Gongsun Shener enchantingly came to the edge of the VIP room and laughed. Tianqin's sister is really good courage, directly called the price to a billion, but Tianqin's sister is almost but has already played enough right. Why don't Big Brotherly also take a break and let little sister me take over this game? $1,050 million. The Gongsun family has made a move. Li Changqi's expression became grave. This blood-slaughtering greatsword absolutely cannot be allowed to be obtained by them. We should also make a move. If we don't make a move, it will be too late. Sister Gongsun, why don't you sell my Li family some face? How about letting us have this blood-slaughtering great knife? 1.1 billion star dragon coins. Mr. Li really has a lot of face. Wang Su said provocatively, this blood-slaughtering greatsword has an invisible tacit agreement with my Wang family anyways, so it's really best to let it go to our Wang family. 1.2 billion star dragon coins. Seeing the people from the 5 great families making their moves, Ma Tianxin's originally calm heart stirred and said, what are you guys doing? Just now, you didn't make a move to watch me compete with the people from the Green Dragon Guild, but now you're all coming out to bid. What do you mean? Xin, how can you say that? Wang Su laughed, I merely couldn't bear to disturb the competition between the two of you, but now that they've all stepped in, we naturally have to step in as well. What's more, is Xin misunderstanding something? We haven't been saying that we're going to give up the bidding. Chapter 96 comparable to blood slaughter, set equipment. A good yellow bird in the back, but what can be done about it? Ma Tianxin laughed coldly, you all said that the auction is for the highest bidder, so as long as you all offer a price that you can't accept, then won't that be enough? Depends on whether you guys can keep up with me. Ma Tianxin sneered, 1.5 billion star dragon coins. 1.5 billion. Xin, why bother, this kind of self-defeating method? Wang Su said with a helpless look, then his expression became stern, 1.6 billion. Really worthy of being a smiling tiger. Wang Su, this transformation is really fast. Gongsun Xian'er said with a smile, now that the price had come to 1.6 billion, it was evident that these families valued the blood-slaughtering sword. Gongsun family bid 1.7 billion. The more you guys want it, then the less you can get it. The Green Dragon Guild is bidding 1.8 billion. Good, they're all against me, aren't they? Gongsun Xian'er's state of mind had changed a bit, and she angrily said, the Gongsun family bids 2 billion star dragon coins. 2 billion. It's a hit. Lin Han said with surprise in his heart, not expecting that the person who would end up giving him money would be the Gongsun family. That was $2 billion. According to the original plan to sell more than 20 times, Manager Lu, honestly do not deceive me. This auction is really a good thing, this just 10 minutes has already been booked 2 billion. It's just a matter of time before he becomes a rich man. Sister Tianxin is really generous. The financial power of the Ma family is really awe-inspiring. Wang Su said with emotion, since the Ma family wants this blood-slaughtering greatsword so badly, then the Wang family will sell you a face. Wang Su sat back after saying that, representing the abandonment of this treasure. Humph, a praying mantis. Ma Tianxin looked towards Chen Feng and said, your Chen family hasn't called for a price since the beginning, if you want it, hurry up and make a bid, you won't have a chance in a while. Chen Feng stepped forward and said, our Chen family naturally cannot go against the Ma family, we don't want this treasure. Good, very good. Ma Tianxin received a satisfactory answer, and at this moment, she gave birth to Li Changqi and Gongsun Xian'er, as well as the Green Dragon Guild that had been working against her. Sister, I believe that you Ma family fairies should really have all the financial power yet. I'm not going to lie to you, our Green Dragon Guild is going to run out of money. Stimulating me? Ma Tianxin said disdainfully, you don't really think that you can be stronger than our Ma family? Don't dare. $2.5 billion. Ma Tianxin said indifferently. Sister. Ma Tianxin hurriedly advised, we can't call the price any higher, this money is for us to buy the next 2 weapons, if the 2.5 billion is spent, we will be left with 800 million, and if the next weapon is also of this level, we won't even have the power. Xiao Yun said excitedly. It's a fortune. There had never been such a high-priced item in Huiyu City's Millennium Merchant Capital before, and this was the first time. And what happened today was destined to be recorded in the history of the Millennium Merchant Capital. It's a success. Lin Han's heart was also very excited, 2.8 billion, the whole 2.8 billion. What can't you buy in the future? When the time comes to engage in some reasonable reasons, to give the family a share of the difficulties, the future days can be improved very much. Honorable guests, next, let us invite the last item of this auction. Chapter 97 Thick Earth Battle Armor, Auction. The competition for the Blood Slaughter Greatsword just now was already very fierce, and I believe that all of you will also be more interested in the next item. As soon as Xiao Yun's words fell, the formation just now then rose once more, and an armor was revealed in front of the crowd. This armor is called the Thick Earth Battle Armor, and it is just as much a legendary great equipment. This thick earth battle armor is likewise obtained by a strong person after killing a saint-ranked monster. Any more news is likewise not available to us, so please understand. It's worth mentioning that the blood slaughtering is impeccable in terms of attack performance, while this thick earth war armor is impeccable in terms of defense performance in our auction house's view. In terms of legendary grade equipment, it is the same top legendary grade equipment as the Bloodslayer Greatsword. Our auction house has already printed it, so everyone can rest assured on this point. Before Xiaoyun finished, some people on the first floor laughed, still dare to say the same as the blood-slaughtering greatsword, really exaggerating that kind of heaven-defying performance. I'm afraid it's already the top equipment amongst the legendary grade. Guest, please don't be anxious yet. Xiaoyun patiently said, the next thing I'm going to say is that this thick earth battle armor is the set equipment of the blood slaughter greatsword. The moment these words came out, everyone fell into silence. Set equipment. Are you sure you're talking about the same series? Li Changqi stepped forward and said. Naturally. Xiaoyun smiled and said, the third turn's treasure master has already appraised it, there's absolutely no problem. Although it is said that the names of the two pieces of equipment are not the same, this is something we can be certain of. Our Millennium Merchant Capital has tentatively named these two pieces of equipment as the Bloodthirsty set, and has already gone to verify the identification, and I believe that this name will soon be recognized by the major empires. If you all feel that amongst the legendary grade equipment the Blood Slaughter Greatsword is already worthy of the name, then the thick earth battle armor has no rivals as it currently does amongst the legendary grade amongst the defensive class equipment. Xiaoyun said, and then the attributes of the thick earth battle armor were displayed. Name: Thick Earth Battle Armor. Position: Armor. Rank: Legendary Grade. Description: comes with a defense effect. The wearer will gain a 30% defense bonus. If the user sacrifices his life value, the defense value increases to 50%. The crowd carefully observed the attributes of the Huta battle armor, and gradually became alarmed from the bland expression they had at the beginning. Terrifying. Defense class equipment being able to achieve this attribute was nothing short of terrifying. Let's not talk too much nonsense, everyone should have already waited impatiently. The starting price of this lot is $60 million, with a single call of $5 million. As Xiaoyun's words fell, several great families tensed up. This equipment must be obtained. Li Changqi stared tightly at the thick earth battle armor, his breathing a little less even. The Blood Slaughter Greatsword even has some limitations. If a non-main station class profession wears it, the effect won't be very good. Even some main station class professions aren't suited to using a sword, but this thick earth battle armor is able to be used very well by all professions. The limitations of defensive class equipment are just too few. This kind of amazing defense, if it's given to some top mages to wear, even melee battles can be fought. Even the method of sacrifice is simply heaven-defying. This is likewise a piece of equipment that is infinitely close to a holy outfit. If not for the fact that it's set to be a legendary grade, this would be an actual holy outfit. Similarly, all the lineages and guilds got serious. This equipment was going to be even better than the Blood Slaughter Greatsword. 500 million Star Dragon coins. Li Sanjin was the first to bid, directly raising the price from 60 million to over 500 million Star Dragon coins. 600 million Star Dragon coins. Chen Feng was not choosing to hold back. This time he had to get the initiative. He had already given up on the Blood Slaughter Greatsword. This thick earth battle armor absolutely could not be given away again. Li Sanjin, don't come and join in the fun. Ma Tianqin laughed coldly. You've already taken the Blood Slaughter Greatsword, not to mention whether you have the extra money to compete with us. Even if you do you think I might let you take it? Cut. The money in Li Sanjin's pocket was indeed gone. This 500 million was the last of his money. And just like what Ma Tianqin had said, there was no way these people would let him get his hands on this thick earth battle armor again. If they let these two pieces of equipment arrive at the same time in their Green Dragon Guild, then the legendary rank would have no more opponents. Even some saint-ranked powerhouses would compete to use it. Although it couldn't be compared to some of the top holy suits, the unusual holy suits simply weren't as good as the bloodthirsty suit. It was just a bit of a waste of life. 1 billion. Gongsun Xianer said with a smile, everyone, accelerate it. Thick earth battle armor, our Gongsun family also likes it very much. Accelerate? Wang Su laughed, Sister Qianer has said so, then I'll accelerate it. 1.5 billion Star Dragon coins. Slow, still slow. Ma Tian, if you do this, how am I supposed to explain to the inside of my family? Chapter 98, Deliberately Raising Prices, Pitfalls. Nephew, I know that you are also in a more difficult situation, but this Blood Slaughter Greatsword and thick earth battle armor can almost be called invincible in the same realm if they can be combined, and the Green Dragon Guild is in need of this item today. Li Sanjin said with some difficulty. Li Changqi looked towards the thick earth battle armor beside the auctioneer and said, "Second uncle, if this money was mine, I would definitely lend it to you, but unfortunately, this money belongs to the Li family, not me personally." Now that the Green Dragon Guild is caught in the middle of that storm, the status of the three major guilds is unstable. Even if you take these two pieces of equipment away, you will only be able to survive for a little while longer. Listen to my advice, go back to the Li family. Relying on Grandpa's favor for you, you will definitely be able to regain what you originally had. The people of the Li family are all waiting for you nowadays. Li Sanjin was silent for a moment and said, "Nephew, say hello to the family head for me, I'll leave first." With that, Li Sanjin left within the VIP room. The middle-aged butler said, "Young master, aren't you going to persuade him anymore? Senior Sanguine is the future mainstay of our Li family. Forget it." Li Changqi sighed and said helplessly, "I know too well what kind of character my second uncle has. So many people in the clan didn't persuade him, so what can I do? Perhaps he will only remember that he was once chosen to be the next head of the Li family on the day that the Green Dragon Guild is truly extinguished." $2,030,000,000. Gongsun Shen'er continued to call for the price. Now after reaching 2 billion, everyone's call for the price has become cautious, although it is a good piece of equipment, but if it's like the Green Dragon Guild and the Ma family call for the price, it's still a. Why is it still slowing down? Lin Han was a little upset in his heart and asked, "Peach, what did Manager Lu's side say?" "Manager Lu agreed with you." Xiao Tao responded with a smile. "Good." Right at this moment, Ma Tianxin was somewhat unable to sit still. There was already a treasure that had slipped out of his hands. She absolutely would not allow this one to remain so. 2.2 billion Star Dragon coins. Jin Feng laughed. 2,210,000,000 Star Dragon coins. Miss Tianxin, why be so bitterly insistent? 2,220,000,000 Star Dragon coins. 2,230,000,000 Star Dragon coins. Li Changqi laughed. "Everyone, why bother to continue? It's reasonable to say that the five great families are in the same breath. How about giving our Li family a face?" Joke. Wang Su scolded, "Who doesn't know that Qinglong Guild's Li Sanjin is a member of your Li family? According to seniority you should still be called second uncle. Just now what did Li Sanjin go to your room for?" "Maybe, it's you guys who conspired. Your Li family just wants to keep the two pieces of equipment private." Li Changqi said indifferently, "Wang Su, Li Sanjin has long since stopped being a member of our Li family. Don't spit blood here." "I'm spitting blood?" Wang Su laughed coldly. "If you have the ability to do it, don't be afraid of others finding out. Even though Li Sanjin joined the Green Dragon Guild, he is still surnamed Li after all." "Everyone, isn't it not a good idea to argue at this time? So many people are here, don't lose the face of our lineage." Chen Feng looked at the crowd with a smile. Wang Su and Li Changqi also quieted down. "That's right." Chen Feng called out the price. The Chen family bids 2.25 billion Star Dragon coins. The Gongsun family bids 2.26 billion Star Dragon coins. Gongsun Shen'er closely followed the bid, and the rest of the families also responded with their own bids. Just when the situation was on the verge of becoming a stalemate, a familiar voice came from Xiaoyun's ears. VIP 888 VIP room is bidding 2.5 billion Star Dragon coins. What? The gazes of the crowd looked over, as the last piece of equipment this room did not participate in, so the crowd was almost on the verge of forgetting about it. Now at the most critical moment for the thick earth battle armor, he had actually made a bid. What exactly is this guy? Chen Feng looked over with a heavy gaze, his mind constantly pondering. In itself, VIP 888 was a decent room number amongst the VIPs, but nowadays, all the dignified forces had sent people over, and those who were able to fight against the five great families had also called in their prices. The rest of the VIP rooms were able to investigate. This person was the only one that could not be investigated at all. Ma Tianxing immediately lost his composure when he saw this opponent and shouted, 2.6 billion Star Dragon coins. Tian Xing. Ma Tianxing pressed this younger brother of his back and said, "Don't get on top, take your time and see how the other families are going to come out. Sister, this bastard has already snatched the number 3 relic fragment from our Ma family's hands. We can't let him ride on our heads and on us anymore. If it happens again and again, what about our Ma family's face?" Ma Tianxing knew these things well and said, "That's no rush. We still have 33 billion Star Dragon coins today. Even if we throw our money away, this thick earth battle armor can only be ours. Therefore, we absolutely cannot be brought into his rhythm. At the critical moment, we will then strike to checkmate the enemy." Listening to Ma Tianxing's words, he also gradually calmed down, sighed as he sat on the chair, and said, "All right sister, it's still you who will call the price next." "Well, leave it to sister." VIP 888 VIP bids 2.7 billion Star Dragon coins. The expressions of the five great families all turned grim. Now under this situation, having another opponent was naturally not a good thing for them. Even the completely unconventional 100 million by 100 million increase in bidding made it difficult to speculate on just how much financial power this guy had. If that's the case, I wouldn't recommend lending the Ma family some money. The moment these words came out, the atmosphere of the entire auction directly tensed up, provoking the Ma family head-on. Nowadays, amongst the five great lineages, the Ma family was considered to be in the middle of the sky, and there was simply no one to provoke the authority of the Ma family, and it could even be said that there was no one who dared to go at all. Once one offended this superfamily, the consequences were simply unimaginable. But today, someone had done it. Who on earth is that guy? To go so far as to provoke the authority of the Ma family like this, twice trying to snatch treasures from the Ma family's hands, I don't believe you if you say he doesn't have any background behind him. Awesome, someone with such guts. I really don't know which force this is from. Look at the people from the Ma family, the expressions on their faces are now completely stiff. Keep your voice down, you are not afraid that they will hear you. The voices on the first floor were all in the ears of the two Ma Tianqin siblings. When had their hallowed Ma family ever been talked about like this? Sister, I can't stand it anymore, raise the price. If we don't kill this guy's arrogance, our Ma family's reputation will be all gone. With this precedent, who will be able to look at our Ma family with respect in the future? Ma Tianqin was impatient at this moment. Ma Tianqin slowly said, "You're right, I will absolutely not allow someone to humiliate the Ma family so much in front of me. Since he wants to spar with our Ma family, then let him see the Ma family's financial strength." 3 billion Star Dragon coins. When Lin Han, who was sitting in the VIP room, heard this price, his entire body became excited. Success! From the very beginning, Lin Han had determined that these two sons of the families were the ones who were good at cheating, and as long as he casually said a little bit about where their families were bad, he would go up and refute them. As expected, he had successfully raised the price to $3 billion. The first time I saw this, it was a very good thing that I was able to get it. That is 3 billion. He never dreamed today that his two pieces of equipment would be able to reach a high price of $5.5 billion. Since then, he could be considered a rich man. Although it couldn't be compared to these worldly guilds, it wouldn't be a difficult thing to buy anything in the future. Sir, do we still have to raise the price? Peach asked from the side. Lin Han laughed, no more increases, there's no money to compete with them, it's worthy of being the Ma family, 3 billion is so easy to say. Ma Tianqin said disdainfully, why don't you add it? Could it be that you don't have any money in your hand? Do you need my Ma family to lend you some emergency? Seeing that there was no movement over there, Ma Tianqin was also arrogant. The situation just now was now reversed. 3 billion Star Dragon coins once. 3 billion Star Dragon coins twice. 3 billion Star Dragon coins 3 times. 3 billion Star Dragon coins. Chen Feng suddenly said. Ma Tianqin's heart thumped, just now she was so focused on putting down that person's arrogance that she forgot all about the rest. Now that the Chen family had suddenly made a bid, it was obvious that they wanted the yellow bird in the back. 311 million Star Dragon coins. Ma Tianqin's bidding speed gradually slowed down. If she directly increased to 3.2 billion, the Chen family would kill her once they increased the price to 3.3 billion. Now that the Ma family had almost reached their limit, the Chen family should not be too far behind. Therefore, it needed to slowly test the waters. It looks like Ms. Ma Tianqin has her heart in the right place. Chen Feng said with a smirk, 3.2 billion Star Dragon coins. I'm heartless? Ma Tianqin sneered, I'm just afraid that you won't be able to keep up with the price I call. 3,330 million Star Dragon coins. This was already the last of the Ma family's funds. She was also betting that the Chen family had bought some other things before, and might not be able to come up with 33 billion Star Dragon coins now. And their Ma family had not bought anything to last until the end. And the price war had already reached 3,330 million, if the price was any higher it would already be somewhat less cost-effective. The Ma family is really wealthy. Chen Feng sighed and suddenly said, however, it's not like we, the Chen family, can't come up with 3,330 million. 3,400 million Star Dragon coins. As Chen Feng called out the price, the two Ma Tianqin siblings' hearts thumped, 3.4 billion Star Dragon coins. It had far exceeded their funds. Damn the Chen family. Ma Tianqin slammed the table fiercely, her eyes all revealing a murderous aura. At this moment, Gongsun Xianer said, Brother Chen Feng, how about giving this thick earth battle armor to my Gongsun family? Our Gongsun family is bidding 3.5 billion Star Dragon coins. Brother Chen Feng, forget it, now that it's already at 3.5 billion, it won't be worth it to call for more. Listening to Gongsun Qianer's words, Chen Feng laughed. Sister Qianer really can't help but feel heartbroken. However, this thick earth battle armor of our Chen family is going to be taken. $3.55 billion. Hearing Chen Feng's call, Gongsun Qianer sat back helplessly. 3.5 billion was already all the money she had. Now that Chen Feng had added $50 million, she did not have the ability to continue to follow suit. The rest of the people who originally wanted to touch each other also retreated. All the major powers were scared back by the exorbitant price. Moreover, looking at this expression of Chen Feng, it was completely that he was not at all afraid of continuing to call the price down. Brother Chen is really rich and generous, our Li family gives up. The Wang family won't compete with you either. Chen Feng arched some hands and said, thank you both for your Lin Han said irritably, Manager Lu, we've known each other for such a long time, you're a pure adulterer. 63.5 billion Star Dragon coins, you even directly deducted 1.27 billion Star Dragon coins, too much. We're all old friends, how about counting less? 20% is too much, how about 5%? You return the rest of the money to me and we'll still be good friends in the future. Manager Lu laughed, Mr. Lin, don't dwell on this small amount of money with me here, not to mention that this is the rules of the Millennium Business Capital, there's no way I can be able to change them. How about this, I'll have that supreme powerhouse protect you for a while. I'll give you a safe ride home tonight. Don't you dare try to trap me. Lin Han said, Xiaotao has told me that supreme powerhouse will cover me for 3 days, I'm safe even if you don't account for me. Manager Lu said with a look of helplessness, Mr. Lin, it's true that the rules of the Millennium Business Capital are like this, but I can ask him to pay more attention to you. Forget it. Lin Han naturally didn't want to waste more time, Manager Lu was just a wage earner, there was no need to ink on. Then I'll leave first. Lin Han said, and his face turned into an ordinary young man. Manager Lu marveled, it looks like Mr. Lin's disguise is now able to be used skillfully. That's natural, it's not like it's difficult. Lin Han simply said, this equipment was bought here from Manager Lu, as for the equipment that had already been made legendary grade by him 10,000 times over, he naturally wouldn't inform. Then I send Mr. Lin? Lin Han hastily stopped and said, don't, if you send me, then my goal will be more obvious. Then Mr. Lin, take care of your safety. Lin Han walked out of the auction. At this time, the entrance was already piled with people. Hearing what happened inside the auction house today, all the major reporters had already come to the entrance. They also had one goal in mind. The mysterious person who was competing with the Ma family tonight. As Lin Han and the crowd passed by, they didn't even give Lin Han a second glance before deciding that this wasn't their target. Although this was exactly the result Lin Han wanted, it was still a bit unpleasant to be ignored like this. Lin Han didn't care about it either, but just walked in the direction of his home by himself. Nowadays, he was also considered to be a rich man with 5 billion Star Dragon dollars, and in the entire Huiyu city, he was definitely considered to be one of the top few rich people. Just as he passed through an alleyway, a voice called out to Lin Han. Kid, you can't be the one who went against our Ma family in the middle of the auction. Lin Han looked into the darkness, this voice was very familiar to him, Ma Tianxing. It was definitely Ma Tianxing. I didn't expect this guy to chase him here. Lin Han looked over with an incomprehensible expression, what are you talking about? I was on the first floor the whole time, how could it be that mysterious person? Pretend, keep pretending. Ma Tianxing and Ma Tianxin's siblings came in front of Lin Han and said, indeed, I've seen you in the middle of the VIP hall on the first floor, but that person has long since left the middle of the auction house. And you walked out with his likeness, who do you think we suspect if not you? Lin Han's heart had gripped, he didn't expect these two to have done things so absolutely well that they were able to meet so many people in a short period of time. They had even determined his identity in the first place. It looked like these sons of the family were not all drunkards. Hand it over. Ma Tianxing stretched out his hand, if you don't want to die in this cold Hudong, then hand over your things. Lin Han looked as if he didn't know, I don't even know what you guys are talking about, why did you come to me if someone is impersonating me? You really don't see the coffin, bring the person up. As Ma Tianxing's words fell, a burly middle-aged man walked out from the side and threw out a person who looked exactly like him. Kid, as early as the moment you appeared, we sent people to capture him back, do you think you can still escape today? The middle-aged man said, Second Miss, Fourth Young Master, I've checked his communication device and identity documents to make sure that this is undoubtedly me. Good. Ma Tianqing sneered, what else do you want to say? Lin Han didn't bother to pretend anymore when he saw that things were revealed and said, the third relic fragment is indeed with me, I paid to obtain it, why should I hand it over to you? Be sensible, we'll give you the $90 million, hand the fragment over to us, and openly apologize to our Ma family, and this matter will be settled. Ma Tianqing said. $90 million? You guys are probably mistaken about something, how about $200 million, the number 3 relic fragment is handed over to you, and then you'll be my nanny for 2 years. Lin Han said snidely. It had to be said that Ma Tianqing was considered a superb existence no matter whether it was from her figure or her face, and she didn't know how many men's dream girl she was. It might be nice to have such a person as a nanny. You seek death. The middle-aged man who had originally stood behind the two men stepped forward and blasted out a fist. A powerful fist wind swept around, while Lin Han just stood calmly in place. Right at this moment, a figure burrowed out from behind Lin Han and blocked in front of him. Who is it? The middle-aged man pulled back and looked at the woman intently. Everyone, have you forgotten the rules of the Millennium Merchant Capital? No matter who it is, within 3 days, no one is allowed to touch our buyers. The woman's tone was quite cold within her tone, without a trace of emotion. By the looks of it, you're that supreme-level powerhouse from the Millennium Merchant Capital? The middle-aged man scanned the circle. I didn't expect it to be such a young woman. If I'm not mistaken, you would be the shadowless assassin god, Flying Flower, who just broke through the supreme profound realm a while ago. Flying Flower gently laughed. Senior is quite an accurate judge of people, that's right, I am Flying Flower, this person is under my cover today, you cannot move. You think that I can't move you, a freshly promoted thorn god? Chapter 101. How about hiring you as a bodyguard? Of course, if I were to go to war with Senior, I would naturally have no advantage. Fei Hua said truthfully, but does Senior think that if you move me here, will the Millennium Merchant Capital involve your Ma family? Or does your Ma family think that you can mess with our Millennium Merchant Capital? Hearing this, the Ma family siblings fell silent. Their Ma family only had a position in the Star Dragon Empire, while the Millennium Merchant Capital had its own voice in every major empire in the world. They naturally couldn't afford to mess with the Millennium Merchant Capital. Senior Flying Flower, our Ma family was slightly offended earlier. Ma Tianqing stepped forward to apologize and added, if Senior Flying Flower can pretend not to have seen it today, our Ma family is willing to pay Senior Flying Flower 10 million as a reward. We will do a perfect job of following up and won't let anyone find out. Fei Hua's fierce gaze swept towards the two, and the Ma family siblings subconsciously backed away. My words just now have been made very clear. He is covered by my Millennium Merchant Capital. You can't move. If you insist on doing so, even if you give up your lives, you will be able to keep him. Ma Tianqing hurriedly said, we have no intention to be enemies with the Thousand Heavens Merchant Capital. Please don't care about it. In that case, we will come back in 3 days. Senior shouldn't care anymore. Naturally. Fei Hua said simply. Good, then let's go. After Ma Tianqing spoke, he turned around and left the place. Flying Flower looked around the corner at this moment and said, everyone, if there is nothing else, leave this place. Worthy of being Fei Hua, I have long heard, by all rights, it should be like that regrettable heavenly grandmaster, raising his hands and feet to give off a strong stance. What are you thinking? Fei Hua asked suspiciously. Nothing. Just wanted to ask the Thorn God if you still take on private work? How about protecting me for a few days? Lin Han said seriously. You think I'm a mercenary? Flying Flower said without a good mood, I'm a supreme-level powerhouse of the Millennium Merchant Capital. I don't just casually work as a bodyguard for other people. Stabbing God, do you understand? Lin Han sighed and said, originally, my idea was that if Senior was to work for me as a bodyguard, I could offer $500 million, and it doesn't have to be for too long, 1 month would be fine, and I could cover all the food, clothing, and shelter for that period of time as well. If Senior can't, then forget it. Of course you can. Fei Hua said seriously, it's definitely not about money or not, it's just about wanting to protect you. 500 million. A whole 500 million ah. Just in the Millennium Merchant Capital this lifetime did not earn 500 million ah. Before the promotion to the supreme level, Millennium Merchant Capital Management also only issued 100 million bonus. 500 million to protect a month is definitely a steady business ah. Lin Han asked, if you don't return to headquarters after 3 days there shouldn't be any problems. Of course, it's not like anyone cares about me, it's just a matter of keeping a name in the Millennium Merchant Capital, occasionally helping them with things, and it's mainly just that buying cultivation resources in the Millennium Merchant Capital can be cheaper. Fei Hua had an indifferent look. Just because of this? Of course, otherwise why would I join the Millennium Merchant Capital? They have plenty of strong people and don't care if they have me or not. When Lin Han heard this, he didn't know what he should say for a moment. You're a supreme-level powerhouse that is admired by millions of people, but you're so devoid of pursuits that you're just doing it for the sake of buying things cheaply alone? At this moment, the image of a supreme realm powerhouse in Lin Han's eyes had begun to crumble a little. This was completely different from the immortal style and Taoism look of the regrettable heavenly Dharma. Senior is really straightforward. Lin Han asked again, but relying on your natural talent, Senior, you should be able to obtain a large amount of resources by joining whichever side of the force, right? Now that you're only at this age, it shouldn't matter if you break through to the saint stage or divine stage in the future, right? Fei Hua explained, saint rank shouldn't be much of a problem, divine rank is hard to say. Although it is true that joining one of those forces is able to obtain a large amount of resources, but it will likewise be bound, and I don't like that feeling. That's why I joined the Millennium Merchant Capital, just go out on a mission once in a while, important things won't come to me, and I can still receive a paycheck, as well as discounted prices for insiders. Comfortable. Fei Hua looked at Lin Han and asked, aren't you going to show me your real face? It's not good if I recognize the wrong person in the future. Lin Han removed his self-realization god mask and his original face was revealed. Then let's get reacquainted. My name is Lin Han, third turn Sacred Altar Sacrifice. Sacred Altar Sacrifice? Fei Hua looked at Lin Han with a much grimmer expression and said, I know you, the top scorer of this year's enrollment examination in Huiyu City, the first person in the world to be promoted to a third turn sacrifice. I didn't expect it to be you. Chapter 102, You Can Be Really Rich. Senior knows about me? Lin Han was a bit surprised. Of course. With a helpless look, Fei Hua said, recently the news about you has been fermenting all over the internet, it's hard not to want to know about you. The first in the world to win with a milk profession and the first in the world to turn 3 in the sacrifice profession, this kind of honor is already very high profile. No wonder you wanted to invite me to protect you. Lin Han explained, it can't be helped, after all, so many things have happened recently, and today I even got into such a big trouble, so I definitely need to focus on my safety. Of course, Lin Han wasn't afraid of these great families coming to pick a fight. A strong person of the Supreme Realm would be able to fight, only if he really fought, then the matter that he knew forbidden spells would definitely not be able to be hidden. If this matter was publicized, I'm afraid that the whole world would pay attention to it, and then it would be a day of constant trouble. So since he could spend money to get someone to help stop the disaster, why not do it? Fei Hua stared curiously at Lin Han and said, you're a really interesting person, wanting to reach the third turn of the sacrifice but you need a full 3 sources of heavenly disasters. I really don't know where you got it from, and when I saw your news I also investigated the information about you. Your family is just an ordinary family, it is reasonable to say that you shouldn't be so rich. Seniors want to know? Lin Han asked tentatively. Fei Hua walked in front of him and said easily, don't worry, I'm just curious, I'm not interested in your little secret. If you're willing to say it, then I'll listen. If you're not willing to say it I won't force you to do so. Who doesn't have a secret anymore, right? Lin Han laughed, Senior is really open-minded, if it was someone else they would have probably already pressed me to the ground to force a confession. Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person, you are indeed considered to be gifted, at least on the path of sacrifice there are almost none that can go as far as you. But you also forget that I can also be a genius. Fei Hua said proudly. How can I compare to Senior? Senior definitely has a bright future ahead of her, the youngest assassin god in the world. Lin Han couldn't help but praise. To be able to break through to the Supreme Realm in one's 20s, this kind of arrogant talent might not be attainable even by those who were fully cultivated by the big families. And yet, this sprightly woman in front of him had managed to do so. But how can I say this? If I were one of those high-level personnel, I would really want to capture you and study you properly, but they should also be afraid of the fact that there might be a strong cultivator behind you, so they wouldn't dare to act rashly. Fei Hua continued, or perhaps they also all want to see if you, a sacrifice, can reach a brand new height. Lin Han said helplessly, I'm just a small commoner, what do I have to study? If I were a senior I would definitely want to capture the seniors and study them properly. Obviously the resources are pitifully low, and still be able to be so successful. Che, they want to catch me also have to have the ability to catch. Flying Flower said with a disdainful face, I'm a thorn god, if I want to run, there aren't many people in the same realm who can catch me. Does Senior know how to use forbidden spells? No. Fei Hua rolled his eyes, with a look of which pot is which. Why, I've heard that they all use forbidden spells at the Supreme Realm. Lin Han asked suspiciously. Kid, you think forbidden incantations are cabbages that you can just say you know them? Fei Hua explained, according to common sense, after reaching the Supreme Realm one is indeed able to randomly awaken a forbidden spell. Of course there are exceptions. If the Supreme Realm doesn't have a forbidden spell, it will awaken one more forbidden spell at the holy stage than an ordinary holy stage, and I'm... Lin Han marveled, a forbidden spell can still be bought? Of course. Flying Flower had a look of hatred as she said, skill books naturally have forbidden spell level, even big forbidden spells have them, it's just that I haven't seen them before, that group of evil capitalists, acquiring forbidden spells and then booking such a high price. Completely disregarding whether I can afford it or not. Of course it's because I don't have money that I don't have a forbidden spell. I see. Lin Han suddenly realized, in the future, he might be able to find some high-level skill books that would be able to produce a great forbidden spell 10,000 times over. However, after you pay me 500 million this time, I'll be able to consider buying a batch of cultivation resources. Fei Hua said with a refreshed expression. Little boss, when are you going to advance me a bit of my salary? Just pay a deposit of $200 million, and how about giving me the rest of the balance a month later if you're not dead? Looking at Fei Hua with a look of a small fortune hunter, Lin Han was a bit speechless. Sure enough, it's better to accept that quite a lot of this guy is the god of thorns. You go to find Manager Lu to ask for it, just directly let him deduct it on my card. Fei Hua heard the satisfactory answer excitedly said, thanks a lot little boss, but I have one thing more curious. You say. What exactly is your relationship with Manager Lu? How can he take care of you so well? As far as I know, Manager Lu is a very cold person, not interested in anything but business matters. He can even take the initiative to find me and ask me to protect you. This cannot be right. Quickly say, you two are not have any unspeakable secrets. Does it mean that you two? Lin Han looked at Fei Hua with a gossipy look hurriedly explained, don't be blind. Me and Manager Lu was innocent, definitely not the kind of relationship you imagine. What's your hurry? I didn't say anything. Fei Hua said with a bad smile on his face, okay, I didn't expect you to like these, but don't worry, my mouth has always been very strict, and I definitely won't tell these little secrets of yours. Senior, is it fun for you to flirt with me like this? Lin Han was somewhat helpless. Fei Hua was relaxed and said, occasionally joking is good for your health, don't be so stoic day in and day out, it's not a good thing, the most important thing for a person to live is to start. What Senior said? Lin Han wiped a cold sweat, suddenly he felt as if he had forgotten something. Senior, when we just separated from the Ma family, did we forget something? Are you saying that the person you disguised yourself as is still lying inside the alley? Elder knows? Of course, it should still be in the hutong right now, don't worry, it won't die, with such warm weather, even if it's left for another day there won't be any problems. When he wakes up in the morning, he can go home himself. Chapter 103 Hiding in the Shadows, Identity Exposed? Elder, the front is my house. Lin Han said as he pointed at the large villa in front of him. Seeing this, Fei Hua smacked his lips and said, worthy of being the top student of Huiyu City's enrollment exam, directly living in a large villa, it's really enviable. Senior, don't make fun of me. Lin Han said, but I can't bring Senior back home, my family doesn't know about me yet, so I'll just bother Senior to find a residence on his own. Understood. Fei Hua smiled and said, don't forget, little boss, you did say that you would reimburse for all accommodation and meals, so I can take the invoice and go to Manager Lu for reimbursement at that time. Well, no problem, then I'll go back first. Lin Han didn't care and parted ways with Fei Hua at this moment. Looking at Lin Han's disappearing back, Fei Hua instantly stealthily disappeared into the darkness, transforming into a black shadow to the highest place of the entire villa area. Look at the sample, there are quite a few people looking for Lin Han. Take someone's money, do something for them, help him clean up a bit. Huiyu City Magic Detection Department. Minister Sun, see Lin Tian Seniors, after this period of time of investigation, it can be affirmed that Wang Chang does not have any problems at all, every day's rest and travel are very normal, and ordinary people undoubtedly cannot see the slightest break. If there is no accident, this matter should be with him is not related. Sun Hu pondered for a moment and then said, according to the information you submitted up synthesized your oral statement is indeed so. Si Lin Tian was full of unconcern and said, Wang Chang is now excluded, how is Lin Han's situation? Lin Han. It's somewhat puzzling. Tang Jibo's expression gradually turned strange. Elusive? Si Lin Tian asked suspiciously. Since we started investigating Lin Han, he's only gone out twice, the first time was to the Millennium Merchant Capital Trading Market, and according to our speculation, Lin Han should have gone to purchase the Heart of the Guard. The Heart of the Guard? The one from the Diamond Forest? Si Lintian asked. That's right, based on the information we obtained in the transfer hall at our time, Lin Han should have traveled to the Millennium Merchant Capital's trading market to purchase the Heart of the Guard some time ago. That's almost certain. Listening to Tang Jibo's statement, both of them were silent for a moment before Si Lintian said, if that's the case, wouldn't it have nothing to do with Lin Han as well? Who else could implicate these two? There's no one. Tang Jibo continued, Lin Han and Wang Chang are a kind of die-hard relationship, the two have been very close since they were young, and I'm afraid that both of them would consider the other to be their best friend. Senior, things are definitely not that simple. Sun Hu was puzzled, you're saying that Lin Han went to buy the Heart of the Guard? Right. Tang Jibo said with certainty. Sun Hu said, I've also asked you guys to investigate Lin Han's background beforehand. In your mouth, Lin Han is a child from a poor family who grew up hardworking and studious, right? That's right. Tang Jibo was a bit puzzled. So here comes the problem. Sun Hu explained, we all know that Lin Han won the top prize in Huiyu City's enrollment examination, and now the whole family has moved to the middle of the villa area. But originally, I've also investigated Lin Han's family's old house, and it's not worth much at all, not to mention that now their family still retains that old house that hasn't been sold yet. Then the question arises, where did Lin Han get the money to buy the Heart of the Guard? Tang Jibo hadn't thought of this at all and pondered, I remember when the mayor seemed to have given Lin Han a skill book and gold level copy condition, right, so maybe he sold those two things? If that's the case, Lin Han would have the conditions to buy the Heart of the Guard, right? Skill books aside, the gold level duplicate qualification alone would sell for a lot of money. It's not for sale. Sun Hu said, I conducted an investigation when I received your information, and at that time, there were no products on the market that could be the same as what Lin Han received. Then where exactly did Lin Han's money come from? Tang Jibo was already somewhat unable to follow the train of thought. Originally, he had thought that this was nothing more than an unusual matter, but now he seemed to realize that this matter was far more complicated than he had imagined. Right. Tang Jibo suddenly said, today, Lin Han went out, and I was following him all the way, and finally came to the auction at the Millennium Merchant Capital. And right on the way, Lin Han and Gao Chong had a conflict, and finally Lin Han took the invitation and walked into the Millennium Merchant Capital auction, and I also wanted to follow him in, and I ran into that manager Lu, who wouldn't let me in no matter what. After all, there is a relationship with Millennium Merchant City above, I'm not good at being forceful, I can only order people to wait on the sidelines. Si Lindian said at this time, you didn't go to mess with Millennium Merchant Capital is the most clear absolute, Millennium Merchant Capital's background is really too big, the Supreme Realm powerhouses that are credited in Millennium Merchant Capital alone are countless. If we really offend the Millennium Merchant Capital because of this matter, it will not be favorable to our Star Dragon Empire. Tang Jibo said with a heavy expression, Lin Han might be deeply involved with Manager Lu of the Millennium Merchant Capital, in the last time it was also Manager Lu who personally sent Lin Han out. This guy definitely knows something, only he's not willing to tell us. Si Lindian said, but even from Lin Han's reaction, this matter shouldn't have much to do with Lin Han. But it's definitely not completely unrelated, do you guys still remember the person Do wanting described? Sun Hu said, of course I remember, I also sent me a copy of the message back then, punching a gold-ranked monster, the strength can be said to be very powerful. That's right. Si Lindian continued, Old Me has since observed the video footage of Lin Han during his matches, have you guys noticed that Lin Han's greetings have always been with his fists? Elder, are you saying that Lin Han is the strong man that Do Wanting talks about? That's impossible. Sun Hu looked at Si Lindian incredulously. Of course not. Si Lindian continued, Lin Han is only a person who just awakened not long ago, not to mention a sacrificial profession, he can't do it yet if he wants to punch a gold rank monster. But Old Me now suspects that Lin Han and that warrior powerhouse have an unfathomable relationship, the two of them are just too similar when looking at their moves. It can even be said that the paths come from the same door, although warrior powerhouses are generally strong in strength, this kind of simple and rough fighting style is rare. From the traces left at the scene, this is a very big suspicion. Chapter 104 Simple and Rough. Old Me has fought against a very large number of warrior professions as well, strong and weak ones have all fought each other, but regardless of their level, warrior professions pay more attention to their techniques. Technique? The two asked in confusion. Si Lin Tian explained, technique is how to use one's more skillfully, with the same amount of power they are able to utilize as stronger. It would be a bit of a pie in the sky if there wasn't someone behind it. Sun Hu said, if these few forbidden spell washes have something to do with that powerful person, then he's doing it to be able to help Lin Han create a natural disaster? It shouldn't be. Lindian said, not only that, don't you forget that there is also a mage supreme? These few times of forbidden spells washing the earth had nothing to do with that supreme warrior, instead they were all created by that mage, and they were all very powerful forbidden spells. If these 3 forbidden spells were all created by a single person, then that person's strength is definitely not to be underestimated, and should have already reached the limit of the supreme realm. 3 times a forbidden spell washed the ground, and even 3 forbidden spells were used. No, counting this one it should be 4 times, and 3 forbidden spells were used these 4 times. The forbidden spells this guy knows are a bit too many, even the top ones. The number of strong people who can accomplish this is really too few. I've looked through a lot of databases and I can't even find out that there is such a person. But under such a strong person, that supreme warrior was able to retreat every time, and even sought him out many times to find trouble. The strength of these 2 people are all unfathomable. They should have both reached the extreme state of the supreme realm. Hearing Lin Tian's words of understanding, Sun Hu was already somewhat unable to hold back. This time he was truly feeling that strong people were actually this close to him. Then what should we do now? Sun Hu asked, do we need to go to Lin Han's house now and arrest him? Arrest? Lindian let out a cold laugh and said, if I were to say that according to my guess, if you really arrest Lin Han, maybe that person might go on a rampage. So what? Sun Hu said in disbelief, we have you here senior, not to mention that he's one of the culprits who destroyed the city. You're wrong. Lindian explained, in terms of what Du Wanning saw, that warrior stepped in to stop it so that he could protect the city. So wouldn't we be breaking the heart of a strong man if we were to capture his suspected disciple? Moreover, I can't defeat a warrior of that realm, so don't get old me killed. Listening to these words, Sun Hu was puzzled. Could it be that according to what Senior said, do we not care about this matter? It is impossible to not care, it must be cared for. Lindian said seriously, but we can't be in a hurry yet. If Wang Ran moves Lin Han, it's inevitable that he'll fight with that strong man, and once the fight starts, the entire Huiyu city might be destroyed. Don't forget, this guy has been able to get out from under a forbidden spell in one piece every single time. Maybe once or twice was a coincidence, but now that he has escaped 4 times, do you think that all of us can do that? No one can. Therefore, we need to be steady, and definitely not act rashly. Lin Tian at this time a headache. The more this task is investigated out the more complicated, at that time, but and the superiors have agreed, if this matter is not investigated out a waterfall out will not return to the imperial capital. It looks like it is indeed to live in the city of Huiyue for a period of time. Right at this moment, Teng Jibua's phone rang. Sorry, I'll go take a call. Go. Receiving the signal, Teng Jibua also hurriedly ran out to answer the call. Not long after, Teng Jibua ran back in a panic. Boss, it's bad, there's a big problem. What's wrong? Sun Hu was very sensitive to such words at this time. Now that he had already been psychologically frightened by the forbidden spell, the moment he heard these words, he assumed that another strong magic fluctuation had appeared somewhere. Huiyu City couldn't afford to be tossed around like this anymore. Teng Jibua said in a panic, Boss, the plainclothes we planted near Lin Han's house were wiped out in one fell swoop, not a single one left. What? Sun Hu's eyes glazed over when he heard this news and said, Who did this? Don't know. Teng Jibua said, according to the news they sent back, it seems to be a woman, belonging to the assassin profession. The specific strength they are not sure of, they only know that it is very powerful. Only did not endanger their lives, only let them quickly leave this neighborhood. If they see it next time, they will definitely not be so polite. Sun Hu's expression stared up and said, Dare to threaten us? You're tired of living. Did you see what it looks like? Let them hurry up and dock with the Ministry of Public Security to investigate this person out for me. No, our people didn't even see him in person. It was only by hearing her figure that we were able to determine that it was a woman's voice. Everyone gave the same answer, that woman drilled out of their shadows. They didn't even react before the knife was already on their necks. Chapter 105 Threats, all killed? Have everyone withdraw from within the range of observation at the first opportunity. Absolutely no more surveillance of Lin Han without my order. Lindian hurriedly gave the order. Trouble, things were becoming troublesome now. Senior, are we just going to let Lin Han go? Sun Hu was a bit upset. How dare they directly threaten our government personnel? Have these people eaten their bears' hearts? Sun Hu, do you know what level the assassin hidden shadow skill is to be able to learn? Sun Hu shook his head and said, Not sure, don't have any knowledge in this area. It's called the shadow stealing skill, an ultimate rank spell. At least a diamond realm powerhouse would be able to learn it, and with such an assassin protecting Lin Han in the shadows, do you think that just these people from your magic detection department would be able to do it? I'm afraid that Lin Han has always known that you guys were following him before, that's why he acted sparsely. If we look at it like this matter is already unrelated to Lin Han, and the other party has already been very facetious and hasn't killed a single one of us, so it can be seen that the other party has no malicious intent. According to our speculation, that strong person behind Lin Han isn't a mage, so magic type forbid. And spells don't have anything to do with people either, so there's no need to bite them. Let's just consider it as each taking a step back. Listening to Si Lin Tian's words, Sun Hu also realized that in itself, this matter had nothing to do with others, and he was only there to stop that supreme mage. What's more, if it was really a stalemate, unless a holy ranked powerhouse came in person, I'm afraid that no one would really be able to stop this warrior. Captain Tang, order it down, everything will be done in accordance with Elder Silintian's method. Yes, boss. When it came to the second day, Lin Han reluctantly climbed up from his bed. What happened today? How come the people following me have all disappeared? Lin Han was a bit surprised, but didn't care, just think of it as them giving up on investigating things from me. This was also just as he wished, it would be a troublesome thing if they were following him every day. Now it's a relief. Little cold, are you awake? Lin Zhongtian heard voices coming from the room and knocked on the door and asked. Why dad, just woke up. Lin Han sat up from the bed, put his clothes on and walked out. Little chilla, quickly wash up and eat first. Good. Lin Han simply washed up and then came to the dining table. Although it was said that the living environment within the family had changed for the better nowadays, it was still the same things that ordinary people ate, it wasn't very extravagant. Even Lin Zhongtian and Shen Mei still did not quit their original jobs, in their words, a day does not do something uncomfortable. However, they didn't have to agonize over how to earn more every day like before. As for these, Lin Han would not care, as long as they were happy, how can be? Dad's craftsmanship is really getting better and better, why don't you open your own restaurant, Dad, it can definitely be a big hit. Lin Han clamped on a piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth, ending up with a mouthful of oil. Forget it, although it's true that the living conditions have got good, I'll be there tomorrow. Shinmei said, Xiaohan, don't force yourself, it's naturally good if you can get on, if you can't, don't be discouraged. Don't worry, I'm fine. Lin Han simply dealt with a mouthful, and walked out of the house after eating. Arriving in the middle of the neighborhood, Lin Han said to himself, Elder Flying Flower, yesterday it was this move that was used to hide inside my shadow, right? You could even discover this? Flying Flower burrowed out from within the shadow and said with some surprise, is this the ability of your third turn sacrifice? Surprisingly, you were able to discover me. Can't discover it, it's just that I just saw you coming into the middle of my shadow. Lin Han explained with a smile. Indeed, this trick of Fei Hua's was very powerful, as long as it was hidden within the shadow, even God's eye would find it difficult to see, and it was indeed him who had just utilized God's eye to see the process of her fusing into the shadow. How uninteresting, to think that there are still people who can observe shadows. Fei Hua had a disappointed expression, and suddenly added, how is it, doesn't it feel like there are quite a few less people in the middle of the neighborhood today? Indeed, some of the eyesores are gone. Lin Han naturally knew who Fei Hua was talking about. Of course, I was exhausted last night, don't tell me that they laid quite a few to spy on you, it took me a long time to get rid of them all. Fei Hua looked like she was taking credit, her smug expression was not hidden at all. Lin Han's heart thumped when he heard this. I said that I woke up this morning and realized that everyone had disappeared, so it was her who did it. What does it mean to get rid of all of them? Did she kill them all? Senior Fei Hua, you shouldn't have killed them all. Chapter 106, Elder, don't scare me. All killed, don't worry, I'm a professional in protecting my employer, after all, you spent $500 million, little boss, you always need to be professional when doing things, from now on this group of people will definitely not follow you anymore. Fei Hua patted her chest, looking extremely confident and steady, as if she was an old bodyguard who had fought many battles. Lin Han looked at her in disbelief and spoke anxiously, Senior Fei Hua, do you know that they are all government agents? If we kill them the two of us will be wanted when that time comes, maybe all the Holy Order existences will come to arrest us Of course I know. Fei Hua said with conviction, I did it in a very covert manner, they definitely won't be able to find out about me. Even if they can't find out on you, what about me? They were originally here to supervise me, they can definitely find out about me. What's more, there are only so many supreme realms in Huiyu City today, a little bit of investigation will be able to find out about you, big sister. Can we not be so optimistic? Fei Hua looked at the anxious Lin Han and laughed, then how about hanging out with elder sister in the future? Sister is at least an assassin god, and the two of us are wandering the world, doesn't it feel quite romantic? Lin Han said helplessly, I'll go back and pack my bags now, let's hurry up and run, the farther away from the Star Dragon Empire the better, I just don't know if the Millennium Merchant Capital will block my card or else I won't even have money to eat. Just kidding. Fei Hua laughed, I'm not that stupid, plus do you see me as that murderous? I'm a very kind-hearted person, don't worry, those people were scared away by me, they shouldn't come back. Hearing this, Lin Han's originally hanging heart was considered to have completely landed, and said, Senior, in the future, it's better not to say this kind of words casually, it's easy for people to have misunderstandings. Don't worry, I understand. Fei Hua had a calm demeanor. Senior Flying Flower, I've made an appointment with a friend today to go and practice in the middle of a gold-level replica, I'm able to go for 5 slots, do you want to go? Lin Han asked after collecting himself. Flying Flower said seriously, of course, you're my little boss, I'll definitely do whatever you want for you, and with me, I'll definitely take you to brush the gold copies quickly. How about it, doesn't it feel like spending $500 million to hire me is worth it? Let's put it this way, it's rare to meet a bodyguard as responsible as me, for 12 months a year, how about I count you 5 billion? For this year, I'm your man. Lin Han's old face was black, said, Flying Flower Senior, this body price I can't afford to be available for a year, this whole I can go bankrupt. It must be Manager Lu, the treacherous businessman who told her how much money is left in my card. That's definitely it. Now the whole card can come up with 5 billion even if it is good, this is completely according to his deposit spending. Little boss, crying poor with me is it? Fei Hua said with a smile, there's no rush, if you want to renew your contract at the end of this month, there's no rush. Listening to Fei Hua's words, Lin Han was a bit helpless for a moment. At least you're a supreme realm powerhouse, why aren't you at all reserved? You're a thorn god. Highly cold, dark, and cold-blooded should be your image. When you chant, if the god of assassins knew that you looked like this, how could it give you power? This was not at all like the assassin god at all. The two of them chatted all the way to the destination set by Lin Han. The gold copies of the trials are much higher in terms of difficulty, but also suitable for today's third turn of Lin Han. If you still go to the kind of low-level copies to upgrade will be much slower. Although the use of forbidden spells is indeed able to speed up, but now Huiyue City has become a target in the eyes of the crowd. Regrettably, Heavenly Dharma now do not know whether it is still in the city of Huiyue. If it is discovered, then things will be much more troublesome. Moreover, the next main goal was still to obtain the source of heavenly calamity. If there was no source of heavenly calamity, even if one upgraded even faster, they would not have the conditions for transferring. Now that he wanted to advance to the 4th turn, it would require 3 sources of natural disasters, which was undoubtedly a huge challenge for him. It wasn't like every time he had such good luck the first time he was able to directly obtain 2 sources of heavenly. What is this talk? I'm still happy to have a nursemaid in the team. If I wasn't really talking to you, I would have thought you were hard to get along with. Lu Yunyun smiled and said, don't get me wrong, it's just that the news on the internet says what's what, it's not very easy to tell, now that I look at it you're really a good person to get along with. That's of course, Schultze is my diehard friend that I played with since childhood, there is no more sunny and cheerful personality than him. Wang Chang said proudly, then saw Fei Hua standing behind Lin Han. Is this one with us? Lin Han said, yes, she's. Sister, I'm his sister. Fei Hua enthusiastically went over to shake hands, you're Wang Chang, aren't you? I've always heard she'll mention you. Chapter 107, you, who know everything. Sister? Wang Chang looked over with a suspicious face, I haven't heard about Lin Han having a sister before. Fei Hua smiled, not a real sister, you definitely haven't heard of it, and we've only known each other for a few days. Lin Han at this time the old face has blackened down, originally Fei Hua's answer is still reasonable, there is a distant cousin this kind of identity is also good to account for the rhetoric. Did not know a few days. Cold. This ing not let people misunderstand on the strange bar. Wang Chang looked like he had seen through everything and said, I don't know what to call my younger sibling? Don't call me blindly. Lin Han hurriedly interrupted him, this is just a distant cousin of mine, she's a person who just likes to joke around. Right at the next moment, Fei Hua directly dragged Lin Han over with an aggrieved look, Han, when did I become your distant cousin? How come I don't know this? You're not going to start a fight, are you thinking I'm too old and don't want to be in charge? Stop it. Lin Han whispered in Fei Hua's ear, you're trying to screw me over. Saying nothing about dying or not dying. Fei Hua said with a gloating face, anyway, I've met your friend, how presumptuous to say it as a distant cousin, why don't we just go along with it, and wait for a month and then say that my mother kicked you out of the house, it's reasonable. This reason is nothing wrong. Lin Han was momentarily speechless. Even if we say that cousin said you left after a month, isn't it the same? Can that be the same? Fei Hua retorted, what if you mention it later? It's better to say that I kicked you and then cut it off. Don't worry, if I meet him on the road in the future, the package will be sold after the sale. Forget it, whatever. Things had already happened. Lin Han was too lazy to continue to defend himself. As long as he bites the bullet and doesn't admit it, what can? These few days have not seen or developed to such a point. See the parents? What do the uncles and aunts say? Can you accept this bigger than you are? Lin Han rolled his eyes and said, this is all said what with what we also know a few days only, not as complicated as you think. Knowing each other for a few days and then leading out to brush copies? Wang Cheng said with a skeptical face, you kid, now you really have something to hide, nothing to say to me. There's nothing to tell. Lin Han was a little helpless, and it is also true that he only met last night, but he was afraid to say that Wang Cheng's misunderstanding is even deeper. Alright, although it's a bit older than you, right, but it's also true that it's a big beauty. Wang Cheng laughed meaningfully, it's not bad, you are also considered to have a complete life. Get the hell out of my way. Let's go to the teleportation array first, we'll enter the copy later. Good. The few people rode the teleportation array and arrived in the middle of the replica hall, the same place as the last silver-ranked replica. On the way to the reception, Fei Hua also returned to Lin Han's side and said with an inviting face, how's it going? Your brother's girlfriend was subdued by me, and in the future, the relationship between the two of them will surely grow warmer. What does this have to do with you? Lin Han said in disbelief. Flying Flower explained, that has a lot to do with it. I can submerge her thoughts when I talk to him, and I can hear that she still has a good feeling towards your brother. Now all it takes is a little push and the two of them will be raw. You still understand this? Lin Han laughed, I didn't realize that you, a stabbing god, who is usually as cute as a little cutie. Like that, you actually have emotions? You fart. Fei Hua said, I'm a thorn god, do you know that you don't know what the gold content of the Supreme Realm is? Do you think anyone can get to the Supreme Realm? Of course I know, that's also because you have the talent to cultivate. What does it have to do with emotions? Aren't all of you assassins cold-blooded? Prejudice, Lin Han, you're being prejudiced, who says assassins are cold-blooded? Flying Flower said irritably, assassins also have to learn a lot of things, naturally judging other people's emotions are all very basic things. Long learnt. Lin Han continued, however, I see that you had a plain face last night as well, and today as well. It's surprising that someone like you who doesn't wear makeup knows about cosmetics. That's of course, sister, I'm naturally beautiful, I don't need makeup at all. Fei Hua said proudly. Although sister, I never put on makeup, right, but ultimately it is necessary to understand to assassinate a target naturally need to disguise, and even then need to understand each other to feel out the opponent's preferences. Naturally everything needs to be understood. I remember when I had to assassinate a target, that female pervert liked to use this perfume, when it was the chatting perfume that gave me the opportunity to be able to get close. Lin Han laughed awkwardly, there's no need to tell me in such detail. Don't you not believe me? As a professional assassin, I naturally can't let my boss have doubts. How about it, do you feel that hiring me for $500 million is worth every penny? Boss, how about renewing me for another year? It will definitely satisfy you. Lin Han said decisively, no renewal. Chapter 108 Teammate, Ioannis. The four of them quickly arrived in the middle of the reception hall. The service staff was also the first to walk over when they saw Lin Han. Mr. Lin, you're finally here. Manager Tian has been wondering why you haven't come over yet for a while now, and is finally waiting for you. Lin Han was a little surprised by the enthusiasm. He still remembered that Manager Tian had given him an invitation scroll back then, only that he had forgotten about it at the time as he was concerned with obtaining the source of the natural disaster. He didn't expect these people to remember him. Is Manager Tian in? I'm so sorry, Manager Tian is traveling today and hasn't returned yet, but it should be soon. The service staff looked at the time and asked, do you want to wait for Manager Tian? Even if he's not. Lin Han was just being polite, after all, he wasn't that familiar with Manager Tian yet, and said, register us, we're going to participate in this copy. Okay. The service staff took the entry roll. It was the same entry roll for the golden trial venue that had been issued at the enrollment grand examination in the first place. By the way, Mr. Lin, this trial is for a total of 5 people, of course fewer people will be able to start, but today it just so happens that there is a gentleman who has also booked this replica. Can we go in together? Lin Han didn't care about one more person, after all, Manager Tian had sent so many things to him in the first place. Can Hearing this reply, the attendant also smiled and said, "Then please have the 4 VIPs register with me here now. Gold copies are required to examine the comprehensive strength to enter, so a few of you come here and fill out the form. We need to certify it. If the comprehensive strength is too low, you won't be allowed to enter." Lin Han was the first to step forward, filling in his name and level on the form again, as the camera began to authenticate. Mr. Lin Han, 3rd turn Sacred Altar Priest. Immediately after that, several people stepped forward. Mr. Wang Chang, 2nd turn Card Master. Ms. Lu Yun, 2nd turn Healing Spirit Master. Only when Fei Hua came forward did Lin Han realize that something was wrong. There was still real name authentication here. If Fei Hua came forward to authenticate, wouldn't there be a big problem? But Fei Hua was calmly walking over, writing down her identity information on a small book and then authenticating. Miss Jiang Ruixayan, 3rd turn Thousand Change Assassin. Fei Hua calmly walked back to Lin Han, nervous? Lin Han was puzzled. This was authenticated by a human face. Could it be that your name is really Jiang Ruixayan? Then what is Fei Hua? Fei Hua said calmly, "Of course this isn't my identity anymore, it's my sister's." "Your sister?" "Of course, my sister, and you should be the same age, also awakened this year to participate in the enrollment examination. The two of us are twins, so naturally we can use it a little. As long as a slight adjustment of a face, it will be able to do it easily. After all, it's my sister. I'm still very confident in disguising myself." This was something Lin Han didn't expect and said, "You said that your sister is the same age as me, and in such a short period of time she's a 3-turn Thousand Change Assassin? This natural talent is truly terrifying." "It's still terrifying?" Flying Flower lamented, "Back then, when my sister awakened for such a long time but she had already turned 4, now there are still legends of my sister in the 5 great academies. If you can get into the 5 great schools more or less you will be able to hear about it. But right, before knowing, I did feel that my natural talent was already terrifying, even my sister is a camp of. And you won't tell me what your name really is, where am I going to guess? I can only think so." Lin Han said helplessly. "Flying Flower is just my code name." Flying Flower explained, "You'll know my name in the future, everyone just knows my code name as well, no one knows my real name. But when you have the chance to ascend to the 5 great academies, you'll still have the chance to hear the legend of Sister." Listening to Fei Hua's words, Lin Han also lost interest. "Anyway, just don't let me hear all about your infamous name after I enter the 5 great schools. Don't worry, it will absolutely rock you." Just as the two of them were talking, a man slowly walked over with his hands in his pockets, and his entire body froze in place after seeing Lin Han's face. Lin Han, why are you here?" "Huh? Which one of you is here?" "Yuan Si." Lin Han recognized the man in front of him as Yuan Si, who had been blindsided by a few of his punches during the competition. At this time he even wondered if this place had a grudge against him. The last time he came here he met that annoying guy Gao Chong, and this time he even met Yuan Si again. Huiyu City is really small ah. "Why, you also come to brush copies ah?" Yuan Si said, "Nonsense, I don't come here to brush copies, what else can I come for?" "Oh, then you go and register, what's the point of talking to me?" "I know." The two quickly ended a very unpleasant conversation, and Flying Flower whispered, "You hater, huh? Do you need to do away with him?" My enemy, I should say that I am his enemy." At first in the enrollment test seems to give him a psychological shadow, the final selection of schools have to avoid me. 5. Where are those 4 people? Yuan Si looked at the attendant in confusion. The attendant said enthusiastically, "It's Mr. Lin Han and his 3 friends that you just greeted." "Lin Han? Can we still change the team now? I don't want to be with this bogeyman." "Wands, say it like I'm willing to team up with you." "Sir, the teleportation array is already open, it can't be changed." Chapter 109, Truly, a narrow road between wrongdoers. "Sir, you can choose to withdraw from this copy now, but your chance will disappear with it," the attendant said enthusiastically. Yuan Si's eyelids couldn't help but jump a little. This copy was a gold-level copy that his father had spent a great deal of connections to get, and the opportunity was only once. He absolutely could not give up. But if he didn't give up, he would have to team up with this violent priest. Under the final hesitation, Yuan Si finally made up his mind, "Lin Han, we'll each go our own way when we get inside the copy." With that, Yuan Si entered into the teleportation array. Lin Han was speechless, this guy is insane. Several people then also came into the teleportation array, and the next moment they appeared in an ancient ruin. "Wan Chang, this seems to be the ancient battlefield we came to last time?" Lin Han observed the surrounding terrain. It really is. Wang Chang said seriously, it should be the depths of the battlefield. The last time we cleared it was only a silver copy, now this is a gold-ranked copy. Pretty much. Lin Han added, everyone be careful, Yuan Si, you're only a second-turn assassin or you can be safer walking with us. Walking in the forefront of the Yuan Si face full of black lines, stubbornly said, do not have to, I am a second-turn assassin, I'm afraid of what? As he was talking, suddenly hundreds of minotaurs drilled out of the ground. Yuan Si froze, and then ran like crazy in the other direction. These minotaurs even had a minimum of 15 levels. These minotaurs were at least level 15. They were all silver level monsters. He was only level 18 now. If he was surrounded by these minotaurs, wouldn't he die for sure? Hansi, this is the same hidden boss we met last time. Wang Chang also beat a retreat in his heart. He had seen all the explosive power generated by that one last time, and now there were so many. Lin Han followed that direction and went over. Now Yuan Si was still frantically fleeing. Yuan Si, you can only be exhausted by them if you keep running like this. Lin Han kindly stood at a high place and reminded. Use your care, this is all my tactics. Yuan Si shouted in a bad mood, then continued to run forward. He. A vile shadow instantly flashed within Lin Han's gaze as he directly ran to Yuan Si's side. You? What are you doing? Yuan Si was dumbfounded by Lin Han's maneuver. Which person ran inside a crowd of people being chased? Lin Han then shouted directly at the minotaurs behind him, you bunch of losers, have you grown such a large physique for nothing? Can't you even catch up with the two of us? It's true that minotaurs are just wastes. Hearing Lin Han's mockery, countless minotaurs instantly ran like crazy, much faster than before. Lin Han, you're crazy, aren't you putting yourself in a hole like this? Yuan Si did not have the good sense to scold, and then accelerated the pace on his feet. As an assassin, in the speed here is an inherent advantage. Don't go play slowly Lin Han a hand will Yuan Si grabbed, powerful force instantly will Yuan Si deadlocked in place, let him how to struggle this all to no avail. I can't walk away, so you can walk away? Yuan Si shouted hoarsely. Lin Han on the other hand smiled and said, how about this, how about if you beg me, I will release you. Beg you, dream on. Then there's no way out, let's die here together. Even when he was facing the upper white-headed minotaur, Lin Han was very calm. Yuan Si was also gambling, he bet Lin Han would never be able to keep consuming with him. At the last crucial moment, Lin Han would definitely release his hand to escape. And that was his chance. 50 meters. 30 meters. 20 meters. Yuan Si waited anxiously. The distance of 20 meters was able to be reached in a few seconds with the speed of this minotaur. At this moment, Lin Han quietly put his hands deep into his pockets, and Yuan Si stared tightly. But this second, Lin Han unexpectedly threw him into the air. Lin Han, what are you doing? Yuan Si's body was instantly weightless, and his entire body was unable to mobilize its strength. Lin Han, on the other hand, took out a cowlick from his arms and brought it to his head. Under Yuan Si's astonished gaze, the minotaurs avoided Lin Han in droves as if he didn't exist and came to crouch below Yuan Si. Minotaur hat. An equipment that could minimize the hatred of the minotaurs. Although it was only useful for minotaurs, the effect was indeed very good. Lin Han himself was there to experiment, but now it was a successful experiment. Even if it failed, he had a high degree of certainty that he would be able to blast these minotaurs to death. But today's Yuan Si wasn't so lucky. Lin Han, you actually punked me. Now Yuan Si's bottom had been overrun by minotaurs, always ready for him to fall down. As long as he fell down, the minotaurs would instantly surround Yuan Si. Don't say that, what can I do if they don't love to hit me? But all you have to do now is beg me. How about I give you a hand? How about we go face these minotaurs together? How about that? Am I not very kind-hearted? Chapter 110 Save Me, Violent Sacrifice. Kindness? Jens turned in the air to reposition himself, and just as he was about to fall, his toes hit the top of the minotaur's head, instantly taking off once more. I've never seen someone as vile as you in my life. Escaped? Lin Han was a bit surprised. He didn't expect Yuan Si's reaction speed to be so fast. To be able to have such a decision in a split second was already something that countless people of his age couldn't do. Just as both of them were thinking this, a minotaur grabbed Yuan Si's leg in this instant and pulled it back hard. I'll you up. Yuan Si shouted hoarsely as all the minotaurs swarmed up and started punching and kicking. Scared the hell out of me, thought this would really make you run away. Lin Han gloated as he sat on the side and said, Yuan Si, if you beg me now, maybe I can help you out. Yuan Si utilized his speed to frantically wander and dodge amongst the Minotaur horde, cursing, don't even think about it, how can a man be born between heaven and earth and bow down and beg for mercy? Listening to Yuan Si's words, Lin Han snorted, there's no rush, there's no rush. Even Lin Han had to admire Yuan Si's tactics, in the midst of the many Minotaur's attacks to protect his own fatal parts, although the injuries on his body had begun to gradually increase, but there was no major problem. Even Yuan Si had already caught a pattern at this time, and began to gradually prepare to break through the group of Minotaur's defense. Awesome ah! Lin Han couldn't help but sigh with emotion. If he didn't have the system's 10,000 times increase, Yuan Si was afraid that he would easily become this enrollment test and win. Even if he really awakened the warrior's profession, he might not be able to compare to today's Yuan Si. Yuan Si gradually scurried out, his entire body's speed used together. Surprisingly, it really allowed him to break through the Minotaur's defense line and run out. Lin Han, how was it? Little master, I'm just that powerful, I'm really sorry for making your plan fail. Yuan Si mockingly shouted over at Lin Han. At this moment his expression was already excited to a level. Don't be too happy. Lin Han pointed to the position in front of Yuan Si and laughed, didn't your teacher tell you that assassins should always observe their surroundings? Yuan Si had a strange expression as he didn't comprehend his words, and then he also turned his head back, and his entire body froze in place. When did a group of Minotaurs even appear here? After making the first judgment, Yuan Si hurriedly ran to the right, but the two groups of Minotaurs had already started to lean over on both sides, eventually surrounding Yuan Si. This is troublesome. Yuan Si cautiously stared around. Now all but the top and the ground floor were already watertight, but he was just a second-turn assassin, there was no way to escape. The only way now was to kill a bloody path from the front. But face to face, unless suppressed in level, the assassin's frontal combat ability is not very strong. Lin Han gloated, beg me, as long as you beg me, how about brother goes down at the first opportunity to give you a hand? I'm absolutely sincere, it's something they all know. Yuan Si said stubbornly, don't even think about it, today is the day I die without begging you for a moment. Ask him to beg? That was a complete dream. Not to mention going to beg this despicable and shameless guy, Lin Han. This kind of behavior was better than letting him die directly. In the next moment, the Minotaurs swarmed up to surround Yuan Si, and even though two of them would occasionally fall to the ground, Yuan Si was already going to be unable to hold on. These things are really durable. Yuan Si roared, the dagger in his hand began to fly, leaving a line of blood in the air. Not bad, to have lasted this long. Lin Han was like watching a competition program, commenting a couple sentences every now and then. Yuan Si's performance was indeed beyond his expectations. To be able to do this by relying solely on his assassin profession was already a very good point. It's just that this kid's mouth is a bit hard, wanting to frustrate him is so troublesome. At this moment, the Minotaurs had completely drowned Yuan Si. Lin Han's legs were also in a tense state, ready to kill in and save Yuan Si back at any time. He didn't hate Yuan Si at all, the two of them had only met once, letting such a person die in front of him, he couldn't do it. Just as Lin Han was about to strike, a cry suddenly came from amongst the crowd of. Lin Han blocked Yuan Si behind himself, and then took off the bull's head cap on his head and threw it to Yuan Si, bring it on, and leave this place to me next. Yuan Si froze and looked at him, I was just taking my chances, I didn't expect you to actually come, don't you want to take the opportunity to get rid of me? Who do you think you are, I'm still getting rid of you. Lin Han was a bit speechless and continued, I'm not that bored, I'm just playing a little joke on you. Yuan Si continued, have you ever thought that even if you jumped in, with the strength of the two of us wanting to kill our way out from amongst so many Minotaurs would be a bit of a struggle, or maybe even both of us would die here? It is indeed a bit difficult. Lin Han said seriously. So you'll put the Minotaur hat on and I'll help you support it for a while, then you'll go out and attract them and then throw the Minotaur hat over to me, or I'll do whatever you need to do to support it for a while now? Yuan Si was talking about his plan when he saw Lin Han say, I haven't finished my words just now, it's true that it's a bit of a struggle to escape without killing them, in that case just kill them all. What? Kill them all? Lin Han, do you know what you're saying? These are hundreds of level 15 or higher Minotaurs, even if you've turned 3 now, what can you do? It's true that you have a lot of strength, but you're ultimately a milk profession, we don't have a lot of time nowadays, if we keep on spending like this, we'll both die here. Lin Han stepped forward and slammed his fist out, a bloody hole instantly came out of the chest of the originally arrogant Minotaur. Yuan Si, don't forget what the nickname you guys gave me is, do you really think I'm a milkmaid? Nickname? That word was born in Yuana's mind at this moment. Violent sacrifice. Chapter 111 Fei Hua strikes to protect. Little brother Wang Chang, quick, coming from the left, protect sister Yun Yun. Right side, right side. Coming from behind Yun Yun's sister, hurry back to defense. Fei Hua sat on the side and started to command. She had absolutely no intention of wanting to make a move. After all, the young couple was teaming up. If she went in to intervene, wouldn't she be stealing all the limelight from them? What's more, brushing the copy itself is a kind of training. If you always let someone fight on behalf of the words, although it can quickly gain experience to upgrade, but the actual combat experience is very little. This wasn't good for entering the battlefield or even fighting enemies in the future. She also knew clearly that Lin Han's meaning should be this: to be able to participate in a gold-level copy at the second turn was already a test of one's own strength. This was already considered to be crossing over levels of monsters, and it was indeed a bit difficult for this kind of newcomer. Little brother Wang Chang, right, hurry up, do you want to let such a churlish Yun Yun's sister get hurt? Hearing this, the silkwood deck flew and swung in Wang Chang's hands. Now he already had some feeling of exhaustion. Wang Chang, are you alright? Lu Yun Yun ran to his side and condoled. It's okay, not a big problem. Wang Chang gritted his teeth and said, it's just that the number of these minotaurs is just too much, it's just a bit overwhelming to deal with. And the levels are all too different from us, I'm afraid that it should drag us to death if it's a long time. That's right. Lu Yun Yun said seriously, this gold level copy is surprisingly so difficult. Now that the boss hasn't even appeared, these small monsters all have the strength of silver. If we can find the boss to kill, it would save a lot of things. It's not that easy, I'm afraid that the boss won't appear until these small monsters are killed. Wang Chang pondered. The last time he and Lin Han participated in the ancient ruin silver level copy, Lin Han led him to kill all the small monsters before the final boss appeared. Moreover, the hidden boss of the previous level had turned out to be the mini monster of this level. This had elevated the battle to an unimaginable level. He now also knew that the gap between himself and Lin Han was surprisingly that big. Lin Han had been able to easily defeat the Minotaur after his second turn. And although this Minotaur said that its level wasn't too far off from the last hidden boss, the two were completely two levels of existence from the attributes above. Be careful, don't freeze. Flying Flowers suddenly shouted. Right at this moment, a Minotaur had quietly arrived beside the two and slapped its claws up. Wang Chang was the first to reflect and shielded Lu Yun Yun behind him, while his chest was bloody with a few bloody marks. The cards that originally stayed outside of the green silk deck then also retracted in this instant. Several cards penetrated the Minotaur's chest then fell to the ground in response. Wang Chang, are you alright? Lu Yun Yun hastily activated her ability to start healing Wang Chang. Minor problem, don't worry about me. Wang Chang couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His ability to get close up and even his defense wasn't that strong as a long-range profession. This strike was already causing him a very powerful and serious injury. How romantic, being young is good. Flying Flower exclaimed on the side, Yun Yun's sister, if you don't give your body in return, you can't afford to pay this favor. Lu Yun Yun increased the strength of her own hands, and the injuries on Wang Chang's body recovered a bit. After reaching the second turn of the Healing Spirit Master, the ability to heal had been greatly improved. Hang in there. Lu Yun Yun couldn't help but have two more tear tracks on her cheeks. This wasn't the first time that Wang Chang had protected her. Even on top of the enrollment exam, Wang Chang had stepped forward. Otherwise, he would have been eliminated in the first place. Now also, the skills that were originally attacking her were also blocked by Wang Chang with his own body. All things revive, and the living spirits are pleasing. Awaken the sleeping people and play the music of spring. Honorable Goddess of Spring, I am your most devout believer, please grant me the power to heal all things. Double silk thread. After the chant ended, Lu Yun Yun fell to her knees as the intense pain on her chest instantly filled her entire body. Yun Yun, you used that move? Wang Chang couldn't feel a single bit of pain in his body at this time. This feeling was still felt the last time on top of the enrollment exam, and that time was when she used this move. Otherwise, she might have failed that time. Lu Yun Yun gritted her teeth and said, don't worry about me, you're our main force now, so you mustn't have anything happen. I can take your damage and heal at the same time, I won't have anything happen, you just need to fight seriously now, otherwise we will all die here now. Wang Chang was inexplicably moved, the silkwood deck in his hand reorganized, his eyes gleaming as he stared at the Minotaur in all directions. Leave this place to me. Good. Still really romantic, for their beloved man to be able to bear this pain, and you for the beloved woman decided to bear all this on top of the sky. You pair of CP sister kowtow. Fei Hua shouted with a smile from the side. Sister Rui Xin, just stop poking fun at me here, you protect yourself. Lu Yunyun's smiling face instantly turned red with shame. Being said so in front of Wang Chang's face was a bit overwhelming for her as well. And when Wang Chang heard this, he frantically started to kill like he had chicken blood. Isn't this quite enjoyable to hear? Fei Hua muttered, but that one just now was the healing spiritist's double silk thread, right? A skill awakened by a second turn healer, and a skill that could be ranked among healer talents. Yunyun looks like it's just a recent turn 2, right? This double silk line surprisingly used so well. See Wang Chang now easy look should have more than 90% of the pain was transferred away, really powerful. I'm afraid that even some unusual third turn may not be able to do it. It looks like these two people are now in a dry spell, and I won't have to make a move for a while. I don't know what's going on with Lin Han, and I don't know if that little assassin has been taken care of, but the violent sacrifices shouldn't be too much of a problem. Just at this moment, a minotaur circled around in a big circle and touched Fei Hua's back, raised two claws and grabbed at the neck. Fei Hua smiled faintly, and with a flash of black light in his hand, the minotaur's hands fell to the ground in response. You say you provoke who is not good, have to provoke me, touch to here should be around quite a long time, right? This result is still satisfied? Said the dagger, then stabbed into the minotaur's throat. Chapter 112. Let's call each other brothers. Meanwhile, in another part of the battlefield, Yuan Si was completely dumbfounded at this point, wearing his cowlick. He has never seen a person's fight can be so simple and rough, actually only use hard fists to achieve such a point. Now in front of him, the corpses of the minotaurs were already lying all over the place, and the original hundreds of minotaurs were now only left with a dozen or so. Lin Han was now killing in front of him as if he was a god of war. No. To put it bluntly, he was more like a god of killing. A god of killing without fear. He couldn't think of a single word to describe the bloody scene in front of him. Originally, he thought that Lin Han was talking big, but the more he watched, the more he believed that the man in front of him might actually be able to do it. Boom! As a minotaur subsequently fell to the ground in response to the sound. Successfully killed minotaur, experience plus 1358 to successfully split evenly amongst the 5 people in the team. Successfully killed minotaur, experience plus 1328 to be shared equally amongst the 5 members of the team. Successfully killed a minotaur, experience plus 1268 to split evenly among the 5 members of the team. Successfully killed the minotaur, experience plus 1358 to successfully. As the experience value dropped, Lin Han had affirmed what he had thought in his mind. Although the minotaur this time had similarities with the hidden boss he had met before, the combat power was obviously not as good as the hidden boss he had met last time. While the last hidden boss dropped more than 2,000 experience points, this time it was only more than 1,000. This time, there was only 1,000 or so. After dividing this 1,000 or so experience evenly among the 5 people, there wasn't much left for him, only 300 or so. It was already a very small amount of experience for him. However, after killing over 100 minotaurs, he had gained more than 30,000 experience, which was acceptable. Now that he had arrived at level 22 from level 20 at the very beginning, a full 30,000 experience was only 2 levels up. If it was before, all this experience would have been enough to level up to 10 levels. Before in the school, when the teacher has said, 3 turns is a small watershed, although the second and third turn does not sound like a difference but the intuitive change is still a lot. And his sacrifice profession had expanded this quite a bit. When the third turn came, he could already absorb the source of the heavenly tribulation for his own use. Lin Han thought about his problems while returning to Yuana's side. How's that? You're still okay? Yuan Si patted the dust on his body and said, it's fine, just a little bit of superficial injury. That's fine, you should be full leveled by now. Listening to Lin Han's words, Yuan Si looked at his experience value unexpectedly and said, it's really full leveled. Holy, these minotaurs have increased their experience by more than 30,000, this is too scary. Of course, although 1 isn't much, it's still a lot to accumulate. Lin Han wasn't too surprised. Now that Yuan Si was only a second turn, the cap on the experience value of the entire second turn was only 20,000 to 30,000, and now that he had killed so many minotaurs, he should logically level up as well. This golden copy really hasn't come in vain. Yuan Si was a bit elated and said, Lin Han, although I said that we had some misunderstandings before, but from now on we are brothers. Without you I wouldn't have been able to turn 2 and full level so quickly, and next I'll be able to take on the quest to turn 3. At such a fast speed, I'm afraid that all the assassins in the world may not be able to be as fast as me. Lin Han was able to tell that Yuan Si was really happy. What might have taken months or even a year to accomplish was now accomplished in a few days. But don't think too well, I know an assassin who has turned 4 in your time period. Of course, Lin Han was talking about that demon, Fei Hua. Even at his age group he didn't have 4 turns, that seemingly cynical guy just had that kind of talent. You didn't lie to me? Yuan Si was in complete disbelief. How long had it been since the awakening had passed? Not even 2 months. 4 turns? What kind of genius would have to be able to do that? What's the point of lying to you? Lin Han rolled his eyes and added, that friend of mine's sister has already turned 3 in even less time than you. You really can't. Listening to Lin Han's words, Yuan Si felt that his worldview gradually began to collapse, and what he was originally proud of instantly didn't feel so fragrant. Successfully killed Minotaur, experience plus 1468 to successfully split evenly among the 5 people in the team. At this time the experience value of the message box was still occasionally popping out. Lin Han was also clear that it should be Wang Chang and the others who were now fighting. Over there, Lin Han wasn't worried. After all, there was Elder Flying Flower sitting there, and there wouldn't be any problems. Shall we go back to the rendezvous now or continue a little deeper? Yuan Si asked. He was now completely convinced of Lin Han's strength. Having such a melee milkman and violent priest by his side instantly felt like his sense of security had been stretched to its fullest. So he also began to ask Lin Han's opinion. Keep going a little deeper, don't worry over there, I still need a lot of minotaurs to upgrade. Lin Han finally made up his mind. Yuan Si asked, that brother of yours isn't still over there, right? I fought against him during my competition. His name is Wang Chang, right? A card master. Although he's still looking good in terms of means, he shouldn't be able to deal with that many minotaurs. Are we sure we won't go and help? Hearing Yuan Si's words, Lin Han smiled and said, don't worry, there's still a 3rd-turn assassin over there, don't worry. A 3rd-turn assassin? Yuan Si hurriedly asked, is that the 3rd-turn assassin you were talking about? You've got it wrong, it's not her. Lin Han laughed, that's the other one, you'll know about it later if you get the chance. That's fine. Yuan Si breathed a sigh of relief and said, I didn't realize that you, a milkmaid, would have so many assassin friends. Maybe I was born with an affinity for assassins. The 2 of them had talked and laughed and had already left the category of hostility at the very beginning to start stepping into the midst of the stage of friends. At this moment, the situation on the other side of the battlefield wasn't as easy as this side. The double silk thread is about to hold out. Lu Yunyun was already spread out on the ground at this point, countless pains were conveyed on her body, and there was no soundness in any part of her body anymore. The pain began to spread throughout her body, which was proof that Wang Chang was already full of holes at this point. Right at this moment, the invisible line between the 2 instantly tensed. Lu Yunyun breathed a long sigh of relief, while Wang Chang's body defended a bomb collapsed like debris instantly filled above the organs and bowels. The pain that originally belonged to him instantly returned to its place. Chapter 113 Strong Flying Flower, true to his name. Wang Chang. Lu Yunyun struggled to get up from the ground. Although her body was now free of the pain that she had felt before, the strength that had been overdrawn had made it impossible for him to move. All the pain instantly reached Wang Chang's body, and the whole person directly lost consciousness and planted on the ground. The minotaurs saw this and swarmed up. Lu Yunyun looked at this scene in despair, right in front of her eyes, but she was powerless to do anything about it. Yunyun sister, don't cry, there is still sister. Flying Flower unknowingly had already arrived in front of the 2, drawing her dagger from the side of her leg and swinging it over. The minotaur in front of her was instantly split in 2. Sister Rue Xin. Lu Yunyun at this moment, as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw, she remembered the time she was in the quest hall before. 3rd-turn assassin, Jiang Rue Xin. That's right. Sister Jiang Rue Xin was a 3rd-turn assassin. Don't worry, you take care of Wang Chang first, just leave this place to sister. Fei Hua smiled faintly, her dagger was held in her hand in an unusual way. If she were to say that she couldn't use her skills to deal with these minotaurs, she only needed to use her own most unusual physical skills to be able to win. The next moment, she killed to the center of the minotaur army. Lu Yunyun stared blankly at this scene. Jiang Rue Xin's skill was the first time she had seen it, although she had also seen some of the 3rd-turn's powerhouses, but none of them were as powerful as Rue Xin's sister. There is help. Lu Yunyun hurriedly crawled to Wang Chang's side with great effort and started casting healing spells with the little strength she had left. Wang Chang, wake up! At this time, she had begun to get a little anxious. Although she was indeed a 2nd-turn healing spirit master, there was knowledge about this aspect of medicine that she did not have a lot of reserves. And these were all things that could only be learned when entering the middle of the academy, although it was said that there was also knowledge in this area on the internet, but it was too specialized for her to understand at all. So it was also difficult for her to observe what exactly was going on with her teammates. She couldn't even tell if there was any danger to their lives. Not long after, Fei Hua had already eliminated all the minotaurs here and returned to Lu Yunyun's side. "How is Wang Chang's condition?" Fei Hua walked up and asked. "No. I don't know." Lu Yunyun instantly cried out, "I don't know how to look at other people's status, Sister Ru Xin, am I useless? Everyone else is fighting for me in the front while I can only use skills and not medical theory." Seeing this scene, Fei Hua hugged Lu Yunyun into her arms and said, "It's not your fault, you also just awakened to your profession not long ago, all healers will have such a period of time. But what you did was already very good, if it wasn't for your very timely use of the twin silk threads at that time, it wouldn't have lasted at all." Fei Hua comforted up. "Sister Rue Xin, what now?" Lu Yunyun was crying like a pear, her face was covered in dense tear tracks. "It's alright, Sister will Fei Hua smiled gently, "Sister will teach you how to be able to use the healing technique in the most appropriate way." "Sister Rue Xin, you can?" Lu Yunyun asked incredulously. "Of course, after being out on missions all year round, of course I have to learn something. As an assassin god, the missions that she performs are also of very high grade. It is inevitable that there are times when she herself will be injured, and if there is no healer by her side she will have to rely on herself. Not to mention the fact that the profession of assassin itself required one to learn all sorts of things in order to be able to use them on missions. As an excellent assassin, it was only natural for her to keep all this knowledge in her head. Input your healing ability here." Fei Hua pointed at an area on Wang Chang's chest, and Lu Yunyun didn't hesitate for a second this time and began to follow her method. "Here. Here." As the two operated for a few moments, Wang Chang's breathing had stabilized a lot. "How about it, doesn't it feel like all of this is exceptionally simple and not difficult at all?" Fei Hua said with a smile, "And you're such an ice-cold smart little girl, if you go to learn it you'll definitely know more than your sister." Lu Yunyun was a bit touched and said, "Thank you Sister Rue Xin for your help, if I didn't have you, I really don't know what to do. In the future, I will definitely work hard to educate myself in medical knowledge, and definitely won't let such a thing happen again." Hearing these words, Fei Hua was also relieved. Being able to teach a little girl like this was naturally a thing that made one feel very happy, with a sense of fulfillment of being in the position of an old-timer teaching his juniors. She couldn't help but also think of her own little sister. "Rue Xin, when will you let your sister teach you?" Right at this moment, Lin Han and Yuan Si had already rushed to the large rear of the ancient ruins, and the two of them stared intently at the Minotaur colony below, while behind them was a very large traveling palace. Successfully killed the Minotaur, experience plus 1158 to successfully split evenly among the 5 people in the team. Successfully killed the Minotaur, experience plus 1059 to be shared equally amongst the 5 members of the team. Successfully killed a Minotaur, experience plus 1353 to split evenly amongst the 5 members of your team. Successfully killed the Minotaur, experience plus 1385 to be divided equally amongst the 5 members of the team. The system suddenly sent out hundreds of message alerts. Looks like she did it. Seeing an experience bar of this magnitude, Lin Han was naturally able to guess that it should be Fei Hua who had made the move, and it would be impossible for anyone other than him to be present to kill with such speed. He also didn't expect Wang Chang and Lu Yunyun to hold out for such a long time. It was a bit out of his expectation. Congratulations to the host for upgrading. Lin Han looked at his level. Now he had also managed to come to level 23, now this level alone had consumed 30,000 experience. I'm afraid that if I wanted to upgrade to level 24, I'd have to have around 40,000 experience points. The more he thought about it, the more Lin Han felt that Fei Hua's talent was truly amazing. From awakening in just a few months' time he had actually come to the 4th turn? Before he hadn't felt that great, now it was really getting scarier the more he thought about it. And I'm afraid that by the end of the experience value will need millions or even tens of millions to accumulate, and Fei Hua has already become a thorn god in his 20s, this is already a demon. I'm afraid how many big clans would want to recruit such a genius. This was such a genius, and at this moment, he was even working as a bodyguard by his side, which was kind of interesting. Lin Han, that palace should be the leader of the Minotaurs, should we kill them head-on or go around? Yuan Si asked in a low voice. Lin Han pondered for a moment and finally made a decision. Kill over there, not a single one should be spared. Yuan Si let out a bitter laugh and said, I knew you would absolutely choose this, what a veritable violent sacrifice. Chapter 114 Empty Nest? Throne. Lin Han, the minotaurs down here are of a much higher level compared to the ones we met before, it's a bit difficult to deal with them. Indeed. Lin Han said, the minotaurs here have reached level 18 or even level 20 for each. How is your stamina recovering now? Yuan Si moved his arm with a look of eagerness. Now that my strength has also come to level 20, I can just about take these minotaurs and give the sword a good try. It's not that I don't believe you, although it's true that you are now level 20, belonging to the full level of the second turn, but the injuries on your body aren't considered healthy yet. Even if you participate in the battle, you have almost no possibility of victory. That's why it's better for you to watch from the side. Listening to Lin Han's words, last one. Lin Han swung his heavy fist, and the last minotaur also fell to the ground in response, and the two of them stood in front of the traveling palace. Not bad, thought you wouldn't last long? Looking down on who? Ioannis rolled his eyes. He was at least one of the strongest in the new generation of Phaeton City. Even in the face of such a large number of minotaurs, he was under no pressure, although it was said that he also used the bull's head cap no less than 10 times, but in the end he was able to get rid of a few minotaurs. Bring on the minotaur hat and then just sneak attack. Let's go, the boss should be in here, let's go do him. Lin Han said and pushed open the door of the palace, in which he had some doubts. According to common sense, after so many battles here, that boss should just come out to answer the enemy. This wasn't a game after all. The boss wouldn't be stupid enough to wait in the middle of his own traveling palace. As long as their own periphery of someone's attack should be the first time to join the battlefield is right. This was somewhat surprising. Lin Han, aren't we going to bring them all here? The small monsters outside are already this strong, wouldn't the boss inside have to be over 20 levels? That's a watershed moment. Can the two of us deal with a level 20 plus boss? Even if Lin Han had such strength now, in his eyes this was normal. The rest of the third turn powerhouses should also have such strength. After all, they were a group working on a copy, so they deserved to come together to face this. Lin Han patted Yuan Si's shoulder and said, you're overthinking it. Unusual third turn powerhouses aren't as strong as me, I'm an exception. Yuan Si said helplessly, don't try to be a hero here at such a critical moment, okay? The one inside is a gold level copy boss. Its strength is definitely beyond our imagination. My suggestion is to avoid it first. You're so annoying. What did you say? Lin Han came behind Yuan Si and kicked him in. Lin Han came to the vicinity of the throne and began to carefully observe it. The next moment the soil on the ground attracted his attention. Chapter 115 The Underground Tunnel. Wang Chang woke up. This scattered soil is not quite right. Lin Han squatted down and pinched the scattered soil on the ground in his hands. Yuan Si came over and asked suspiciously, what's wrong with this soil? It should have been brought in after the boss here went out, and these minotaurs aren't in the habit of going home to change their blood. There's nothing unexpected about it. Not right. Lin Han explained, I observed when we came in from outside, the soil in the entire copy was extremely arid. There was no such moist soil at all. Yuan Si laughed lightly. Lin Han, this is your knowledge blind spot, right? Although the minotaur is a monster, it also has to pee. Maybe it was unintentionally stepped on while peeing outside and brought it in? Scram! Lin Han rolled his eyes. Just now when he used God's eye he observed that this throne seemed to be skeletonized underneath, and the bottom of the throne was just enough to block this gap all the way up. Tunnels. It must be a tunnel. Having made up his mind, Lin Han clasped his hands on top of the throne and warned, stay away from me here, don't get hurt. Yuan Si said with a strange expression, indeed, your strength is very exaggerated, but you can't be so arrogant. This several meters high throne is made of poured steel. If you want to lift him up, not to mention you, even a warrior of the fourth turn may not be able to do it. Let's just go out and look for it, let's not waste time here. Without waiting for Lin Han's reply, suddenly the entire ground began to shake, and Yuan Si looked at Lin Han incredulously. This guy really moved? And from the expression this guy was surprisingly so relaxed. Without thinking any further, Yuan Si hurriedly jumped to the side. At this time Lin Han had already lifted the entire iron throne and threw it out directly with both hands in a throwing motion. The several meter high iron throne flew out of the air and embedded itself directly into the wall. Lin Han, what exactly is the limit of your guy's power? There was also no need to worry about bosses crouching down below. Just as the two of them were about to hit the ground, Lin Han grabbed into the wall with one hand, and with his other hand, he grabbed Yuan Si. This distance from his own fall to Pelican was just a little bit of shield falling off, but if it was Yuan Si then he might have been directly disabled by the fall. It's not bad that your kid had the heart to know to catch me. Yuan Si also breathed a sigh of relief. Just now he really felt as if he was about to die, or the kind that landed on his face. Just when he was still celebrating, his entire body suddenly lost weight and fell down on top of the bottom surface, and Lin Han also jumped straight down. You don't say, this bottom surface is actually quite soft. Soft my ass, hurry up and get off of me. Yuan Si screamed and cursed. He already didn't know how many times he had been pitched in this one day in a short period of time. In the future, when he looked at this guy, he absolutely had to run away from him. He absolutely couldn't be involved with this kid. Lin Han walked down and said, there's still a road in front of us, let's continue to walking along. As long as you walk in front, whatever works. Yuan Si hastily retreated behind Lin Han. I can't believe you just kicked me down without saying anything. What if that boss is waiting down there? Don't worry, if things had gone wrong, I would have arrested you, I could have really let you die. Lin Han spread his hands, then walked into the cave. Yuan Si was a bit surprised to see Lin Han's reaction. He actually walked ahead so decisively. Could there be a trick? No longer going to think about it more, Yuan Si also quickly followed. Lin Han, wait for me, what are you doing walking so fast? Keep your voice down. Lin Han reminded, the boss is most likely right in front, don't say it too loud, if we draw it over now, such a narrow place won't do us any good. Yuan Si also shut up in a hurry and said, I know. At this moment, Lin Han had already observed the location of the boss. It was a minotaur several meters tall, his powerful body standing in the middle of the cavern, his eyes staring upwards as if he was preparing to hunt his prey. What a strong aura. And the monsters met in the past are not the same, even the unusual gold-level monsters do not have such an aura. And this monster is actually preparing somewhat. Where am I? Hell? Yun, are you dead too? It looks like we can only be a pair of dead lovebirds, we can have a companion on the Yellow Springs Road. Wang Chang opened his eyes with great difficulty, his whole body was filled with exhaustion, he couldn't even make the simplest movement of raising his hands. Lu Yun was also excited to see him wake up. Great, Wang Chang, you finally woke up, do you know that I was worried sick about you when you fainted? Sister Ruixin, Wang Chang is awake, Wang Chang is awake. Chapter 116 No Martial Virtue, Sneak Attack? It looks like he shouldn't have much of a problem. Fei Hua had checked Wang Chang's body beforehand, and although it was true that he had suffered a considerable amount of injuries, after his instructions coupled with Lu Yunyun's healing, there was no major problem now. Yun, am I still alive? Wang Chang instantly felt embarrassed, just now he said something about tigers and wolves. It instantly turned into a large social death scene. Wang Chang, I didn't expect you to be quite good at talking, is it that we survived and can't let Yun-Yun's sister be a dead lovebird with you somewhat uncomfortable? Fei Hua said with a smile, she likes this kind of bridge the most, the novels don't dare to write like this. Sibling. Wang Chang was instantly embarrassed in place, not knowing what to say. Lu Yun said gently, Wang Chang, don't worry, if something happens to you, I will never forget you. Yun, you're the best. Fei Hua turned her head away with a sense of humor. This kind of drama of a young couple reuniting after death should be left to them, she would not go and be this light bulb. Suddenly, a sense of crisis instantly swept through her body. This is an innate skill of assassins, which will give her an alert when danger comes. Of course, if it was someone with high strength, they would be able to stay hidden. In the next moment, she began to observe her surroundings. There was no sign of the enemy in front or behind. Could it be up there? Realization swept over. Again, no crisis was found. Then it's only underground. Fei Hua became alert and said, Yun-Yun's sister, although I don't want to disturb your reunion after death right now, danger may be coming. With that, she came to the side of the two and picked up one person with one hand and ran straight to the back. She was only able to sense that the danger was nearby, and was not sure exactly where it was, and now that there was still the presence of the injured among the three after all, she could not possibly take Wang Chang's life and risk it here. If that guy's target was Wang Chang, or if he appeared from underground, then there was nothing she could do. She could only leave this place first. As the distance grew farther and farther, the uneasiness in Fei Hua's heart gradually disappeared. Sister Ruixin, what exactly is it? I don't feel anything. Lu Yun asked suspiciously. All around she didn't see any of the monsters. It's underground, I'm not sure of the exact location. Fei Hua continued, you take Wang Chang and flee further away, I have to find a way to pull this guy out. Let's stay and help you. No, the two of you can't get involved in this kind of confrontation in your current state, only staying away from here is the safest behavior for you. Don't worry, sister, I'm still able to handle it. Fei Hua said, and then leapt back to where she was just now. Lu Yun wanted to follow her, but was stopped by Wang Chang. Yun, our strength is too weak, even if we go over there, we won't be able to change anything, and will even bring trouble to our younger siblings. But Sister Rue Xin. Wang Chang said seriously, don't worry, if I'm not wrong, just now it should have been my younger sibling who saved us. To be able to deal with so many minotaurs by herself, she must be stronger than we thought. If a third-turn assassin can't deal with it, with the current us we can't do it either. Listening to Wang Chang's words, Lu Yunyun also settled down the urge to rush up. The closer Fei Hua got to that place, the sense of crisis in her heart grew deeper and deeper. Sure enough, it was hidden underground. If this was a copy of the Supreme Realm, she would definitely be extremely cautious and would definitely not go deeper once again if she sensed a crisis here. Suddenly, it drew its greatsword from its waist and chopped towards Flying Flower. Fei Hua cloudily drew the dagger from its Chapter 117 Platinum Level Monster, present. Of course, assassin is the that's fine. Lin Han checked once, indeed he didn't find too much of a problem, placing his hand on top of Wang Chang's chest, Song of Healing. A greenish energy surged from all around the copy, coalescing in Lin Han's hand, instantly injecting itself into Wang Chang's body. This is... Lu Yunyun was also a milk profession and was able to recognize that this was a healing magic, only this was the first time she had seen it on this scale. Wang Chang instantly felt that his body was filled with vitality, and his internal organs that were originally somewhat damaged were also restored to soundness at this moment. Stand up and try. Lin Han said. Wang Chang slowly stood up, originally thought that there might still be some side effects, but the effect was surprisingly good, even the cold that was originally somewhat healed up. Chill, you don't say, this violent sacrifice of yours is some means. Lin Han waved his hand, it's just some small tricks, it's nothing. Lu Yunyun said, Lin Han, your milk skill is so strong, it's actually able to invoke the energy of this place, heaven and earth. Your twin silk threads are also very strong, each is good in its own way. Lin Han said simply, not ready to reveal anything. It was normal for a priest to know a milk system profession. Lu Yunyun shook her head and said, it's not the same, although double silk thread is useful, but it's not even comparable to this skill of yours. You're simply a genius of the milk system. If you had used this skill in the competition back then, I'm afraid that they would have all fought to get you in, now it's a bit of a shame. Lin Han said with a disinterested look, it's all in the past, I don't care. Wang Chang said, chill, in the future, can I look for you again when I have a cold? Your milk skill to cure colds is really convenient. Scram! Lin Han rolled his eyes and walked straight in the direction of the portal. Just take some medicine for a cold. How dare Jean still let him heal it, this was a forbidden spell. He was crying and laughing at this moment, it was the first time he had heard someone say they wanted to use a forbidden spell to help cure a cold. Don't be so petty. Wang Chang and the two of them also chased after him. By the time Lin Han went through the portal, the two of them, Fei Hua and Yuan Si, were sitting and waiting in the rest hall. Lin Han, we broke the record, Yuan said excitedly. What happened to breaking the record? Lin Han was a bit puzzled, he had broken a record before as well, and there wasn't much left over except for some small gifts given to him by Manager Tian. Breaking records can be exchanged for rewards in the middle of the academy with a certification from the mission hall. Fei Hua sat on the side and explained. That's right. Yuan Si continued, as long as we can keep this record for a month without anyone breaking it, we'll be able to enter the middle of the academy to get a generous reward, it's very helpful for cultivation. That's it. Lin Han hadn't joined the academy yet and wasn't interested in this matter, saying, let's not talk about that, there are more important things to do now. Indeed. Fei Hua also responded and asked, where is your manager? Our manager hasn't returned. Yet. The service staff was just about to reply when a rude voice came over, Lin, old brother, you can be considered to be here, really let brother Tian me wait. Just now I received the news that they said that you have broken another record of gold level copies? What a juvenile hero, is there time tonight for brother Tian to treat you to a meal? How about it, our great scholar? Manager Tian came to Lin Han's face at this moment in a flurry of wind and fire, his face was all smiles. Stop it, almost you're going to eat my seat. Lin Han said with a grim face, not giving him the slightest hint of a good look. Manager Tian was instantly a little confused, elder brother Lin, what do you mean by that? It's not convenient to talk here, go to your office, you have to give me a good explanation today. Lin Han spoke very decisively, without waiting for Manager Tian to respond he had already walked in. Flying Flower several people also followed behind. Manager Tian couldn't figure out what was going on and asked the service staff, what's going on with elder brother Lin? The people shook their heads and said, not sure. Manager Tian walked in holding his doubts, he knew that Lin Han's background was not ordinary, even that guy from Millennium Business Capital was treated with courtesy. So this person needed to be taken seriously. Manager Tian then entered the office and sat down in his own chair. Manager Tian, the gold level copy of this enrollment exam I heard was sponsored by you for the mayor? Lin Han questioned. Manager Tian explained, that's right, this copy was carefully selected by me, it's most suitable for your leveling practice. Sure you picked it? Manager Tian nodded and said, it's what I picked. It looks like Manager Tian has some grudges against me, does he want to see me die so badly? Or is Manager Tian trying to murder the scholar? Chapter 118 Murder in the Dark, Scholar. Ha? Elder brother Lin, what do you mean by that? Manager Tian was directly confused by this questioning and looked like he didn't understand. Elder brother Lin, although I did investigate you before, we only met once, how could I possibly hold a grudge against you? And this time, the duplicate is not the same old brother Lin you cleared it and set our record, does it mean that this mission is too easy? Manager Tian, since you don't hold a grudge against me, then you need to properly explain to me why the Minotaur Lord appeared in the middle of this copy. Lin Han said expressionlessly. Minotaur Lords? Manager Tian stood up excitedly, you guys went to a platinum level copy? Even if your strength is the best of the younger generation, you can't go to a platinum level copy. We went to the copy invitation you gave me, and it's solidly a gold level copy. Lin Han said decisively. Manager Tian, don't you think you should give us a good explanation as to why monsters that should only appear in platinum level copies would appear in gold level copies? In the face of Lin Han's questioning, Manager Tian was also a bit flustered. Elder brother Lin, wait for me. With that, he ran out in a panic. Find out for me the copy Lin Han just cleared, what level the boss is, who is it? The service staff were all a little confused, it was the first time they had seen Manager Tian this flustered. One of them said, Manager Tian, I was the one who sent them in, the one they entered was the gold level copy of the ancient battlefield. Ah, isn't the leader the Minotaur leader? Manager Tian roared, I don't want to hear you say that, check the information on this battle for me. The service staff hurriedly lowered their heads and began to operate on the computer, not daring to refute anything. Manager Tian was also a little nervous at this moment. If a boss that should only appear at the platinum level appeared amongst the gold level copies, then the nature of the problem would be much bigger. The mission hall was the property of the Empire, and they were all workers, so it would be easy for people to stop believing in them if this kind of thing happened. This was the place where the people practiced, and it was also one of the most valued places in the imperial capital. If Lin Han wants to go deeper, then he is also hard to escape the blame. Alone is dismissed or light, some serious have to enter the prison cell or even death is possible. And this time the participants are the first prize winner of the session. Things are even more serious, was deducted a treasonous name or easy? But 10 million is normal. Ah. Manager Tian checked, the copy is the gold level ancient battlefield, no problem, it's also the one you picked at that time, and the boss is a Minotaur. Speaking here, the attendant's expression gradually grew surprised as he slowly said, 32 level Minotaur leader. How is this possible? Manager Tian, I'll inquire again, there must be a problem somewhere, how could a platinum level Minotaur leader appear? Manager Tian waved his hand powerlessly and said, no need to check, send the information to my mailbox, and don't say anything about this matter so as not to cause panic. After saying that, Manager Tian returned to the middle of his office. The conversation outside was also heard, Lin Han and it wouldn't go to waste so much experience and not be able to use it. Manager Tian continued, Elder brother Lin, there is nothing wrong with what this woman beside you said, it's true that it's impossible to upgrade the monsters spawned in our copies, so this matter is indeed our responsibility as well. But this matter definitely doesn't have a single thing to do with me, I will go and investigate what exactly happened and give you all an explanation. Manager Tian, just give us an explanation alone and call it a day? Lin Han pushed Wang Chang to the front, because of your negligence, my brother nearly died in the copy. If we didn't have 2 milk series in this time, I'm afraid the people won't be saved. Your negligence, we lost our lives. Wang Chang was stunned, my injury has nothing to do with the boss. But he also immediately understood Lin Han's meaning, blackmail. I'm familiar with this job. That's right, I almost died in there has to be an explanation. Manager Tian was instantly in a bit of a bind, he didn't know how he should go about compensating for this, and it was indeed their mission center's mistake. What does old brother Lin want to do? Lin Han said seriously, don't ask me, I'm not the one who was injured, who am I to make a decision for someone else? Manager Tian then looked at Wang Chang and said, little brother, what kind of compensation do you want? As long as it's something I can do, I'll definitely arrange it for you in a clear way. Wang Chang gave Lin Han a trust me look and then said, we're not blackmailing people either, let's put it this way, I want 2 pieces of gold level equipment, and the matter of me getting injured here will be considered in the past. If it doesn't work, then it's a no negotiation. Chapter 119. Really, no talent? 2 gold level equipment? Manager Tian froze, although some meet pain, but this few million he can afford, but it is the future of the day, a little straight and just. That's right, it's 2 pieces of gold level equipment. If I can't do it, I will definitely pursue this matter to the end. Wang Chang looked like he swore. Lu Yunyun and Yuan Si on the other hand were all excited. 2 pieces of gold level equipment. That was a good thing. A piece of gold level equipment had a price of a few $1,000,000 in the market, or 2 pieces. It's a fortune. On the other hand, Lin Han and Flying Flower were speechless. For such a big deal, they had to ask for 2 pieces of gold level equipment. It's a loss. Obviously Wang Chang has not realized how big this matter is. A single murder of a scholar is enough to keep him out of jail. He even asked for 2 pieces of gold level equipment. This guy obviously seems to be very rich, not to mention 2 pieces of gold level equipment. Even if it is 2 pieces of platinum level equipment, he can take out What's more, he can also take out some skill books of good grade. Flying Flower was completely helpless. With Lin Han's billions of dollars of wealth, would he care about 2 pieces of gold level equipment? Wang Chang came to Lin Han's ear and said proudly, "Hanzi, how about it? I can't count this as a lion's share of the money." Count? What the hell? Lin Han heart want to curse the mother, waste so much effort to get 2 gold level equipment. Manager Tian said seriously, "This little friend, don't worry, later you give me an address, I will definitely send the things to the mansion, and it comes with a copy of our department's unimpeded brushing volume of 3, as long as it is a copy of the holy rank below, you can enter 3 times at will." Wang Chang hurriedly nodded his head and said, "Good, counting that you still have a heart, the stuff will be delivered to Lin Han's house, you should know about it, right?" Of course, Scholar Lin's home is naturally known. Manager Tian hurriedly compensated with a smile. Lin Han then said, "Just send the equipment to your house, just send the rolls to my house, it's all stuff you deserve." For Lin Han, this equipment he simply could not use, but this copy volume he was able to be very useful. The copy under the holy level, that is to say, the highest can brush the legend level. This should be a benefit from the department above. For Manager Tian these were of little use, but for them these 3 copy rolls were worth far more than 2 gold level equipment. Wang Chang said, "Hanzi, I can't accept such expensive things." "If you're told to accept it, just accept it, don't rub it in my face." Lin Han said decisively, then looked at Manager Tian and said, "Manager Tian, I believe that this matter should have nothing to do with you, and I'm not willing to make a big deal out of it." "I understand." Manager Tian responded, "Many thanks to elder brother Lin for believing in me. I believe you, but it doesn't mean that this matter will just go away. That's natural." Manager Tian patted his chest and said, "Leave this matter to me in spite of it, someone messing up inside my venue, this is something that can never be allowed. I will definitely investigate this matter to the bottom, and definitely give old brother Lin an explanation." Lin Han stood up and said, "If that's the case, then we'll leave first. Elder brother Lin, after what happened today, I'll be the host and treat you all to a meal today, take your pick of whatever you want to eat." Lin Han refused, "My mom is still waiting for me to eat at home, after the matter is investigated, no need for Manager Tian, I will treat you to dinner." "In that case, let me see old brother Lin off." This time Lin Han didn't refuse and walked out in the middle of the mission teleportation hall. Manager Tian also walked back, leaving a few people. "You all go back as well, I'll go back first as well." Lin Han prepared to say goodbye to a few people. Yuan Si stepped forward and said, "Lin Han, I don't know when we'll meet next, you're not bad, I'll come back to fight you after I become a 3rd-turn assassin, I'll definitely be able to defeat you then." Lin Han laughed, "I'll be waiting then, I hope you'll be a lot stronger than last time." "Don't worry, I'll definitely surprise you." Afterwards, Yuan Si left this place in a portal. "You two should go back early as well." "Okay, but the gold level equipment." Wang Chang was still a bit embarrassed. After all, it was really not his character to whore out 2 pieces of gold equipment like this. Take it if you're told to, sell it if you don't like it. Lin Han waved his hand, "Be nice to people Yun Yun, treat them to some good food, we'll leave first." After saying that, Lin Han left the place with Fei Hua. "Wang Chang, I feel that Lin Han is a bit mysterious, I can't see through this person even more." Lu Yunyun said as she looked at Lin Han's back. "Chill is like this, treating his brothers more than anyone else." Wang Chang was a bit helpless and said, "Is there anything you want to eat?" "It's still early, I'll send you home later." "You've suffered such a serious injury today that you can still eat?" Lu Yunyun laughed. Wang Chang patted his chest and laughed. That's for sure, even if you've suffered heavier injuries you should eat and drink. Good. At this time, Lin Han and Fei Hua were also walking back. Little boss, what do you think is going on with this matter? Lin Han replied, I'm not sure. According to you and Manager Tian, the monsters and the duplicates are all set and can't possibly have the ability to grow. That's right, the copies within the city are like that. After all, they are virtual in a sense. Flying Flower replied. In that case, then someone has deliberately tampered with the data? Lin Han said, as for why the data was tampered with in the middle of this one, it's not impossible to see. Little boss, do you mean targeting you? Fei Hua said doubtfully. Lin Han said seriously, it's not easy to say, the rest of them should have been pretty smooth lately, and no one would go out of their way to intentionally kill them. And I'm the only one who got this duplicate invitation. Yuan Si also came in because of his family, none of them are certain to come in, and they can only be sure that I'll be in the middle of this duplicate. As for you, you don't even have to think about it, and I'm afraid there won't be any cuties. Would think that the Minotaur Chief would be able to deal with a Supreme Realm powerhouse. If someone did do so, there would be no need to care about this fool. So, with everything focused on my head, it's almost certain that this person is targeting me. Listening to Lin Han's words, Fei Hua said doubtfully, just that sure? Maybe it's against Yuanis? It's also possible, but it's too unlikely. Chapter 120, Doubt, May Not Lose. Fei Hua sighed and said, suddenly it feels like protecting you for 500 million a month is a bit low. But it's still somewhat challenging, it's not bad. I won't stop you if you want to leave. Lin Han said indifferently, the things you meet nowadays will only become more and more exaggerated, and the level of danger will also become higher, so you can just leave if you feel unsteady. Really? Does that 500 million still count? Fei Hua looked at Lin Han with an expectant face. Of course it can't, these 3 days can still be Manager Lu paying for me, of course it can't be counted. Lin Han said. Forget it then. Fei Hua had a disappointed look on her face, 500 million isn't that easy to earn although I said that it's a bit dangerous for you, but it's only interesting this way. Don't worry, this within a month sister absolutely guarantees your safety issues, welcome to renew at any time. Flying Flower swore with conviction and added, however, do you have any suspicious personnel? It's only in the last while that I learned about you, and I don't know much about you. I asked Manager Lu for your file, and that guy was dead set against giving it to me, so I'm really pissed off. In the end, I don't know anything about you. Lin Han pondered, enemies? The Empire. His probably biggest enemy nowadays was the Star Dragon Empire. After all, after destroying so many places in the middle of the Star Dragon Empire, if the Empire knew that it was him who did it, I'm afraid that they would have already had seen Lin Tian capture him for research. Moreover, even if the Empire does it, it should not use such a despicable way, it should be more direct. Now my enemy should be the Ma family, and just with your sister's talent I have, how many great families have begged me to join, why bother going to a small family like the Ma family? Looking at Fei Hua's godly demeanor, Lin Han asked suspiciously, there's even a stronger family than the Ma family? Of course. Fei Hua laughed, you haven't seen much of the world after all, this world is a big one and there are many strange things beyond imagination, you'll know if you have the chance to go out in the future. Nowadays, the entire Star Dragon Empire is only 3 god-ranked powerhouses, while some empires have more than 10 god-ranked powerhouses, only that the monsters are now forested to unify the battle lines, or else they would have already fought over. But I heard that the border that guy has already holy rank 79, from the divine rank is only 1 step away, then I do not know which guy to kill to be able to prove the divine rank. Lin Han said unexpectedly, is it also necessary to take part in a copy quest to enter the divine rank? Of course, but the tasks of the divine order are all single-player tasks, there will be no looting in this regard, but also to kill a strong among the monsters, if you are lucky, you may need to kill a few monsters of the holy order, and if you are unlucky, you will need to kill the divine order or not even possible. I'll go over to watch the battle when I have the chance, but I'm afraid there'll be quite a few people there by then. So many spectators for a holy rank transfer quest? Lin Han said unexpectedly, can't this be helped? No, once someone helps they damage themselves, it's a punishment mechanism. Flying Flower said with a smile, you don't think too much, it's not necessarily everyone who goes to watch the battle. If you don't go to watch the battle, you can't help either, what else can you do? Lin Han somewhat didn't understand. Sometimes saying you're stupid, you're really stupid. Fei Hua said helplessly, once that person is promoted to the divine rank, then where is it most helpful? Lin Han said without thinking, Star Dragon Empire. That's right, if the Star Dragon Empire is powerful, it will be wrong for the rest of the empires, all there will definitely be strong people who will go and stop it. Flying Flower continued, however, the divine rank should not make a move due to their face, there should be a holy ranked powerhouse who will go and make a small move, at that time, we can only rely on that person to handle it by themselves. Isn't Senior Flying Flower going to go and help? It's not likely that the person will be grateful to you, and it might be a great help to you in the future. Lin Han said. Hearing this, Fei Hua hurriedly said, Little boss, you can spare me, the ones who are going to fight are at least Saint stage powerhouses, what's the point of me, a Supreme Realm person, going to join in the fun, isn't that looking for death? Saint ranked powerhouses want to kill me is still quite easy, not as difficult as you think. Take it that I didn't say that. Lin Han smiled and eased the atmosphere, but listening to you senior, what I've seen nowadays is really just one of the 9 oxen, it's still not comparable to those powerhouses that really stand at the tip of the pyramid. Fei Hua looked at Lin Han with a strange face and said, those things are indeed too early for you, but you don't have to be presumptuous, little boss, your strength may not be as strong as theirs nowadays, but your mind's eye is definitely no less than theirs, and if you play with your mind's eye you may not be able to lose. Chapter 121 Preparing for the Exam, Actual Combat? What does that say? Lin Han looked at Fei Hua in disbelief. Today in the copy, they don't even have a viewpoint on platinum-level monsters, to put it bluntly, they're even seeing platinum-level monsters for the first time. So how strong platinum-level monsters are they are also not clear at all. Wang Chang and Lu Yunyun were transported by me to a faraway place at the first time, so they didn't have an intuitive feeling. Although Yuan Si was in the near distance, but you handled it very quickly almost didn't let him ascertain it, but I am aware of the gap between the third and fourth turn. Little boss, you have a lot of strength, and your blood seems to be very thick. Fei Hua looked at Lin Han with a skeptical face. At this look, Lin Han's heart grew a little hairy and explained, I'm just a bit stronger. Don't use this monotonous reason to bluff me. Fei Hua laughed, this reason is just fine to favorably deceive others, going to deceive a Supreme Realm powerhouse is a bit beneath me, isn't it? How could it be? Lin Han laughed, it's true that I have some secrets of my own, but you also said that you wouldn't ask specifically if I didn't say anything right. That's right. In that case, I don't want to say. Flying Flower rolled her eyes and said, in this situation shouldn't you have said that if it was Flying Flower Senior, I would be willing to tell you. And then I was very touched that you told all your secrets. Lin Han was speechless for a moment and said, can you not put so much drama on yourself? Cut. Fei Hua walked in front, real a little bit of love is not you're not even as good as your brother, he was reborn after the hijacking and even said something ambiguous. Could it be that I'm not as good looking as that little girl Lu Yunyun? Lin Han was immediately interested and said, what did Wang Chang say? I'll tell you if you tell me the secret. Then forget it. Fei Hua instantly stomped her feet in anger, I knew you wouldn't let go, after all, it is indeed unsafe to tell me the secret to such a stranger. Maybe I'll come to be interested in killing you off after knowing that. I'm sure Senior Fei Hua won't. Lin Han said with a smile. How do you know I won't? If Senior Flying Flower was so despicable, he wouldn't be making $500 million with me. Hearing this, Fei Hua snorted, you're right, I'm still too noble. Lin Han said, being an assassin one should be mean. You think so? That's not true. Lin Han said, that's what the books say, I don't think personality has much to do with being able to become a strong person. Right. Fei Hua very much agreed, although we become stronger, we are still human after all, we can't escape from the 7 emotions and 6 desires, instead of living a life that is so tiring, we might as well let ourselves be more dashing. If Senior Flying Flower can have this kind of realization, he will definitely be able to step into the divine stage in the future. Lin Han said affirmatively. Count on it, by virtue of fate, it's all a matter of indifference. Fei Hua said spontaneously, then looked at Lin Han again and said. Lin Han, I'll ask you a question, I hope you can answer truthfully, I don't know exactly how much trouble you've caused, I may have to deal with a lot of things this month, I have to have a judgment in my heart. Looking at Fei Hua's serious face, Lin Han's heart was also somewhat touched. Third turn Sacred Altar Sacrifice. No, I'm talking about your actual combat power, exactly. Lin Han froze for a moment and said, invincible below diamonds, within diamonds you can fight. Fei Hua nodded, monster, the third turn Sacred Altar Sacrifice even crossed over to kill, I'm afraid that your power today is inferior to that of a diamond-level warrior. Is it the special effect of the third turn sacrifice? Lin Han shook his head and said truthfully, some of my own problems have nothing to do with the sacrifice profession. That's so. Fei Hua added, when you healed Wang Chang today, you used a high-spec healing skill, right? Don't tell me it was a low-grade skill book. I know Wang Chang's injuries very well, even if it's a healing room unless it's a fifth turn, it's impossible to heal it that thoroughly. Lin Han said helplessly, it really can't be hidden from seniors, it's indeed a high specification skill, but it's also a skill that comes with my ritual profession. It's just slightly 10,000 times more. It's not excessive. Can it heal me? I'm talking about in case of serious injuries. It should be possible, I haven't healed a strong person of the Supreme Realm either. Of course it's possible, that's a forbidden spell. As long as you're not dead. Even if you die, I'll snatch it back for you. Listening to Lin's words, Fei Hua also had a preliminary judgment, third turn holy altar sacrifice, real diamond level warrior strength, fifth turn or higher. Just like what Senior said, just live a little. Fei Hua raised an eyebrow and said, that's right, it's fine to live a little sprightly, but I'm afraid that you can't stop causing trouble at this rate in your life. Although it's said that everyone has enemies, right now you've already messed with the 5 great families, who knows what else you can mess with in the future. Lin Han smiled faintly, it's not me who messed with them, it's them who messed with me, since they messed with me, there's no way I'm going to stand and let them bully me. Chapter 122, Why don't you stay at my house? Who cares, we won't know when we'll want to meet again after this month, maybe it'll really be after you stand at the top. Fei Hua looked at the faint stars that had appeared in the air, as if this day had passed so quickly. Lin Han said, does Senior want to go home with me? Go home with you? Fei Hua said vigilantly, stop it, I sell my art but not my body, this you can't even add money. Lin Han explained, Senior, you've misunderstood, it doesn't feel good to see you wandering around outside, I'm going home to sleep it off. Didn't you say reimbursement? I did say that, anyway, there are still a lot of empty rooms in my house that are unoccupied, Senior can stay in my house if you don't intervene. Fei Hua considered for a moment and said, it's not impossible. Let's go. At this time, the sky had gradually darkened, and Fei Hua followed Lin Han to his home. Mom and Dad, I'm back. Lin Han opened the door to his room, and gusts of dish scent wafted over from the kitchen. Little Han is back. Lin Zhongtian walked out with a spatula and smiled, Father made all your favorite food today, prepare well for tomorrow's interview. When Lin Zhongtian saw the little girl on the side, he directly froze in place and hurriedly dashed back into the kitchen. Uncle, this is? Fei Hua didn't understand the situation for a moment, not long after Lin Zhongtian walked out with Xin Mei. The two looked at each other wide-eyed, and the next moment Xin Mei hurriedly put down the things in her hands and came to the doorway, asking, Little Han, who is this? Lin Han explained, this is a friend of mine, his parents went out of town, he was scared at home alone, I thought that we have a lot of room at home anyway, so I was going to bring it over with the help of a little. It's really troublesome for uncle and aunt, if it's inconvenient, forget it. Fei Hua had a churlish look. Xin Mei quickly said, no trouble, don't stand at the door, quickly come in. Thank you, Auntie. Fei Hua responded with a smile, and the two of them also walked into the middle of the room. Lin Zhongtian panicked and took a cup of water and walked over, if you have any requests, just mention them, treat this place as if it were your own home, Xiaohan didn't say anything to us in advance, the hospitality is not good. Uncle overthinks it, it's good to have me living here. Fei Hua added, rather, it's me who's intruding. Lin Zhongtian said with embarrassment, Xiaohan hasn't brought a friend home since he was little, this is the first time. Then I'm still the first. Fei Hua responded with a smile. That's not true, this kid has had some low self-esteem since he was little, his family was poor in the past and we didn't live here, he was also afraid that his classmates would look down on him. Lin Zhongtian scratched his head, from the inside this was also a guilty conscience towards Lin Han, always feeling that it was his own lack of ability. Fei Hua looked at Lin Han with interest and said, I didn't expect you to have low self-esteem. Lin Han was instantly asked and quickly said, I don't have low self-esteem, Dad, you're mistaken, it's just that I don't have any familiar friends. You kid, you still know how to be shy. Lin Zhongtian laughed out loud. What's all this with? Lin Han instantly felt that bringing Fei Hua back was a particularly bad decision. Dad, why don't you quickly go to the kitchen and take a look, I want to smell something mushy so bad. Hearing this, Lin Zhongtian panicked and ran into the kitchen, and before he left, he didn't forget to say, you brat, treat your friend well, Dad will go and cook first. Got it. Lin Han looked impatient. Fei Hua laughed at this time, I didn't expect you to look so cautious and calm, but you actually have such a side? What about otherwise? Lin Han rolled his eyes, I'm also a human being, this kind of quiet life is what I'm pursuing, as for fighting and killing, if it's not unnecessary, I'd rather live like this for the rest of my life. Right, who wouldn't want that? Fei Hua sighed. By the way, I still don't know what your family does? Lin Han said. Fei Hua smiled and said, "You want to know? That makes you curious about your unmarried daughter-in-law. What's all this about?" Lin Han said helplessly, "But you have such a talent, your sister's talent should be very high as well, your family should be a lineage as well." "Sort of," Fei Hua said simply. Lin Han asked again, "But if you're the son of a worldly family, then how could you still be short of money? With a talent like yours, your family should be vigorously cultivating you, right? It's impossible to be so strapped for cash for you." "Secret," Fei Hua said with a smile, not wanting to tell him. Lin Han cushioned his hands underneath his head and leaned back on the sofa. "Don't worry, although I'm your employer, I won't get to the bottom of it, wait until you want to tell me later." Meanwhile, 4 eyes were staring in the direction of the two in the kitchen doorway. "Kid's mom, do you think this is just Xiao Han's girlfriend? Does it count as meeting the parents? Lin Zhongtian asked. Shenmei said without a trace of humor, "Does it even need to be said? Xiao Han brought someone home for the first time, if it's not a relationship how could it be? Look at the way that girl is looking at Xiao Han, isn't that being in love?" Lin Zhongtian said solemnly, "Sure enough, Xiao Han has inherited my temperament, this little girl's looks are not bad, it's fine to be my old Lin family's daughter-in-law." "It's fine, but it looks like she's older than Xiao Lin?" Shenmei said. "Bigger is bigger, a woman is bigger, just a little more mature to take care of Xiao Han." Lin Zhongtian a look of indifference, "Just don't know how the family can't be on the little cold money it." This suddenly appeared such a person, never heard of it before. Shenmei rolled her eyes and said, "What money does our family have besides this house? Don't think about it, we didn't give Xiao Han a good life in the first half of our lives, this later as long as he likes it, that's fine." "That's right. Xiao Han, it's time to eat, come serve the food." "Coming, that's too much trouble uncle." Fei Hua's face was full of gratitude, and then looked at the iron hairpin on Shenmei's head and said, "I've heard Lin Han say before that auntie's profession is blacksmithing, right?" "Ah. Right." Shenmei was a bit overwhelmed by this sudden question. This future daughter-in-law had already started investigating the family structure? Isn't this a bit fast? Since I was a child, I've been especially envious of professions that allow me to do manual labor. Fei Hua said with a longing face, "Did this hairpin on auntie's head do it herself?" Shenmei froze and nodded, "Yes, I beat it for fun when I had nothing to do before, it's not much. Auntie is really great, this hairpin is really nice, much nicer than the hairpins inside those jewelry stores. If only I had such technical skills, but unfortunately I don't know anything." Fei Hua lowered her head with an aggrieved look. Shenmei hurriedly said, "What's wrong with that? If you like this kind of basic stuff, when there's time for auntie to teach you, it's still simple to make a small thing for yourself to play with." "Really?" Fei Hua's eyes instantly lit up and said, "But auntie, I'm a bit dumb, I'm a bit slow to learn things." "What's wrong with that? How can anyone be born a genius?" Shenmei looked indifferent. "Then I'll be grateful to auntie." Lin Han saw the scene from the side. People were dumbfounded. He would have thought that this supreme realm prickly god would be a little uncomfortable with her parents, obviously he was overthinking it. If this had been a little while longer, it might have been just like his own daughter. Moreover, his parents were very happy now that they had been coaxed by Fei Hua, and Lin Han couldn't help but sigh with emotion. It's really worthy of being the god of thorns, her professional skills are just strong, she completely played the image of a good girl, who could have thought that such a character would be the world-famous god of thorns. "Little chill, talk about you, you entered the room for such a long time and didn't introduce us." Shenmei suddenly chided. Lin Han quickly said, "Once I entered the room you all weren't idle, I didn't have a chance either." "Yes auntie, just don't blame Lin Han, it's also because I was unintelligent, I didn't introduce myself to my uncle and aunt in the first place," Fei Hua said in a hurry. Shenmei said with a doting face, "What does this have to do with you? It's all because this rebellious son doesn't know what to do." "Adverse son?" Lin Han almost didn't collapse. "Who on earth is your own son? How long has it been since he was turned off? A moment is not going to still have to kick me out of the house." Shenmei said gently, "Don't be general with my son, he's been like this since he was a child." "Don't worry, auntie, Lin Han is still quite a good person." Fei Hua looked over at Lin Han and said with a smile. Lin Han helplessly spread his hands, "Mom, look, you don't even give a chance to talk, how can I have time to introduce him?" Lin Zhongtian also said, "Xiaomei, let's stop talking for now, let the other little girl introduce herself." Okay. Shenmei also closed her mouth, and the whole family unified their gazes towards Fei Hua. Fei Hua calmly said, "Uncle and aunt, my name is Zhang Ruxian, my hometown is in Shangfeng City, only that my parents have also been working in Huiyue City for all these years, so the whole family moved to this side." "That's so, Then what does your family do? Lin Zhongxia asked consciously. Shenmei gave him a blank look and said, what are you asking blindly? You're a public security officer, and you're checking people's accounts. It's okay. Fei Hua said gently, my family is just doing some trade, it's nothing that can't be said. In that case, are you the only daughter in your family? Shenmei didn't hold back from asking either. Lin Han was helpless for a moment and said, Mom, Dad, what are you guys doing? She's just a friend of mine. Are you guys misunderstanding something? It's not good to keep staring at people and asking. You shut up. Lin Han. Fei Hua couldn't help but laugh out and said, Auntie, my family has another sister, but she goes to school in Shangfeng City. That's so. Shenmei said thoughtfully. A few people chatted for a while longer, and then they packed Fei Hua's room. Roaxin, you have a good rest. If there's anything you need, just talk to that asshole kid in my house. If he doesn't do it, you can talk to Auntie. Shenmei, senpai, rested yet? No, come in. Hearing the inside speak, Lin Han also did not hesitate to come to. Lin Han took out a supreme grade copy invitation roll from amongst his clothes and placed it on the table. This copy roll can enter into the middle of a supreme level copy once, seeing as you should have just broken through the supreme realm not long ago as well, this roll is just right for you to use. Flying Flower said with some surprise, you're really willing to give this to me? It can be sold for a lot of money in the market. I'm afraid Manager Tian will only have these 3 in his lifetime. Not all of them are for you, I still have 2 left. Lin Han said, I might meet a lot of Supreme Realm powerhouses this time, so a little extra reward isn't too much. Since I've already received 500 million from you, I'll be responsible for this matter to the end. I still have this sense of responsibility. Fei Hua said truthfully. Then consider me a friend, a gift for you. Friend? Lin Han said, that's right, it's a friend. When this month is over we won't be in an employment relationship anymore, it's not too much for us to be a friend. The first time someone wants to be friends with me. Fei Hua suddenly laughed out, I have a very bad temper, I'm afraid you won't be able to stand it. Lin Han said helplessly, if it's not good, can you still kill me? What if I didn't endure it? Then I'll just be left to fend for myself. You have a good rest, I'm going back too, I still have to go for an interview tomorrow. Lin Han walked out from amongst the room doors and quietly closed the door. Mom, what's this for? Shenmei said while walking towards the kitchen, waiting for the chicken soup to be stewed for Ruixin to drink at night. When he left Huiyu City in the future, slowly the relationship between the two faded. Fei Hua added, there isn't much I can tell you, just a reminder. Do you know what the family residence of the Millennium Merchant Capital is called today? Lin Han had never known this before, I don't know. You only need to know that the current family head's surname is Liu. Surname Liu? Manager Liu is also surnamed Liu. Could it be that Manager Liu is actually the boss of the Millennium Business Capital? All along, he had been pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger? Although there was this idea, Lin Han dismissed it at first. If he was really a big brother of that level, he wouldn't be able to do such a thing. It should just be related to the family head of the Millennium Merchant Capital. After all, there were so many people with the surname Liu, and so many coincidences, so maybe it was just a branch of the family head. Although it was said that Manager Liu was also the boss of a branch, but after all, Huiyu City was a small city, it would only be condescending if it was a direct family member placed in such a place. The two of them soon arrived at the Millennium Merchant Capital trading market, and when they learned that Lin Han had arrived, Manager Liu was also the first to come out to greet him. Mr. Lin, long time no see. Manager Liu said with a smile, also seeing Fei Hua on the side. Selling some stuff, it's all unusual equipment. A few people breezed into the VIP room. Lin Han placed the equipment he had gotten over this period of time on top of the table, and after a simple valuation, Manager Liu also gave a satisfactory price. Chapter 125C Interview, Relic Fragment. Mr. Lin, just wait until you have the equipment to send over later, I'll trouble you to come here. Manager Liu said with a smile. Lin Han said, it's better to do things on your own without worry. Mr. Lin is really cautious. But Mr. Lin, the protection of the Millennium Merchant Capital auction today can be the last day, the goods you buy from tomorrow onwards will not be under the control of the Millennium Merchant Capital, so be careful. Manager Liu reminded. Lin Han said, thanks for the reminder, I know. After exchanging 2 simple sentences, Lin Han and the two of them also left the middle of the auction. As you heard, we can be a bit more cautious tomorrow, nowadays there's the Millennium Merchant Capital covering them, they can't blatantly find us in trouble. But tomorrow will be different, without the name of Millennium Merchant Capital, even if I protect you it will only be out of my private name to protect you, and everything will have nothing to do with Millennium Merchant Capital. Fei Hua reminded, this time the 5 great clans have all brought Supreme Realm powerhouses. I don't think they'll sell me face, so you'll have to pay some attention starting tonight. Lin Han nodded and said, who cares, come if you like, soldiers will come, so far only the Ma family is interested in me, the rest shouldn't make a move. The third relic fragment, also known as the key, having a fragment is one more spot, it's hard to say if other families are also interested. After all, you're just a small person in their eyes, even if you die, you'll be able to suppress things easily. Fei Hua explained. Lin Han said helplessly, don't worry, they don't know it's me yet, they only know about that disguise of mine. Fei Hua said, although that's the case, there are quite a few ways to be able to trace it, so after today you'd better not meet people with your face. Change it to anyone you want, if this matter passes then it's fine, if it doesn't pass then you've exposed yourself and your parents could be in crisis. Listening to Fei Hua's words, Lin Han was also clear about the seriousness of the matter. If possible, it's better to escape outside for a while, after all, it won't be long before you're hidden in the middle of Huiyu City. If you keep hanging out here, it's not recommended. Fei Hua said seriously. Let's talk about it in the next 2 days, it's almost time for my interview, let's go and settle the business first. Go. Mingda Mansion Block B. Lin Han looked at the navigation in his hand and said, this should be the place, senior, are you going to wait for me outside? Fei Hua smiled and said, no need, I just happened to go over there to catch up, they should welcome me very much, I'm an outstanding graduate. That's right, senior is one of the 5 great academies. Lin Han remembered that Fei Hua had told him earlier. I was the first place winner of the Longqi Academy back then, think about the day I graduated, the teachers and students were all over the road to send off, you don't even know how big that scene was. Fei Hua proudly said. Let's go, I kinda miss them. The two of them arrived at the designated location and Lin Han knocked on the door. Come in. Hearing the voice, Fei Hua directly pushed the door and walked in, not caring in the slightest about Lin Han who was on the side. Lin Han was also momentarily helpless, who the hell is this exam, this guy is clearly more aggressive than me. Lin's student. Chu Yunfeng was just about to open his mouth when he saw Fei Hua who was walking in his direction, suddenly his whole body froze in place, little witch, why are you here? Fei Hua stepped forward and said excitedly, I was wondering who it was, so it's Director Chu, I really missed you. Chu Yunfeng was as if he had seen a demon, his original calm appearance instantly agitated. Fei Hua turned her head and saw Yunxi again, and said excitedly, Director Yunxi, I didn't expect to see you here, ever since I went to your Divine Rhythm Academy as an exchange student, I really couldn't leave then. Yunxi's eyelids couldn't help but a little and said. At this time, Chu Yunfeng said, what are you doing here? Director Chu, don't be so cold, Lin Han said truthfully, that's right. Third turn sacrifice, unprecedented, and I'll be blunt, our Longqi Academy has decided to recruit you. Chu Yunfeng said, since you know fellow student Zhang then I won't say anything more, she is from our Longqi Academy and is now the youngest assassin in the world. This is also our powerful teaching philosophy, and our Longqi Academy has been sitting firmly at the #1 position of the 5 great academies. Flying Flower nodded her head repeatedly from the side and reminded, the first 4 years of the grand competition were all due to my sister me. You shut up. Okay. Chapter 126, Drawing Eyes, just kidding. Lin Han also had some hesitation at this time, he was aware of the Longqi Academy, even in Huiyu City it had only enrolled 1 Yuan-Si, while other academies had more or less enrolled many people. From this, it could be seen that the Longqi Academy still had very high requirements for enrollment. Moreover, Senior Fei Hua came from the Longqi Academy, so it could be seen that the teaching quality of the Longqi Academy should be very good. But at this time, Lin Han had a new idea. Seeing that Lin Han was hesitant to speak, Chu Fengyun asked, Student Lin, do you still have any hesitations? Lin Han replied, Director Chu, as you know, I'm a sacrifice, so I have a great need for the source of heavenly calamity. Now that I've come to the 3rd turn, if I want to break through to the 4th turn, then I'll need 3 sources of heavenly calamity. This is already a bit of a strain on me, so I'm hoping that the Academy will be able to support me. Student Lin, that's a bit of a lion's share. Chu Fengyun said gruffly, you're a sacrifice, the requirement for sources of natural disasters is indeed very high, we're clear about that, and you should also be very clear about the rarity of sources of natural disasters. The source of natural disaster is not a cabbage on the street that you can buy just by saying so, even if you have money you can only meet it by chance. Lin Han said, this is something I'm naturally aware of, otherwise, there's no way I would need the help of the Academy. At this time, 3000, who was sitting on the side, said, Lin Han, how about joining our 9 Clouds Academy, and we promise you that we will find you a source of heavenly disasters within 4 years. The Long Chi Academy can't promise you that. We at the Nine Clouds Academy promise you that we're still very much looking forward to cultivating a fourth turn sacrifice. Originally, 3000 saw Lin Han and that Jiang student knew each other, and Jiang student came from the Long Chi school, thought that Lin Han would definitely choose the Long Chi school, so they had all given up in their hearts. But seeing Lin Han's behavior nowadays, they felt that this was a very sensible child. As long as he was a sensible person, then he would think about things in his favor. That would be very good. Lin Han was a little surprised that the Nine Clouds Academy had agreed to this condition so decisively. Although the source of the heavenly calamity was hard to come by, it wasn't something that was impossible to obtain, and he also believed that amongst the 5 great academies of this kind, there must be strong people of the supreme realm or even the saint stage sitting around. Fetching a source of heavenly calamity would not be difficult for them. What was truly difficult was also just the news of the heavenly tribulation. However, judging from the performance of 3000, the purpose of the Nine Clouds Academy should also be very simple. It should just want to utilize him to be able to create some fame for the Academy. If the world's first 4-turn sacrifice was born in the Nine Clouds Academy, this was indeed a good enrollment brief. Not to mention the main combat class occupations, the elites of the support class occupations alone would definitely favor the Nine Clouds Academy in the future. The gold content of a 4th-turn sacrifice was still very high. Wang Lichang was also a bit unable to sit still at this moment and said, "Lin Han, join our Liyun Academy. We are also able to make this kind of promise. It's just a source of heavenly calamity. We'll definitely find one for you within 3 years. Not to mention that our Liyun Academy is still very biased towards auxiliary class professions. Many of the strongest auxiliary class players in the entire Star Dragon Empire today are from our Liyun Academy. If it was us, we would definitely be able to help you develop your potential to the limit." Li Changa said helplessly, "You guys are really able to put down blood money. You even agreed to someone else's source of heavenly tribulation so easily. Won't it be a shame if you can't take it out when the time comes? What's more, the source of natural disaster, this kind of rare thing, to a priest with is not too loss but where to some mage has the potential of the student on his later are great help. Sacrifices, this kind of profession is really too much of a drain on resources. Our Divine Monk Academy can't do such a thing. We give you the same treatment as an ordinary student. We welcome you if you like to join us. I won't try to curry favor if you don't like to join. Everything is as you wish." Compared to the rest of the people, Li Changa was considered to be a more sensible person. He himself didn't have the idea of wanting to recruit Lin Han, although it was true that for the academy to recruit someone who would have a chance to become a 4th-turn ritualist in the future would be a good enrollment brief. But he wasn't interested, and if he was going to put his energy and resources into this kind of person, then he might as well not enroll him. Yunsi laughed, "Lin Han, your profession, although our Changyun Academy is very interested in it though, but we are a women's academy, so we won't be admitting you, and I'm here just to go through the motions. You guys continue." At this time, the Fei Hua on the side said with a smile, "Director Yin, don't say so decisive. You think about it, but later can become the 4th turn of the sacrifice, and my brother is also quite handsome. Can't you guys just make an exception? Your Changyun Academy should also be popularized. Don't make your academy like a nunnery. How boring. Student Cheng, even if you're now a Supreme Realm powerhouse, it doesn't mean you can humiliate our Changyun Academy." Yunsi showed ferocity in her eyes and added, "There are not a few Supreme Realm powerhouses that have come out of our Changyun Academy. Aren't you afraid of incurring the wrath of the crowd? Even if you're in the Supreme Realm, I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand such pressure. Moreover, we have already treated you leniently for the things you did in Changyun Academy back then, so I hope you can remember the momentary cultivation that Changyun Academy has given you." Listening to Yunsi's words, Fei Hua suddenly laughed out and said, "Director Yunsi, don't be so serious. I'm just joking with you. Look at you, you still don't know how to joke." "Humph." Yunsi snorted coldly and stopped talking. But Fei Hua turned her gaze to Chu Fengyun and said, "Director Chu, you are also considered a respected senior in the eyes of the crowd. Look at the other academies have offered such attractive conditions. We can't be so petty at the Long Chi Academy. If this is set out, where do we put the face of the Long?" Chu Fengyun sighed. This guy is also an honorary student of the Long Chi Academy, so he is just saying, if he really moves his hands because of these small things, it really reflects the Long Chi Academy's pettiness. He naturally couldn't do such things. Student Lin, our Long Chi Academy's heritage is naturally higher than theirs, and we're able to take out the conditions for this kind of source of heavenly tribulation, but our Long Chi Academy won't do it. In our Long Chi Academy, every student relies on their own strength to obtain matching resources, so if you want to obtain the source of heavenly calamity, you can only come out on top in our academy's various competitions. Fei Hua chimed in from the side and said, "This point is true. I think that back in the day, Sister Mi got the first place in so many competitions in the Long Chi Academy, and most of the resources of the entire academy were on Sister Mi. If you can also reach your sister's achievements back then, not to mention one source of heavenly calamity, even two would be enough, and the Long Chi Academy is not stingy when it comes to resources for its students, you can rest assured on this point. Lin Han heard Fei Hua's meaning and asked, as long as I get very good grades, the academy will be able to dump resources on me? That's natural. Chu Fengyun said, as long as you are able to do that, in a sense the entire academy's resources can be yours to use alone. It can still be like this? Lin Han was a bit surprised. Of course. Fei Hua said with a smile, sister, during the time I was in the Long Chi Academy, I got more than 50% of the cultivation resources, and year after year I obtained a large amount of resources for our team. Of course, a sense of being able to obtain the resources of the entire academy, but it's too difficult. If you are able to reach the level of your sister back then, obtaining a 50% or more of the resources is of course possible. More than 50% of the resources is enough for you to exchange for 2 sources of heavenly disasters. If you can do so year after year, 8 sources of heavenly disasters will be able to promote you to a 5th turn ritual. Lin Han was a bit moved at this point. Compared to the limitations of the rest of the academies, this point of the Long Chi Academy was very humanized. As long as one had the strength to be able to plunder other people's cultivation resources, this was very tempting to Lin Han. Within 4 years, he could steadily reach the 5th turn, and if he could obtain some himself, reaching the 6th turn wasn't impossible. This had greatly exceeded the expectations he could accept. 3000 coldly laughed at this moment. Flying flower, right, I've heard of you, it's indeed not a problem for you to say so, but how rare is the source of the heavenly calamity? Do you think that the Long Chi Academy is really able to manage to get 2 of them every year? This is not a small amount. I'm afraid that if you promise people and then take it out yourselves it would be a shame. 3000 said what was on Lin Han's mind. The source of heavenly calamity wasn't something that could be obtained by spending money, and the timing of its appearance was also very uncertain. That was an uncertainty. What if they only found one source of the heavenly tribulation within 4 years? That would be a big problem. Wang Lichang also said, Student Lin, you'd better think about us. Although the Long Chi Academy is able to promise you, it's a bit too dreamy. We still need to be a bit more down to earth as human beings. We're all able to promise you 100%, and it's not that difficult within 3 years. I'm afraid that by then, the Long Chi Academy promised you, but in the end it couldn't do it. Then wouldn't that break Student Lin's heart, and also lose the reputation of the Long Chi Academy? Then it wouldn't be worth it. What's your hurry? Fei Hua laughed. The Long Chi Academy has always been the first in terms of reputation, so as long as it promises, it will naturally find a way to do it. Do it? How to do it? 3000 snorted coldly and said, it's true that the Long Chi Academy's background is high, but there are some things that can't be done just by having the background. Moreover, Student Lin is only a sacrificial profession. You're asking him to get first place in so many competitions. How can it be that easy? I think you guys are just trying to empty your pockets. Student Lin, it's better to think about us. You have to know that we were the first to make you an offer. This was indeed something that made Lin Han very hesitant. The 2 families could guarantee that they would definitely give him the source of the heavenly tribulation, and although the Long Chi Academy could promise, it might not be able to do so. As he was considering this, Chu Fengyun coughed lightly twice. Li Changge couldn't believe his ears and asked, is Elder Chu serious about this? Natural. So, Student Lin, have you decided which academy you want to join? Chu Fengyun added, although I promised you that as long as you are able to do all of this, our Long Chi Academy will help you, but you should also be clear in your mind that the only person who has met this requirement throughout the ages is Fei Hua. And the strength of her back then was far too much stronger than you today. There are not many good seedlings in this term of the Long Chi Academy. It's not a simple matter for you to want to snatch resources from their hands. 3000 said anxiously, Student Lin Han, you also heard what Director Chu said, going to their academy is not guaranteed at all, so it's better to join our academy. At least you'll be able to obtain a source of heavenly tribulation. There's no need to go to their academy to gamble, it won't do you any good. Lin Han already had an answer in his heart at this point. Director Chu, I've decided, I'll choose the Long Chi School. When these words came out, the faces of the rest of the people also showed expressions of regret. After all, being able to recruit a 3rd turn ritualist was a great thing for the academy. There was nothing they could do now that they had chosen the Long Chi Academy. Chu Fengyun raised an eyebrow and said, you have to think about it. Joining our Long Chi Academy you may also gain nothing. I've thought about it. Lin Han said with extreme certainty, I want to gain experience more than being supported by others. A truly strong person is one who takes food from the mouth of a tiger. Only by growing up under such an environment can one end up becoming a truly strong person, just like Senior Flying Flower. I want to become such a strong person one day. When these words came out, Chu Fengyun's heart froze. He hadn't known how long it had been since he had heard such a speech that made one's blood boil. How many people nowadays had forgotten the initial goal of one's cultivation? If one wanted to become a strong person, then the most important thing was to have a strong mind, and this child in front of him made his heart stir. Fei Hua laughed at this moment. Director Chu, and your breakthrough speed is indeed a bit beyond our imagination. At this age 3 turns would have already been in the ranks of geniuses. In the future you will have a lot of time to prepare for the 4th turn or even the 5th turn. If you were able to break through to the 5th turn, thought it would already be something to be very proud of. Lin Han was puzzled. Why? All I need is the source of heavenly calamity for a turn. I'm very limited to you guys. Nonetheless, since you become a member of our academy, I don't want to hide it from you. Chu Fengyun said seriously, do you think that there are so many great powers all over the world? Why is it that no one in the world has appeared in the 3rd turning sacrifice? It's only 3 sources of heavenly tribulation, many great powers were able to save up all of them, and you're the only one. Don't you think it's strange? Feel strange? Lin Han asked in confusion. Why is that? Chu Fengyun explained, the fact that you have been promoted to a 3rd turn sacrifice, you should be very clear about what happened halfway through trying to become a 3rd turn sacrifice. Fused with the heavenly tribulation. Lin Han muttered. That's right, it's the fusion of the heavenly tribulation. Chu Fengyun said, how is fusing a heavenly tribulation that simple? The difficulty of trying to fuse a heavenly tribulation is very great, and the requirements for physical fitness are very high. That's why all the sacrifices around the world didn't lose out on not having the source of the heavenly tribulation, they lost out on their own physical qualities not being tough enough, and that's why all of the sacrifices who performed the 3rd turn died in the middle of the process of transmuting and fusing, and 5 or 1 of them survived. It's also because of this that not a single 3rd turn sacrifice profession was born. It was only then that Lin Han came to a sudden realization, instantly understanding why there were no 3rd turn sacrifices. If that was the case, then everything became reasonable. Chapter 129. The legend is still alive and will not be lost. And you are an exception, your physical strength is inferior even to some warriors of the same realm, so we decided at the time that you were limited to the path of sacrifice. And it was only after you broke through the 3rd turning sacrifice that this idea began to shift for us. It's a bit unreasonable for a sacrifice to be so powerful, but there's nothing that needs to be explained about talent, but it's also because of your own strong power that you were able to achieve what no one else was able to do. Breakthrough, 3rd turning sacrifice. All the 3rd turn sacrifices were because they couldn't withstand the power of 2 sources of heavenly disasters on their own, but you did it. You did what all the sacrifices couldn't do precisely because of your physical strength. Perhaps in the beginning everyone's path was wrong, and your path was the right one. Sacrifice itself is a profession that requires physical strength, and this may be the talent that made you born to be the first of the sacrifices. Which means you were born to be the stuff of a powerful sacrifice. Perhaps if you can be given enough resources, you might be able to become the first sacrifice in the supreme realm. Chu Fengyun patiently explained to Lin Han. This is the cause and effect of our sudden desire to give you an interview. We've already said before that as long as you can show the power of your profession, no matter what profession it is, we'll accept it. That's how inclusive the universities are of professions, they won't be indifferent to you just because you're a priest. Do you understand that point? Of course it's not just this point either, there are some other factors as well. Now that you've become a 3rd turn ritualist, no matter which academy has recruited you, they will be the first to get all the information about 3rd turn ritualists firsthand. That is to say, the academy that recruits you will be the first to obtain the first research on the profession of sacrifice, and in the future, whether you break through to the 4th turn or the 5th turn, it will be of great research value to the academy. In a sense, this is something mutually beneficial. When Lin Han heard this, all the doubts in his mind before had been removed. According to what they had said before, it was categorically impossible to accept someone like him, and if it was just because he had broken through the 3rd revolution, then he would be somewhat looking down on these academies. Now this answer, on the contrary, made him very satisfied. Chu Fengyun said, Student Lin Han, we look forward to how you can be normal. The notification letter we will send to your home later, I hope you can do something beyond our imagination. Lin Han said solemnly, I will definitely arrive at the Longqi Academy as scheduled. The rest of them also said, Student Lin Han, although we won't be teachers and students in the future, we still look forward to you contributing to the profession's Institute of Inquiry. We've always believed that no career is useless, and your success is even more proof of that. After exchanging a few brief sentences, Lin Han then said, Thank you seniors for being able to interview me in your busy schedules. Now that things are over, then I'll leave first. Good, I look forward to seeing you when school starts. Chu Fengyun said amiably. Fei Hua stood up at this time, came to Lin Han's side, looked at Chu Fengyun and said, Director Chu, When I have the chance I will go back to visit you guys. Even though I've left the academy, I'm still looking forward to the time I spent in the academy back then. Good. Watching the two leave, Chu Fengyun breathed a sigh of relief. Today was considered a great success. Li Changda said, "Congratulations to Senior Chu for receiving a good student. No matter if it's the temperament or the mentality, this kid's growth in the future definitely won't be low. Maybe he can really become a 5-turn sacrifice." By the way, that one is Fei Hua, right? I also heard those old people in the school said about her. Once a person pressured all the academies are out of breath, these years only to have the ability to compare with the Longqi Academy, as long as this one in has always been crushing all the way to the strongest. 3000 said at this time, "You also only just became the director of the Divine Monk Academy. You're not very clear. This guy was once a huge headache for us. This guy enrolled in the school as the 4th turn of the assassin, not to say the same age invincible. Even if it is the senior, some people may not be able to beat him. The 2nd year will become a 5 turn of the strong. In addition to the individual, some of the 4th year students can fight with one of the outside, has no rivals. The 3rd year will become a 6 turn of the strong. The 5 academy students have no rivals. The great competition of the 5 great schools is almost her solo show. This fellow is a veritable genius. The assassin aspect of her ability is almost at its peak. If Lin Han was born to be a ritualist, then she was born to be an assassin." Hearing this, Li Changda not only sighed with emotion. There are actually such geniuses in this world. Some people succeed just as fast, but who knows what's behind them? It's like that strong person at the border. No one expected him to be able to reach such a realm before, but it was just that one day that the whole person changed, and now she's already on her way to becoming a strong person of the divine rank. Let's hope that she can keep it up and be able to become a true thorn god. Chu Fengyun sighed. Li Changda asked again, "Such an outstanding person, why would Elder Chu show about a headache? There are some things you're not clear about. This girl is not a good person. I'll tell you about it later when I have the chance." Chu Fengyun was a little less inclined to want to bring up these past events. It was difficult to speak. "Little boss, you've made a lot of money this time," Fei Hua said with a look of inviting credit. "How is it? Isn't sister all pretty much looking out for you? You being able to get this kind of protection is with sister's credit." "Many thanks, senior." Lin Han was naturally able to see this. Fei Hua said, "Is this how you repay the senior who helped you? Shouldn't there be some kind of indication?" Lin Han thought for a moment and said, "Don't worry, I definitely won't treat you poorly. I'll treat you to black chicken soup tonight." "Just this? Otherwise?" Lin Han added, "But Senior Fei Hua seems to have quite a lot of deeds in the middle of the Longqi Academy. That said, what exactly did you do in the Qingyan Academy at that time? Why does that senior seem to be very afraid of you like?" "Did not do anything. Fei Hua said with an indifferent face. "Don't believe me, not only that senior, even Senior Chu Fengyun seems to be afraid of you, and even called you a little witch. There must be something in this. When you join among the Longqi Academy, you will know these things, although Sis is gone, but Sis's legend will not be lost." Chapter 130 Preparation for War begins. Care. Little boss, in a few hours' time, the Ma clanspeople might be about to make their move. Fei Hua suddenly reminded. Lin Han nodded silently and said, "Just be ready at all times. First of all, our identities can't be exposed. Do you have a method of disguise?" It's true that we can disguise ourselves. The assassin profession still has knowledge in this area. Only if it's a supreme realm powerhouse it might not be impossible to see it. Flying Flower explained. But it doesn't matter if my identity is exposed. In itself, I also can't get along with those big families. They can't be so rash to go after a supreme realm powerhouse. This karma they can't afford to offend. If they really kill me, the Empire side won't sit back and do nothing. Even their Ma family may not dare to do so. So little boss should still worry about yourself. I've seen your disguise props that day, even if I remembered your aura nowadays, but if you change back to pretend to be a passerby, I might not be able to remember it. So I won't worry about you. Listening to Fei Hua's words, Lin Han asked, "What if the Ma family can't find any traces of me in the future and look for you? Even if they don't make a move against you, they might change their ways to make you obedient. Facing a huge family like that, I'm afraid that even the Supreme Realm might not be useful." Flying Flower laughed, "Little boss, don't worry about me right now. No matter what I'm titled in the Millennium Merchant Capital, if they can really do something like that, then it doesn't matter if I just join the Millennium Merchant Capital completely at the big deal. So you'd better worry about yourself, little boss." Lin Han said helplessly, "Wouldn't that be something different from what you thought at the very beginning? In that case then I'm still a little bit reluctant to do so. After all, I decided to lend you this single, so naturally I've already considered the risks clearly." Flying Flower looked indifferent as she continued, "Little boss, you shouldn't worry so much about me. We are now nothing more than a relationship between an employer and a mercenary. Don't waste too much of your feelings for me." The worst thing about you is that you're too emotional, this won't do you an ounce of good at all. And our assassin's platform is nothing more than accepting money from others to eliminate disasters. Since I have accepted your money, I will naturally be responsible to the end, and as for what comes after that, that will come afterward. If these big families of theirs had a little bit of brains, they wouldn't go looking for trouble from a mercenary. Lin Han replied, if you don't think there's a problem yourself, then I won't say anything more, but I still hope that we're friends with each other. If we're friends, let's wait until we can survive the past. Fei Hua sighed, it would be a troublesome thing if those guys were to jump over the wall. Who made them a big family force? Forget it, regardless of these things, didn't I say that Auntie is going to make chicken soup tonight? Let's go, it's time to go back and drink chicken soup. You really can't forget about food. Lin Han spread his hands helplessly and said, it's almost time to eat, go back. Saying that, the two of them walked in the direction of their home, and in a short while, they arrived at the door of their home. Seeing the two return, Shinmei is also enthusiastic and said, Xiaohan and Rui Xian Baka, I and your Uncle Lin just made a good meal, come on. Okay, I can smell the aroma of rice from far away, but I'm starving. Fei Hua changed into slippers and skillfully came to the dining table. Rui Xian quickly come to taste, Auntie, my other handicraft is not as strong as your Uncle Lin, but the means of making chicken soup is a masterpiece, quickly taste whether it suits your appetite. Shinmei took out a small bowl, filled it with chicken soup and put a chicken leg in front of Rui Xian. Good. Fei Hua gulped down the chicken soup and said in amazement, Auntie, this is too good, this kind of craftsmanship will be a big seller if you open your own store. As long as you like it, Auntie will make it for you again tomorrow. Shenmei said with a pleased face. Lin Han also came to the side of the table at this time and said, Mom, I also want to drink chicken soup and eat chicken legs. What are you eating? Shenmei's face directly darkened, don't be so disobedient, this is for Rui Xian to drink, just watch from the side. Mom, you can't treat it so differently, I'm your son. Lin Han instantly became unhappy and used his chopsticks to clip another chicken leg into the bowl. Auntie, he grabbed my chicken leg to eat. Fei Hua instantly became aggravated, her eyes staring at the chicken leg in Lin Han's bowl with, oh look. Fei Hua, on the other hand, said, this is what Auntie made for me, not for you. That's right, that's right. Shinmei stepped forward and snatched Lin Han's bowl, pinching out the chicken leg from it and putting it into Fei Hua's bowl, reprimanding, you have the nerve to snatch someone else's chicken leg even if you're a big man, isn't there another dish here? Hurry up and eat. You still say that you snatched my chicken leg, you even snatched my mama, how do you make it seem as if I'm here to live on borrowed time? Lin Han was speechless, this time he really let Fei Hua turn the tables on him. Fei Hua smiled and said, Auntie is so good, to me it's just like my own mother, what's wrong, you can call Mom, but I can't. Shinmei heard this and froze, somewhat at a loss for words, this development is a little too fast. This has just met twice, and already started to prepare to call Mom? This now do not know this little girl family inside the bride price to how much money it, also do not know can afford to give. Son, don't be general with your mom, come eat other dishes. Lin Zhongtian picked up a piece of meat and put it into Lin Han's bowl. Lin Han instantly said happily, it's true that it's still Dad who's good to me, Mom has already been charmed by this woman, and it's still our masters who are on top of the same battle line. Uncle Lin, I also want to eat this meat. Fei Hua instantly said pitifully. Lin Zhongtian hurriedly placed the entire plate in front of her and said kindly, if you like it, eat a little more, son, just stop eating it for now and let Rui Xian eat a little more. Dad, that's not what you said just now. Lin Han instantly felt despair, everything has changed. However, this kind of scene made Lin Han feel deeply, this kind of life might be the thing he. Chapter 131 Ma family means, spit it out. At this moment, in the middle of an alley, Ma Tianqing sat on the ground seemingly waiting for someone. Within a short time, a black shadow arrived behind him, arching his hand in respect, young master. Have you fetched everything? Where is my sister? Ma Tianqing said in a deep voice. The second young miss was left behind in the family. The middle-aged man said heavily, the family felt very dissatisfied with the behavior of the young master and the second young miss this time, so they decided to let the second young miss stay in the family. The next thing will only be for me to follow the young master, if we fail again this time, the family will give us a severe punishment, the third relic fragment must be in our hands. Ma Tianqing said, leaving my second sister behind? Who is so bold to give such an order? The middle-aged man slowly said, fourth young master, it was the family head's intention, this time our Ma family continuously lost face above the Millennium Merchant Capital auction again, and we didn't get the last lot back, the rest of those families heard about these things and came to console us. This time the Ma family completely lost face. The head of the family was very angry after hearing this matter, so he left the second young miss in the family. If the fourth young master still fails this time, then both you and the second young miss will be under house arrest in the family. Dad was so heartless. Ma Tianqing was a bit angry, but after all, he was his father and he couldn't show too much. The middle-aged man said, this time there was no way out, who knew that halfway through the journey something like this would happen. For the sake of our Ma family's reputation, that guy we have to succeed, otherwise, this time none of us will have good fruit to eat when we go back, and it will also have a great impact on the little young master's future. This time it can't all be blamed on the family head. Those old guys in the family have already tripped up your father because of this matter. The family head has already made a great effort in order to be able to undo it. Alright, you don't need to say more. When my side of things is done, it's time to shut up all those old guys. Today's Ma family is still our Ma family. I don't care if father is kind-hearted and soft-hearted, alone if I have power one day, there is absolutely no way I will allow them to point fingers at our lineage. It is also true that they should be made to know whose Ma family this Ma family really is. The middle-aged man's heart touched, and he said, fourth young master's words, it will definitely be possible in the future. With that, he took out a wooden box from behind him and handed it over to Ma Tianqing's side. Young master, this is what you need. Although many people on the family side held objections, the family head still brought the things over. If, say, we still fail this time, the family master will personally punish us, and perhaps young master will lose his qualification to travel to that place. Ma Tianqing took the things and said seriously, don't worry, I will definitely succeed this time, and definitely won't let that old man reach their idea. The middle-aged man said, young master, the person who appeared that night was after all a fake. We don't have any real news about him now. How should we go about finding him now? Isn't this sending things over? Ma Tianqing slowly opened the wooden box and said, what's here is the props for us to find that despicable fellow. Could it be that this is the locator prop? The middle-aged man was obviously stunned. He was aware of the positioning type of props. As long as the things of the person who needed to be searched for were placed there, then the approximate location could be found by virtue of this prop. Although it was not precise, but it was already extremely convenient to be able to do so. That's right, this is a high-grade positioning prop, able to find a person within a range of 3 kilometers. So for us this is still extremely convenient. Ma Tianqing looked at the compass in his hand with an excited expression, the excitement within his heart no longer beginning to be concealed, as if the plan was now on the verge of being accomplished. It was so close to opening a bottle of champagne to celebrate in advance. The middle-aged man was puzzled, but young master, we don't have that guy's stuff, how can we come to find it? Ma Tianqing lightly laughed. After we left that day, I returned to the middle of the sea while it was still light, and I found a few hairs at the scene. Based on the length it should be that guy without. Ma Tianqing continued, Uncle Zhang, don't worry, when I return, I will absolutely talk about you in front of my father and have him give you a large reward. Uncle Zhang shook his head and said with emotion, being able to follow young master family head is already a great reward for me. Young master, it's not too late, let's hurry up and get going. Second young miss and the family head are still waiting for us. Ma Tianqing nodded seriously and said, let's go, let's come together to meet that guy for a while, let him know that our Ma family is not that easy to mess with, what eats me has to be spat out. Chapter 132 Sense of Crisis, Keeping a Low Profile. At this time, Lin Han had already entered into a sleep, when suddenly a red light exploded in his mind, and the whole person suddenly woke up and sat up, breathing in the fresh air with a big mouthful. Just now that long-lost feeling. Sense of crisis. It was the passive effect of the eye of heaven. Someone was coming. Just as Lin Han was pondering, a shadow slipped in through the doorway, and the heavily armed Fei Hua stood out from amongst the shadows. You felt it too? Lin Han asked. Fei Hua nodded solemnly and said, that's right, because the protection period of the Millennium Business Capital will end after 12 o'clock, so I didn't sleep tonight. Just now I sensed a supreme realm powerhouse in the middle of the neighborhood. This feeling is very similar to the last time. If I'm not wrong, the Ma clan's people should have searched for them. Lin Han said heavily, I thought that they would strike as soon as possible. I didn't think that it would be so fast. The protection period had just ended and they even looked for them. But how did they find this place? They should have been very vague about my news. Could it be that someone tipped them off? Shouldn't be. I still trust Manager Liu as a person. Fei Hua pondered. It should be using some kind of positioning props. Positioning props? Lin Han unexpectedly huge. That's right. Fei Hua explained, there is a kind of positioning prop that can locate the position of the person who needs to be found, but there are limitations. It can only locate within a certain range. I didn't expect that this kind of rare prop would be in the hands of the Ma family. If not, it's almost impossible to find them like this. Unless it's just someone who really snitched. Lin Han pondered. Nowadays the only people who knew his identity amongst the Millennium Merchant Capital were Fei Hua and Manager Lu, and Fei Hua had always stayed by his side. After all, he wouldn't do something like this if he received money. And Manager Lu, although this person is mysterious, but also not so much as to victimize him like this. So he was even more biased in his mind to credit some kind of prop, otherwise it wouldn't have been possible. Will they find this place? Lin Han asked doubtfully. Fei Hua said, it's not clear, but the approximate range should also be within a few kilometers, and this is a villa area, there are no other buildings nearby, so they'll also be able to determine that it must be in this neighborhood. Next, as long as they line up, there's a chance that we'll be exposed. Lin Han said in a deep voice, we absolutely cannot let them know my true identity, it doesn't matter to me, but my parents could be in danger. It can't be ruled out that they'll jump over the wall to find trouble with my family. What do you mean? Fei Hua said, you want to actively look over there? That's an old Supreme Realm powerhouse, I may not even be able to handle it with certainty. Lin Han said, I don't want to do that either, but the situation today can only be like this, there aren't many residents in this neighborhood, and their Ma family is a behemoth that doesn't give a damn about the people here. So it won't be covered up for long at all. If we don't take the initiative, I don't dare to imagine what kind of things will happen. Flying Flower lamented, you're really keeping people guessing, what's the difference between this approach and sending them to their deaths? We don't have to tangle with them any longer, just attract them and hurry up to move them away from here, let's try to snatch the equipment from them so we'll be able to be much safer. If we want to find us in the future, it naturally won't be so easy. Lin Han explained. I still say that, if you're scared, then just refund your money and leave, I won't force you. Fei Hua was offended, who are you looking down on? Since I, Fei Hua, have taken on this mission, how can there be a possibility of quitting? Good, it's going to be hard work tonight. Lin Han then put on his clothes, and his self-realization god face was immediately used, this time he was disguised as a man with a flat face. Fei Hua then said, you can just walk in front, I'll hide in your shadow and look for opportunities, if we can seriously injure that Supreme Realm powerhouse, we'll be able to save ourselves some trouble. No problem. Saying that, Lin Han opened the window and jumped out directly. God's eye was instantly activated, and the entire neighborhood's vision was revealed to him, and at the first moment, he spotted two extremely suspicious silhouettes. As expected, the four youngest members of the Ma family are here, as well as the Supreme Realm powerhouse from before. Lin Han said softly. Flying Flower said from within the shadows, be careful, just lure them away, don't make a move until you have to. I'm clear. With that, Lin Han headed that way. Meanwhile, on the other side of the villa area, Ma Tianqing looked at the props in his hand and said, it looks like it should be in the middle of this villa area. So that person lives here, we just need to vet one house at a time next. Uncle Zhang on the other hand said, young master, if we review it, I'm afraid it will attract the attention of the Huiyu city government, the family head told us to keep a low profile. Don't worry. Ma Tianqing said, even if we let the local government know, so what? Would they still dare to offend our Ma family? Now that we've found his trail, is it hard for me to give up? Alright, young master, be careful. Uncle Zhang didn't try to persuade him any further, and suddenly his face tensed up as he said, young master, I can sense a trace of eyes watching us. What? Ma Tianqing looked around and said, I didn't find anyone. No, it's using an ability that isn't directly looking at me, even though it's only for a moment, I still felt it. Uncle Zhang said seriously. It looks like the person we are looking for has already discovered us. To be able to use such a means, it can be seen that the opposite side's strength won't be low, it was nearly hidden from me. Hearing Uncle Zhang's words, Ma Tianqing said with a heavy face, Uncle Zhang, you are at the 64th level of the Supreme Realm, there may not be a few people in the entire clan who can deal with you, and narrowly concealed from your eyes, so what kind of strength would that person have to be? Uncle Zhang responded, not sure, be more serious next. Okay, Uncle Ma, I understand. As Ma Tianqing was speaking, suddenly he saw a figure appear on a tree in the distance, Ma family's fourth young master, it looks like you guys are on me, why don't we change to another place to catch up, I think you guys don't want to mess with the public security gang and ruin the catching up between you and me. As soon as the words fell, the black shadow directly disappeared into the trees and began to run off into the distance at high speed. Chapter 133 Three-Edged Sword, Zhang Shifeng. Uncle Ma, it's that guy, right? Ma Tianqing was a bit agitated. Looking at his behavior, he should be the person we're looking for, but why would he actively appear to find us when he's clearly already discovered us? There must be something fishy about this. Uncle Zhang said cautiously. But we can't let him escape from our eyes, now that the opportunity has come, even if there's something fishy I'll go. Ma Tianqing said decisively. He then chased after the direction of the black shadow. Uncle Zhang was stunned but also followed closely. Lin Han at this moment frantically ran into the middle of the distant deserted countryside and said, "These two people have really caught up. You're really bold, to appear in front of them like this." Fei Hua was a bit helpless. This kid was always able to do something that was beyond his imagination somehow. "Anyway, our purpose is just to lure them out, it doesn't matter as to what method," Lin Han said simply. Fei Hua suddenly reminded, "I advise you to hurry up, those two guys in the back are very fast and are only a kilometer away from you, they might catch you before you reach your destination." "Got it." Suddenly, Lin Han mobilized his body's power to bring his speed to an extreme. Flying Flower hid in the shadows and was easily able to keep up, but still marveled, "I'm afraid that this speed of yours may not be as swift as some fifth-turn assassins. You guy is really a monster." Lin Han didn't pay any attention to it, but quickly arrived at his desired destination. It was in the middle of a deserted area with a lot of ruins. If he was here, he might be able to easily get rid of these two. Next, he just had to wait for the opportunity to move and look for a chance to snatch the compass from Ma Tianqing's hands, in which case there would be no problem. Song of the Black Mist. Lin Han chanted silently in his heart, and suddenly a field appeared with him at the center. What a powerful shadowy skill. Fei Hua couldn't help but marvel. Forget about being powerful for now, I can only hold on to this skill for a little while, find a chance to snatch the compass over. Don't worry, I know. In just a few seconds, the two of them, Uncle Zhang and Ma Tianqing, had already arrived near where Lin Han had disappeared. Disappeared? Ma Tianqing said in disbelief, looking at the compass in his hand again. Surprisingly, there was not a single message left either. Uncle Zhang took the compass and said, "It's impossible for this compass to be wrong. I'm afraid that person used some method to shield their perception." What a powerful means. Then what do we do now? Is the duck in hand just gone? Ma Tianqing said anxiously. Don't worry, there's absolutely no way I'll let them escape a second time. Uncle Zhang's body aura suddenly increased greatly, and an invisible energy instantly swept through the middle of the entire suburb. He is indeed still here, but I have no way to determine the correct location, Uncle Zhang said with his eyes closed. Lin Han marveled, this guy was actually able to sense my presence? Worthy of being a powerhouse of the Supreme Realm, he is able to do things far beyond my imagination. Don't talk. Fei Hua had just tried to warn, when a sword chi chopped over. Lin Han hastily dodged, and the effect of the Song of the Black Mist was completely lifted at that instant, and he was completely revealed to the two of them. You're also underestimating the perception of a Supreme Realm powerhouse. Even if you use such an ability, you shouldn't talk, it's easy to be perceived. This kind of situation, Lin Han hadn't thought about it. Supreme Realm powerhouses were far beyond his imagination. I'm afraid that the bodies of these types of people could no longer be judged in the same way as ordinary people. Good evening, both of you. Seeing that he couldn't hide anymore now, Lin Han simply came to the two of them openly. Ma Tianqing frowned and said, to think that you're still thinking of hiding in front of Uncle Zhang in the past, now that you have nowhere to run, hand over the third relic fragment. As long as you hand it over, I'll leave you alive. Lin Han laughed, young Master Ma, I didn't think that you would actually be able to find me. I think it's because of this compass in your hand. Not bad, it's indeed a good thing. Our Ma family's heritage is not something you can compare to. Ma Tianqing sneered, don't waste your time with me, hand over the third relic fragment. Fourth young Master Ma, I've already said it all, it's impossible to hand over the number 3 relic fragment to you. Lin Han said softly, but nowadays, I'm interested in the compass you're holding, so why don't you give it to me, and let's forget about the matter of you intercepting me before. I didn't expect you to be so insensitive. Ma Tianqing said angrily, since that's the case, then we can only snatch it from your hands. As soon as the words fell, Ma Tianqing was about to go forward and make a move, but Uncle Zhang stopped by his side and said, young master, it's good to leave this kind of thing to me, so that this person doesn't have any more despicable tricks up his sleeve. Good. Ma Tianqing did not insist, after all, it was still important to focus on the big picture now. It was only right to resolve this matter as soon as possible. I don't know who you are, but you've touched young Master Ma's interests, although I'm sorry, I can only ask you to die here. As Uncle Zhang said that, he slapped his palm over. So decisive, surprisingly without the slightest hesitation. Not wanting to give me a chance at all, the first instinct was to strike and kill me. It was only then that Lin Han felt that he had stumbled upon a tough opponent. This was a slap from a Supreme Realm powerhouse. Even with his current physical qualities, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Even with tens of millions of life force, there would be very little left of his shield if this palm went down. Forbidden spell. Prayer of light. Just as Lin Han was already preparing to release a forbidden spell to block this attack, Flying Flower, who was originally hiding in the shadows, suddenly appeared and killed directly with an extremely. Senior Fei Hua, you recognize it? Lin Han asked in a small voice. Don't recognize, just know of him. Flying Flower continued, little boss, now we've kicked the can down the road, this guy is not easy to deal with, his profession is a swordsman in the main combat class, and it's a hidden profession, that sword of his is the one that he's had since his profession's awakening, and as his strength grows stronger his sword follows suit and improves in quality. And now that he's in the Supreme Realm, the sword in his hand should also be a legendary great equipment. This kind of veteran powerhouse, no matter if it's combat experience or skill it's all one of a kind, just now you saw it, that kind of terrifying perception, I'm afraid it's unlikely if we want to snatch the stuff away and then run away. Lin Han only felt a bit of a headache, being able to make Fei Hua say something like that was also enough to prove that the person in front of him was powerful. A powerhouse of the Supreme Realm was truly as terrifying as it was. Nowadays, he was only the first time he proved to cope with such a strong person, no one had ever been able to break his forbidden spell in the past, and this person was the first. That terrifying probing power, even he felt some palpitations. Interesting girl. Zhang Shifeng laughed, I didn't expect you to know me so well, but since you know my strength, how about handing over the third relic fragment and I'll let you go? Senior, I'm just a part-timer, I don't have the right to make these decisions. Fei Hua said helplessly. Zhang Shifeng looked at Lin Han and asked, this friend, what do you think? Lin Han said, Senior, this number 3 relic fragment is something I've auctioned off, so with a prestige like Senior's I shouldn't be able to rob it the hard way. Don't think of using this old rhetoric, how do I have any prestige, although robbing a junior's item is indeed a bit of a disgrace, but I'm not afraid of losing this face for what the Ma family wants. Zhang Shilin spoke very decisively. Fei Hua sighed and said, just now, seniors have heard it all, my boss has said that he won't give it, so there's no way I'll let seniors get it. Little girl, since you know me so well, then you should be clear that there should be a world of difference in strength between us, you can't win against me. Zhang Shifeng said flatly. That's right, senior's strength is indeed much higher than mine, but as an assassin the most important thing is credibility, receiving money from others to take away their troubles. Fei Hua paced around Lin Han playing with the dagger in his hand and once again looked at Zhang Shifeng and laughed. Senior, some years ago I heard a rumor, I don't know if it's true. 30 years ago, a very large-scale beast tide occurred at the border, that time the three-blade sword and the current head of the Ma family went to answer the enemy, although in the end the humans won a great victory, but since then the Ma family changed their head of the family, and the three-blade sword completely disappeared. According to some people who saw the three-blade sword on the battlefield at that time, he was seriously injured and only had one breath left to survive, and the Ma family had protected you in a desperate attempt to kill you. Now that Senior has appeared here, it looks like he's gone to work as a dog for the Ma clan. It looks like it was indeed the Ma clan master who saved you. So what? Zhang Shifeng looked over with cold eyes, the Ma family had saved my life, I, Zhang Shifeng, am not some cold and heartless person, I naturally have to repay this saving grace. Don't be in a hurry Senior, I haven't finished yet. Fei Hua continued, according to some people's analysis, after that battle, the three-bladed sword Zhang Shifeng suffered a heavy blow, his strength was sharply reduced, and he has long since lost the elegance he had back then. Zhang Shifeng's eyes shook as he said, so what if it is? It looks like the rumors are true. Fei Hua laughed, I wonder what Senior's strength is today. Even if my strength is sharply reduced, it's still enough to keep you here. Senior is really looking down on me. Fei Hua laughed. At this moment, Ma Tian, who had been standing behind Zhang Shifeng, walked up and said, now that the protection period of the Millennium Merchant Capital has passed, why are you still protecting this person? You are spoiling the credibility that the Millennium Merchant Capital has saved over the years. After today the Millennium Merchant Capital will definitely not let you go either, as long as you leave now, then we can pretend that this matter didn't happen, and we can all be at peace with each other. TSK TSK TSK. Fei Hua laughed, Ma Si Xiao is really a pot calling the kettle black, indeed now that the period of protection from the Millennium Merchant Capital has ended, from now on, all of my behavior has nothing to do with the Millennium Merchant Capital. I've said it all before, take people's money and eliminate people's disasters. Zhang Shifeng waved the sword in his hand and said, if that's the case, then I don't have to worry about the Millennium Merchant Capital finding trouble with the Ma family in the future, and since you and this little friend are so persistent, there's nothing more to say. Since it's a battle, then let's battle. As soon as the words fell, Zhang Shifeng took an arrow step forward, the three-bladed sword in his hand emitting a glittering light as he chopped out. Little boss, take care of yourself, this guy is very difficult to deal with, I can't care about you. Flying Flower briefly reminded, then rushed forward, smiling, Senior, in that case, let the late generation see if the rumors are true. The two weapons collided, and the powerful aura directly knocked Fei Hua back several meters, while Zhang Shifeng only took a few steps back. It's really something. Zhang Shifeng exclaimed in admiration, to have arrived at the supreme realm at the mere age of 20-something, the young people nowadays are truly remarkable. But such a genius is going to fold here today. Flying Flower took one step to kill, his extreme speed cutting through the air with a residual shadow, and in the next moment, he arrived in front of him. The dagger in his hand flew and scratched. Zhang Shilin instantly retreated a step back and crossed his sword to block in front of him. The sound of metal collision resounded throughout the silent deserted land. Little girl, as an assassin, even thinking of fighting me, a swordsman, how many professions do you think can beat me in a head-on battle? Zhang Shilin sneered, holding his sword forward with a jolt. Flying Flower did not react at all, and her entire body was directly in two. If it were to collide a few more times, the dagger would have cracked. This legendary grade 3-bladed sword really lived up to its name, and its sharpness was unheard of. However, the dagger in her hand was nothing more than a high-grade equipment, and being able to withstand such an attack from the 3-bladed sword was already considered to be of very good quality. However, without the dagger, it would be a bit difficult to deal with this old supreme being. Elder Fei Hua, what's wrong? Lin Han asked softly. Little boss, in a moment I will help you block, you hurry and run, this weapon of mine is going to break. Fei Hua said awkwardly. What? Lin Han was speechless for a moment and added, Senior, as a supreme realm powerhouse can't you buy a piece of equipment that corresponds to your status? You think I don't want to? Flying Flower said in a bad mood, how expensive is that legendary equipment, it costs tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars, how can I have the money? It can't be helped, being poor is an original sin. I'm really envious of Zhang Shifeng, he was born with a piece of equipment that can grow with his strength, saving a lot of money. These two daggers of mine were still obtained at a tournament in the long-term academy back then, after so many years of use they are still broken. Lin Han said helplessly, so what now? If you lose they will definitely chase me, that guy is so powerful, do you think I can run away? It's hard to say. Fei Hua said seriously, if it's an unusual opponent, every blade of grass in every tree can become an assassin's weapon, but not this guy, the perception is just too strong, he can easily detect my moves. Moreover, the 3-bladed sword in his hand is what I find most troublesome. Lin Han was also even scornful of Flying Flower, but now that the dagger in her hand was about to shatter, her combat power should drop drastically. This Zhang Shifeng was already a difficult opponent, and if Fei Hua didn't have her equipment, the next step could only become more and more troublesome. Now, this was the only way. Lin Han picked out a pair of gold-ranked daggers amongst the equipment he had saved, which he had gotten back when he was in the Diamond Forest during the Forbidden Spell Wash. System, help me increase 10,000 times. 10,000 times increase successful, please host check. Name, Armor Breaking Blade. Location, Dagger. Rank, Legendary. Description, comes with an armor breaking effect, can effectively reduce the opponent's defense by 20%, comes with a shadow bonus, shadow type skills increase by 100%. The powerful attributes. If this piece of equipment was put on top of the auction, I'm afraid that its value would definitely not be lower than the thick earth battle armor and the blood-slaughtering greatsword, and it would definitely attract a bunch of professions that use the shadow class skill sub-profession. Little boss, what are you thinking? Can't be scared silly. Fei Hua asked tentatively and also looked in Zhang Shifeng's direction vigilantly at the same time. Now that the weapon was somewhat damaged, she was in no hurry to strike. Even if she made a move, she might be caught in a passive situation, so it was better to wait for the other party to make a move to find a counterattack. Here's an equipment for you. Lin Han took out the armor-breaking blade and handed it over to Fei Hua's side. Little boss, any equipment at this time is futile unless one can have a legendary level outfit. Before the words were finished, Fei Hua was deeply attracted by the dagger in Lin Han's hand. The aura was exactly the characteristics of legendary grade equipment. Fei Hua couldn't help but take the armor breaker's blade. When she saw the equipment's properties her entire body froze in place. How is it? Is it still handy? While it's handy, it's too handy. Flying Flower felt the feel of the equipment and marveled, little boss, I didn't expect you to have such a treasure in your hands, this is simply priceless. The value is definitely not lower than the two pieces of equipment that appeared in the previous auction. Just take advantage of it, let's not talk about that for now. Just as the two of them were talking, Zhang Shifeng had already killed over with his sword. How dare you talk to each other while fighting? Do you think your life is too long? As he spoke, he chopped out with his sword, and 3 sword chi directly killed in the direction of the two. Fei Hua pushed Lin Han aside at the first opportunity, causing him to come within a safe distance, and in the next instant Fei Hua's body fell into the shadow as if it were liquid. What's with this strange feeling? Zhang Shilin looked around himself vigilantly. This girl's spell casting speed had become faster again, faster than when she was just in the air. Even her abilities were much more fluid. Was it because of that one dagger? Senior, let me try the dagger. Fei Hua suddenly burrowed out from the shadow behind Zhang Shifeng, and with the dagger in hand, he stabbed Zhang Shifeng at the place of his neck. Zhang Shifeng sensed a hint of energy fluctuation behind him at the first moment, and without a moment's hesitation, he directly wheeled his sword over. The two of them collided together once again. The powerful aura instantly spread around. Lin Han and Ma Tianqing, who were on the side, couldn't help but retreat a few steps. Compared to the last attack, this one has become even more powerful and the aura is hidden even more. Zhang Shilin thought in his heart. It looked like it was indeed the use of this dagger that had elevated a person to such a level, so it was thought that it should be a legendary grade equipment. The effect wasn't hard to guess. It should have a bonus effect on shadow type skills. Good stuff. Flying Flower laughed. Elder's eyes are on my new weapon? But I'm not prepared to give this equipment away. I haven't used it enough myself. Little girl, you don't think you'll be able to beat me with a different weapon? I don't think so, Senior, you're overthinking it. It's just that my chances of winning are a few points greater. Next, please be careful, Senior. As soon as the words fell, Fei Hua's figure disappeared into the air once more. Chapter 136 Tactics, Separate Battles. Annoying Assassin. As Zhang Shifeng was saying that, the flying flower appeared once again and stabbed out. He hurriedly blocked it, while in the twinkling of an eye the flying flower disappeared once again. After disappearing, it once again appeared around Zhang Shifeng, repeating over and over again. The speed of the two men's strikes were getting faster and faster, and Lin Han on the side was somewhat unable to see the movements of the two men. Was this the battle of a supreme realm powerhouse? No matter if it was combat experience or reaction speed, it wasn't something that the current him could compare to. It could even be said that it was not a level at all. Even now, with a forbidden spell in hand, even a strong person who had just entered the supreme realm was not an opponent. This was not just a gap in strength, but more still an understanding of combat. At this time, he was very fortunately that Day hired the Flying Flower Seniors. If not, with his current ability is simply powerless to deal with these old supreme realm. The strength of 3 revolutions was still not enough. Little girl, I once beheaded a thorn god as well, and today it looks like I'm going to behead a second one. Zhang Shifeng laughed coldly. In the face of Fei Hua's attack, he was still taking it calmly today, and there was not even a hint of pressure visible on his face. That depends on whether or not Senior has the skill. Flying Flower disappeared once again, and this time the target was Ma Tianqing, who was standing in the distance. Nowadays, even with the armor-breaking blades bonus, it wasn't that simple to deal with Zhang Shifeng, but Ma Tianqing had no problem. As long as he could control Ma Tianqing, even he, Zhang Shifeng, would not dare to act recklessly. In that instant, Zhang Shifeng sensed that something was wrong, and at the first moment, he came to Ma Tianqing's side and blocked Fei Hua's attack. Ma Tianqing sat down directly on the ground in fear. That kind of speed just now, if it wasn't for Uncle Zhang catching it, he would have never been able to dodge it. Is this the God of Thorns? Little girl, how can you strike out at others during combat with me? Zhang Shifeng's face showed a vicious color, and the aura on his body gradually turned terrifying. Missed. Fei Hua retreated a few meters and said, worthy of being a supreme realm swordsman, his perception ability is really terrifying. Under this distance he was still able to react and block me. However, from the test just now, I was able to sense that Senior's injuries from that battle have not healed, and now that your strength is similar to mine, Senior, you may not be able to win. So what? Zhang Shifeng slowly walked towards her position and said, even if my strength is not as good as before, but decapitating you will be an easy task. Senior really doesn't know how to be humble at all. Fei Hua sighed. Although Zhang Shifeng's strength had indeed plummeted, he was still at the strength of the Supreme Realm, and it wasn't an easy task to quickly resolve the battle. However, Zhang Shifeng's focus was all on Ma Tianqing. The plan that had just failed was now impossible to replicate again. Therefore, the next step was to deal with Zhang Shifeng wholeheartedly, and it was already difficult to find another opportunity. However, this also happened to be an opportunity for Zhang Shifeng to be able to distract himself. Zhang Shifeng said in a deep voice, young master, the item should be in that guy's hands. His strength isn't that strong. He should only be around second turn. There won't be any problems if you come to deal with it. This thorn god's methods are very strong. It will be difficult for me to resolve it in a moment. In order for there to be no changes, I will hold back this thorn god. You go and finish that fellow off. Good. Ma Tianqing nodded and added, Uncle Zhang, be careful, I'll try my best to finish it off quickly. Aha! After that, Ma Tianqing ran in the direction of Lin Han. Little boss, the enemy came to the door on their own. The other party should only be around the fourth turn. You should be fine. Zhang Shifeng over here is a bit hard to deal with. I'll try to entangle him here so he can't be distracted. As Fei Hua said that, he took the initiative to attack, while Zhang Shifeng also directly killed over at the first opportunity. The two great supreme realm powerhouses instantly collided together. Lin Han didn't hesitate and ran directly to the other side of the deserted countryside. The other party only had the strength of a fourth turn. It wouldn't be hard to deal with, but Zhang Shifeng would be prone to changes if he was there. So it was necessary to lure Ma Tianqing to a range where Zhang Shifeng couldn't intervene. Don't run! Ma Tianqing chased after him to death. He had to take back what should originally belong to him. Catch up to me if you can. Lin Han let out a light laugh, then accelerated the movements on his feet. Between the two of them chasing, they had already arrived at a location several kilometers away, and at this point, they were already far away from the position of the flying flower and the three-bladed sword. And Lin Han stopped himself here. Why aren't you running? Ma Tianqing also stopped in his tracks. Lin Han laughed, there's no need to run, this place is already far away from Zhang Shifeng's position, your good uncle can no longer help you here. Are you luring me? Ma Tianqing said with a frown. Or else. Lin Han explained, if I wasn't luring you, it would be safest for me to stay by the stabbing god's side, so why would I need to lure you here? Ma Tianqing sneered, you think you can beat me? I'm a platinum level 40 knight, just one step away from being able to reach diamond level strength. I don't have many rivals among my peers anymore. That's so. Lin Han had a helpless look on his face. By the looks of you should be in your early 20s, attending one of the 5 major academies? Ma Tianqing didn't understand what he meant and asked, so what if I am? Then you don't recognize that thorn god from earlier? Why would I recognize her? Lin Han laughed, think about it, is there a world-famous assassin among the Long Qi Academy? I am from the Long Qi Academy, where is there such a person today? Senior? He hadn't really thought that this Ma Tianqing was someone from the Long Qi Academy, but it was right to think about it. The Ma family was a big family, so they were definitely able to cultivate strong people. So it wasn't surprising that Ma Tianqing was able to join the Long Qi Academy after being tempered by the Ma family. Surname Jiang, do you want to think about it? Jiang? Ma Tianqing's expression gradually became grave as he said, it's her? That thorn god just now was her. Looks like you remembered. Lin Han laughed, with your talent, you still dare to call yourself invincible among your peers? Isn't that a bit too much to think of yourself? So what? Ma Tianqing sneered, naturally you can't compare to that demon, but do you think she can beat Uncle Zhen? And you think can beat me? I'm not sure if Fei Hua can beat the three-edged sword, but you don't have much of a problem. Lin Han said calmly, he didn't consider the person in front of him as an opponent in the slightest. A platinum-level knight in the district was just a slightly troublesome one. Chapter 137 in terms of intelligence, crushing. What a mouthful. Ma Tianqing sneered, do you know why this young master is platinum level 40? You're a vegetable? Lin Han said after thinking for a moment. Tongue-in-cheek. Ma Tianqing continued, the third relic can only be entered by diamond level and below powerhouses, and the relic will automatically mark diamond level powerhouses, so that means that the whereabouts of diamond level powerhouses will be exposed to everyone's view. Lin Han came to a realization and said, is that why you haven't been taking on transfer quests? Of course. Ma Tianqing sneered, the third relic won't open for long, so I have to prepare for the third relic. But with my strength nowadays, some diamond-ranked powerhouses have to avoid the front line for a while. How do you think that with you, you'll be able to win over this young master? Lin Han laughed, so that's how it is. I have to thank young Master Ma More for providing me with the information. It saved me the time of investigation. Ma Tianqing sneered, then let me take a good look at just how far you can hold out. Guarding and fighting are born together. The sword beheads the wicked in all directions, and the shield protects 1,000 living beings. Honorable God of Knights, I am your most loyal follower. Please grant me your power, and I will testify your legacy to the law of the four directions. As Ma Tianqing chanted, a long sword and shield appeared in his hands. Lin Han fixed his eyes on them and praised, worthy of being the Ma family, to pass on a set of high-level equipment set on his body. I'm afraid that the value is able to reach tens of millions of dollars. count on your insight. Ma Tianqing let out a light laugh. But at this time Lin Han has already started to calculate in his mind, such a set of equipment if it can be 10,000 times, at least it is also a legendary level set. Ma Tianqing's body set a total of 5 pieces. If they were all replaced with legendary level equipment, the value would even be forced to $10 billion. If it was put on top of the auction, I'm afraid that all of the world's strongest forces would compete to grab this equipment. The more he thought about it, the more excited Lin Han became, and he now saw this set as his own. Young Master Ma, come on. Lin Han took a step and the power in his fist instantly exploded. Ma Tianqing's eyes revealed absolute confidence as he killed out with his shield. A mere silver-level rookie didn't stand a chance in front of him. Lin Han punched on top of the shield, and Ma Tianqing was about to swing his sword to receive the move, when suddenly a powerful force came from above the shield, and his entire body unexpectedly flew directly backwards through the air. What? With Ma Tianqing's shock, his body had already smashed into the ruins on the side. What kind of power is this? Lin Han punched out once more, this time with slightly more power. There was a bang. This time, Lin Han's expression gradually froze as his fist was actually bounced off. Well. Is it impossible to fight? This time, it's my turn to counterattack. Ma Tianqing laughed softly, taking advantage of the gap Lin Han didn't react to. He stabbed a sword above his shoulder. Lin Han retreated in pain. Received a sword strike from Ma Tianqing, shield 2500. How is this possible? I was just given an even more powerful force than before, and I actually felt like I was hitting an iron plate. Lin Han looked at his somewhat reddened fist. Ma Tianqing sneered, might as well tell you, this young master has a disposable defense equipment on his body that is capable of maximally counteracting a strike from a supreme realm powerhouse. And the duration of the effect is 3 hours. If you can't with the might of a legendary level powerhouse, there's no way you can. Hearing these words, Ma Tianqing's expression gradually became grave. Surprisingly, he was right without being wrong at all. How would you know? Who exactly are you? Lin Han said helplessly, has young Master Ma never been to school? As long as the high school listened carefully to the words, this is not a brain on the line? Chapter 138. The duel begins with a scare. High school knowledge? Ma Tianqing gritted his teeth. He didn't think that it would be unthinkable that just a mere high school knowledge in the district would guess his approximate shield. It was simply unthinkable. Lin Han laughed. It looks as if the fourth youngest Ma doesn't look like he's ever been to school. Could it be that the Ma family has been reduced to the point where they can't afford to go to school? Humph, tongue in cheek. Ma Tianqing sneered, even if I let you know, what can I do? With the strength you've displayed, you're only a diamond-level powerhouse, while my shield is sufficiently a king-level blood shield. Even if you emptied out all of your physical strength, it would simply be impossible to break my shield. And now, you are nothing more than a lamb to be slaughtered in this young master's eyes, and you can't pose any threat to me at all. Hand over the third relic fragment if you're sensible, otherwise, you'll only end up dead. Facing Ma Tianqing's threat, Lin Han didn't put it in the slightest bit in his eyes. On the shield value alone, he also had tens of millions of shields, which was already equivalent to a king realm powerhouse, coupled with his own blood quantity, which was close to a legendary level blood quantity. This was why Lin Han had always used the burial of the god of law. This piece of equipment alone was enough to bring his melee ability to the peak of the king level. Ma Si Xiao, let's try it then? I'm afraid that you kid won't dare. Ma Tianqing roared, then rushed out. As a knight profession, melee combat ability was also among the top group, plus the set of equipment on his body. He was also not afraid at all nowadays. And Lin Han also looks like a cloud of lightness. Since the awakening of the profession, round melee combat, he has not been afraid of anyone. The two fists to the flesh completely demonstrated the characteristics of being a melee profession. Can't consume with him anymore. Lin Han suddenly realized that something was wrong. The situation on Fei Hua Senior's side couldn't be considered very good. The strength of that three-blade sword couldn't be underestimated. Even though Senior Fei Hua said that the other party's old injuries hadn't healed, if the fight continued, Senior Fei Hua would most likely be defeated. There was a need to quickly end this side of the battle nowadays. But problems ensued. Although it was said that if the fight continued, he had 100% certainty that he would be able to keep Ma Tianqing here, but that would require time to pass. This king's realm's blood was still very thick, and could not be broken at all in a moment. So as things stood, if one wanted to resolve these troubles, then one could only use a forbidden spell. But if he were to use the forbidden spell, there was a high chance that he would be able to tune out those government agents hiding in the depths, and that regretful Dharma of Si Rin Tin was still in the middle of the city of. Therefore, today, he must die. Fourth young Ma, I'll give you one last chance, leave this place and I'll let you live. Lin Han punched out, breaking the entanglement between the two, and then pulled away from them. Heh, who doesn't know how to say big words? Ma Tianqing laughed coldly. You can't even break my shield right now, how can you talk about killing me? Fourth young Ma, do you know how you can maximize the use of your mana while performing more powerful moves? Of course it's a skill, only a skill can utilize the least amount of mana while performing a more powerful move. Lin Han muttered, it looks like Ma Si Xiao isn't a cutie yet, although my mana value isn't as terrifying as the legendary realm, it's enough to deal with you. Joking, on what grounds? Ma Tianqing mocked, you're a diamond-level powerhouse who knows ultimate moves at best, and a bottleneck of ultimate moves isn't enough to decapitate a powerhouse with a King Realm shield. Looking at this rough fighting style of yours, you should be a warrior. I have to say, there are indeed some tricks, even facing this young master you were able to maneuver with ease, but you can't kill this young master after all. Or even defeat me at all. Lin Han sighed and said, fourth young master Ma is really looking down on people. Who says that a diamond-ranked powerhouse must only have the ultimate moves? On some sort of theory, as long as one is able to possess enough mana, one is able to catalyze any move, even forbidden spells, and even great forbidden spells are able to do so with ease. Ma Tianqing laughed coldly, indeed this is a condition that holds true, but with your Diamond Realm's mana value being only around 1 million, whereas forbidden spells require at least a few tens of millions of mana value to be able to be activated to sustain them. Even if you do possess a forbidden spell skill, what can you do? You simply don't even have enough mana value to release it. So, there's no need to scare this young master here anymore. As for Lin Han's words, Ma Tianqing still analyzed them very cautiously and straightforwardly. That's right. Lin Han propped his hands apart and laughed, it looks like Ma Si Xiao has still gone to school, I was the one who misjudged Ma Si Xiao before. But put on a normal person's body, this result is indeed untenable, and a diamond-level powerhouse can't do anything to catalyze a forbidden spell, but... When did I say that I'm a diamond-level powerhouse? What? Ma Tianqing couldn't believe his ears and said, you're not diamond grade? Of course not. Lin Han explained, it's always been you, Ma Si Xiao, who's been talking about what exactly my strength is, and I'm just cooperating with you. But I've had enough of this game, I still need to help out on Elder Fei Hua's side, so I'll only be able to have a quick battle with Ma Si Xiao. Could you be a King Realm powerhouse? Ma Tianqing said in disbelief. If he really was at the King Realm, then his chances were really good. No. Lin Han said truthfully, he was only at the 3rd turn already, how could he be a diamond-level powerhouse? If he really was diamond level, then how could he be here trembling with him? Supreme Realm. Ma Si Xiao looked at the confident expression on Lin Han's face, but then dismissed the idea. If it really was the Supreme Realm, he could have gone to help Fei Hua instead of being here. Chapter 139, Casting, Judgment of Doom. I'm not in the Supreme Realm, don't misunderstand me, Ma Si Xiao, it's just that I possess mana that can summon forbidden spells, coincidentally or not, I just happen to know a few forbidden spells. But it's all just some small tricks, not enough to be afraid of. Lin Han said smilingly. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Ma Tianqing said in disbelief, no one can have such a huge amount of mana before the Supreme Realm, people before the Supreme Realm simply can't withstand the backlash that comes to them after releasing a forbidden spell. Could it be that you are trying to die together? Ma Tianqing said in disbelief. Lin Han said, Ma fourth young master really misunderstood me, I didn't want to die with you, I was only thinking that Ma fourth young master would be able to calm down a bit. If that's the case, what you unleashed must not be forbidden spell level magic, so there's nothing to be afraid of at all. Ma Tianqing said with conviction. Fourth young Ma, don't speak so decisively. Lin Han laughed softly, and a strong force was in the midst of coalescing in his hands vaguely. Domain of Chaos. Lin Han said softly, suddenly the entire heaven and earth began to tremble, a strong force of death surged out from the ground, and instantly the entire earth cracked. Seeing this scene, Ma Tianqing's entire body stood in transport. Scary. Is this a true forbidden spell? Can't fight this monster at all, this was indeed the most straightforward forbidden spell, this kind of terrifying aura could only be done by a forbidden spell. This guy, is he really a Supreme Realm powerhouse? Has this brat been plotting from the very beginning? The purpose was to be able to avoid Uncle Zhang? Ma Tianqing muttered, this powerful and feared aura made his entire body tremble. The last time he had seen the power of a forbidden spell was when he was small, when his father had fought with the Gongsun family master, and even though he had his grandfather sitting next to him to protect him, that terrifying aura was hard to forget even now. He also didn't expect that nowadays, seeing the forbidden spell once again would actually be here. Senior. Ma Tianqing hurriedly saluted and said in fear, "It was my dog's eyes that made me look down on others. I am willing to apologize if I have made Senior angry. Our Ma family is willing to compensate Senior." Lin Han let out a cold laugh. Without the slightest intention of wanting to put the forbidden spell away, in an instant a throne slowly rose from the ground, lifting Lin Han's entire body up, eventually tens of meters before it slowly came to a stop, and eventually he sat on top of the throne. Domain of Chaos, Doomsday Judgment. This was the first time he had randomized to Doomsday Judgment, and its terrifying aura clearly surpassed the rest of the options, and the most important thing was that the forcefulness had been drawn out. Nowadays, it was as if he was God, scrutinizing Ma Tianqing. Compensation? You've already brought a great deal of trouble to old me, can compensation alone solve it? Lin Chen said disdainfully, your Ma family's compensation is something that old husband really doesn't look at. Please still calm down Senior. Ma Tianqing dry swallowed a mouthful and said in a hurry, would Senior be willing to return to the Ma family with me? We will definitely treat you with the highest specification, whatever Senior wants can satisfy you. With our Ma family's ability, as long as Senior opens his mouth, it can be done for you. Invite me to the Ma family? Lin Han laughed coldly, and then asked the saint-ranked powerhouses amongst your family to kill me in order to put an end to it? What? Ma Tianqing was in a cold sweat. He had indeed just had this thought, as long as he could trick this fellow into the Ma family, then by having the saint-ranked powerhouses in the family join forces with the supreme realm powerhouses, he would be able to easily kill this person. But now his own mind had unexpectedly been guessed by this person. Senior is joking, how could I possibly do such a thing? Lin Han waved his big hand and said, what if today old man isn't prepared to let you go? Senior, although it's true that I'm not as good as you, but you also have to consider the position of our Ma family in the Star Dragon Empire. A supreme realm powerhouse is indeed strong, but in front of a saint-rank powerhouse it's just as simple as crushing an ant. Senior is prepared to kill me. I guarantee that Senior will also definitely not be able to walk out of the middle of the Star Dragon Empire, and for you will only be able to incur the trouble of killing yourself. Ma Tianqing was only able to bring out the strongest members of his family. Now that there was a saint-ranked powerhouse standing behind him, even if this person in front of him was not afraid of anything, it was impossible for him to not have the slightest bit of hesitation in his heart. Killing himself would be the same as breaking his back. Lin Han calmly said, "My fourth young man is threatening me? I wouldn't dare, I'm just being honest, now that we've each retreated, it's the best of both worlds, since today we'll never come back to look for trouble from Senior, and we'll never think for a second about the third relic fragment." Ma Tianqing hurriedly explained. Not interested. Lin Han said softly, even if I kill you today, your Ma family won't find out about Lao Fu's true identity, and he'll only be impotent and furious. So, your threat, Lao Fu doesn't even put it in his eyes. Ma Tianqing was flustered in his heart, and his tone toughened up a lot as he continued, Elder, your face Uncle Zhang can have memorized, our Ma family's forces want to find you without a problem. Unless you think that you will be able to keep Uncle Zhang here, the name of the three-blade sword, Zhang Shifeng, is not something to be taken lightly. Lin Han mocked, last time, the old man used someone else's face, do you think this time the old man will be stupid enough to use his real face? What? Ma Tianqing looked at him incredulously, his heart panicked a few more points. Alright, there's no need to say any more, old me has already decided, you have to stay here today. Lin Chen said indifferently. Ma Tianqing instantly felt bad and hurriedly ran backwards, he had to be quick. The damage range of the forbidden spell was simply too large. If he wasn't able to run out of the range of the forbidden spell in the first place, then what was left for him could only be death. Want to run? The corner of Lin Han's mouth gently curved up as he said in a low tone, come back to me. Ma Tianqing mocked, I'm not a little cutie, I'll go back when you say I should? Senior, from now on, my Ma clan and you are irreconcilable, and I will make you pay for what happened today. Just when he felt that he was about to escape, suddenly his body was unable to move locked in place, and the next moment an invisible force swept his body to its original direction, and once again it returned to Lin Han's face, still in its original position. Chapter 140 Forbidden Spell Induction, No Hands Left Behind. At this moment, in the Magic Detection Center of Terumo City, another red light warning swept through the middle of the entire hall. Not good. Celindian instantly woke up and arrived in the middle of the detection center's office hall at the first time, and Sun who also arrived in the middle of the office hall at the first time. Minister, Chief Lin Tian, a violent magic fluctuation has occurred in the middle of a deserted area in the west, initially recognized as a forbidden spell level. The officer in charge of detection reported in a panic. How does it compare to the last time? Serinda asked decisively. To strong. This time's forbidden spell fluctuation is much stronger compared to the above two times. What? Si Rintin pondered, could it be that guy is back again? It's obvious that he's already left Kaguya City, so why is this guy coming back? Elder, the current occasion of delay should be to rush over, with your speed you might be able to catch up. Sunhu hurriedly said, although it is said that the place where the magic erupted is a deserted area, but such a strong one battle was generated here, if we do something and leave it alone, these people might still do something in the future. Do something? Si Rintin said helplessly, this person has already unleashed 3 forbidden spells in the middle of Kaguya City, and the magic fluctuations are going to be even stronger this time, so either their strength has increased tremendously, or they still have other cards that they're not using. They are not putting us in their eyes at all. Sunhu was also aware of the trouble of the matter and said, then we will just let it go this time? Unable. Si Lintian said, this time the magic ban spell is very strong, and it's in the middle of the wilderness, I guess it should be that those two have clashed against each other again. Previously, they were all warring in the middle of replicas, but this time is fundamentally different from all the previous locations. The previous times might have been to look for something in the middle of a copy, but this time, I guess it should be a formal war between these two groups of people. Listening to Si Lintian's statement, Sunhu also said solemnly, in that case, should we contact the public security side to go all out? It's useless, in the face of such a strong person, sending out more unusual people is just like a mantis, it can't be of any use at all. Mobilize all the strong people above level 50 in Huiyu City, no matter how many, and head out to the direction of the location now. There's no telling how long this battle will take place, we need to make it quick. We, the Imperial Investigation Corps, are rushing at the forefront to clear the way for you, no matter what this time, we're going to kill them all in one fell swoop. That's right, call all the medical personnel for me. Listening to Si Lintian's words, Sunhu also said solemnly, Senior, please also rest assured, I am now the contact, also please Senior to bring this earphone, if there is any unexpected situation, I will contact Senior you at the first time. Receiving the headset, Si Lintian put it on his ears. Elder went forward. As soon as the words fell, Si Rintin disappeared into thin air, and by the time he reappeared the Imperial Capital Investigation Team had already assembled and appeared in the air of the Magic Detection Organization. Elder, now fly to the west. Sunhu looked at Si Lintian's positioning and kept him informed of the most accurate positioning. Good. Si Lintian said simply and immediately flew over. At this moment, in another part of the deserted suburb, the two of them, Fei Hua and Zhang Shifeng, were already covered in wounds, and the battle between these two was extremely grueling. As powerhouses of the Supreme Realm, they were naturally ferocious when they fought against each other. Senior Three-Blade Sword, it's almost ready, there's no need to continue fighting. Flying Flower landed on a tree to the side, staring nervously at the Three-Blade Sword's movements. Even with the armor-breaking blade, it was still very difficult for her to deal with it nowadays, and the three-bladed sword's power was something she had truly experienced for herself this time. Although there was a dark disease in her body, it was not an easy thing for her to deal with. The three-blade sword Zhang Shifeng's name is true. Zhang Shifeng said with a resolute gaze, so you are letting me go? That won't do. Fei Hua laughed, my boss has explained to me that I have to hold you here to death, you won't be able to leave for a while. Little girl, I'm old, but I really don't want to see a leader among the young like you fall here. Zhang Shifeng said. I won't hold you responsible if you leave here now. Fei Hua said in response, Senior, you've told me this many times, I'm a more sincere person, there's absolutely no way I'll sell out my own boss. Today when I say you can't get through, then you already can't. Zhang Shifeng sneered, if I go all out, do you think you'll be able to stop me? Then Senior can give it a try. Fei Hua said with a smile, the dagger in his hand was tightly gripped at the moment, ready to deal with unexpected situations. Compared to the opponent's physical strength, Fei Hua's wear and tear was a bit more. The opponent was a swordsman, so she could only rely on her superior speed to fight against him, so the consumption was going to be a bit more. Only now was she able to barely equal him. However, she knew that up until now the three-blade sword Zhang Shifeng still hadn't struck with his full strength yet. Good guts. Zhang Shifeng sneered, young people nowadays really don't know the heights of heaven. That's what young people are. Fei Hua laughed. You haven't learned the forbidden spell yet. Zhang Shifeng suddenly said. Fei Hua said truthfully, indeed, I haven't learned the forbidden spell, but it's not much of a problem if I don't use the forbidden spell, even if Senior uses the forbidden spell, he may not be able to cut me down here. Assassins themselves are primarily assassinated, unless they are fighting head-on, so forbidden spells are not used much. But for me, forbidden spells are all in different matters. Only someone who can't forbid spells would say that. Zhang Shifeng scoffed, the gap between forbidden spells and ultimate skills is completely worlds apart. It looks like you're one of the very few people who will only awaken forbidden spells at the Saint rank. Don't say, sometimes I really envy you guys, although it is said that the awakening of the forbidden spell is late, but the awakening of the forbidden spell are very strong batch. If I didn't awaken the forbidden spell back in the day, maybe I wouldn't be so arrogant to do that kind of thing and ruin myself. Now I should be a holy ranked powerhouse as well. Listening to Zhang Shifeng's words, Fei Hua laughed. Senior, although the forbidden spell is strong, it isn't everything, but I have also heard before that the three-edged sword's forbidden spell is very strong, and at least back in those years, it was definitely a leader amongst the younger generation. By the looks of it, Senior is really not prepared to keep his hand, then the late generation will try it first. Chapter 141 Forbidden Spell, Three Swords Domain. Junior, you're proud enough. I haven't used this move for decades. I thought that I wouldn't be able to use it once more in my life, but I didn't expect to come across such an outstanding junior like you today. Zhang Shifeng stabbed his three-bladed sword into the ground, a faint golden light emerging from his eyes. The air that is brushed by the clear wind, the earth that the dust falls into. I fall into this silent world with my three blades in order to bloom everything for the world's agenda. To see through everything in order to see the essence, I respectfully invite the God of Swords to enter the midst of the mortal world and grant me the power to see through the essence of everything, the three-sword domain. In an instant, the earth in this area was tinted with a golden color, and the three-bladed sword that fell into the ground also split into three at this moment. Flying Flower's fear of danger in her heart had been drawn to the highest specifications at this instant. Terrifying. She had never been so terrified before, as if this piece of heaven and earth had been disconnected from her. Is this the three-sword domain of the legendary three-blade sword Zhang Shifeng? Fei Hua's heart palpitated as she said, I should have known that I wouldn't force you to use this move, it's still really scary. Little girl, it's over. Zhang Shifeng pointed at Fei Hua's position, and the three long swords in the landing ground instantly flew out, stabbing straight at Fei Hua's position. Controlling things? At the first moment, Fei Hua jumped aside, but the next moment there was already a sword waiting for her here, and she hastily threw out her dagger to block it. Immediately after that, another sword had already forced its way into her back, and at the first moment, she crouched her body and barely dodged it. Able to judge my position? Fei Hua cautiously stared around and brought the dagger on the side back up. Just a moment ago these swords had already been waiting for her where she would be going. At this moment, everything she did had already been sensed by the other party. The two moves just now had already made it a bit difficult for her to dodge. If the three swords came together she might not be able to retreat in one piece. Was this the forbidden spell of a swordsman? Not bad. Zhang Shifeng exclaimed, surprisingly, you were able to dodge through it. Amongst the Supreme Realm assassins I know, you are indeed considered amongst the top. Senior is joking. Fei Hua said, even so, wasn't that still a defeat by you? Use your moves, otherwise, you won't be able to block the next attack. Zhang Shifeng reminded, and in an instant, the three swords sealed Fei Hua's alignment. Fei Hua's eyes revealed a hint of sternness as she instantly fell into the shadow, but in just a few seconds she was directly repelled. How is this possible? Why would I be directly rejected out? Zhang Shifeng explained, there is no need to be surprised, this area of the realm is all within my range of perception, although a swordsman's forbidden spells are not as grand as a mage's, but on the contrary the connection between heaven and earth will be a bit deeper. Just now, the moment you fell into the shadow, I had already made this piece of earth start preparing to repel you. Awesome! Fei Hua tightly gripped her dagger. At this moment, she felt a million headaches. The three swords were eyeing her intently. If she wanted to quickly approach Zhang Shifeng it was already something impossible to do. Next, is the last move. Zhang Shifeng clasped his hands together, and the three long swords instantly stabbed at Fei Hua at an astonishing speed. It was impossible to dodge. Fei Hua secretly screamed that it wasn't good, her eyes were already a bit unable to keep up with this kind of speed. Successful! Zhang Shifeng let out a light laugh. At this distance, she was already no different from a dead body. But just when the distance from Flying Flower was less than half a meter, the three long swords fell into the ground, while Flying Flower disappeared into thin air, only gusts of petals flew messily in the air. What kind of move is this? Zhang Shifeng was a bit surprised. This was the first time he had seen such an ability. The petals drifted to a spot, and Flying Flower's figure was once again revealed. Elder, three-edged sword is the title given to you by the outside world, while Flying Flower is naturally the title given to me by others. This is my self-created skill, Flying Flower. Self-created skill? Zhang Shifeng frowned. I didn't expect you to have such a high level of understanding of the profession. You really are a demon. There's no way. Fei Hua spread his hands. It's not like you guys can have tons of resources if you find a big family to be your backer. I can't afford to buy skill books, I can only think of ways to create my own. But right now it's still the ultimate skill, there's still a step away from a forbidden spell, but it's enough to stall Senior. Senior's three-sword domain is indeed terrifying, if I didn't have Flying Flower, I might have died here by now. Next, Senior will have to get serious. As soon as the words fell, Fei Hua's figure instantly turned into dots of flower petals floating in the air. Zhang Shifeng summoned the three long swords back to his body, closed his eyes and began to judge the exact location of the flying flower. As long as it is this type of skill, then there must be your body amongst the petals. Now as long as you can find the body, then killing you is as easy as a slap in the face. But gradually, his expression froze a lot. When he perceived the past, each petal surprisingly revealed the aura of the main body. Or rather, each piece was the main body. How was this possible? Zhang Shifeng instantly maneuvered the three long swords, and in just a blink of an eye, the three long swords chopped all the petals, and almost at the same time, the petals in the sky were emitting sounds of metal clashing. Can't chop it? Zhang Shifeng's expression turned serious, but the next moment he had a new thought. It wasn't that it couldn't be chopped. Some cracks had already appeared on some of the petals today, and it was just because the force was not enough. Just as he was thinking, the petals had already drifted in his direction, and subconsciously he left his position and cautiously stared at the petals floating in the air. The hardness of this flower petal was very sharp, each petal was able to become a concealed weapon. If the distance was relatively short, there would be a danger of being close to the body. The three-bladed sword was able to be manipulated, so there was no need to have too close a distance with her right now. As long as you can maintain a long-distance combat, then 2 more times, enough to cut open all the petals, then go to help the young master can be. Flying Flower was already a bit flustered in her heart at this time, hiding amongst the petals. She didn't even see that sword just now, and all of her detachments were chopped in half. Fortunately, that sword is just a test. If it is the full force, I am afraid that now there is not much left. Obviously a swordsman, but he was able to use the ability to control things, and in this three swords realm he was able to utilize the speed of controlling things to such a fast speed. If it's a close combat, there may not be anyone in the same realm who can get an advantage in the three swords domain. However, the other party also seems to have discovered my ability. Now must be a quick battle, one strike to determine the winner. Drag on, if this battle, will certainly lose. Chapter 142, let's go and see what's going on. Flying Flower regifted its power evenly amongst all the petals, and if it persisted once more, it would definitely not be able to curry any favors. Today's plan was to fight quickly. The wounds of the petals gradually began to heal, and their hardness was much stronger compared to before. It looks like you're going to decide the winner with a single move, but this is exactly what I want. It's time to finish you off. I have to hurry and head over to the young master's side. This farce should also end. Zhang Shifeng spoke indifferently. Fei Hua laughed coldly. Maybe, you won't be able to go to your young master's place at all. I will definitely leave you here. Then let's try. Instantly, the petals that Fei Hua had visualized flew towards Zhang Shifeng at this moment at an extremely fast speed, even forming a gust of chirping in the air. At the same time, the corner of Zhang Shifeng's mouth curved up slightly as he pointed one finger forward, and instantly, the three longswords disappeared into this world. Where did the swords go? Could it be because there wasn't enough power? Flying Flower was still thinking, when suddenly the foremost petal split in half and fell to the ground. What? It wasn't that it had disappeared, but because it was too fast to be seen at all. The speed that this guy just showed was not the limit at all. Now is the real strength of the three swords domain. What a scary one. Now is still difficult to heal old wounds to play out the full strength. If it was when the three swords field must be how powerful. But now the arrow on the string can only be hard to kill up. Flying Flower thought like this, determined, petals running at full speed to try to break through the barrier of the three swords field. The moment they were about to collide, a gust of wind slid past the two of them, and the petals in the air instantly became somewhat unable to maintain their formation and blew apart. Zhang Shifeng frowned as the three swords blocked in front of his body before carrying off the gale. What the hell? Flying Flower slowly returned to his original form. At this time, gusts of scratches appeared on his body, and the attacks from the three-bladed sword that had just chopped on the petals were all absorbed. In the gust of wind just now, she was able to sense that it was a powerful magical energy, but the target was clearly not them. Zhang Shifeng frowned and said, "Just now, I've been fighting with you, I didn't even notice anything else at all. What a strong wave of magical power." Fei Hua said cautiously, "Your Ma clan still has hidden experts? This level of magic fluctuation is at least at the supreme realm." "No." Zhang Shifeng said truthfully, "You still have people in hiding? How can that be? If there were still strong people, I wouldn't be here to tangle with you. I would have called out and kicked you a long time ago." Flying Flower said without a trace of anger, looking at the direction of this magic fluctuation. It seems like it's the direction that little boss and your young master ran over to. Truce, go over and take a look. Zhang Shifeng said. He was also worried in his heart at this moment. Such a strong person had suddenly appeared. If he was hostile to the Ma family, the young master could be in danger now. He had promised the family head that he absolutely could not allow the young master to be caught in a dilemma. Agreed. Fei Hua agreed with his idea. Nowadays, even if she continued to fight with Zhang Shifeng, she wouldn't be able to curry any single favor at all. The three-sword domain was far more than she was able to withstand going on. Moreover, the direction of this powerful magic fluctuation was exactly the direction of the little boss. If she met with any trouble, then there would be no one to settle the bill. Have those people you summoned move a little faster. This time things may be beyond our imagination. The entire Huiyu city is on first level alert. Understood. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Han leaned on his face and dropped the cloak on his body over his head and said, Ma fourth youngest, you aren't being good. Why are you always thinking of running? Ma Tianqing was constantly struggling in the air. At this moment he was locked in the eye of the wind. It was difficult for him to move the slightest bit. Senior, things don't have to be so desperate, even if you're not afraid of the Ma family, but it's not necessary to offend, and even if it's not your real face right now, but the Ma family will always investigate you, to be able to know a forbidden spell of this level, as long as the investigation doesn't take much effort at all. Lin Han laughed softly. What's the use of talking about this when it's all come to this? Afterwards, Lin Han waved his big hand and several chains drilled out of the ground to bind Ma Tianqing's body in death. It's time to end this. Lin Han said indifferently, and a black lance instantly appeared in the air, with a strong and terrifying aura appearing above it. Right, I'll ask you again, how did you find me? Ma Tianqing's face showed fear. His eyes were already disoriented. In the face of this kind of terrifying move he simply couldn't bring up any thoughts of wanting to resist, and he couldn't even hear Lin Han's voice anymore. Scared silly? Lin Han sighed, but it doesn't matter. As long as you die here, no one will be able to investigate me anymore. In an instant, terrifying auras surged from all directions, and the lance instantly stabbed out, sweeping through the heavens and earth. A burst of magical energy erupted from the back end of the lance. No. Don't! Ma Tianqing hissed. The lance had already come in front of it this time. The demonic red light was haloing in the positive sky. His pupils could no longer fit any other color. Is it over? To die here? Sister, if it wasn't for you, Uncle Zhang, arriving in time, I would probably be accounted for here today. A few moments later, Fei Hua also landed beside Zhang Shifeng, looking at the figure on the throne and froze. Senior, who is that guy? Where is my boss? Zhang Shifeng said angrily. You're asking me? Young master said that guy is your boss. Impossible. Fei Hua somewhat didn't understand and said, how could my boss unleash such a terrifying power? Is this a strong person from your Ma family that has killed? And now that he had already mobilized this amount of power in front of everyone, he could not use his previous identity, even if Fei Hua could not know about it. This was his most important secret, and even though he could trust Fei Hua, he had to keep an eye out after all. Lin Han let out a cold laugh. Three-blade sword Zhang Shifeng? I didn't expect you to still be alive. It looks like you've been hiding in the Ma clan all these years, and now you're still willing to serve as a dog? Your Excellency knows about me? Zhang Shifeng stared cautiously at the man in front of him. He did not remember meeting him anywhere, even 30 years ago, he definitely did not. Of course. Lin Han said indifferently, could it be that nowadays you want to come and try old me as well? Not to mention whether or not you could have fought 30 years ago when you were in your prime. Nowadays it's simply impossible for you to deal with old me in this body. Your Excellency made a move against my Ma family's young master. If you can't give an account, I'm also willing to try with senior. Zhang Shifeng did not have the slightest intention of giving in to the threat. Even if the strength of the person in front of him was not to be underestimated, he, the three-bladed sword, didn't have a word to say about wimping out. Lin Han laughed lightly. You guys moved my disciple, now you even want to ask for a statement from me. Isn't that a bit unreasonable? Your disciple? Zhang Shifeng frowned. Could it be that person? I didn't realize that the three-blade sword is so forgetful nowadays. Just now it could still be wanting to snatch the number 3 relic fragment from the hands of Lao Fu's disciple, and now it's all but forgotten. It looks like the three-blade sword has learned a lot of despicable ways from the Ma clan over the years. Lin Han set himself up as his own master at this time. This identity was also considered from many aspects. On Fei Hua's side it was able to be justified. This matter was now impossible to hide, then it also meant that quite a few people would be informed. Manager Lu's side is also definitely a factor that cannot be ignored. Earlier in the day he has already said to Manager Lu that he has a master. Now let this master show up can also dispel the scruples of that side. Now under this kind of tense form, he must not add more horse feet to himself. Fei Hua couldn't help but be a little surprised when he heard this strong man was Lin Han's master? Previously, he had never heard of Lin Han, but he thought that it was not a problem. Lin Han's strength was indeed a bit heaven-defying. If he had such a master to cultivate him, it would be a lot more reasonable. I didn't expect this guy to hide so deeply. Senior, is the little boss all right now? Fei Hua stepped forward to greet him. Lin Shin said in a deep voice, "You're Fei Hua, right? I know you, the youngest assassin god, the little guy from the Zhang family." Elder is flattered. Fei Hua said with an arch. "Don't worry, my disciple is fine, the space magic I just used on him has already sent him safely elsewhere, no need to worry." Lin Han simply explained. Space-type magic? Flying Flowerheart was shocked. Space class already algorithm division is a relatively rare class of magic, can have this kind of magic of the strong in the whole earth is only a handful of. Now there was even one in front of them, and this one was actually Lin Han's master. Chapter 144 Master? Confrontation. Senior, since you've already come, there's nothing left for the late generation here. Fei Hua took out the armor-breaking blade, then presented it with both hands and said, "This is the thing that your disciple borrowed me to use before, so now I'll return it to you first." Not bad, the little girl's heart is still okay. Lin Han pondered for a moment and said, "The reward my disciple promised to give you will still be given to you, but after today you don't have to stay by his side anymore. This armor breaker's blade you will keep it first, and then give it to him later on if you guys have a chance to meet. You also went through a lot of trouble to help him tonight, and this dagger is also more suitable for you, so consider it a loan for you to use first." Return it to me? That won't do. There might be a big battle in a while, anyone can leave. Senior Flying Flower, you have to help me until the last moment. With the dagger, I can still deal with it, but without it, what's the point? Zhang Shifeng said, "Indeed, this matter is all my family's fault. The third relic fragment is somewhat important to us, and we also tried to make a deal with your excellency's disciple, but your disciple didn't want to have a good conversation with us. So, we came up with this plan to prepare for a hard robbery, but there was absolutely no intention to harm your disciple." No intention of harming my disciple? Lin Han laughed coldly. Three-edged sword, if my disciple's life hadn't received a threat, do you think I would have appeared here? Ma Tianqing gritted his teeth and said, "Senior, even if that's the case, what can be done? Now that my uncle Zhang has arrived, and your attempt to kill me missed, shouldn't you think about yourself now?" "Young master," Zhang Shifeng said softly. "Uncle Zhang, this guy tried to kill me just now. Even if I move the Ma family out, he still doesn't care about it. He doesn't even look at my Ma family at all. We have to teach him some lessons today." Ma Tianqing said viciously, "Today, I'll let you know what it means to know that there are heavens beyond the heavens." Seeing this, Zhang Shifeng also gave up the need to persuade him to go on, since he had bullied his way into the Ma family's head. Then if he let the tiger return to the mountain, it might not be a good thing for the Ma family to have such a powerful enemy in the future. If it was possible, this guy had to stay here today. Lin Han laughed coldly. "Ma family boy, just now by the old man scared or about to pee, the old man can still remember it. You think that with the three-edged sword, the old man will be afraid?" Between the words, several extinction lances instantly appeared in the air. Zhang Shifeng stepped forward and said, "Senior, the Ma family isn't that easy to bully. Although I don't know your true strength, I'm not afraid at all either." The three swords instantly floated in the air with a look of eagerness. "Little girl, do you still want to make a move?" Zhang Shifeng looked towards Fei Hua and said vigilantly. If this fellow were to intervene as well, then he would really be out of options today. Fei Hua spread her hands and said, "Since the little boss is safe, then my mission is considered complete. I won't intervene in this battle. My mission is just to protect his safety, not to act as his fighter." "That would be another price." "That's good, I hope you won't go back on your word." Zhang Shifeng replied, "This was the best outcome." "Don't worry." Fei Hua walked to the side and sat down directly, saying, "What we assassins emphasize the most is a trust. We won't lie to you." Lin Han calmly said, "Just watch the battle from the side. In itself, it was my disciple who hired you, and since the mission has been completed, there's no need to get involved in the strife between us. Senior, don't worry, these pros and cons Senior naturally see clearly. After all, offending the behemoth that is the Ma family, I am also a bit overwhelmed. So Senior has decided to stop the loss in time. Please be careful, Senior." Fei Hua said with a smile. "Fei Hua, right, now this young master hires you to kill him with Uncle Zhang. Price as you wish." Ma Tianqing laughed. "This young master has nothing else but money." Fei Hua drew out the dagger on her waist and laughed coldly. "Young Master Ma, not everything can be solved with money. Today my mother is in a good mood and doesn't want to kill anyone. Don't force me to finish you off here." You. Ma Tianqing was about to get angry, but was quickly stopped by Zhang Shifeng, whispering, "Young master, I can do it myself, I don't have to hire her." Zhang Shifeng was also a bit helpless. This young master of his family could always say something immature. He had just seen the dagger in Fei Hua's hand. It was definitely a sharp weapon, and that guy said he borrowed it without even asking her to exchange it. The value of that thing wasn't a few hundred million, it might even be a few billion. Now that flying flower hadn't directly struck out at the two of them, it was already good enough to even fantasize about hiring her out. Sometimes more money could not be as good as a handy weapon. Is this a powerhouse of the supreme realm? A swordsman of this level was surprisingly so terrifying. He had even directly decimated the long sword of extinction that he had manifested. Nowadays, if it weren't for the continuous operation of his own exclusive talent to provide him with mana, he would have long since ceased to be able to continue sustaining this judgment of doom. If it was a meteorite, ice arrows, and such disposable skills, it would be fine, only need to invoke the exclusive talent to mobilize the surrounding mana to release it. It's already impossible to dodge at this distance, so I can only take it hard. Lin Han thought in his heart, instantly, a set of actions in a single breath, well, Lin Han's moves all cracked. Lin Han's heart was shocked. God was slow to believe. Surprisingly, so many of the moves he had unleashed were all broken in such a simple manner. A supreme powerhouse was as terrifying as this. Even Fei Hua, who was watching the battle from the side, had palpitations in his heart. Zhang Shifeng even had this kind of strength. Just now when he was fighting with himself, he even had a hand to spare and didn't deal with it with his full strength. The veteran supreme realm was indeed powerful. As for that senior, he should not be underestimated. He had released 3 types of power in a single moment, and as a mage, he had even used his staff as a blade. If we were to talk about power alone, the senior was also a warrior of the king realm. A violent mage? Lin Han Gai, this point is really exactly the same as this senior. This life is still the first time to see a mage holding a staff and directly sparring with people. What a monster! Zhang Shifeng hung in the air and exclaimed in admiration, "Your Excellency's moves are all very precise. Among the Supreme Realm powerhouses I know, Your Excellency's magical attainments definitely rank among the top few. To be able to utilize such a domain-type forbidden spell with the premise of still having the strength left over to use other magic is truly uncomplicated. And it's really strange that I've never heard of such a character like Your Excellency." Lin Shen said disdainfully, "Three-bladed sword, you haven't heard of much. If you only had this level, you wouldn't even be able to get close to old me at all. Could it be that Your Excellency thinks that with that vestment you're wearing, you'll be able to block my sword?" Zhang Shifeng laughed, "Your Excellency might as well prepare yourself, I'm going to get real next." For real? Could it be that this guy could play even more perverted? Lin Han wanted to curse at this moment, but on the surface, he remained very calm and said, "Then let me try to see just how loud the legendary three-blade sword's name is." Chapter 146, Tense Battle, Intense Exchange. Your Excellency, let's give it a try then. For how many years I haven't shown the full power of the three-sword domain, you're still the first human to receive my full power, being able to die under my sword, your life is enough. Zhang Shifeng waved his big hand and the 3 swords instantly disappeared into the air. Lin Han laughed coldly, "It's only your honor to die in my hands." Saying that, Lin Han's spirit was strained to a level, while still casting God's Eye to observe the surroundings. This time the speed was even faster, even the sound of the longsword breaking through the air could no longer be heard. To deal with it in this way was quite troublesome. If it was 1 sword it would be fine, but if it was 3, then it would be different. The long sword can strike from any corner in all directions at the same time. This level of speed simply is not able to react, and now the shield of the buried god of the law is not enough to last through a blow. Now I'm afraid that the power of the 3 swords is not as simple as dropping 20 million shields. As long as another sword is hit, I'm afraid that he will suffer a serious injury as a result. Although he was able to rely on his own exclusive talent to temporarily raise his mana value to the level of the Supreme Realm, it was ultimately difficult to compare his blood volume to that of a Supreme Realm powerhouse. The 64th level 3-bladed sword Zhang Shifeng's blood quantity is feared to be several hundred million is not a problem, oneself nowadays plus the shield is only being a shrunken head turtle? How many times do you think you can resist me with this level of defense? Zhang Shifeng pointed in the direction of the iron chains, and in an instant, the 3 swords traveled between the iron balls made up of iron cables, and in just an instant's effort, the iron cables instantly collapsed away. But in the next moment, he realized that there was actually another layer inside this layer. Your Excellency, I can cut down as many things of this level as there are, and there's no way for you to defeat me if you keep hiding like this. Although this thing is able to protect Your Excellency, but likewise, Your Excellency will not be able to make a move against me. Even if Your Excellency drags it on, defeating you will only be a matter of time. Lin Han let out a light laugh and said, "Who said I can't attack? This thing is nothing more than a protection mechanism for old me. It's simply to prevent you from sneaking up on old me." As soon as the words fell, several long lances of extinction instantly coalesced in the air, and in the midst of the now dark night, these lances turned extraordinarily dazzling, with a blood-colored red light dyeing half of the dark night. Condensing the lances of extinction outside the sphere? Zhang Shifeng sighed in admiration. Indeed a good method, in that case one is able to protect oneself while striking out at the same time. But hasn't your excellency forgotten that you've wrapped yourself so tightly that you have no idea where I am? Or does your excellency think that I would foolishly stand still? Zhang Shifeng shook his head, and suddenly several long spears broke through the air, stabbing straight towards Zhang Shifeng's position. At the first moment, he hastily dodged, which barely managed to avoid the strangulation of the lance, but a trace of blood left out above his arm. How was it? It didn't still hit. There won't be a second chance like this. Zhang Shifeng collected his aura as much as he could. His aura was almost minuscule in the three swords domain. What a powerful technique of astringing one's breath. Manhwa marveled. If one wasn't paying full attention, one wouldn't even be able to notice that this person was around. Now there's trouble on the senior side. Locking himself in this iron ball protects, but at the same time, he loses Zhang Shifeng's field of vision, whereas before, he was still able to rely on his domain to sense Zhang Shifeng's location. Now that Zhang Shifeng has collected his breath, senior simply doesn't have the ability to be distracted to pay attention to that side, and once he does so with all his might, then this side of the iron ball will most likely become a breakthrough for the other side. Lin Han smiled and said, "Still really looking down on people this kind of means of convergence of breath don't bring it out to shame people Humph, whether it's a disgrace or not, your excellency might as well try it." Zhang Shifeng said. Suddenly the lances that were originally stabbed into the ground suddenly trembled, one by one drilled out of the ground, turning their heads in Zhang Shifeng's direction, and in an instant, several lances flew out to kill. How is this possible? Zhang Shifeng hastily retreated, his hands barely grasping the two lances. Now that the three swords were not around, he could only use this as a weapon. However, when he grabbed the extinction lance, there was actually a force that was devouring his body. Hastily throwing the lance out of his hand, he cautiously looked at the iron ball and said, "Surprisingly, there is still such a tactic. You were able to sense such a subtle breath of mine. It's all a joke, you have to be careful next." Lin Han said as a chain drilled out of the ground, aiming straight at Zhang Shifeng. The exterminating lance also recoalesced in the air, pointing at him with a murderous aura. Lin Han was clear in his mind that he was simply inferior to his opponent in a range of aspects such as physical quality, but his understanding of forbidden spells was definitely inferior to him as well. So now if he wanted to win, he could only fully utilize the power of the forbidden spell. Because of this he thought of this in the first place, using the vision provided by God's Eye to attack Zhang Shifeng remotely, and then using the chains of Doomsday Judgment to protect himself in a group. This way, he would be able to avoid the three swords getting close to him, but also be able to make a move to attack the attack. Even if the three swords were to kill at him with all their might, he would be able to catch the three swords in the first place, and it would be very easy to make a counter-attack this way. Thrust. In an instant, the extinction lance struck once more, and together with the judgment chain, it forced Zhang Shifeng to the point where he had no way to retreat. A grave figure appeared on Zhang Shifeng's face at this moment, as his right hand reached outwards and a long sword appeared in his hand, chopping off the chains that appeared below him at the first opportunity, and then clashing with the lance in front of him. Swordsmanship was played by him in this moment in a flowing manner. However, the chains that were originally cut off did not disappear but continued to grow and kill towards his position. What a trouble! Zhang Shifeng's left hand had already summoned back his other sword at some point. His gaze was instantly fierce as he began to kill frantically in front of him. His long spear was split in two and his direction was the barrier that wrapped Lin Han, in which the iron ropes were entangled. The iron ropes under his feet, however, were chopped off out of nowhere, and even if they grew out again they would be neatly cut off. As expected of the three-edged sword Zhang Shifeng, he indeed made the most correct decision, only that decision doesn't help you much. After observing you over this period of time, your three-sword domain is indeed powerful, but it is only strongest when the three swords are off. That amazing speed is indeed frightening, but as long as you find a way to be able to disarm to your main body, the strength of your three-sword domain will simply not be able to be utilized at full strength. That's the shortcoming of the three-sword domain. Turning a melee swordsman into an imperialist capable of manipulating swords is somewhat unsuitable for a swordsman no matter how you think about it. Zhang Shifeng gave his full attention to clashing up with the extinction lance in front of him and said, "What do you know? As a mage, don't judge me as a swordsman. But I have to admire you, the insight is still impressive." "I don't understand?" Lin Han said with a look of indifference. Nowadays, your aim should be to get close to my iron ball and then cut it open, right? What can I do if I know? Nowadays I'm but less than 2 meters away from your excellency. Your excellency can't block me for long with these extinction lances. Who said anything about blocking you? What? Lin Han leaned on his face and said easily, I've been waiting for you to come over. In an instant, the heavens and earth instantly changed color, a blood-red vortex instantly appeared above the sky, and the ground began to tremble, gradually cracking just in front of the throne. What the hell? Zhang Shifeng was instantly alerted. He could feel a strong force hole coalescing between this heaven and earth. Even the surrounding aura began to gradually dry up. Slowly, a gate blade appeared above the sky, and a dark aura of death twisted above it. And below the crack in the ground, a slow platform slowly rose. When Fei Hua saw this scene, she only felt that her breathing was a bit irregular. The feeling of this great sword was as if it was able to cut open this heaven and earth. The aura of death that emanated from it made her a little desperate. Just looking at it gave her this feeling. And it was as if she had seen this kind of thing somewhere. That's right, she had seen it somewhere. Ancient times, in the ancient times of Earth, this thing had appeared, the guillotine. That's it, this was an instrument of torture, something that was only used for executions in ancient times. Was this really the aura that a supreme realm moving a forbidden spell could emit? This is really too amazing. And at this moment, Zhang Shifeng in the middle of the guillotine was in a panic. This aura of death pressurized him to the point where he couldn't breathe at all. Could it be that that guy had been preparing for the strike? Escape! It was necessary to escape. This strike should definitely not be taken hard, it might kill him. Zhang Shifeng made a decision and then turned around to retreat, but at this moment countless chains drilled out and a wave of pressure raged on both sides of him. Want to run? You can try. Lin Han was not in a very good state at this moment. Situated in the iron ball, the power in his body was being consumed at a very terrifying rate. The energy in this several hundred kilometers around was madly filling his body. If it is not because of the exclusive ability, now he released half of the fear will be drained directly die here. And this was the true form of doomsday judgment. God-slaying guillotine. The sword in Zhang Shifeng's hand chopped out frantically, but even so, it was difficult to escape from this barrier, and at this moment, the growth of that chain was abnormally fast, trapping him firmly within this guillotine. Three-blade sword, your era is over, it's time for you to disappear from this era instead. Lin Han said calmly and suddenly raised his hand and pressed downwards. Kill. Instantly, as if the great sword had been ordered by something, it descended straight downwards, and a terrifying aura instantly swept through this part of the world. Not good. Zhang Shifeng topped the powerful pressure, light in the center of the guillotine. The first time the double swords instantly left his hands and disappeared in this piece of space, reappeared already stopping towards the big knife above. Speed slowed down, can break. Three-bladed sword, why continue to struggle on? This is the full force of a forbidden spell. Your three swords domain is indeed strong, but you may not be able to hold up in the face of this move either. Lin Han frowned tightly and pressed his right hand downward with effort. It had to be said that this Zhang Shifeng's was indeed a strong generation. Surprisingly, he was able to delay the effect of the guillotine, and was even continuously consuming his physical strength. This situation was also a tussle of force between the two of them. Give me down. Suddenly, the guillotine swords pressed down a few more points. The force is stronger again. Zhang Shifeng gritted his teeth as he maneuvered the two swords, then grabbed the single sword at the side and sighed deeply. Holding a single sword in his hand and manipulating two swords with his mind, this was the ultimate state of the three-sword domain. What the other party said before was indeed not wrong. Swordsmen were mainly melee fighters. How could they awaken a completely long-range sword stance? This went against the original intention of swordsmen. Killing with physical combat. This is what a swordsman is. It had been 30 years, a full 30 years, and now it was finally time to use this move once again. Zhang Shifeng's eyes gradually firmed up, and the grip on the sword in his hands gradually loosened up. No, to be precise, it was relaxed. His legs were slightly bent downwards, and he instantly bounced into the air. Lin Han merely stared at the image here. At that moment he sensed that the spiritual energy around Zhang Shifeng seemed to have changed somewhat. Now he was killing higher up. His speed had even exceeded the extreme speed of the previous three swords. His eyes could no longer even see Zhang Shifeng's silhouette, but at the very next moment, the two swords that were originally blocking the great sword seemed to fall off as if they were falling downwards. The guillotine greatsword also whistled downwards at this moment. At the time, Zhang Shifeng's figure reappeared, his two swords floating. Fruity? Of course, when has the Ma family ever lied to anyone in this regard? Ma Tianqing said with conviction. But you'd better worrying about the three-bladed sword. Right now there's mist everywhere from the aftermath of these two. It's impossible to see the situation inside, but I have a feeling that he's in a bad way. Fei Hua looked to the distant sky. Lin Han couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood splattering on top of his rope. The iron rope that wrapped him at this moment had already broken, and the three-bladed sword had collided into the guillotine at the closest point to him. That powerful impact didn't even escape him, and if it wasn't for the iron rope helping him block down most of it, he might have been blasted to death by his own forbidden spell. The shield of the buried god of law was all gone, and his own life value was less than 10 million. This battle could already be described as grueling. The three-bladed sword should have already been disposed of right. Just as several people were thinking about it, a loud voice entered everyone's ears, and at the first moment everyone covered their ears. Fei Hua gritted his teeth and said, "What happened? How could it be so loud? Could it be that it is a guillotine? The god-slaying guillotine beheaded down." Lin Han looked above the ground, the smoke all dissipated as much as it could due to the strong impact, and everyone looked over to this side of the battlefield. Dead? Suddenly, a figure gradually appeared in the crowd's field of vision. "Your Excellency is really good at this." A three-edged sword. Lin Han's eyes widened. He wouldn't recognize this voice wrongly. It was definitely Zhang Shifeng's voice. At the first moment, Lin Han dragged his tired body and opened God's eye to its maximum, wanting to see through the smoke, and at that moment, there was indeed a man standing in the smoke. Zhang Shifeng. He's not dead yet. Zhang Shifeng slowly stepped through the smoke, revealed in the crowd's field of vision, at this time his clothes ragged, his body covered with wounds, and even broken arm. Ma Tianqing looked at Zhang Shifeng's current appearance, his heart was a bit flustered, said, "Uncle Zhang, even broken arm." Fei Hua marveled, "Broken an arm? Just be happy, at least you have saved your life. It's not bad if you didn't die when you met such an attack head-on, not to mention breaking one. Even if you broke two, it doesn't matter what happened. I didn't expect that your life would be so great. Eating a god-slaying guillotine from me would still be able to survive." Lin Han leaned on top of the throne, his eyes filled with terror. Not dead. How was this guy still alive? Now that he didn't have much stamina left, if he fought any longer, he definitely wouldn't be able to gain any benefits. A powerhouse of the Supreme Realm was surprisingly so difficult to deal with. Zhang Shifeng gasped out a deep breath and looked at his arm and said, "Although it is said that I came down, but this left arm is indeed broken. Although it is said that I have a great deal of energy today, but how much strength does your Excellency still have left?" "Enough to deal with you," Lin Han said stiffly. His situation today might not be much better than Zhang Shifeng's, he was just holding on hard. In that case, the revenge for the broken arm will be avenged today. Zhang Shifeng held his sword in one hand, and the other two swords floated behind him, ready to strike at any time. He had to say that this was a difficult opponent. Even the three-star chaotic sun had surprisingly failed to shatter this guillotine. "Come on then," Lin Han said through gritted teeth. Now that the guillotine could not be used a second time, the Lance of Extinction and the iron rope could be used a few times, and then the rest of the suppression type and functional forbidden spells could still be used. He wasn't sure if these could beat Zhang Shifeng under this state. "Both of you, it's okay." Suddenly, a strong voice came from the other side. "Who?" The crowd looked over, and at that moment, the figure of an old man appeared in front of the crowd, and he was followed by some young men. "The symbol of the imperial capital," Zhang Shifeng observed. Others didn't know who this was, but Lin Han did. "How did I forget about these guys? I was too serious during the battle just now. Even with God's eye on, I didn't pay attention to." "Friend, this side has stopped. What about you?" Chapter 149. Tough attitude, no threat. The old man is the victim, you say forget it? Regrettable heavenly law, your face isn't that big. Lin Chen's attitude instantly hardened. If it was before, he might have feared this guy. He was able to clearly realize that the magical elements within his body had been suppressed by someone to the tune of 80% of its power. Could it be that this was done by this person in front of him? How about it, regretful heavenly Dharma, does it feel like you can't use all the power in your body? Lin Han laughed lightly. To dare to play with magic in front of me, it looks like you're taking the empire a little too seriously. Zhang Shifeng was stunned. In this instant he felt the ability in Si Lin Tian's body plummet, at least 50% of it had dropped. Did this guy not use his full strength when he dealt with me? Until now, he was still hiding his clumsiness. Awesome! Si Lin Tian exclaimed in shock, surprisingly suppressing my strength to the point of just entering the Supreme Realm. Just what kind of person are you? Freshly entered the Supreme Realm? Suppressing 80% to just enter the Supreme Realm? This guy's strength was at least at the 6th level of the Supreme Realm, so it seemed that he had really overthought things before, and had even fantasized about fighting against a Saint rank. How could he fight this? It doesn't matter who I am, I just want to ask for justice. I still ask the regretful Heavenly Grand Master to give me 2 points. Lin Han said politely. This guy couldn't be messed with. If he was pissed off, he wouldn't be able to get any benefits from a real fight. Lin Han said, now this is in the territory of the Star Dragon Empire, so you need to abide by our rules as well, so we're just doing what we need to do. Now that the three-edged sword has given up, do you still want to be obsessed? If the three-blade sword and I were to fight at the same time, you might not be able to beat me in this state either. Lin Han gritted his teeth and said, must we do things so absolutely? Just following the rules. In that case, there's nothing more to say. Lin Han said stiffly. Lin Han said, I don't want to be hostile to a character like you. If you insist on this, then you can only be ambushed. Think clearly, such a charge would not be as simple as a private brawl. Abrasive. Lin Han suddenly looked into the distance and said, several people have been watching the battle nearby for such a long time. It's almost time to come out even at this hour, whether it's a foe or a friend, it's always time to show your face. Hearing Lin Han's words, everyone looked to where he was looking. There was someone else? Zhang Shifeng and Lin Han were stunned. This guy was already hard enough to deal with, but there was someone else? Not long after, 2 figures flashed out from one place. Greetings Three-Blade Sword Senior, Regretful Heaven Senior, and this unknown Senior. Hello Flying Flower Senior, I've heard of you for a long time. Gongsun Shen'er said with a smile, and the woman behind her also bowed slightly. Fei Hua was a little helpless. She had thought to muddle through here. After all, she didn't want to get involved with the government. This regrettable heavenly law she couldn't beat. She had thought to quietly slip away in a while. This even directly spoke her out. The next moment, 6 more figures drilled out. Several seniors. Li family Li Changqi has met all the seniors. This senior is really powerful. We are hiding so far away have been discovered by you. Li Changqi said. Chen family Chen Feng meets several seniors. Wang family Wang Su meets several seniors. The 5 great families coming together. This was the first time Lin Han had seen such an extravagant scene, and now, not counting him, there were a full 7 Supreme Realm powerhouses present. This was something that one wouldn't even dare to think about in the past, but now it was all because of him. This kind of treatment, it was already not a high general specification. Several people, are you willing to join me in apprehending this person? Lin Han was the first to speak. With his official background, even the 5 great families could not be easily offended. Senior regrettably, the senior has no grudges with my Gongsun family. It wouldn't be too good for us to make a move. Gongsun Shen'er said with a smile, but if this senior doesn't show any greater strength, our Gongsun family is willing to do the empire a favor. That's also what we mean. After all, such a strong person can't just be offended. Li Changqi said respectfully, regrettably Senior, the Li family also means this. We have no intention of getting involved in the strife between the Ma family and this senior. If this senior is no longer capable of doing anything about it, we are naturally willing to take a hand. But with this senior's strength, if we all want to desperately kill a Supreme Realm powerhouse, I'm afraid that we're also quite powerless. Senior, do you think I'm right? To be able to do this with the 3-blade sword, and even be able to suppress a large portion of your strength, regretful Senior, I'm afraid that this senior is no longer as simple as the Supreme Realm. It's only natural that our Li family wouldn't be so offended by such an expert. Our Wang family thinks the same way. The Chen family is the same. Counting on your good sense, old me doesn't really want to make a big fuss here today. Lin Chen laughed softly. Nowadays, his state really wasn't much. If this group of people attacked together, then he would definitely die 10 deaths, but since they could have scruples in their hearts, then it wouldn't be a big problem. Thinking of this, Lin Han's face under his cloak gradually changed, eventually turning into the appearance of Lin Han, and the self-realization god face also recorded all of his information into Lin Han's eyes at this moment. Since you guys want to see the strength of the old man, then let you have a good look. As he spoke, the wind and thunder behind Lin Han changed greatly, and countless forces instantly coalesced around him, raging with a monstrous momentum. Thunder God Domain. Additive. Wind God Domain. Additive. What? Lin Han stared in disbelief. This person even had the wind and thunder lineages as well. This shouldn't be The aura emanating from that guillotine just now should have been shadow type, a 3-type mage? What exactly is this guy's profession? Surprisingly, he was able to do this. Moreover, the power emitted today was no longer like something a Supreme Realm powerhouse would be able to emit. Now that he was a Supreme Realm level 6, he knew in his heart that even if he had reached the full level of the Supreme Realm, it was absolutely impossible for him to do such. Could it be that it was still hiding its clumsiness until now? Saint rank, this guy is a saint rank. Zhang Shifeng's eyes in disbelief. This kind of magic that was capable of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth was definitely not something that the Supreme Realm could do. Gongsun Shenner's heart was stabilized. She now had a feeling that she would be torn apart by the mere sight of this magic. The difference in levels between the two was simply too much. I'm afraid that for this senior then, strangling herself was taken seriously. Fortunately, he had just made the right decision. If the people from the 5 great families had just made a move, even if they were able to kill this senior, at least a few Supreme Realm powerhouses would have been accounted for here. As for those with low strength, I'm afraid that they wouldn't even be able to survive the aftermath of. The Li family will no longer be involved in the middle of this matter. The same goes for the Chen family. Only after hearing these words did Lin Han silently put back all his power. If you guys don't say anything else, I won't be able to hold out much longer. Elder, regrettably, our Gongsun family will be watching from the side, and likewise we will definitely not make a move against you, please. See Lin Tian, are you going to run away from the battle? Zhang Shifeng frowned. If Si Lindian was willing to fight a handful of times, he would still have the power to fight. If it was just him alone, this monster in front of him would definitely not be able to defeat him. Zhang Shifeng, there's nothing I can do. Chapter 151 Punishment, not the old man. You've seen the strength of this one, the strength of the Holy Order. Never mind if he's a first-time Holy Order or whatever, it's not something you and I can mess with. The Imperial Royal Family has also always treated such a strong person with courtesy, and when it comes to the existence of a saint rank, there's not much I can say. Si Lindian shook his head helplessly. Now in this situation, even if he wanted to make a move, he probably wouldn't last more than a few moves in front of this person. Furthermore, this was the Ma family's mistake, and it was not a crime for the person to want to seek justice only. There wasn't any reason for him to be able to take this guy away, and if there was, the only thing left was to brawl within the city. But this one was a saint-ranked powerhouse. Even if everyone in Phaeton City put their hands on him, they might not be able to do anything about it. If he really had to be apprehended, he would have to invite that saint rank from the border over. But Zhang Shifeng stared at Lin Han warily and said, "This one thing is indeed our fault first, so I'd like to ask your excellency to be able to spare my young master. If any compensation is needed, I will go and contact the family head. I just hope that your excellency can stop." Lin Han laughed coldly. Let him go? What if it was my disciple who was on this kind of ground? If I hadn't come here today, would you have also released my disciple? I'm afraid that when I see him again it might be a cold corpse. Three-blade sword, I respect your character, only that it's useless for anyone to come to this matter today. As soon as the words fell, a long spear of extermination instantly condensed in the air, stabbing in Ma Tianqing's direction without the slightest hesitation. Young master! Zhang Shifeng opened the three swords domain at the first time and rushed over with his sword, but in the end, he was still a step too slow, and Ma Tianqing's body was instantly penetrated by the extinction lance. Uncle Zhang. Ma Tianqing felt the pain coming from his abdomen, and his entire face showed horror as he gradually lost consciousness. You! Zhang Shifeng looked ferociously at Lin Han and said, "Your Excellency, today's shot will never be forgotten by the Ma family. One day we will avenge our young master's death." Any time. Lin Han looked like he didn't care about the words. "Anyway, you guys will never be able to find my whereabouts, so do whatever you want." Elder Zhang Shifeng, I advise you to stop threatening people here. Your young master can't hold out any longer. Now go and find a higher-leveled milk profession and you might be able to save him, or else, he might really die. Gongsun Shenner said with a smile. That shot had just happened right next to her, but she hadn't even reacted before it had stabbed into Ma Tianqing's abdomen. Scary one. Zhang Shifeng didn't speak, picked up Ma Tianqing and left the middle of the scene. My debt with the Ma family has been paid. Next old man will leave. Little waifs will see each other again sometime, said Lin Han as he turned around and was about to leave. But at this moment Si Lin Tian called him to a halt. "Senior, could you pay attention?" Lin Han frowned and said, "Do what? Could it be that this old man has discovered my true strength and is preparing to strike? There's something I want to ask Senior." Si Lin Tian suddenly said. "Speak." These past few days several things happened in Huiyu City. 2 places were destroyed by forbidden spells. Even the other cities are the same, and Senior's identity is not like the strong people recorded in the city Huiyu City. Although I don't know what method Senior used to enter the Star Dragon Empire, I don't want to pursue this now. I just want to ask if these matters are related to Senior? Asking about this matter after all? Lin Han pretended to be thinking and slowly said, "It wasn't old me who did it, but old me really does know something." Elder knows who it is? Si Lin Tian's eyes lit up and he hurriedly sniffed, "If Senior knows, please also tell the late generation." "I'm not sure who it is." Lin Han added, "It's just that I perceived two auras that I've never seen before in Huiyu City before, and I went to take a look since I had curiosity. It's two people, they shouldn't be in a group, a Supreme Realm Warrior and a Supreme Realm Mage. For this kind of weak person old me was just interested and didn't look deeper, so that's all I can tell you." Hearing Lin Han's words, Si Lin Tian arched his hand and said, "Thank you, Senior. No harm done." Lin Han waved his hand, so that he would be able to cut the suspicion completely off of him, and naturally, no one would suspect him as a priest. Gongsun Xianer and the others went up and smelled. "Senior has such divine abilities, I still don't know what Senior's name is?" "My name is not important, even if you know it won't do you any good. Old me hopes that everyone will act as if this matter never happened," Lin Han said while secretly casting Dark Knight Stealth, gradually disappearing from the crowd's view. "This is gone?" Gongsun Xianer froze and said, "These strong people really do have their own personalities, but this Senior's personality is really good. Miss, already can't feel a single fluctuation of this one's ability. It should have used some kind of spatial ability to directly move away, just like the trick he used to move his disciple away before was the same." The strong man behind Gongsun Xianer said. "That's awesome, sure it's a spatial faculty? Isn't it some kind of stealthy move from the shadow lineage?" The strong man said seriously, "It's not completely out of the question, it's just that I've never seen anyone who can make stealth 100% hidden, so it should be a certain type of spatial system. Thunder system, wind system, space system, shadow system. For systems of magic, I still heard for the first time that a person can have 4 systems of magic. This kind of character absolutely can't be made bad. In the future, no matter who the Gongsun family meets, they must be treated politely." Gongsun Xianer said seriously, then looked at the crowd and said, "Since the hustle and bustle is over, we'll leave first." "The same goes for us." The crowd said one after another, and then several people left towards the distance. "Miss, where are we going now?" "Since it's all over, as part of the 5 great families, we should go visit the 4th young master of the Ma family. Even though we didn't help, the proper condolences should still be done. I'm really becoming more and more like the family, this kind of those old guys. It's all about unnecessary human relationships, but I've actually started doing it too." "Miss, you were looked at by the Gongsun family's top management at a young age. Naturally you have your abilities. This kind of thing isn't all bad, it will still help you in the future. Go." Chapter 152 Everything, the curtain falls. At this moment, in the middle of a house, a figure drilled through the window and directly collapsed onto the bed. Almost died. Lin Han was struggling to hold on, ultimately somewhat unable to carry such a load. Nowadays, this kind of physical state to deal with a Supreme Realm expert was really still very strenuous. After he was able to turn 4, perhaps it would be almost enough. Although I said that I have a lot of forbidden spells, but to the Supreme Realm, this realm, most people will awaken their own forbidden spells, so in terms of skills and cannot take advantage of a big advantage. Moreover, compared to those Supreme Realm powerhouses, his own mana value was not quite enough, and his vitality was also much worse. If they were to blast each other, they could only die. Zhang Shifeng is a clear example. Even when faced with the guillotine also resisted, although it is said to have broken an arm, but if the fight goes on, it is absolutely certain to lose. Waiting until after the 4th turn, one's own physical quality should come to the level of the Supreme Realm, and by that time one might be able to fight these powerhouses head-on. Pain all over his body was now spreading above Lin Han's body. The aftereffects of drastically using his exclusive abilities were all bursting out at this moment. In order to be able to perform the guillotine, he had desperately absorbed 500 kilometers of heaven and earth aura, and by that time, it had long exceeded the range that his body could withstand. Regardless of whether he used the Thunder God's domain and Wind God's domain afterward, and even the final Darkness Stealth, although it was said to be functional and auxiliary, it was ultimately a forbidden spell, and the load on his body was extremely high. It looked like this time it needed to be properly adjusted for a while. Although it was said that the guardian angel could restore his injuries to the 7th, but the overload of these wear and tear on the body is to be slowly to raise. It was better not to use these forbidden spells for a while. Thinking about it, Lin Han gradually entered into a dream. A night without words. Little cold, get up and eat. Lin Han was awakened in his sleep and rubbed his eyes to get up. Coming. It was only a few hours of sleep last night, and now that he got up in the morning it was the aftermath of the aches and pains that had really started. However, at the first moment, Lin Han used his guardian angel to restore his body a bit. Simply changing into a clean set of clothes, he also walked out of the room. Mom, what's good to eat today? All you know how to do is eat day after day. Quickly go and ask Jiang Ruexan to eat. Shinmei said without a good mood, look at your dark circles, what time did you sleep last night? I slept a little late last night studying magic. Lin Han breathed a sigh of relief, but the next moment the whole person froze in place. Yesterday had already let Fei Hua Sr. go off. Little chill, you knew all this already? Shinmei asked. Well, I knew last night. Lin Han simply answered and also lowered his head and started eating sullenly. Shinmei said with a suspicious face, it can't be that this kid Lin Han made you angry. If this kid has anything bad against you, just tell auntie. No matter. Fei Hua looked at Lin Han and said with a smile, Xiao Han is still very good, and there's nothing unpleasant between us, it's just that I can't live here all the time. Auntie, don't worry, I'll come back to see you guys if I have time in the future. Alright then, let's eat first. Shinmei was not in a very high mood. Did her own daughter-in-law who had arrived just run away? This time for dinner, everyone ate very quietly. When they finished eating, Fei Hua came to Lin Han's side and said, see me off? Aha! The two of them spoke to their parents and left the house. Didn't my master tell you to go straight away? Lin Han asked. Fei Hua thought for a moment and said, that senior did say that, but I still had to find a place to sleep at night, and anyway, you have already made one at home, so I came back. Can't let me sleep on the streets as a yellow girl. Lin Han laughed. The hallowed thorn god was still afraid of this. But thank you, if you hadn't come back, I would still have to explain to my parents. Fei Hua smiled and said, what's there to thank? Uncle and auntie have been quite good to me for a while, these are all things I should do. Staying for a few days I should always say goodbye. Take it, give it to me when you see me again later, you don't have any handy weapon now anyway, this thing is of no use to me. Lin Han said with an air of indifference. You're not afraid that I'll run away? Fei Hua said with a smile, what if I take this thing and avoid you for the rest of my life? Then I can only say that I can't read people correctly. Lin Han smiled and said, I think Senior Fei Hua would never be able to do such a thing, big deal, I'll just go to the Jiang family to find you. Good boy, getting more and more in tune with your sister's temper. Fei Hua said with a smile, since you have said so, then I will respectfully follow your order, I will take this armor-breaking blade first, when you want it in the future just let Manager Lu contact me. The two of them found a place and sat down. When are you going to leave? Lin Han asked. Any time. Where are you going to go next? Flying Flower thought about it and said, with your $500 million, you can buy so many things for cultivation, so I should be preparing and then looking for a place where I can use a legendary tier copy to brush up. This time, I'll strive to get a level or two, and wait until the Supreme Realm level 2 level 3 or so to sink my teeth into it. After last night's war, I kind of understand the gap between me and those Supreme Realm powerhouses, even though Zhang Shifeng is just a few levels higher than me, I don't have the slightest chance of winning. It's true that reaching the Supreme Realm without forbidden spells is very strenuous. After some strength I'm going to raise my moves to the forbidden spell level. After observing their battle yesterday, I did have some epiphanies. Lin Han said with some surprise, raise your ability to the forbidden spell level? How is that possible to do? It's just a trick I invented, right now it's still just the ultimate skill, there's still a big step away from forbidden spells, it's hard. Fei Hua said with a sigh. It's still like that, researching skills on your own? Of course, it's just that it's very difficult, but there's no way, sister just has this talent. Fei Hua said proudly, it's just that it's hard if you want to raise him to a forbidden spell now. If I can do it, then I can go down in history. Lin Han had to admire her, the youngest assassin god, creating his own moves. This couldn't be described as heaven-defying anymore, this guy was heaven. No need to envy me. Fei Hua said, your master is the one who's really powerful, I'm afraid he's already reached the holy rank, even if he hasn't he should be around the 8th or 9th level of the Supreme Realm, that wind and thunder yesterday was really scary. If I were to get my hands on a guy like that, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to get any advantage at all. Lin Han said, sooner or later, Senior Fei Hua will also become that kind of character, that I hope that the next time I see Senior Fei Hua I will have researched my own forbidden spells, and then I will have something to ask Senior Fei Hua to help me. Don't worry, only the price will be increased at that time. Flying Flowers said smilingly. Traitor! Just kidding. Flying Flower said with a smile, Lin Han, didn't you say before that we are friends after this? Right. Then from now on we are friends, in the future if there is something, let Manager Lu contact me, as long as I can help I will help you, don't worry, don't charge money. Flying Flowers? Lin Han was a little touched for a moment. Fei Hua stood up at this time and said, "The time is almost up, I should also go. If I let those guys notice that I am by your side, it will not be good for you. If it's really because of me that your identity is exposed, that perverted master of yours wouldn't be able to hunt me down to the ends of the earth. Just looking at that temper of his yesterday, I'm afraid that the Millennium Merchant Capital might not be able to subdue him either. I don't want to die young so early. That pervert is in front of you right now." Lin Han said, "Then the next time we meet, I don't know when it will be. Take care, Fei Hua." "Don't worry, it's you, take care of yourself." Fei Hua added, "But there is one more thing I want to ask you for. You said, what help or not between friends, your things are my things." Lin Han said frankly. "My sister." Fei Hua said, "That girl hasn't had a very good temper since she was a child, and her nature is rather cold. She also entered the Long Chi Academy this year, so I hope that when you arrive at the Long Chi Academy to help me take care of her. Anyway, if you can help when something happens, just try not to expose yourself, and don't say that I asked you to protect her." Lin Han nodded and said, "That's all fine, but why don't you say it was you? She's probably always hated me as her sister." Fei Hua smiled bitterly and added, "My sister is called Jiang Rui Xian, and her appearance is a bit similar to mine, so you should know about it when the time comes. Anyway, I'll leave this matter to you." As soon as the words fell, Fei Hua's figure fell into the shadows. Lin Han sighed, this side of things was indeed over as well. A few hours later, a woman's figure appeared on top of a sofa in a room displaying VIP. "Fei Hua? Why are you here?" Manager Lu said with some surprise. "The mission is over, I came to withdraw the final payment." Fei Hua handed over the card she was holding. "Not much is known." Manager Lu smiled and said, "By the way, you are going to Hangyan City for a while now, right?" "That's right, there's a legendary level voucher that I have to use, and there just happens to be a suitable one over there, so I have to go for a while." Hua had no intention of. The acceptance notice of the Long Chi Academy said that the school would start in 3 days, so he wasn't in a hurry to leave now. It would be fine if he left a day before the start of the school year, not to mention the fact that he had a portable teleportation array, so it wouldn't be a waste of much time. Wang Chang scratched his head and said, "The Nine Clouds Academy and the Qingyan Academy are both in Jinhua City, so the two of us are going to go a few days early to have a good time. After all, we don't know if we'll be busy when school starts." "That's true." Lin Han nodded. The 5 great academies were located in 3 cities. The Changchi Academy was in the middle of Hangyan City, the Nine Clouds Academy and Qingyan Academy were in the middle of Jinhua City, while the Divine Monk Academy and the Liyun Academy were in Dayun City. "Hanzi, the distance between Hangyan City and Jinhua City is still quite far. After going to the university, we won't necessarily be able to see each other often, and going our separate ways in the future. To be honest, I'm still a bit reluctant to part with them." Wang Chang was slightly sentimental. He and Lin Han had been friends since childhood. Now it was the first time that the two of them had left such a faraway place. Lin Han on the other hand said, "Jiangzi, our separation will only be short-lived. Wait until you reach the Nine Clouds Academy and take good care of yourself. I'll be waiting for the time when you're standing at the very top. At that time, don't forget what you promised me before, to take me to upgrade." Wang Chang froze, patted his chest and laughed. "Don't worry, when I become famous in the future, I definitely won't forget about you, brother. Everything I've gained nowadays is still relying on you to be able to do so. The most is still your own efforts." Lin Han shook his head and said, "Nowadays, both you and Yun Yun have already turned 3, right?" The two of them nodded at the same time and said, "Thanks to you, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to turn 3 so quickly. Now that we've successfully turned 3, we should be able to obtain more resources when we arrive in the academy. After all, there aren't many students who can turn 3 before the school year starts." Lu Yun said. Lin Han said, "Work hard when you get there. If there is anything you need me to do, call me. I'll do my best if I can help. The same goes for you. If there is anything we can do to help, contact us. We will definitely do our best." Wang Chang said seriously. "Good." Lin Han agreed with alacrity. "Brother Chill, why don't we see Sister Rui Xian this time?" Lu Yun asked suspiciously. "She, gone." Lin Han's mind thought of Senior Fei Hua's figure, which he hadn't seen since he had seen it a month ago when they parted ways now. All the information about Fei Hua's seniors on the internet was also stuck in that one conflict with the Ma family. "I'm sorry, Brother Cold." Lu Yun immediately felt that she said the wrong thing and hurriedly apologized. "It's fine." Lin Han smiled and said, "There will be plenty of chances to be able to meet in the future, don't care." At this time, Wang Chang suddenly raised his cup and said, "Let's drink to our future." The three of them clinked their glasses and then drank it all in one go. then a few people talked and laughed until the night came to an end. Lin Han sent the two of them to the teleportation array and watched them leave. Looking at the color of the night, the things that happened during this period of time were as if they were a dream: awakening the system, forbidden spells washing the ground, provoking the 5 great families, and battling with the supreme realm. No matter which one of these things was said, it was enough to shake the heavens and the earth, and all of this had happened in just 1 month. Suddenly, Lin Han thought of Manager Lu. Now that he was about to leave, he might as well go say goodbye to Manager Lu. Thinking of this, Lin Han took out his portable teleportation array and positioned himself before his entire person disappeared into thin air. After arriving at the Millennium Merchant Capital Trading Market, Lin Han lightly traveled to the VIP hall, but this time, Manager Lu didn't come out to receive him. Instead, the one who received him was the one who had come to Millennium Merchant Capital for the first time. "Mr. Lin, long time no see. It's you, where's your Manager Lu? How come I haven't seen anyone else all this time?" Lin Han asked suspiciously. "Manager Lu is no longer here, now I'm the manager here." When these words came out, Lin Han froze. Manager Lu is gone? I'm not sure about the specifics, I only know that Manager Lu seems to have been reassigned elsewhere. Before he left, Manager Lu handed over the manager's position to me. "By the way, Manager Lu said that if Mr. Lin comes in the future, let me give you a message." "What?" Lin Han asked doubtfully. "We'll see each other in the future." "See you since?" Lin Han shook his head helplessly. "If possible, do not meet again in this lifetime. After all, an unidentified old fox in a sense is more dangerous than the Ma family." Without seeing Manager Lu, Lin Han also returned home. Now from the beginning of the school year is also very soon, will soon be leaving this life for almost 20 years of the city, a time in his heart also some reluctant to give up. This period of time, he will also be his own money program, some reasonable channels way to give his parents a few million. And before in Lu manager the change a few million cash also stay under the bed, if the family has any difficulties, let them 2 old man take out to use. After all the arrangements of the family side are made properly, Lin Han can leave here at ease. 3 days later, after saying a brief goodbye to his parents, Lin Han took out the portable teleportation array and slightly adjusted the positioning above. Hangyun City, Longqi Academy. This top 5 school that countless people had longed for, starting today, he was also ready to start enjoying this university life. Taking a deep breath, Lin Han pressed the confirmation button and instantly disappeared into the room. Chapter 155 Longqi Academy, Opening. When it appeared once more, what met his eyes was a huge stone with the 4 big words Longqi Academy carved on it. Destination, arrived. Is this the Longqi Academy? Lin Han looked at his surroundings. At this moment, quite a few new students were moving around the perimeter in great numbers, their faces showing excitement. The facade alone was already a bit shocking. Compared to the high school he had attended before, this was a completely different level of existence, and even the mana fluctuations he could feel around him were much stronger. Walking out of the middle of the teleportation array, at this time, a tall girl walked over. Freshman? Yes. Lin Han froze and said. The woman in front of him had an extremely hot figure, and her delicate goose-egg face looked especially youthful. In his mind, this was already capable of trying to compete with Flying Flower seniors. I'm a junior sister, Wendyun Xin, I'll take you to the new student enrollment office. Feng Yunxin kept a palpable smile on her face at all times. Okay, thank you senior sister. Lin Han agreed, he naturally couldn't wait to have someone to lead the way. Where are you from? Feng Yunxin asked. Huiyu City. You're from Huiyu City? Feng Yunxian revealed a surprised expression and added, then do you know Lin Han who was reporting from Huiyu City this time? You can't be it. It shouldn't be possible, looking at your lanky figure, you should be a warrior. Pretty much. Lin Han said resentfully, when did he become so famous? Surely the matter of the third turn sacrifice has already spread around the world. That's right, I heard that Lin Han guy is a demon, he can kill a person with one punch, I don't know if it's true or not. Feng Yunxin said with a smile, but we should be able to see him in the freshman welcome assembly in these few days, he's getting famous nowadays, I'm afraid he's going to be the center of attention in the whole room. Is he that popular? Lin Han said somewhat helplessly. That's for sure. Feng Yunxin explained, I heard that because of this person, the directors of the 5 major academies all went to Huiyu City once again, just to be able to recruit this guy. He's the world's first third-turning sacrifice, so naturally there will be some preferential treatment. But it's fortunate that he's sensible and eventually chose our Longqi Academy. Lin Han said with some embarrassment, it looks like he's really scenic. Senior brother, let me tell you, all of this is already a thing of the past. From the moment one officially steps through the gates of the Longji Academy, everyone is given greater opportunities in the future, and the academy won't care about previous deeds. So as long as you work hard, senior brother, you can definitely surpass him in fame and even strength in the future. Feng Yunshin said gently. Good. This is the place, take out your acceptance letter. The two of them came to a table in front of which several people were sitting across from each other. Yun Xin, why are you still personally going to pick up people? A boy said at this time. Feng Yun Xin instantly cooled down, where I go to pick up people is none of your business. Don't be so cold. The boy said smilingly, I'm not feeling sorry for you. This kind of hard work if give Yun Xin exhausted how to do, how about you just rest here, this kind of thing let them do it. At this time, sitting beside this boy a few people instantly stood up, said, Yun Xin sister-in-law, you sit here, reception of new students this kind of hard work leave it to us. No need. Feng Yun Xin said icily, and her tone was also a bit angry, Zhang Jianan, let me remind you once again, I have nothing with you, don't let them call me sister-in-law, or don't blame me for being impolite to you. Unpolite? How do you mean you're not polite? Zhang Jianan smiled brightly. Senior, this is my acceptance letter. Lin Han spoke of the acceptance letter and handed it over. Kid, can't you see that our big brother is having a love affair with his sister-in-law? Wait, how can you be so unintelligent? The little brothers at the side each said with a ferocious expression. Lin Han looked on calmly, if this was an ordinary person, I'm afraid he would have been scared silly on the side, but he was facing a group of Supreme Realm powerhouses alone, this kind of petty fighting would have long been out of his mind. Zhang Jianan took the acceptance notice and said smilingly, don't talk to school brother like this, if you scare school brother again, can you pay the responsibility? Saying that, Zhang Jianan opened the acceptance notice and muttered, Huiyu City, Lin Han, third-turn ritualist. Lin Han? You're Lin Han. Everyone's gazes instantly gathered here, more interested in this freshman who had been in the limelight for a while. So you're Lin Han? Feng Yunshin covered her mouth and said incredulously. Lin Han spread his hands and said helplessly, just now I said almost. Senior, can you do my enrollment? Can. Zhang Jianan handed the admission notice in his hand to the little brother at the side and instructed, register him. After saying that, he then looked at Lin Han and said, Senior Lin Han, are you interested in joining our club? Not interested. Lin Han didn't even listen to what it was for and directly and decisively refused. He hated this person from the bottom of his heart, giving off a bunch of disgusting feelings. Senior Lin Han, you've just arrived at the Longji Academy, naturally you don't know the rules here, it's not as peaceful as you think, joining a club can be considered as being able to have a backer, it's already a good deal for you as a freshman. Zhang Jianan said. Not interested. Lin Han said once again, then looked to the side and said, is it registered? Good. Before the little brother could finish, Zhang Jianan grabbed the acceptance notice and threatened, Senior, if you don't make a good statement today this academy's door isn't something you can enter if you say so. Zhang Jianan, what are you doing? Feng Yunshin hastily said, you do this is not afraid of the director blame to you? Afraid? What's there to be afraid of, who doesn't give my Zhang family 2 points of face in the middle of Hangyan City? As long as Yun Xin you agree to my request, then I will let this kid go how? Zhang Jianan smiled with an evil face. Hearing this, Lin Han was speechless. This guy is not the mental state is not good this words as if he is very important to the wind Yun Xin like, we have just met only, even did not say a few words. This guy vinegar so big? Zhang Jianan Sr.? Lin Han Lang laughed, I advise you to put the acceptance letter in my hands, otherwise I'm not sure what I can do. Chapter 156 Threats? A good play. Threaten me? Zhang Jianan laughed out loud and said viciously, no one has been able to threaten me in this Longji Academy. Lin Han, calm down, he's a fifth-turn warrior, you can't afford to mess with him. Feng Yunshin said with some urgency, and looked at Zhang Jianan, calm down some, you did this, do you want the director to give you disciplinary action? Lin Han is a student that the director personally recruited. So what? It's just a freshman egg, I'm an outstanding student. The Zhang family invests so much in the Qi Academy every year, this is something that the director won't take to heart. Saying that, Zhang Jianan was ready to make a move, and the others also came over, this kind of hilarity was something they were naturally willing to watch. The drama of old students teaching new students was staged every year, so the crowd was already used to watching it. Lin Han laughed softly and kicked out, Zhang Jianan flew out directly under the shocked gaze. A group of juniors ran over to help Zhang Jiannan up in disbelief. Zhang Jiannan said angrily, "Lin Han, you've completely pissed me off." Lin Han calmly put the notice away and sneered, "Continue?" To him, this was nothing more than a fifth-turn warrior. It really didn't pose any significant threat. Compared to Zhang Shifeng, this was just like a child playing house. The Ma family had already been. At this time, the junior at the side whispered, "I heard earlier that senior sister Zhang's sister is this year's new student, so it looks like it should be true." Zhang Jiannan's tone instantly changed. A smile surfaced on his face as he took the acceptance letter in Jiang Ruixayan's hand and said, "School sister, this is the freshman registration office, the senior will come and handle it for you." Lin Han wanted to go up and speak, but at the first moment, he gave up the idea. Jiang Ruixayan didn't seem to be on very good terms with her older sister. If he went forward rashly, he was afraid that he would incur this girl's hostility, and anyway, what Senior Feihua had explained to him was that he was just taking care of her. So it's better not to take the initiative to go up and get acquainted. "Senior sister, let's go," Lin Han said to Feng Yunxin. Good. Now Zhang Jiannan had completely forgotten about him, so Lin Han was too lazy to continue pestering this kind of person. It would only waste his time. "Senior Lin Han, in the future you'll have to pay attention in the middle of the Longqi Academy. Zhang Jiannan still has a certain status in the academy, as the Zhang family, the big family of Hangyun City, gives a lot of investment to the academy every day, so even some of the directors don't dare to punish Zhang Jiannan too much. This also casts his arrogant flames in the middle of the academy. You let him lose face like this today, you definitely won't let you off in the future." Feng Yunxin sighed. She also didn't expect Lin Han's temper to be so direct, and at that time, she even decisively struck out at Zhang Jiannan. What surprised her the most in this was ultimately that power. Although it was true that Zhang Jiannan was defenseless at that time, a fifth-turn warrior's lower body was still very stable, and facing a third-turn milk profession, even if it was defenseless, it would never be able to kick away so easily. This alone was enough to prove that Lin Han's strength was already very perverse. Lin Han was full of concern. "Thank you, senior sister, but if Zhang Jiannan has any thoughts about me in the future, I definitely won't give him a good look. I am unable to persuade you." Feng Yunxin had a helpless face. This guy's character was obviously much tougher than she had imagined. "Thanks for your concern, senior sister, don't worry, I have my own measure," Lin Han said simply. Feng Yunxin said, "It's good that you have a measure in your heart. If Zhang Jiannan still looks for trouble from you in the future, just contact me." The two of them said, and added a contact method. "It is said that this year's freshman is a mixed dormitory. This is a good change," Feng Yunxin suddenly said. "Mixed dormitory? Male and female mixed dormitory?" Lin Han said with some surprise. "What are you thinking?" Feng Yunxin rolled her eyes and said in a good-natured manner, "Of course it's a mixed dormitory for all kinds of occupations. In the past, they were all divided into dormitories according to their occupations, so that they could exchange ideas with each other, but this year, according to the director's meaning of the meeting, the major occupations will be split up, and it is said that it is in order to be able to let everyone understand each other's other occupations." Lin Han said thoughtfully, "This is not a bad idea." That's right, after all, being able to understand each other's occupations during a real battle makes the winning rate much greater. Feng Yunxin nodded. At this time a building appeared in front of the two of them. On it was written, "Building A, Boys Dormitory." "Lin Han, this is where you'll be staying, the notice has just been assigned to you, so just go directly." Chapter 157 5 Great Families, Gongsun. "Isn't senior sister going to send me up?" "Not going, I still have to go receive other new students." Feng Yunxin smiled. "Good, then senior sister, take care of your safety. If Zhang Jiannan is still looking for trouble from you, just tell me. Others are afraid of his Zhang family, but I'm not." Lin Han simply said. His relationship with Zhang Jiannan was already bound to be bad, so it wasn't too bad to help his senior sister out. Feng Yunxin said helplessly, "You little guy, isn't this what I said to you? So quick to learn from it." Lin Han scratched his hair and said, "It's all because senior sister taught me well." "Alright, don't be poor here, go to the dormitory quickly, I'm leaving." "Okay, bye-bye senior sister." Saw Feng Yunxin leave, Lin Han also walked into the boys' dormitory in the middle. According to their own admission notice, just fill in the dormitory number fertilized sometime is also found. Lin Han knocked on the door. "Anyone?" Not long, a voice came. "Otherwise, my parents are in charge of me every day, it's rare to go to college to relax a little." "Genoa City?" "I don't know how Wang Chang is doing now, with that guy's character he should be able to eat well in the middle of the university." Lin Han smiled and said, "I wish I could be closer to home." "We're different." Tang Xinqi laughed bitterly. My parents' control over me is really too strict. Before, when I was in high school, they accompanied me every day and didn't even give me a bit of personal space. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't suggest being able to be slightly closer to home. Lin Han said, it's really true that every family has a difficult lesson. Let's not talk about me, let's talk about you, the world's first third-turn priest. There should be quite a few people interviewing you. How's this feeling of being a big star? Tang Xinqi said excitedly. It's okay, not much of a feeling. Lin Han thought about it and said, other than some trouble in life, it's not much better, not to mention that they don't give me any money for interviewing me. You're really funny. Tang Xinqi laughed and added, earlier I was thinking that my roommate might be that kind of endeavor freak. Seeing you like this, I'm relieved for the next 4 years of college life. I'm alright, let it be. Lin Han said helplessly, which was also true. The upgrading conditions of the sacrifices alone could only be taken as they came, and now the 3 sources of natural disasters for the 4th turn were nowhere to be found, and he didn't know when he would be able to find them. The most convenient thing to do nowadays was to let the academy help, and he really didn't have much else to do right now. That's how it has to be. Tang Xinqi said, going to college means combining work and rest. You can't just keep on cultivating, the real hard days are all after college. You're quite thoughtful. Lin Han at this time is more and more like this roommate, give him a very relaxed feeling. This is a kind of, and before going to high school, that kind of tense atmosphere, completely different feeling. Or else. Tang Xinqi said as he lay on the bedboard, anyway, a happy day is a day. I don't know how those 2 roommates are, don't be some obnoxious guy. Shouldn't be able to. Lin Han suddenly thought of Zhang Jiannan, if the other roommates are like these 2 guys, then he will really have a headache. At that time, there would definitely be a lot of friction every day. Just as the 2 were talking, the door was suddenly pushed open. Don't worry, I feel like I'm still relatively easy to get along with. Hello guys, it looks like I'm the 3rd to arrive. My name is Gongsun Lianqi, a silver 9th level light gun rogue. Hearing the Gongsun, Lin Han subconsciously said, the 5 great families, the. Lin Han waved his hand and said, not interested, I still like to be free. That's so. Gongsun Lianqi calmly said, don't get me wrong, as long as it's just those guys from the family that have to ask me to let me ask, I'm just going through the motions, adding or not joining has nothing to do with me. Chapter 158, Gens? Roommate. I didn't expect you to be quite amiable for a big family. Lin Han couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Of course, just with Gongsun Lianqi's side of the story, Lin Han couldn't directly change this person's opinion, but from the current performance, he was already much better than those lineage kids. As for Ma Tianxing, it is purely the most stupid among all the children of the family. As for those he has seen, one by one, they are all like the human essence. Once a strength that was unfavorable to their own family or themselves, they absolutely hid far away at the first time. After that thing, according to the news reported, things Ma Tianxing has been wasted, in the future are impossible to cultivate down, the Ma family also temporarily will be this thing suppressed. However, it wasn't hard to imagine that it should be afraid of the saint-ranked powerhouse that they had pretended to be at that time. Gongsun Lianqi heard Lin Han's words and said, not all the people amongst the great families are arrogant and domineering, there is no shortage of stable people amongst them, otherwise the 5 great families wouldn't have been able to develop until now. Lin Han nodded and said, that's true, if they were all arrogant and bossy, I'm afraid that they would have long since been corrupted by these asshole descendants. Just as a few people were chatting, the door was suddenly knocked open and said, hello everyone, I'm your roommate, my name is Yuan Si, Gold Shadow Assassin Level 1. Yuan Si? Lin Han subconsciously thought that he had heard wrong. He also hadn't seen this kid for more than a month, and they hadn't contacted each other since the last time they swiped their copies. There was also no contact information at all. When Lin Han looked over, the whole thing froze. Yuan Si. It was really Yuan Si. Lin Han? Yuan Si was obviously a bit surprised as well, and hurriedly said, didn't you not have an academy that wanted you? Why did you still come? Could it be that you know that I'm in this dormitory room specially came to see me off? This kid. Lin Han helplessly took out the acceptance notice from his clothes and said, they had a competition for me in the back, so I. Gongsun Lianqi briefly introduced himself. Yuan Si also realized that this was his roommate from now on, he was just too excited to see Lin Han and didn't see anyone else. Hello guys. Gongsun Lianqi said at this moment, coming to Gold Assassin at such a young age, I'm afraid that you can be considered a top-ranked character amongst the freshmen. I didn't think that there would be 2 third turns amongst our dormitory, it's really surprising. Hearing this, Yuan Si proudly said, that's for sure, but I also have to thank Brother Han, or else I wouldn't be at this strength right now. Lin Han took you to brush your copy? The two were a little surprised that a sacrificial profession had brought an assassin to brush copies. This was beyond what they could understand. It can't be completely bringing it, it's all about our mutual cooperation. That's right, it's cooperation. Yuan Si said seriously. Lin Han was a bit helpless. The situation was clearly that he was brushing copies on one side and you were just getting beat up on the other. However, he didn't want to expose Yuan Si's thoughts. After all, he couldn't show too much of his own strength, and it was good to have a shield like Yuan Si. It seems that the matter of Lin Han being a violent sacrifice is mostly true. It turns out that there was some disbelief. Gongsun Lianqi nodded and looked at Yuan Si again and said, "I'm from the Gongsun family. Are you interested in joining our Gongsun family? The treatment is very high, and it can definitely fulfill your daily needs. Our Gongsun family is still very high on top students like you. Will you consider it?" Yuan Si looked at Lin Han and whispered, "Brother Han, did you add it?" Lin Han shook his head, "I'm not interested. It's easier to be alone." "Then I won't add it either. We brothers are united." Yuan Si patted his chest with a look of sharing the same pain. This was a bit of a surprise to Lin Han. It looked like after the last time Yuan Si had decided to identify himself, but this was good. Yuan Si's own sense of strength was very good. Having such a person by his side would be able to put his mind at ease. Maybe in the future it will be able to become a big help to himself. Gongsun Lianqi said helplessly, "I really didn't expect to fail just coming up." Tang Xinqi laughed, "It's fine, there are still quite a few strong people. Your Gongsun family has a great chance." At this time, Yuan Si suddenly said, "Lin Han, just now I so wanted to see Sister Rui Xian. Is she also a student of this school?" "You're looking at it wrong." Lin Han said simply, not wanting to reveal too much information. The fact that he knew Fei Hua couldn't be told now, or else it would easily be traced back to him by the big families. "Misread?" Yuan Si carefully recalled the person's appearance and said, "Well, it's true that there is something different. The person I saw was still a bit shorter. It looks like it's a real mistake." Gongsun Lianqi said at this time, "It's also almost noon now, our first time meeting. Do you want to go and have a bite of dinner together? How about my treat?" "Go!" Tang Xinqi was the first to agree. Yuan Si said, "Brother Chill, are we going or not?" "Go, must go, money doesn't take up." Chapter 159, Gathering for a Meal, Forming a Team. Subsequently, the group of people also arrived in the middle of a student restaurant after inquiring. "Holy, this is too luxurious, it's simply bigger than the biggest restaurant in our city." Yuan Si couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He was also one of the big families in Huiyu City. There was naturally no need to ask about things that could make him all surprised. Lin Han was also a bit flabbergasted. Just such a cafeteria alone was on the verge of being even bigger than the school building he attended before. Gongsun Lianqi said, "This cafeteria is divided into 5 floors, each higher floor becomes more honorable, while the first floor is the commoner's dining hall, which is also the place with the most students. This time, it's also the only place in the entire academy where you can spend money.